We're the ones who live.
We are so fucking back, baby. Let's go. We're so back and we're so black. Let's get crazy. And we're back today also with the drip and the set dressing, of course. We're rocking the different type of Walker shirt. We got the Bruler. The Bruler is back. Remember in the other video where I was balding? I'm still balding, but it looks less bad now. Hey paisanos, it's me, MattCMG, and today is a video that I honestly didn't know I'd be making so soon, but that I've also been kind of fearing. Back in my very long 6-hour video about The Walking Dead, I went on a whole diatribe about how AMC was trying to turn the series into a cinematic universe, and how that has negatively affected the franchise. But it wasn't always like this. For a solid 5 years, The Walking Dead was one of the most successful shows on television, so to capitalize on this, a new show set in the same universe began development. Accompanying The Walking Dead's 6th season in 2015 was its very first spin-off, with the premiere of Fear the Walking Dead, which is right behind me on the monitor. I'm Epic. Hey guys, Epic here. This was built up and promoted quite heavily by AMC because they really wanted this to be their next big hit, and they actually had the chops to back it up. Not only was this show being released during The Walking Dead's peak popularity, but it also had some very important names behind it. Robert Kirkman, creator of The Walking Dead comics, helped develop the show, meaning that it had his seal of approval, and considering how his involvement with the early seasons of the main show was what helped make them so good, I'd say this was a good sign for Fear. But arguably more importantly was the show's creator, Dave Erickson, who at the time was most well known for writing on Sons of Anarchy, a show that I have not seen but my parents tell me is pretty good. With a world as complex as The Walking Dead, Erickson seemed like the perfect person to run this new show and help it reach its fullest potential, and for a while, this was certainly the case. From the jump with this show, they set out with a plan, and it seemed like the perfect storm for a great show. But unfortunately, things did not pan out that way, and Fear the Walking Dead ended up having a much different fate than you would have expected. Now that the show has officially ended as of like a year ago, I am very excited to finally talk about it because I have some absolutely heated opinions on it that, unlike my opinions on the main show, are pretty unbiased. Like, I've seen The Walking Dead so many times that I am able to appreciate even its weaker moments almost to a fault. But I haven't seen Fear since these episodes originally came out, so this rewatch is almost completely fresh to me with the slight caveat of kinda knowing how things end up. We'll get into all the ups and downs of the show and all the bullshit in between, so smash that motherfucking like button and join me as we delve into the world of Fear the Walking Dead. Welcome to AMC's Fear the Walking Dead. I did this bit already. Alright, Season 1. Season uno. Tempora uno. Alright. Tempora uno! The first thing that needs to be understood about Fear is that it was created with one sole intention: to explore how good people can become morally compromised. Now that doesn't sound like that original of an idea, right? You know, it's been done to death by stuff like Breaking Bad and even The Walking Dead itself, but the intention behind Fear was a bit different. Dave Erickson's goal for the series was to follow these characters from the very start of the apocalypse and explore how not only their morals change, but showing how they become straight up villains, with the intended ending of the series series being to pit these characters against each other. It plays on the idea that who we view as the hero of our stories depends on whose perspective we see it through. You know, for example, we view Rick and his survivors as the good guys, even though they've done some pretty bad stuff, because we've been following them from the very start. But if you would watch Negan's story from the very start, then Rick seems like the bad guy, you know what I mean? While that particular example is a bit more nuanced than that, this was essentially the premise of Fear. It was a villain origin story. How far can we take these characters? You know, how evil can their actions become before the audience starts to be put off by them? At what point did Walter White become Heisenberg? Interesting question. Nobody has ever asked this question before. I am very fucking white. But on top of that, the end goal of the series was to pit the characters against each other, where we spend time with all of these characters and watch as some turn evil and others don't. It was a genius concept, and while it's probably been done before in some better show that I probably haven't seen, it was certainly a fresh way to breathe new life into the Walking Dead universe. This is something that I want you all to keep in mind throughout the entirety of this very long video, because understanding this concept is the key to understanding what this show truly is. Getting into the thick of it though, Fear was heavily advertised as being about the start of the zombie apocalypse, with the characters needing to overcome the loss of their current lives and learn how to survive. There are two primary conflicts within Season 1 that somewhat split the season in half, though there is a decent amount of overlap. We have an internal conflict with the characters adjusting to the apocalypse and dealing with the fact that their old lives might be over, as well as a greater, more external conflict regarding Operation Cobalt and how the military fails and society fully collapses. I initially wanted to front load this section by just introducing all the characters outright, but I think it'd be a little bit better if we introduce them as we go. Now, my reasoning for this is that this is actually somewhat hard to talk about because there's more than one character that can be seen as like the main character, if you know what I mean. Without getting too ahead of myself, right? People give this show shit in its later seasons for trying to be like an ensemble show or whatever, but it always kind of was. Like there was never really any equivalence to like the Rick Grimes, right? The single protagonist of this show. And while certain characters do become more prevalent than others, this show has always been about the group and the group dynamic, and that is especially the case in Season 1. The show opens with Nick Clark, a 19-year-old drug addict waking up from a bender in an old abandoned church. While searching for his friend Gloria, he finds her walker eating some dude's face, which scares the absolute shit out of him. He is hit by a car and hospitalized, remaining traumatized by what he saw. Personally, I think this is the perfect opening scene for this show because it really encapsulates a lot of its original fear. Its original fear. Personally, I think this is the perfect opening scene for the show because it encapsulates a lot of its original appeal. Of course, the show is titled Fear the Walking Dead, and you can really feel that in this scene, right? It's suspenseful, but it doesn't drag on for too long, and you can really feel the fear that Nick is feeling. I also really like the juxtaposition of the settings. You know, Nick wakes up in this derelict, abandoned place that looks straight out of the apocalypse, making the viewer think that it's already begun, but then Nick runs outside and he's right in the middle of a massive city and society is still intact. It's some foreshadowing of what's to come, and all of these people don't even know it yet. Right off the bat, Fear hits you with the vibes. I'm Ronald Vibes. I have vibes in my asshole. I have gay, homosexual vibes. I also think this does a great job at establishing Nick's character, where he's a good kid who finds himself in fucked situations, but is always able to come out of them because he is a survivor by nature. This is a character trait that can be seen all throughout his arc, where he was kind of just always built for the apocalypse, but the way this manifested before the apocalypse was through selfishness. You know, he would find sneaky ways to score drugs or hide them from his mother or what have you, but that's a skill that ends up being pivotal to his survival. Something I also noticed, and I'm not sure how intentional this was, but Nick literally moves like a walker. You know, he like shuffles around and limps for no reason and just generally moves in a really bizarre way. I think this was added to show that Nick was always the Walking Dead, as it were. And because he's so ahead of the curve, you should probably fear him. Fear the Walking Dead. Get it? I was trying to be clever there. I don't know if that landed. Fuck you. Back to the scene in question. The first Walker reveal works in a very similar way to the first scene in The Walking Dead proper. It shows those who are unfamiliar with the other show what a Walker is, with the specifics of how they work being unveiled throughout the episode. It's very simple, but it gets the job done. On top of that, the opening title card is fucking awesome. You know, it's just... Sounds like a fucking FNAF jump scare. It's so simple, but it's so fitting for a show with fear in the title, right? I will never forgive them for replacing this in the reboot seasons, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I also love the way that they refer to the dead in this season. You know, on the main show, they have all kinds of names, right? You know, they got biters, rotters, roamers, geeks, and of course, walkers. The Brewler. the drooler. But this only makes sense because by the time Rick wakes up from his coma, the world has already gone to shit and everybody understands that they are walking corpses, so they have all these nicknames already, right? On Fear, this isn't the case. We're seeing the initial outbreak of the virus and everybody knows that it's a virus, so everybody just assumes that the dead are literally just sick people, so they call them the infected instead of the dead. Infected. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with this terminology because on one hand, I hate how generic that is, right? Like every other zombie movie calls them the infected or whatever, right? It's kind of lame. But on the other hand, I like how much it expands the world. You know, they continue to call them the infected throughout the first 3 seasons because it's so early in the apocalypse that they just don't know any better. You know, it reaffirms that they still don't know how everything works quite yet. Later on, after the reboot, they start calling them walkers or just the dead, which makes total sense considering that they all know the deal by that point, but it's a little bit less cool. It's just a neat little world building detail that I like. I feel like it was worth mentioning, and I had no better place to mention it, so it's going right here in season 1. The rest of the first episode is also really great, with the primary story revolving around Madison and Travis looking for Nick, who just wants to understand what he saw in that church. The episode also sets up several important character relationships, like Travis's previous family and the bond between the Clarks. The main thing that I love about the pilot is that it's almost entirely dedicated to the characters' lives before the world goes to shit, much like the show was advertised as. We didn't really get much of this in the main show, so I like that we get to know these characters as people before we know them as survivors. You get what I mean? To reiterate, Dave Erickson's vision was to see how these characters slowly become the villains, but to do that, we need to establish how they were once just normal people. While the impending apocalypse is heavily hinted at throughout the episode, it's mostly an underlying thing going on in the background while the characters go about their daily lives. Like, you know, they're just trying to solve their own personal problems, with the zombie apocalypse just being chatter in the news that they don't pay any mind to at first. Much like The Walking Dead proper, it's not about the zombies, it's about the people. And I honestly think that Fear does this concept way better. You know, it's really easy to forget that this is a zombie show sometimes, which in this case is a good thing. I also absolutely love the sense of dread that is present throughout the entire season. It truly embodies that feeling of knowing something bad is going to happen but being unable to stop it, which is scary because these characters' lives are going to change so drastically, but it's also a bit freeing in the sense that many of their old problems kind of go away. Maybe it's just me and my edgy anarchist ways, but there's just such a bittersweet feeling to the collapse of civilization, and that feeling is captured super well in Fear Season 1. If you are unsure as to what I mean by that, it's like the feeling of going into a store right before the big storm is gonna hit, and like the shelves are all empty, you know what I mean? Or like, remember when the pandemic started back in 2020? Kind of that same vibe. Just dated the video, by the way.
Whoa, you guys remember that thing that happened in 2020?
Fuck you. Get fucked in the face, you stupid idiot. I don't know, man. There's just something about the vibe of this season, man. Like, The Walking Dead is a fall show, Fear is a summer show. You know what I mean? But now let's meet some more of the cast. We've got to meet the cast. Well, she is not the first person we meet in the show. I think it only makes sense to start with Madison, since I think she fits the protagonist role better than anyone. Madison Clark is a high school guidance counselor with a bit of a troubled past that at first we know nothing about, but it clearly drives her actions as things progress. Madison is such a complex character that I would argue she's pretty hard to interpret in certain ways. On the surface, she is a stone-faced badass who rarely lets things faze her, but she also has a much more vulnerable side when it comes to her family. She clearly has a soft spot for her children, and in many ways still views her 2 adult kids as children. Motherhood is a big part of her character, but they aren't always so in your face about it, which I appreciate. Madison's primary drive throughout the entire series is that she will do anything to protect her children, and this was the case even before the apocalypse. For example, when Nick is in the hospital, Alicia mentions that it's time to cut him off and let him fend for himself, but Madison refuses because she not only believes that Nick will eventually get better, but because she knows that kicking him to the curb is not the thing that he needs right now. What he needs is people to support his recovery. Her treatment of Nick shows that her love for her kids can be her biggest gift and her biggest weakness. She'll do anything to keep them safe, but is also completely unable to let them go off on their own and make their own decisions. She's a bit controlling in that respect, right? But I think most importantly, Madison is hinted to have a rather traumatic past, which in season 1 isn't mentioned very much, but given that her son is a drug addict and Mr. Clark ain't exactly in the picture anymore, it's clear that she's had to deal with quite a lot over the years. She finds comfort in Travis, who we'll get to shortly, but comfort isn't the thing that's going to keep her and her family safe. The common thing that you'll see with the main Clark family is that all of them were seemingly already equipped for the apocalypse in some way that they aren't always aware of. For Madison, this is her ability to compartmentalize and not let her emotions get the better of her. She's often very open with Travis about how she's feeling, but is otherwise no nonsense and gets things done when they need to be done. She's incredibly complex, and season 1 alone just does not do her justice. My only criticism that I could offer is that many fans find her to be very unlikable, and in some ways I can see that, but I overall disagree. She has so many human moments that it really makes her hard to dislike in my opinion. And I know this this next guy is not a major character since he only shows up in like 2 episodes and then never appears again, but I think it's important to mention Tobias, because he accentuates this part of Madison's character, and I also just wanted an excuse to talk about him. This kid was literally me when I first watched this show, right? I was also a paranoid teenager convinced that the zombie apocalypse was coming in one way or another. The difference is that for him it was an actual virus that made him think this, but for me it was some guy on bath salts. Anyways though, when it comes to characters that are ahead of the curve, the 2 that I see most commonly mentioned are Shane from the main show and Tobias, both of which I think people vastly misunderstand. I already explained Shane in my other Walking Dead video, but for Tobias, I think his inclusion was to parallel Madison. To put it simply, Tobias is not ready for the apocalypse but thinks that he is, while Madison is undisputedly ready for the apocalypse but thinks that she isn't. Tobias knows that shit is going bad, but Madison is convinced that it'll blow over. There's this denial that Madison has in this early stage of the apocalypse where she thinks that things will get better, but deep down kinda knows that they won't. Tobias represents her inner monologue, so to speak, and I think the fact that he never shows up again represents how, at a certain point, Madison stopped denying that things were going bad. I'm also probably completely insane by looking way too deeply into a character who probably wasn't intended to have any deeper purpose, but sure. I unironically like to headcanon that Tobias is still around somewhere in the Walking Dead universe, right? He's got to be around somewhere, right? You know, he was ready, bro. He's the GOAT. Shout out to my GOAT. He's my GOAT for real. Shout out to Tobias. We're out here. We're Tobias posting out in this bitch. Feel me? Like we mentioned earlier, Madison's son, Nick, is a drug addict who harbors a lot of deep-seated trauma. Personally, I don't think the writing really finds its footing with him until season 2, because in season 1, there isn't really much to him. Rather, they introduce a lot of his core traits for them to be expanded on later in the series, but are kept somewhat shallow for now. Like we discussed earlier, Nick being a drug addict is a key part of his character, with his addiction and eventual recovery being the driving force for many of his actions. He'll do morally fucked things in order to get his fix and then lie about it, showing that he is very capable of being manipulative, which in the apocalypse can turn out to be a blessing. You know, part of why Strand is so drawn to him is specifically because of this ability.
I look at you, and I see someone who knows the meaning of necessity.
Well, I'm an addict.
No, you are a heroin addict. That's the gold standard. Don't sell yourself short.
However, this can also backfire when it comes to his interpersonal relationships, like with how Madison and Alicia will initially go out of their way to help him because they feel bad, but then get mad when they realize he was fooling them the whole time. He punked them. We're on Punked. Welcome to MC. I'm Ashton Kutcher, and welcome to Punked. You've been punked. You're gay. Again, I think Nick's character has a decent foundation in season 1, but I don't think he becomes really interesting until season 2. Regardless, he is still incredibly entertaining anytime he's on screen, and he was certainly one of my favorites. Rounding out the Clark family is Nick's sister and Madison's daughter, Alicia, a teenage girl who has her regular teenage dreams and prospects shattered by the end of the world. Something I really appreciated about Alicia is that because she's a teenager on the cusp of adulthood, we get a whole new perspective on the end of the world. You know, zombie stories always tend to focus on either the adults or the children, but rarely do we ever get that in-between phase with the teens. The world ending would make anybody a bit upset, and that's putting it lightly, but at an age where the world is your oyster, it is especially devastating. And when you're a teenager, everything is the end of the world, and we put stock into things that don't really matter and think that we have society figured out. A crisis like this really puts into perspective what truly matters, and this affects Alicia the most clearly, but she's also the best at hiding it. When we first meet her, she is eager to graduate high school and go off to college and start a life with her boyfriend. But then society collapses and her boyfriend gets sick and dies, leaving her with nothing to really look forward to. This is pretty much the extent of her arc in season 1, which isn't much now that I think about it, but it is important to establish how, much like the rest of the Clarks, she was always prepared for this world. It's mentioned that Alicia is apparently really smart, and because she's also young, she's great at adapting to situations by thinking through the most sensible solutions. This is never shown directly, but there are numerous moments where she is the level-headed one out of the group when you'd think that she wouldn't be. For example, there's a scene in the 5th episode that I remember absolutely hating when it first aired, but I really appreciated on a rewatch, where Alicia and Chris, who I'll get to shortly, sneak into an abandoned mansion and have fun rummaging through it and breaking shit. Don't fucking punch shit, dude. While the scene does ultimately seem pointless given everything else going on by this point in the story, I think it's important to show how these younger characters not only deal with their circumstances, but accept them by embracing the nihilism of it all. These two had their futures ripped away, but now they have nothing to really lose. Ultimately though, I think that this scene, as well as the majority of Alicia's character in season 1, is that though she does embrace the nihilism, she does so in a very hopeful way, if that makes any sense. You know, she's accepted that the world is fucked, but because she is so quick to realize that, she also has some level of hope that she is gonna make it. Also, complete side note, but they make it a point to show that Alicia and Chris might have a thing for each other, which is really weird because they're like kinda step siblings. For like, Chris very clearly has a crush on Alicia, and it is shown all throughout the season, and I don't blame him, because Alicia's hot. But come season 2, and it is just never mentioned again. I don't know, it's probably just some like early episode weirdness, but like, it's really weird.
What are you doing, step bro?
In case you haven't picked up on this though, the Clark family is actually a conjoined family, with Madison now dating this guy, Travis Manawa. It's clear that Madison wears the pants in the relationship, since Travis's primary character trait is that he is relatively timid and passive.
We could charge him.
Well, charge him when he's healed. For now, go away.
She do all the talking?
Get out.
I'm not as eloquent.
He is very personable and wants to help in whatever way that he can, but as the world starts to end and the situation gets worse, this passiveness starts to become more of a detriment. This is especially apparent when the military gets involved, where Travis seemingly appoints himself as the de facto mayor of the camp and constantly tries to make deals with the general / sergeant / whatever rank this guy is, who clearly does not respect him or take him that seriously. Unlike the Clarks, Travis was simply not built for the apocalypse, so he is viewed by those that are built for it as soft and weak. While this does change as the series progresses, it's important that we have characters like Travis who are still holding on to the hope that the world can be restored, even though we all know that it won't be. This is also true for Madison and Alicia, but the difference between them is that Madison knows deep down that the worst case scenario is imminent. Alicia knows that things won't get better, but hopes that they will, while Travis genuinely believes that things will get better. There's a naivete to him that persists for a bit longer than it realistically should, but like I said, we need characters like him who are still clinging to humanity, at least in these early phases of the story. His job as a high school English teacher is also a somewhat underrated part of his character, because if you know English teachers, then you'll know that they are some of the most pretentious people on the fucking planet. Shout out English teachers, like I respect the profession, but like it's just true, I'm sorry. Anyways though, Travis being an English teacher shows that he is very much capable of seeing the bigger picture, but is blind to it when it personally affects him. He's busy living in American literature world when the real world is right in front of him and it's collapsing before his eyes. I think a great scene to demonstrate what I'm talking about is in episode 1, where he's teaching his class. They're discussing a book about a man trying to survive, and he pushes his student, Andre from Victorious, to decipher what the author is trying to get across. They come to the conclusion that it's about how not to die, that people will be pushed to do crazy things in order to live. Despite understanding this philosophy, he does not actually live this way when survival becomes a necessity, where he's still clinging to his civilized ways. He even continues to view the dead as people after it's shown that they very much are not. He has every reason to be ahead of the curve like the Clarks, but is so behind the curve because of his nature. Moving on, Travis's son Chris and his ex-wife Liza are also introduced fairly early in the premiere. It is established in a brief phone call scene that Liza is studying to be a nurse, which is a key plot point as the end of season conflict kicks into gear, and that Chris is a bit of an edgy asshole. He's at that age where he's starting to hate everything and wants to be his own person, which he struggles with exponentially as the world slowly ends. He's clearly very affected by the fact that his parents are split up, and he tries to find meaning wherever he can, such as when he joins the protest after seeing what he perceived to be an injustice, and later when he sees the flickering light and thinks that there are people still out there. This shows that he is a good kid at heart, he's just very confused. And listen, I get what they're going for with him. That doesn't mean I like him. I get it, right? I was also once an angsty teenager who thought that people telling me no was bullshit, but as you grow up, you realize that this type of person just kind of fucking sucks. This makes Chris an incredibly unlikable character. This is true now that I'm rewatching the show as an adult, but even when I was around Chris's age watching the show when it first came out, when I was literally in his shoes, I still fucking hated him. He's not a bad character by any means, and the arc that he goes on is very important to the themes of the show, but that doesn't change the fact that it was very hard to get invested in him because he was written to be such a fucking douche. For comparison, Nick could be defined as a literally me character. Chris is the kid who thinks he's the literally me character. You get what I'm saying? Like, to all the people who tell me that they didn't like Cora and hate that show because of her, I get it now. Because Chris fucking sucks. I love poo-poo out my ass, sorry. Much of the second episode focuses on Travis trying to gather his son and ex-wife together so they could join Madison and go survive in the desert. Unfortunately though, to find Chris, they needed to head into the city, where civil unrest is currently unfolding. To wait out the chaos, Travis takes refuge in a barbershop owned by Daniel Salazar, along with his daughter Ophelia and his wife Griselda. At first, Daniel seems like a typical crotchety old guy, but we later find out that he has a much darker past than he appears. In these early seasons, I think this dude might be my favorite character. He is the definition of a badass motherfucker, where by day he is caring for his family and putting on a facade of being a normal dude and mostly keeps to himself, but when the time calls for it and the shit hits the fan, he will go in guns a-blazing and will stop at nothing to protect his family. He is very much a parallel to Madison in this regard, where their family is their biggest strength and their biggest weakness. He has a very dark past, the intricacies of which we learn in future seasons, but he hides it until it's necessary in order to keep a low profile. They say the killers are quiet, and Daniel is the quietest one of all. Within seconds of meeting him, you can immediately tell that that he knows what's going on better than anybody. He initially refuses to let Travis into his shop, given that riots are obviously starting to get bad and he doesn't want to endanger his family. However, it's his family that persuades him to let them in because as much as he values their safety, he also values their opinion of him, not wanting them to see him as harsh or cruel. He follows his instincts, but dials it back when his family's around, you know what I'm saying? But when his family isn't around, there is nothing that Daniel won't do. He tortures people for information, orchestrates the takedown of an entire military compound, and is the first character to kill a walker with no hesitation at a time where everybody still thought they were just sick people. Daniel is without a doubt my favorite character in season 1, even if his best character growth doesn't come until a bit later. As for Ophelia and Griselda, there isn't much to them. Ophelia isn't much of a character quite yet, she doesn't really do anything intentional that progresses the story, and Griselda is literally just death fodder. Gotta have at least one person in the main group die, I guess, right? Anyways though, season 1 introduces a surprising amount of characters in such a short time, but is able to make all of them really compelling. I honestly forgot how many there were at first because it always felt much smaller in scale compared to The Walking Dead proper. But much like the main show's first season, the writers really take the time to show the transition from these characters' old lives into their new lives. With Robert Kirkman helping to develop the show, you can see his character writing philosophy all over it. Like, these are very much Robert Kirkman characters, you know what I'm saying? However, the fact that this season was only 6 episodes with the second season already ordered meant that in season 1, the characters are more like baseline versions of themselves, you know what I mean? Like, we have a great foundation for each of them, but their development hasn't really started quite yet, very much like season 1 of the main show. A lot of establishing character traits, but not really doing anything with them quite yet, you know what I'm saying? Oh, by the way, Alicia's boyfriend in this season is named Matt. My name is also Matt, clearly, as you've seen on the fucking thing of this channel. Hey yo, how you doing? Hit me up. I'll be a Matt. I'll be a Doug. But now, let's get back into the plot. Like I've mentioned, the first 3 episodes depict the initial downfall of society, but once that's established, the real seasonal conflict begins. It begins to fuck my pussy. The military sets up a base in the Clark's neighborhood, and while they are getting by, there's always the need for additional aid, especially if they plan on taking back the city. While distrust of the military becomes quite prevalent, the primary conflict of the season arises when a government doctor comes in to check in on those who need medical attention. But due to a misunderstanding on Liza's part, the doctor and the military abduct these patients against their will, believing that they could be a safety risk. Among these abductees are Daniel's wife Griselda, as well as Nick, who are put in intensive care and locked in a cage respectively. In an effort to find out where their people are, Daniel finds out about Cobalt, the code name for the evacuation of military personnel from the safe zones, meaning that the people that they've put their faith in are planning to leave them for dead. Upon this revelation, the group devised a plan to get their people out of the military compound and get out of the city. The plan? Use a herd of infected to distract the military so that they can sneak in and get them out. This leads into the season finale, The Good Man, which I think is a great display of how ahead of the curve many of these characters are, while also sowing the seeds of how those who are not ahead of the curve are going to learn pretty quickly. I think we'll be up to speed shortly. The plan on its own is already pretty ballsy, especially at this point in the apocalypse where they don't even fully know how the virus works yet. Daniel leads a herd of the dead to the military compound, which is something that we've seen before in the Walking Dead universe, but never this early on in the timeline, right? Like, the fact that they discovered how easily the dead can be controlled so early is a testament to their survival instinct. On top of that, this is the first time that these characters have to fight for anything. While they have had skirmishes with the dead and disagreements with the living, they've never truly had an external human conflict like this, right? Much of the conflict of the season has been internal, which is great, but it's that internal conflict that makes us care about the character relationships and establishes why they matter so that we could totally understand how they'd be pushed to act in this external way. In that same vein, there's also a great moment that tees up Travis's character going forward. After the group reunite and plan to escape, Andrew, a soldier whom Ophelia was dating and Daniel tortured for information, appears with his gun drawn, specifically citing how he wants revenge on Daniel for what he did to him. Instead, he ends up shooting Ophelia, but this triggers Travis into a blind rage, savagely beating this guy to a pulp. When he calms down, he is horrified by his actions. After demonstrating time and time again that he does not have the balls to survive, it turns out that he did, in fact, have the balls the entire time. He just needed to be pushed to that point. This extends into the final moments of the season, in which it's revealed that Liza has been bit and is going to die. There is a great interaction with Madison here. Earlier in the season, Madison makes Liza promise that if she turns, she'll have to be the one to put her down because Travis doesn't have the balls. But now, the roles of the hypothetical are flipped, where Liza asks Madison to put her down in the very same way. Before this can happen though, Travis intervenes and finds out the truth, offering to be the one to do it. He does it, and as both the ladies predicted, it broke him. You know, as far as kill me because I got bit deaths go, this is one of the better ones in the Walking Dead universe, not because it's all that creative or original, but because of what it means for the characters, which deaths like this rarely do if you ask me. This was the first moment where Travis experiences real tragedy, and the fact that he was the one to pull the trigger truly did break him. This was the moment that he realized that the world is fucked, which brings his seasonal arc to an end, but also sets him up to become much more. To move forward though, first we need to go back for a minute and talk about one last character. While locked up in the military compound, Nick meets his cellmate, a man by the name of Victor Strand, a charming and calculated con man who seems to see the bigger picture. Strand immediately identifies Nick as a heroin addict, but also sees the potential in him and how his nature will serve to his benefit in this new world. He goes out of his way to bribe the soldiers and help Nick escape, joins up with the main group, and in the end he brings them to his beach house with the promise of a potential safe place to stay. Without getting too ahead of myself, Strand is another of my absolute favorite characters. His development throughout the show is one of the most consistent things about it, even in the shitty seasons, but in season 1 on its own, he's just a really fun character. There isn't much depth to him in the first season, but that's what makes him so intriguing. Like, you have a guy who mysteriously helps our main characters for seemingly no reason, drops cryptic quotes and sarcastic quips, and seems to know everything that's about to happen before it happens. That is a perfect recipe for a character that leaves you wanting more. Strand is a character who gets you invested within the first minute he's on screen. He's just the absolute fucking goat. The season ends with the characters reeling from their losses, with Strand's boat, the Abigail, on the literal and metaphorical horizon. Personally, I think it's a bit of a bittersweet ending in the sense that I like that we're hinting at new things in the Walking Dead universe, but at the same time, I'll definitely miss season 1's vibe. You know, it leaves the characters in a place where they all have completed arcs, but still leaves everything vague enough to where they can do a lot more with them later. You know what I'm saying? But now let's talk about something that I feel rarely gets brought up in Fear: the themes. Thematically, there is a lot going on in these 6 episodes, though I'm not sure how much of it was intentional. One of these likely unintentional themes that was very apparent to me upon this rewatch is that it very much feels like a critique on government trust and the nuances that come with that. In the early days of the virus spreading, nobody really thought anything of it. Madison herself even says that,
If there's a problem, we're gonna know about it. The authorities would tell us.
which, as we see, is very much not true. In situations like these, the government either doesn't know any more than we do, but when they do, which is usually, they will intentionally not tell the public or even downplay the events in question so as to not cause a panic, or use the narrative to control people further. For example, when they had knowledge of the virus and how it was spreading, they intentionally tried to bury evidence of it so as to not cause a panic, but it gets leaked anyways and ends up freaking people out even more. Side note, does anybody else find it really weird and really fucking funny that all of these teachers are gathered around watching a snuff video at work? Like, that's just so fucking funny to me. Anyways, this sounds like conspiracy bullshit, but this kind of stuff happens all the time, where the government manipulates the media to keep people docile. As soon as people figure out that something is going on that they aren't being told about, they become radicalized and start to act, which often finds itself in the form of civil unrest. On top of this, in times of crisis, the government will almost always protect its own assets before its people. This is literally the point of Operation Cobalt, which entails the military abandoning the different safe zones and leaving the civilians for dead because they prove to be too much of a strain on resources. Even after the collapse, Madison sees that the military are still lying to them about the nature of the virus, and Daniel doesn't trust any of what the military guys tell him because he literally grew up in a country where you could not trust the government. You know, they often say that the biggest lie of all time is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And it's situations like the one shown in Fear that display how true that statement can be. I'm all for America, fuck the government. Shout out Eminem, I'm white. The whole bit in the first video was I'm gay. The whole bit in this video is going to be I'm white. Additionally, the events of the season are a somewhat realistic depiction of what a complete societal collapse would truly look like. While they do exaggerate certain things to make it more exciting, it really does show how fragile modern civilization is and how we all seem to take that for granted. All it takes is one event, whether they be like a bomb, an EMP, or in this case, a virus, to create chaos. Chaos creates fear, which causes people to act in their own self-interest. When people stop showing up to work in favor of self-preservation, you lose the power grid, you lose the internet, running water, and access to food. Like Tobias says, when civilization ends, it ends fast. Because when shit goes down, fear will drive people to do whatever it takes to survive and revert us back to our most primal instincts. Overall, Fear Season 1 was pretty great, but similarly to The Walking Dead Season 1, it really only establishes the barest bones of what these characters will later become. But unlike The Walking Dead, it feels a lot more like a proof of concept in a lot of ways, where the stakes are rather low and the writing is much more character focused, but in ways that felt less impactful than they were probably intended to be, if that makes sense. The characters themselves are a lot more complex right off the bat than the ones from the main show, but in some ways are a little bit too complex for their own good, which can at times make them a bit harder to relate to, which I would argue is a lot more important in these early stages of the story. The story is certainly a slow burn, and I personally enjoy that aspect of it, but it's definitely not going to appeal to everybody. You know, if you're one of those people who watches The Walking Dead just to see zombies get killed, this might not be for you, but if you're invested in the story and the characters, you'll probably have a good time with it. Back in my original Walking Dead video, I said that it's not about the zombies, it's about the people, and this was certainly the philosophy behind Fear. You know, they don't go for these like crazy glamour shots and murder porn like the main show sometimes does, because this show is a character drama before it is a zombie horror show. But above all, this season just has the vibes, bro. Like I mentioned, this season really captures that calm before the storm type of vibe. And if this is the calm, then the storm is yet to come. That was fire. That was bars. That was bars. That's called motherfucking bars.
Poggers. Ladies
and gentlemen, for the very first Fear the Walking Dead video intermission segment, I would like to expose myself. You know, you guys are all used to seeing me from like, you know, the penis up, you know what I mean? Like that's usually where my camera cuts off. Editor, zoom out right now. Oh yeah, we're full body today. We're full body, baby. Let's go. Full Body Matt. That's the new movie. We're putting it out. It's called Full Body Matt. You can find that on HBO, on Tubi. It's on Freevee. It's on Tuvu. It's on Stinkle. It's on all the apps. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna go hard. 5 stars. Oscar sweep. What was the movie called? So this first intermission segment, I'm gonna do the classics. I'm gonna do the absolute hood classics. I gotta promote my shit. We gotta deal with it. I'm sorry. If you're watching this video right now and you're not subscribed, go ahead and just click the subscribe button down there. I upload like maybe once every 2 months at this fucking rate. So, you know, I'm not gonna flood your inbox. It's nothing gonna be crazy. You're just gonna get notified when there's a good quality content out there. You know, this is a good quality content only channel, my guy. I'm white. However, if you want even more MattCMG content with my dumbass fucking bullshit, go subscribe to my second channel, Matt's Meme Hole. Link is in the description, at MattCMG Memes. Also, if you use the YouTube @ thing, I don't think anybody does that. It's in the link below is my point. That's the Slop channel. It's where I'll post slop content. Streams are there frequently. Stream highlights a little bit less frequently, but also there. And, you know, I think I'm gonna start using the second channel a little bit more, just kind of like, you know, to put out like, you know, maybe, you know, moist critical-esque slop videos. You know, kind of just giving my thoughts on things in a very unscripted format. It's a good way to, like, you know, connect with the CMG Nation. You know what I'm talking about? So yeah, I'm gonna try to use the second channel a little bit more. I'm gonna try to stream a little bit more now that this video is fucking done, and I'm probably not gonna be working on a video this long for a long time. So go sub to the second channel. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be bars. But if that's somehow not enough for you, I'm on pretty much all the social medias. My handles are all right here. I'm on the Twitters. I'm on the Blueskis. I'm on the Instagrams. I'm on the other one? Yeah, that one. Whatever one I'm pointing at, that's the one. I don't know which one I'm pointing at, but it's gonna be that one. I post funny ha-has there sometimes. Maybe video updates. Yeah, real interesting. Hey guys, I'm a really interesting person. Yeah, I'm fucking retarded. More videos in the works eventually. At some point. Follow me on things. Here's season 2. So back when the show was still being developed, AMC ordered seasons 1 and 2 at the same time, so a lot about season 1's ending makes a little bit more sense now, right? You know, there were a lot of unanswered questions, and the ending may have been a bit unsatisfying to some. But that's what season 2 is for. In many ways, the second season is a vast improvement on what came before and really refined a lot of its rougher edges, but at the same time also had a lot of its own faults. Let's get into it. Season 2 picks up shortly after the end of Season 1, where after LA is bombed, the group is now sailing on Strand's boat, the Abigail. While at first their destination is unclear, they eventually head to Mexico, where Strand has a guaranteed safe zone waiting for them. But of course, it's not all smooth sailing, as the group encounters numerous problems with other groups on the water, and more importantly, with each other. Now, right off the bat, 2A does something that I absolutely love. You know, we've all had that conversation with your homies, right, where you talk about what you would do in the zombie apocalypse. And without fail, every single time, somebody always says, you know, if I was in a zombie apocalypse, I would just get on a boat and go to an island and live there. Well, guess what, fuckface? That is exactly what they do in this, and I am so glad that they did, because it is so refreshing to see a piece of zombie media that deconstructs this extremely common trope. Granted, it's not really a trope, it's more just like, you know, a zombie topic that gets done to fucking death, right? But you get the vibe. Do you know how many people have the exact same idea of going to an island? A lot. A lot of people. It's probably the most common strategy for the zombie apocalypse. Even in the Walking Dead universe, Michonne mentions this as a possible plan, and zombies don't even exist in pop culture in their universe for her to even come to that conclusion. That's just how much sense this makes to people. But because everybody has that same idea, the Fear group runs into a lot of problems with other groups. They come across an isolationist family on an island, which shows that there are a ton of disadvantages to this kind of lifestyle, and they later come into contact with other groups who had the same idea but are much more aggressive about it. As much as I like the premise of the season and a lot of the internal drama, season 2 is a pretty rough start, which is to say that it drags on a bit. I think this is definitely due to its higher episode count, where they run into a similar problem that the main show did. There are a few episodes where nothing major happens and are focused almost entirely on character drama, which, while it can be engaging, makes it feel like the overall story isn't going anywhere. Without doing like an episode by episode breakdown, this is most egregious with the second and third episodes of the season, which kind of felt like they could have been season 1 episodes, but without the season 1 vibe, if that makes any sense. Episode 2, We All Fall Down, has the group docking at an island and meeting a family who are very insistent on self-reliance. Much of the episode is spent showing the Clarks interacting with the other family and getting some world-building lore, as we slowly find out how much of a toll this solitary lifestyle has been on certain members of the family. Madison wants to convince them to come with her on the Abigail, but they refuse, instead opting to at least send the kids away for a chance at better life than what they'll get on the island. Through a series of events, Nick finds cyanide pills in the father's office, implying that he's going to, quote, Jonestown his entire family.
I think this asshole's planning on Jonestowning his whole family.
This discovery only accelerates this process, as one of the kids finds the pills and dies, so they try to take the other kid, but the older brother takes him back, the Fear crew leaves, and this is never mentioned ever again. This episode was filler in its purest sense, because nothing truly meaningful happens in it besides the literal information that the characters learn about the rest of the world, and its events are never really mentioned ever again. There's like one somewhat interesting character moment for Chris, where he takes joy in killing walkers, but this part of his character is established in other ways later on, so it can mostly be skipped. The episode just felt kind of pointless, and the least charitable interpretation is that the Fear crew came in, fucked up this family's perfectly functional survival situation, and then dipped. On the other hand, I think a more charitable interpretation has to do with one of the overall themes of the season. While season 1 also had more literal pieces of this, season 2 is very much about fearing the living. As you'll see, every single conflict that the characters face this season is directly caused by other people acting selfishly, but at the same time, Strand warns them all of the dangers of being too selfless. The one time that our crew decides to help, and they end up making things worse. In fact, it is frequently mentioned that it's probably a bad idea to help people because they could be a threat, and the example presented in this episode is an example of how this can backfire. They tried to help, but they just made things worse, and both parties would have been better off if they had just left each other alone. Even when the living are not trying to hurt you, they inevitably will. However, none of that thematic bullshit makes me like this episode anymore, because it's still a bit of a slog, as is episode 3 titled Ouroboros. While the Abigail is anchored for repairs, Daniel leads a team to go scavenging for supplies on a nearby beach. Most of the substantial stuff in this episode is in regards to the internal conflict with Strand, where Madison tries to further suss him out and eventually discovers his plan to go to Mexico. However, this is sandwiched between more of Chris's melodrama and a retread of the moral dilemma presented in the main show, neither of which are particularly interesting. Like I've mentioned, I absolutely hated Chris, and this episode was not doing him any favors. He stumbles across a survivor of a plane crash who is fatally wounded and begs for Chris to kill him. So he does. He feels bad about it at first, but this is never addressed again. I can see how this adds to his arc in a way, where killing a living person makes him seem all the more tragic and edgy, but it didn't really feel that way to me. You know what I mean? I thought it was boring and overdone. That being said, I do think it does a great job at paralleling Travis, because much like how he had to mercy kill Liza, Chris had to mercy kill this random guy, with the difference between them being that Chris didn't know this guy at all. It's a moment where he thinks he gets it, but still fundamentally misunderstands it. It, of course, being the nature of this new world. At the end of the episode, the group takes in another survivor, a woman named Alex who was looking for refuge for her burn victim friend. While Travis, Madison, and the rest want to help Alex and let her on the boat, Strand denies this as she could be a liability. Travis suggests a compromise, to which Strand says, "Fuck that," and leaves her to die. Now, before you make a decision on who you think was right or wrong here, it should be noted that these are characters from the Flight 462 minisodes, which aired weekly during commercial breaks as the first season was airing. So the reveal of these characters makes absolutely no sense to people who had not seen that. It's not a huge deal, right? It's not necessary viewing or anything, but the minisodes do help you give a shit about these characters so that you feel bad for what happens to them, which you don't get when watching just the show on its own. Your stance on this issue can change completely depending on whether or not you've seen their backstory. If you know how they got in this position, you might want to see them get help, while if you didn't, you might side with Strand and not trust her. It's a cool idea for incorporating the outside material into your show in a way that doesn't make it 100% necessary, and just goes to reinforce one of the main themes of the Walking Dead universe, which is that who we view as good or evil depends entirely on your individual perspective, which I think matters way more in Fear than it does on the main show. Anyways though, while these two episodes do have their thematic strengths, they're definitely the low points of the season. The character drama between the main cast is very interesting, but it's all split up between irrelevant, boring shit that goes nowhere. When it's good, but overall it's just a bit too slow. Season 1 is a slow burn, and I love it for that, but this was a little bit too slow. You know what I mean? I really liked the premise of the group going from island to island because it really lent itself to a lot of cool ideas, but they never seem to capitalize on those ideas and use this concept to its fullest. That being said, I think this only applies to the first 3 episodes, since after this point is where the season really finds its footing and starts to get truly good. Firstly, Alicia is instructed by Travis to use the radio to try and find other survivors who may be able to help them. In doing so, she comes into contact with a guy named Jack, and the two seem to hit it off. Strand rightfully condemns this action as being a major security risk, which on its own is part of a larger inner conflict for the season, but otherwise, this is put on the back burner for a while. That is, until the 4th episode, Blood in the Streets, where the Abigail crew are taken captive by Jack's group, revealing that Jack was partially telling the truth, but that Strand was also right about not mingling with other groups. And while I'm getting majorly ahead of myself here, it is also later revealed that the way Jack's group found the Abigail was by getting a tip from Alex, the woman who Strand left to die. This is the first instance of the group's actions coming back to bite them and reinforces the theme of 2A. It is in our nature to want to help people who are in need, but in a lawless world like this, people will use that generosity against you. And like I mentioned briefly, much of 2A involves every character becoming increasingly distrusting of Strand, and honestly, rightfully so. It seemed very suspicious that this guy essentially came out of nowhere and helped save them from the military compound, let them stay at his mansion, and then get on his yacht, and seemed to have planned for every possible contingency, yet still won't tell the others anything important and basically keeps them all on a need-to-know basis. This distrust is most prevalent in Madison and Daniel, who both see right through him. They each relate to him in very specific ways. Madison doesn't like him at first, but the two share a common belief in Nick. Daniel, on the other hand, shares no such core value and can tell from his military experience that he's hiding something. Oh, I'm gay. However, at this point in the story, Daniel has not fully revealed his hand yet, and to Strand is just a crotchety old man. I also find it quite interesting how, though these 3 characters are all very similar with their secretive natures, Madison and Daniel each discover Strand's secrets in different ways that further emphasize their relationships. Daniel figures out the plan to go to Baja on his own by snooping around and then confides this in Madison, but she's able to get a bit more out of Strand because of their more amicable relationship. Though it's extremely subtle, Strand unintentionally forms one of his greatest friendships and his greatest rivalry throughout these interactions. Alongside that, we finally get some much needed backstory on Strand, who by this point has had very little to go off of. All we know is that before the apocalypse, he was a wealthy con man who only looked out for himself, but through flashbacks in 2A, we find that this isn't necessarily true. It's revealed that before the world ended, Strand lost a ton of money and is trying to earn it all back by conning people. One of his victims is Thomas Abigail, the namesake of the boat, who sees potential in Strand as a business partner. The two get closer and their relationship becomes much more romantic in nature. They're gay. Hell yeah. Story-wise, this reveals why Strand wants to get to Mexico, but it also does wonders for his character. Before this point, he was a cool character, but without a whole lot of depth, but his backstory is the first time we see that there truly is depth to him. Much like everyone else on the boat, Strand just wants to look out for his family, which is why he's so strict about his own personal safety. He is also driven by emotion and not wanting to lose the people he loves, just like everybody else. He's just a lot better at hiding it. He makes him feel a lot more human than his harsh actions would lead you to believe. But we've gotten a bit sidetracked, so let's get back into the conflict with Jack's group, which I think is a great first human conflict for these characters to deal with. They've never had to truly fight other people in season 1, maybe save for like Andrew in the finale. So this is really the real first time that people have tried to actively kill them. As far as the action goes, they're mostly relying on letting Daniel loose, which I guess is fine, but it was also a great opportunity to see how the others would get out of the situation. Chris wants to be aggressive and fight back because he doesn't know any better. Ophelia lays low, Travis tries to stall them, and Madison tries to get into their heads. This is a great display of all their strengths and weaknesses established thus far. Eventually, the group group gets loose and manage to take out their captors with some reinforcements from Nick. However, Jack has taken Alicia back to their base to meet with their leader, a guy named Connor. And now the group needs to get her back, which of course leads into some more character stuff. While interrogating Reed, aka Jesse McCartney, aka Roxas from Kingdom Hearts, Chris gets fed up and falls for all of his taunts, so he decides to shoot him in the fucking face. Why he didn't activate his Keyblade is beyond me, but sure, whatever. Anyways, Chris has been pushed to the point where he is willing to commit murder over something so trivial, which I think is an underrated yet very important piece of his character arc. He killed this guy over basically nothing and almost lost the group their leverage, an undoubtedly stupid decision, and even though Roxas ends up turning and the plan can still work, he still killed them, and that can't be overlooked. While this is not the first person he's killed, it's the first one he's killed with angry intent, displaying how quickly he's become so far gone. Meanwhile, Alicia is playing this Jack dude like a goddamn fiddle. And I don't blame him, because Alicia is hot. She tries to get out of the situation and get back to her family, and they stop her at every opportunity, but not the same way that they do with Travis. Oh yeah, they captured Travis, by the way. I forgot to mention that. That's kind of important. I don't know why I skipped over that. Shout out Travis. Alicia is not their prisoner, as the group's leader, Connor, wants her to join them based on what Jack has told them, which kind of doesn't make any sense, because I don't know what they've conversed about to the point where he would think that she's like an asset to the community, but sure. I like that while Madison and everybody else is trying to make trades and kill people to get her back, Alicia's plan is to just sneak out by pretending to join them. She's not like Daniel or Strand, who could probably bust out guns a-blazing. She knows her own strengths lie in her intelligence and adaptability. She tricks them into accepting her in exchange for her family's safety, only to double-cross them and escape anyways. They make a trade for Travis, but Alicia makes it out on her own, showing how she is secretly one of the most capable members of the group. Also, I absolutely love the way they fucking absolutely destroy this deal by using Reed's walker to trade for Travis, making them think he's still him. This would not make any sense in any part of the Walking Dead universe, because why would the walker just be completely silent until it had a mask off? But you know what? Fuck it. Sure, I'll give it points for just being cool as shit.
How do you say asshole in Spanish?
You don't. You grin and bear it.
What the hell happened?
Someone said asshole in Spanish.
Now reunited, and after a brief conflict with the U.S. Coast Guard, or I think it's the U.S. Coast Guard, I don't know, they never make it very clear, the group eventually make their way to Mexico, where Strand reunites with Thomas, who lives in a vineyard that's run by a woman named Celia. Thomas has unfortunately been bit and is going to die, which reveals that Celia is a bit confused about the dead. She believes that the Walker virus is a religious symbol of some kind, and that the dead are still the people they once were. So by killing a Walker, you are killing the person. If you're thinking that this sounds exactly like Herschel from the main show, you would be correct.
Yeah, we did this already. That's what's so fucked up.
While I personally don't like that they rehashed this idea, I do think they play with it in an interesting enough way that I think kind of justifies it. If you recall back to the main show, there's a whole season-long debate about the barn being full of walkers, right? It's a whole thing, right? But the Fear Crew is a bit further along the whole apocalypse curve than Rick's group, so they don't hesitate in calling this out for what it is. The entire Vineyard arc only lasts for 2 episodes, and I definitely preferred that kind of pacing as opposed to the rest of 2A, which was very slow and disorganized. I appreciate that the writers seem to acknowledge, yeah, we've kind of done this before on the other show, and gave us a completely different version of the idea that doesn't string us along for 8 weeks. They very easily could have dragged this out for an entire half season, but I'm very glad that they didn't. Something the storyline does that I'm still kinda mixed on is the relationship between Celia and Nick. Like I mentioned, Celia views the dead rising again as some kind of gift from God, allowing these people to live forever, like a natural extension of life or some shit like that, right? Nick seems to kinda buy into this a little, where he entertains her delusions, and while he does acknowledge that she's kind of insane for this, he still kinda agrees with her a little bit. Like, I get that Nick is somewhat childlike and impressionable, but this is a very wild conclusion to come to after what he's seen. I've seen people saying that this felt forced and out of character for Nick, but I think it's also very clear that Nick does view this as weird. But it's a weird world, so he just embraces it. My interpretation is that he doesn't fully 100% agree with Celia. He even says as much to Madison, but he can see why she thinks the way that she does and embraces that if it means he'll survive. After discovering the guts trick earlier in the season, Nick begins to take some kind of comfort in walking amongst the dead. And his belief in Celia's ideas reaffirms the idea that he was always the Walking Dead from the start. He's just taking it a bit more literally with the guts thing. Going back to Strand, this arc humanizes him even more. Thomas's death is the first real loss that he's experienced in the apocalypse, and is subsequently the first time we see him in any real sort of emotional distress. This moment has fucked him up, and he can now relate to the other members of the Fear Crew who have all lost someone in one way or another. Strand now understands real tragedy, and this certainly affects him going forward. That's all I had to say about that. So yeah. I felt like I had more to say about that than I did. I guess I didn't. This arc also really takes the time to flesh out Daniel, who has mostly been on the back burner this season. We know from season 1 that he's fought in wars and done all kinds of immoral shit in El Salvador, but we've never really seen how this has affected him mentally. He is the first person to be suspicious of Celia and her people, and of course turns out to be correct when he finds out that they're keeping walkers. Before that revelation though, Daniel's suspicion of Celia comes from the owl symbol all over the vineyard, which he seems to recognize. This triggers flashbacks to his youth where he remembers the first person that he killed, along with hallucinations of his dead wife, who helps him realize that his first kill was actually himself, as pretentious as that sounds. Now, you guys already know how I feel about hallucinations of The Walking Dead. I think they're overdone and cliche and stupid and I hate them. This is no exception. I don't like hallucinations. However, Griselda is back, which means I have the excuse to use this sound effect again.
Griselda.
Anyways, I really like how this episode, that being the mid-season finale, brings Daniel's character to a decent end. Wherever he knew that owl symbol from, they were clearly somehow involved in how he ended up killing that man when he was a kid and sending him down the dark path that he's on now. When he killed that man in the river, something inside of him died as well. He accepts that these were the people who turned him into who he is, so he burns down the entire compound and is presumed dead for the rest of the season. While Daniel's story is not done quite yet, since spoilers, he's not actually dead, I think this would have been a decent ending to his character. He had to protect his family from the same people who turned him into a monster, preventing them from turning Ophelia into a monster as well. That all being said, it's never really explained why the owl symbol is so important to Daniel or who these people even are. Like, we know it's probably a symbol for Celia's family, but we have no clue what this has to do with what happened in El Salvador during Daniel's childhood. Like, they keep teasing this as a big symbol, but they never really explain it or talk about what it means or where it comes from or anything like that. I wonder if this was a dropped plot point that was meant to be more important or something like that, because it's weird how much emphasis they put on it only for it to amount to vague symbolism that doesn't really mean anything. But Daniel's actions extend into the second half of the season, where after the vineyard is burnt to the ground, the group is all split apart, because of course they are. We've got Nick going off on his own, Travis trying to rehabilitate Chris, and Strand, Madison, Alicia, and Ophelia off looking for a new place to survive. Let's start with Nick, who after a dedicated solo episode finds himself holed up in a place called La Colonia, where he meets a woman named Luciana and a pharmacist named Alejandro. The people of this community follow Alejandro as their leader, due in large part to their belief that he is immune to the Walker virus, which, by the way, isn't true at all, just so you know.
You lie, and I take a shoe in the nipple.
They believe that death is not something to be feared, so they embrace it through strange rituals for those on death's door. I like that this is essentially the same philosophy as Celia and her people, but is a lot more sensible because they don't view the dead as people and all that dumb shit, but they still view it as a natural part of life that should be accepted. I think it's very fitting that Nick ends up here, since the entire reason he left the vineyard to begin with was because he felt more at home with the dead, so getting this new perspective after almost dying in the desert seems to kick him out of this mindset. My issue with La Colonia's views on the dead is that timeline-wise, it's only been like a month into the apocalypse, but people are somehow already developing weird religious rituals about them. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I don't know if I could buy that kind of thing would happen this early on in the apocalypse, but maybe I'm fucking dumb and stupid and gay and fucking dumb and gay and dumb and fucking dumb and dumb and gay and dumb. It's during Nick's solo episode, the mid-season premiere, that we also get a little more backstory on him. I like to call this episode Nick Alone because it's basically the same premise as Zuko Alone from Avatar, where it's a solo episode told in a present-day story interspersed with flashbacks. Anyways though, through these flashbacks, we see a Nick... I almost said the N-word. Anyways, through these flashbacks, we see a bit about Nick's time in rehab. We see how he meets Gloria, who was the first Walker in the series, but more importantly is that we learn more about Nick's father and their relationship. As it turns out, Nick felt that his father was neglectful to some degree, meaning their relationship was a bit strained. This also hints at Mr. Clark's depression, which becomes key a bit later. Now let's get to later. Wait, no, this is not later. Later is later. Now is not later. What am I doing? Later, Madison comes to visit Nick in rehab, where she breaks the news that his father died in a car accident. This destroys him, because even though he and his father were pretty distant, his time in rehab with Gloria made him want to mend that relationship, but now he can't. The flashback then brings us all the way back to the beginning of the show, where Nick and Gloria are in the church preparing to shoot up, where there is a bit of a disturbing implication. It seems as though Nick, still reeling from his father's death, wants to take his own life and plans to do so by overdosing. But considering he wakes up fine and finds Gloria dead, the implication is that their needles must have gotten switched somehow, so the lethal dose that was supposed to go to him went to her instead. This further emphasizes this strange relationship that Nick has with the dead. He somehow manages to keep avoiding it even when he wants to die, and the present day story shows that he feels safer walking amongst the dead than he does mingling with the living. This episode does a masterful job in making Nick a full-fledged character with depth and all of that, since before this point he was treated more as a meaningful supporting character. This episode really gave him that main character energy, which I think is what season 1 tried to do to some degree, but that concept was ultimately lost in everything else the first season was trying to do. This was the first episode of season to that I was truly fully engaged in, which isn't to say that 2A was bad, but the strength of the character writing that this show has to offer was really put on display here. This was what made Nick the GOAT. But back to the rest of it, Nick befriends Alejandro due to their mutual interest in pharmaceuticals, and the two begin planning to increase their opium supply for trade with another nearby community. This community is a gang that operates a grocery store where people can trade for various supplies, and they have a deal with La Colonia where they give them medical supplies in exchange for water and whatever else they need. This becomes a problem though when one of their supply run guys tries to escape La Colonia, causing them to miss their deadline and angering the gang members, who now plan to attack. Honestly, I thought this was a pretty lame conflict. Granted, I don't think it was truly meant to be like a big war or anything like that. So the gang members show up, right? But Nick convinces everybody to leave and find somewhere else, and they all just get killed by the walkers guarding the wall. It was kind of lackluster, and it just wasn't really the vibe. Like, there wasn't much build up to these people as villains. Like, they aren't really like characters. They just feel like dudes who show up and then die. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel like it matters. It's weird. I'm also not huge on the solution being to just leave. That just kind of feels a little bit lame. I don't know, kind of cringe. But we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, so let's backtrack a bit. Hey guys, it's me, Metroid. I'm backtracking. Haha. Whoa guys, it's me, Castlevania. I'm backtracking. Hey guys, it's me, Hollow Knight. I'm backtracking. Metroidvanias. Shout out Metroidvania. I'm autistic. Obama. The rest of the Fear group, consisting of Madison, Alicia, Ophelia, and Strand, come across a hotel that they believe could be a good place to build a community, and luckily they find other survivors willing to make it work. Before this, however, Ophelia takes the truck and goes missing, and she goes off on her own for a bit. It's here that we get our first real exploration of her character, since before this she was just kinda there for a while. With her mother dead and her father currently out of the picture, we find that Ophelia has never really been able to become her own person because she's always felt so indebted to her parents. Through a flashback, we find that she was briefly engaged to a dude she seemed to really like, but to be with him she'd have to move away from her parents, which she was unwilling to do. She gave up a chance at starting her own family because she felt so guilty about leaving her current family. Now that she's on her own, she has to contemplate how she even functions going forward. I like the premise of this, but it's basically put on the back burner until season 3, so put a pin in that, we'll get back to it later. Back at the hotel, we learn a little bit about how everybody ended up there. A group of Americans came to this hotel for a wedding, but society collapsed soon after, leaving them stranded. The hotel's manager, Elena, tried to contain the outbreak by locking the wedding-goers inside to die, but both parties ended up staying at the hotel while constantly avoiding each other. Madison and Alicia broker a peace between them, leading to the foundation of the hotel community. I don't give a shit about this. Maybe it's just because I know the hotel isn't gonna matter in the future, but I just could not convince myself to care about any of these characters. That being said, the hotel arc does do a great job at further characterizing Madison, Alicia, and Strand. While Alicia proves herself as a badass survivor, Madison and Strand discuss Madison's past. In case it wasn't clear to you by now, Travis is of course not Nick and Alicia's father, so we finally get to learn more about Mr. Clark and why he isn't in the picture. Which I guess we kind of know already why he isn't in the picture because of the Nick flashback. I didn't write this very intelligently, clearly. Madison explains that her husband was killed in a car crash, which we learned about through Nick's flashback earlier, but what we didn't know were the finer details. Nick and Alicia were told that he fell asleep at the wheel, when in reality, it was intentional and he killed himself. Suicide! The reason that Madison kept this information was because she fears that that same darkness might be in her kids, and based on Nick's flashbacks, she isn't exactly wrong to think that. After seeing Alicia's will to live, Madison tells her the truth, but still decides to keep it from Nick. Granted, the two haven't interacted in weeks, but you know what I mean. She has stated before that Nick is very similar to his father, so if he knew the truth, then he might have history repeat itself. And not to repeat myself, but this actually makes a lot of sense considering the fascination that Nick has with the dead, constantly going into herds and all of that gross shit. But even before this, his constant drug binges show that he always likes to dance with death. If he knew that this kind of darkness was in him, he might just take things a little too far. That being said, it's also shown that Nick has an appreciation for life. He has a childlike innocence to him as seen all throughout the season, where he can often be seen helping and befriending children. Nick is a good kid at heart, which is a very important thing to establish since, like I've mentioned, the original plan for the show was for Madison to become the villain against her own children. Nick keeps finding ways to stay positive and remain a good person despite his circumstances, while Madison is shown to have no such proclivities, which is only reinforced as the season progresses. Without getting too ahead of things, when Madison tries to do the right thing and play by the rules, she finds that the rules just make things more complicated. But speaking of children, during this arc is where we start to get a lot deeper into Chris's character, which extends into the rest of the season. After the death of his mother, Chris goes full-on emo mode, and he struggles with this throughout the majority of 2A. This manifests itself through angry outbursts and freezing up during times of stress, which starts to scare Alicia and Madison, who fear that he might actually try to harm them. While he claims that he doesn't want to, 2, it's clear that there's also something going on wrong with him more than that. So, I'm gay. I don't know why I mentioned this. After a misunderstanding, Chris runs away from Celia's estate, and Travis chases and eventually finds him, and the two go off on their own for a while. Throughout 2B, it becomes clear that Chris is starting to adapt to this new post-apocalyptic world, but that isn't necessarily a good thing because he's still very impulsive and makes very rash decisions.
I can protect myself, you know that. I'm good at this.
That's what worries me.
This is only exacerbated when they come across a group of American frat dudes, Brandon, Derek, and James, who start to take a liking to Chris, but Travis sees them as dangerous and would rather protect his son on his own. Through a series of events, James is shot in the leg and is saved by Travis, but he needs time to heal, so they'll need to stay put for a while. The other frat dudes don't seem to like that very much because they want to keep moving, but Travis defends the kid because it's just the right thing to do. See, the frat dudes have absolutely no qualms with putting down their own friends like animals if it means less trouble for them, so they plan to kill James while Travis aims to help him get better. Chris takes the side of the frat dudes, and I think this perfectly shows the dichotomy of Chris and Travis. Throughout the season, both of them have adapted quite a lot to the apocalypse. They're both willing to do fucked things if it keeps them alive, but the difference is that Travis is still holding on to his humanity, while Chris seems to be losing his grip on it. Travis will save the life of a guy who he doesn't even like, while Chris will put his own friend down like a dying animal without a second thought. It also begs the question of how much of this darkness was already inside of Chris to begin with. Was he always a sociopath like this and has just been repressing it, or did the apocalypse genuinely change him? It's a question that doesn't quite have a clear answer, but if there was one, it'd definitely be somewhere in the middle. Despite Travis's best efforts though, Brandon ends up killing James, which Travis is pissed about.
Oh, pissed off.
He and the frat dudes want nothing to do with each other, but Chris feels like he's better off with them than with his father. Though Travis tries to convince him to stay with him, Chris ultimately chooses Brandon and Derek and goes off to survive with them. This just serves to break him even further because now his own son wants nothing to do with him when he's the one person that he's trying to keep safe. Fast forward a bit and Travis eventually finds Madison at the hotel, but not long after this, Brandon and Derek arrive as well, without Chris. It's pretty clear that something fucked happened, and we eventually get the true story. In a flashback, it's revealed that the group got into a car accident in which Chris was injured, and instead of trying to save him, they just killed him and put him out of his misery just like they did to James. Chris is dead, and there are some things I like about it, some things I don't. Firstly, what I liked. I remember not really caring much for Travis when I first watched this when it came out, but upon a rewatch, I think he might be one of my favorite characters out of the early cast. His arc is extremely tragic, but also very impactful. He begins the show as a well-meaning people person and is clearly the one with the most trouble adapting throughout season 1. After he put down Liza, something broke in him. He realized that he's not going to be able to friendly his way out of situations, that he's going to need to do some dark shit if he wants to live. There's a scene in season 1 where Travis is teaching his English class with the key takeaway from his lesson being that man has a natural instinct to survive.
But nature always wins.
As hard as he tried to keep the values of the old world intact, the rules of the new world still prevailed. In order for Travis to become a survivor, he needed to lose everything. Say what you will about the frat dudes, but they were living as nature intended to some degree, but that also involved a level of savagery that just wouldn't fly in the old world, which is part of what makes them so reprehensible, but also what makes them survivors. By having Chris die in such a meaningless way at the hands of a bunch of guys who were just doing as nature intended, it destroys any semblance of the old world that might still be within Travis. In order for him to truly accept this new world, he had to lose everything that tethered him to the old world. That all being said, I'm not a huge fan of the way the writers killed off Chris. It's another one of those things where it technically happened off screen until it's retroactively shown to us later, and I'm just not a huge fan of that kind of thing. I hated it when they did it with Bob, Carl, and Rosita on the main show, and I hated it here too. I also don't like that this important character is killed in such a way where none of the main characters are there to see it, right? Like, while it is realistic on some level, in The Walking Dead, I think there needs to be important characters present for other important characters' deaths. You know what I mean? Like, this would be like if the Glenn Dumpster thing happened, except that's actually how he died, right? Like, it would suck balls, and I think the same applies to Chris's death. That being said, the realism of it is also just so appealing. Like, he doesn't go out fighting, he isn't doing anything extravagant or even all that interesting. It was just an accident. Sometimes shit just happens and people die meaningless deaths. It really goes to show how one of Fear's greatest traits in its early seasons was how it was capable of being raw and unpredictable. When Travis learns the truth about Chris's death, he completely snaps. He savagely beats Brandon and Derek to death and even hurts one of the hotel staff guys, and though Madison and the others try to intervene, it was already too late. Because of Madison's own rule about kicking people out who commit violence, Travis needs to leave the hotel, and Madison and Alicia decide to go with him. This is by far one of the highlights of season 2, and maybe even the early seasons in general. After trying time and time again to hold on to his humanity, Travis finally breaks. While totally justified given the context, Travis is now a killer, which was a line he did not want to cross. But what I find interesting about this when compared to, say, Rick Grimes, is that Rick and plenty of other characters only started killing people when they absolutely had to, while Travis did this out of pure anger and emotion. His sadness and rage became too much for him to control, and nature decided to take hold. Like he said at the very beginning, nature always wins. On top of this, Madison leaving the very community that she helped build because of a rule that she put in place is super ironic. Her entire goal was to create a place where people can be safe, but her own boyfriend is the one that proves that this is just not the case. It also reaffirms that the dead are not the real threat. In a literal sense, we've seen how the Fear crew are able to deal with the infected without direct confrontation, such as leading the herd off the pier. But at the same time, we see that even when the dead are not even present, other people are very much still a major threat, both in and outside the safety of the community. Madison loses the very place that she built because people intermingled in the wrong way, reaffirming the theme of season 2, which is that the living are also something to fear.
Oh, that's why they call it that.
The season ends with the Clarks on their way to find Nick, who is helping the remaining members of La Colonia relocate to a military base that they believe is safe. It turns out this place is not safe at all, and these soldiers are super aggressive and probably racist.
That's gotta be racist. There's no way.
We end with Nick and Luciana being captured, Madison's group walking right into the same fate, and Ophelia meeting an old man at the border who we would later come to know as Jeremiah Otto. While this finale does a much better job at setting up the next season than I remember, it was also a bit underwhelming as far as Walking Dead season finales go. You know, a lot happens in this episode when you really get down to it, but it doesn't feel like a lot happens, you know? Like, aside from the evacuation of La Colonia and the promise of a new threat, it just doesn't feel very conclusive. You know, the big cliffhanger is finding out what happened to Nick and Luciana, but I don't know, something about it just didn't feel as engaging to me as it probably should have been. I think part of that is also due to the fact that Luciana as a character just isn't all that interesting here. Like, there's not much depth to her, she's not really doing a whole lot going on. I didn't really talk about her very much earlier because there's just not a whole lot to her, you know what I mean? Like, sorry to Luciana, she's kind of cool, but like, though I'm sure there's definitely something to be said about Luciana and like her relation to Faith. I'm sure that's like a big tight beat. This part of the video is not scripted in case you couldn't tell. Thematically is where the season truly shines though. Season 1 was about fearing the dead, but like I've been saying, season 2 is about fearing the living, whether they're trying to kill you or not. The season begins with the crew trying to help people, but being told that that's a bad idea. They then witness firsthand how this can be a bad idea, as they don't yet understand that the apocalypse has pushed people to extremes that they naively haven't considered yet. Once they get to Mexico, they are welcomed with open arms, but quickly find that to make things work, they need to abide by some bizarre rules that they don't quite agree with, displaying how people are capable of putting their ideals aside in order to survive. And alternatively, how those ideals can be twisted and make people psychotic. This is something the group denies for the longest time, with Madison's no violence rule at the hotel being a prime example, yet even then, her own rules work against her, showing that even people who trust you will turn on you when their safety is questioned. Everyone is out for the same thing, and most will do anything to attain it, including harming others who get in their way. The apocalypse displays that everybody has a capacity for evil, even the ones who promise that they would never be pushed to that point. To kill the monster, you become the monster. Overall though, while season 2 had a few hiccups in the first half, I think the second half really saves it with how it really takes the time to explore these characters on an individual level. This is one of the biggest strengths of the first season in my opinion, and it was seemingly lost a bit in the early episodes of season 2. But once it finds its footing, the character drama becomes really engaging and is much more thematically strong than its predecessor. That was all I had to say apparently for the conclusion segment of that. I don't know if I thought I had more than that. But sure, I'm gay.
I want you to see my face. You go away, I work so hard. I don't have time to start all over. What did she say? What you say?
Whoa! Intermission number 2, baby! So for this intermission segment, I want to talk about a very popular fan theory within the Fear the Walking Dead, kind of general Walking Dead fandom, but it is the Madison becomes Alpha theory. During the first few seasons of Fear, fans speculated that Madison would eventually become Alpha, and then merge onto the main show when they got to the Whisperer arc. Now there is some credence to this theory in the sense that Madison and Alpha are both women. that's kind of it. But no, the real evidence is that a lot of people point to the fact that Madison was a lot further along on the whole apocalypse curve. She's very animalistic in the sense that she's out to protect her kids and nothing else. That's her main goal, which is very like, you know, mama bear type beat. It's a very primal type thing, you know what I mean? And people kind of apply that to Alpha as well, because Alpha is a return to monkey type beat, you know what I'm talking about. The other piece of evidence is that Nick very early on discovered the guts trick where walkers wouldn't touch you if you're covered in walker guts and you smelled like a walker, which is something that pretty much everybody in the main group did at some point or another during the first 3 seasons. The theory was that Madison would see that Nick was doing this and continue doing it and take it even further, just take it to its furthest possible extent and literally disguise yourself as a walker and walk amongst the dead, which is something that Nick was already doing. So by the time, you know, over the years as time went on, they got to the Whisperer arc on the main show, things would have been, she would have gotten way too far gone. That being said, I don't think this theory really makes that much sense in the grander scheme of things, since there's really only like 2 pieces of like tangentially related evidence for it. Because, you know, look at their characters, right? You know, Alpha in the comics at least was an absolute fucking psychopath. She just allowed the rest of the Whisperers to just violently rape Lydia like multiple times. This is like a plot point in the comic. With the way that Madison had been characterized in the show up until that point, there was absolutely no way that she would endanger her kids like this in any way, shape, or form. So I think this theory kind of doesn't really work. Granted, when Alpha was introduced on the main show, she was toned down very heavily. There was no rape or sexual assault or anything like that. It was just like, oh, I beat my kids sometimes, and that's kind of the extent of it. And obviously there was no saying that they couldn't at some point just change the way Alpha would have been in the show if they decided to go down the whole Madison becomes Alpha route, but I clearly don't think they were going to do that, since they were very upfront about the fact that this show would not cross over with the other show. So I don't know, I thought it was a fun theory. It's a nice little time capsule. There's a lot of cool fan art out there about the idea. It's a cool idea, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really make any sense. But I think it was worth mentioning because it's, you know, it's fear adjacent, and I think I'd be crazy if I didn't mention it. I'm white. And now we get to season 3, which is by far the best season of Fear the Walking Dead, and quite possibly the entire Walking Dead universe. Bold claim, I know, and I might be exaggerating a bit, but season 3 is without a doubt peak Fear the Walking Dead. Yo, this is peak. I'm not even gonna front load you guys with like any other bullshit like I usually do, because I really just want to get right into this one. Let's just jump into it. Hey guys, fill up the fuck ass here. Let's just jump into it. And no, I think for this segment, I'm gonna slick my hair back like Nick. Oh yeah. Oh. Do I look straighter or gayer like this? I don't know. We'll find out. Not gonna lie, this video is like 2% of the reason I grew my hair out. The other 98% is because it hides the fact that I'm receding. A little throwback. Let's keep the receding hairline. A little receding hairline throwback. The season picks up not too long from where we left off, with the Clarks still on their way to find Nick. In the process, they encounter the same military group that took him and Luciana and are captured themselves. Travis finds Nick, while Alicia and Madison are met by Troy Otto, who, as we'll later learn, is the psychotic heir to Broke Jaw Ranch. Through a series of events, the group are able to make a deal with the military group and are taken to the ranch as a potential new safe haven. The main conflict kicks into gear when the helicopter carrying Travis, Alicia, and Luciana is shot down by the local indigenous people, who want to take their land back from the Otto family, which surprisingly prompts more internal conflict than external. This premiere episode goes pretty fucking hard, and I think it is the perfect demonstration of how quickly the Clark family have all adapted to the apocalypse. Madison and Alicia show how they are able to manipulate and use violence if necessary, while Travis and Nick are able to read the situation and think of a plan to get out completely on the fly. Like, dude, Madison low-key brings an entire military to their knees just with a fucking spoon. That is badassery right there, dude. Then we got Travis going absolutely sicko mode and willing to die for his family. Everybody's the MVP in this episode, and it establishes who these characters were always intended to be. The first 2 seasons spent a lot of time setting them up and getting them to this point, which some fans are right to point out was a bit slow, but we're now at the true beginning of their story, where Dave Erickson and the writers can finally go as balls to the wall as they've wanted. And let me tell ya, they fucking do. On top of this, the primary conflict of the episode centers around these military guys executing Mexicans to use as test subjects for their experiments on the infected. This sets the groundwork for this group, but specifically Troy, not being all that trustworthy, as they are not only racist, but sociopathic and still somehow clinging to the old world American ideals. A lot of these events end up not really mattering in the grand scheme of things, but it does a great job at setting the stage for what awaits at the ranch. Eventually, the dead find their way to the military base and force everybody to evacuate. This event unfortunately leads to the death death of Travis, and personally, I'm not too sure how I feel about it. Throughout season 2, he had become one of my favorite characters with probably the best arc, and I love that throughout the premiere, we can really see just how much he's changed. He is now a capable survivor and is willing to do far worse things than he originally was in order to protect his family. He's come a long way in accepting the apocalypse, right? The premiere gave us a great version of the character that I was excited to see more of. But then, in the very first scene of episode 2, Travis is fatally shot by an at the time unknown enemy and falls to his death in the middle of the desert. We had just gotten peak Travis, and now he's gone so suddenly, and I would argue a bit unceremoniously. I guess that last part runs in the family. Well, I can see how this would be realistic, since if this were a real situation, nobody would have plot armor and would be subject to die at any minute. I also think there's a bit of missed potential here. Like, just imagine all of the interesting stuff they could have done and how differently the season would have played out if Travis was still around. Apparently, Dave Erickson originally planned for Travis to live a lot longer until the end of the season, but was forced to kill him off earlier due to Cliff Curtis having scheduling conflicts with Avatar. Not Last Airbender Avatar, because he was also in that, but Blue People Avatar. The Na'vi, Jake Sully, real. I personally would have loved to see how he would have worked in season 3, but I guess it is what it is. The thing that irks me the most about Travis's death, though, isn't how sudden and unceremonious it is, but rather the fact that it kinda means nothing, which is a bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it is very much in line with the theming of the show that even the best survivors can die at a moment's notice, but at the same time, Travis's death means basically nothing to the other characters past a few episodes. He is seemingly forgotten about after the first half, which is kinda lame since it would make so much more sense for it to be brought up in 3B. That being said, this event is also the powder keg that sets off the primary conflict of the season, as well as Madison's character arc, in which she becomes the best version of the character. So I can't be too mad about it. The majority of the season takes place at Brokejaw Ranch, a community of doomsday preppers led by Jeremiah Otto, along with his 2 sons, Jake and Troy. Madison's family takes refuge at this community, but soon finds that they are not particularly welcome there due to being outsiders, so Madison and Nick try to get close to Jeremiah in order to ensure their survival. Madison claims that they will make this place their home, even if they have to take it over, and I absolutely love that. So far, the season is really channeling those Walking Dead Season 5 vibes, with the 2 season premieres being very similar in premise, and with the rest of Fear Season 3 feeling very much like the Alexandria arc of Walking Dead Season 5. It is the same concept, but done entirely differently, and I don't mind that one bit. In fact, I welcome it, because the Alexandria arc is one of the best in Walking Dead's history, so it stands to reason that such a similar concept is one of the best arcs in Fear's history. Probably the best, low-key. But now, let's get into the antagonists. Jeremiah Otto is one of the best characters introduced this season, and not to spoil anything, but it's kind of a shame he isn't around for too long. He seems like a nice enough guy at first, where he lets the Clarks stay at the ranch and all that, but with every subsequent scene he's in, we keep seeing a darker and darker side of him. For example, when Madison is crying over Travis's death, Jeremiah comes to offer his condolences, but he also knows that she stole one of their guns and asks her to simply sign for it. This shows that he has the potential to be kind, but is also very observant and cautious to a fault, as if that wasn't obvious enough by the fact that he's a literal fucking doomsday prepper. Through that, we also discover that he's not as nice as he seems, with Madison finding old footage of him physically and emotionally abusing his entire family. On top of this, his racism also shines through at times, where he is apprehensive of helping Luciana, and is later revealed that he could have helped Ophelia, but decided not to because she was Mexican. Which I don't even think Ophelia is canonically Mexican. I think she's El Salvadorian, but, you know, Hispanics, sure.
Brown people.
You know, he's kind of a piece of shit, but aside from the racism, you can understand his perspective on a lot of his actions. He is simply just trying to do what's right for the survival of his family, his people, and his ranch. But what he thinks is right is often very callous and harsh. And racist. He's the antagonist of 3A, but it's kind of hard to call him a villain when so many of his actions can be justified in one way or another. Well, maybe not the racism, but you get the idea. That would have been so awesome if he just dropped the hard R. On a different note though, I completely forgot how early on they introduced Troy, who is a bit more ambiguous than his father. You know, sometimes he's an antagonist, other times he's cool with our protagonist, which is precisely what makes him so interesting. At first he seems like a nice enough guy just doing his job, but we soon find out that he's absolutely batshit crazy. First we see that he's been killing innocent people as part of his experiments on the turning process, which is seemingly also an excuse to kill brown people.
Brown people.
And throughout the season, he continues to do all sorts of unhinged shit. We learn bits and pieces about his past over the course of the season, and it's some of the most interesting shit in the Walking Dead universe. He came from a broken home with his mother being abused by his father, and he was too socially inept to go to regular school, so he spent all of his time on the ranch growing up. He grew up with zero real-world social skills under the tutelage of his asshole father, so of course he grew up to become a complete fucking psycho. A sympathetic psycho, mind you, but a psycho nonetheless. While he shares many traits with his father, you can understand Troy on a much more human level because unlike unlike Jeremiah, Troy was a victim of abuse. We realistically should have no reason to like him because he has all of his father's negative qualities and very few redeeming ones, but he still manages to be sympathetic and interesting to watch. What's also made immediately clear in his first appearance, though, is that he definitely has a thing for Madison. While at first it appears romantic, like he has a mommy fetish or something, as we learn more about him and the two interact more, we see that it's actually more of a mother-son kind of thing. Like, he genuinely desires the comfort of a mother. Dude's got major mommy issues, and I think he sees a bit of his mother in Madison. He's got some Homelander vibes, feel me? The guy's a little bit fucking weird, but that is exactly what makes him perfect for the zombie apocalypse and one of the greatest characters in the Walking Dead universe. Rounding out the Otto family is Jake Otto, Jeremiah's older son and Troy's older brother. He's pretty much the good guy of the family because he is almost nothing like the others. While Jeremiah and Troy are vengeful assholes, Jake is well-educated, forgiving, and ultimately a pretty nice guy. However, this also makes him a bit of a pushover because he simply just cannot make hard decisions. Whether or not their actions are always the right thing to do, the other Ottos are firm and decisive, while Jake is the exact opposite. He always wants to find the most peaceful solution, but as more conflict arises, he realizes that a peaceful solution is not always possible. There isn't really much to him other than that, but his existence serves as the foundation for Alicia's arc. Jake and Alicia begin forming a romantic relationship, but it's somewhat unclear as to if she genuinely likes him or if she's subconsciously doing this to get into the Otto's inner circle and influence things through Jake. Personally, I think it's a bit of both. While Madison did tell her kids to connect with the audios? We're the iPod brothers. I'm Clickwheel and I'm Headphone. While Madison did tell her kids to connect with the Ottos to make the ranch better, Alicia did seem to genuinely like Jake to some degree, though to what degree is left a bit ambiguous. At her core, Alicia agrees with Jake's philosophy of brokering peace with the natives and finding a better solution, but even she can tell that he's a bit weak-willed in actually getting things done, which makes him rather easy to manipulate. They are very similar, but Alicia has the decisiveness that Jake lacks and is able to put her naivete aside in order to actually be decisive. Both understand that they need to act, but only one of them has the balls to actually do it. And it ain't the one that actually has balls, I'll tell you that. But I have gotten somewhat ahead of myself, so let's get back into the story. The group eventually find out that it was the local Native Americans that shot down the helicopter as part of a decades-long feud between the Ottos and the Walkers. Not the zombie walkers, but this guy, Kalataka Walker, who believes that the Ottos have taken land that rightfully belongs to the natives. They want their land back, but Jeremiah refuses to comply, partly because he had already won several legal battles about it before the world ended, and partly because he's racist as fuck. Taka's people eventually give the ranchers an ultimatum. Either they leave the area and give the land back, or they go to war. Jeremiah wants war because he's old, stubborn, and racist, while Madison's people believe that there is some way to make peace. But this isn't some preachy, let's all sing Kumbaya type shit, because Madison also knows that the only way to truly bring peace is through violence. I'm so violent! I'm so violent! I love killing! I think that this whole conflict really exemplifies everything that makes Fear so great, which is that it is filled to the brim with moral ambiguity. I know that term gets thrown around a lot without people actually caring about what it means, but bear with me here as I promise I won't be a cliche bastard. I'm already being a cliche bastard, but we're gonna be more of one. Hey guys, homo style. We're going homo style. Giggity. The whole debate about whose land the ranch is truly on is extremely nuanced, and regardless of which side you're personally on, the writing truly does give each side a very valid point, even though they're kind of biased in a particular direction. The Ottos may have purchased land back in the day and won all of these legal disputes, but the old rules don't really apply anymore, which is also one of Jake's fatal flaws. Taka's people may be entitled to that land, but so are all of the other people who live there who had nothing to do with taking it in the first place. On top of that, neither side handles the conflict particularly well, with each of them committing acts of violence against the other, and even against themselves just to prove a point. For instance, when Vernon, one of Jeremiah's closest friends who helped build the ranch, takes his family and leaves to escape Taka's threats, they are found dead not long after. Upon investigation, it's clear that this was not the work of the natives, and is later revealed to be Troy's doing. Troy killed them to frame Taka and influence his father to go to war, and to scare the other ranchers into staying. He killed his own people to justify killing other people. Jake tries to keep things civil, but that continues to be a problem as more violence from both sides keeps throwing a wrench into things. On top of this, Nick learns that Jeremiah lied to him about the founding of the ranch. He was told that it was a peaceful agreement, but later discovers that Jeremiah and the other founders murdered the leaders of the nation and took the land by force. The entire ranch was founded by violence, so it seems like the only way to take it back is through even more violence. While the nation and the Ottos are both at fault, one is clearly a bit worse than the other, with Jeremiah having very unreasonable demands founded on his prejudice. So while the writing is a bit biased toward Taka, they also do make it clear that he's not entirely innocent either. Madison's involvement adds on an entirely new layer to this though, where she simultaneously wants revenge on Taka and his people for killing Travis, but also wants to stay at the ranch to keep her kids safe. She comes to the conclusion that Jeremiah is in the wrong, but must also make peace with the people who killed her husband. In doing this, she sometimes sides with the wrong people, but for the right reasons. She sides with Troy and perpetuates his lie about the death of Vernon's family, not because she agrees with what he did, but because it's better for the ranch if everybody is together and afraid of leaving. When she finds out that Ophelia has been living with Tonka's group, she feels a little bit bad about attacking them since the two were obviously friends, but Madison turns on her when she poisons the soldiers, which I don't think Daniel would be too approving of. She tries to make peace with Taka by offering him his people's remains, but when he refuses, she decides that it's best to kill Jeremiah despite everything he's done to help her and her family. He took them in when he really didn't have to, and even let her become somewhat of an advisor to him despite only being there for like a fucking week. I mean, I think friends might be a bit of a strong word for their relationship, but they were cool with each other is my point. The fact that her loyalty can switch so quickly when the context of the situation changes is a massive survival advantage and further cements her as somebody who will do anything for her kids, but it's also a bit of a red flag by raising the question of who else she might be capable of betraying. But above all else, Madison looks out for her own, so she gives Jeremiah the option to kill himself to prevent the war. He refuses because he's a stubborn, racist drunk, so Madison tries to do it herself. But then Nick busts in and does it before she can, which is also filled to the brim with symbolism and thematic relevance. Earlier in the season, Madison reveals that, as a child, she murdered her own father for being an abusive drunk, so it's likely that Nick killed Jeremiah to prevent her from having to do it again. I think Nick was also very fed up with Jeremiah's lies, where he kept feeding him half-truths about the situation. You know, the two bond over the story of the ranch's founding, but when we learn that the story is much darker than presented, Nick becomes a lot more cautious of him. I think it's fitting that Nick kills Jeremiah with the same gun that started this whole conflict, which was given to him as a gift for helping repair the burnt building. And on top of that, I also think Nick was the first to pick up on the fact that Jeremiah was racist, since his people were very insistent on killing Luciana instead of helping her, and based on the way they treated her, it's clear that they weren't too fond of Mexicans.
Brown people.
And the cherry on top of all of that is that Nick kills Jeremiah mid-sentence as he tells him that the reason he likes Madison so much is because she's just like... We don't know what he's about to say, but it's likely that he was going to say me, because yeah, Madison and Jeremiah have a lot in common and narratively are great parallels to each other. In fact, the Ottos and the Clarks are direct parallels of each other, and it's not very subtle. Alicia and Jake are both the studious, good kids of the family. Nick and Troy are the bad kids that are a bit misunderstood, while Madison and Jeremiah are the single parents with dark pasts. But the difference between them is that Madison loves both of her kids unconditionally and will do anything for them, while Jeremiah clearly states that he thinks Jake is a pussy and that Troy is just like him, which is also to say a bitter, angry asshole. Jeremiah is exactly what Madison would have become in the apocalypse had she also not been a victim and survivor in her own life. The irony of Jeremiah being a prepper is that he can prepare for any apocalypse the world throws at him, but the ones who are truly going to survive are the ones who are already survivors.
Samoan babies that can run fast. I mean, that's what's going to survive.
Jeremiah was physically prepared, but Madison was mentally prepared, which is why she lives, but he dies. On a base level, they're the same, but the difference is that they each give in to their darkness in different ways. The conflict ends with Madison delivering Jeremiah's head to Taka, officially brokering a peace between them. The natives now have their land back and the ranchers get to stay, with the two groups merging into one to live on the ranch. This leads to a whole new set of problems though, where these two groups still don't get along, so now they need to create peace once more, but this time it falls on Nick and Alicia.
Meanwhile,
while the Clarks are dealing with the Ottos during 3A, we also check back up on Strand, who is still living at the hotel, but because their doctor was killed by Travis last season, Strand gets caught in a lie and takes up the mantle. It became clear to everybody that sooner or later, somebody was going to figure out that he wasn't actually a doctor, so he is kicked out.
I'm not impersonating a doctor, I'm pretending to be one.
His new plan is to find his old business partner, Dante, who owns a nearby dam. Things go south though when Strand is held prisoner until he is rescued by, boom, big reveal, Daniel, who is still alive and kicking. This is explored in the subsequent episode, where we find out where he's been since the vineyard and a little bit more about his shady past. Nothing too remarkable happens in the episode, but it ends with Daniel taking control of the dam and saving Strand's life. However, this also plays on something that was established in Season 2, which is that Daniel does not like Strand at all and doesn't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth. These suspicions are confirmed when Strand offers to take Daniel to Ophelia at the hotel, which he only says in a panic to save his own skin, but as we the audience know, this is not true. Ophelia left on her own a while ago and is now living with Taka. He tries to give himself an out by saying, oh, there's a chance she's already left, which just makes Daniel even more suspicious. When it's confirmed that he was lying the entire time, Daniel leaves Strand for dead, beginning one of the harshest rivalries in the entire show. While the two never really did like each other, if Strand had just been honest about what happened to Ophelia, Daniel would probably still have helped him. He'd definitely be angry that he let his daughter go off on her own and possibly die, but I think he'd respect the honesty from him, you know? It also demonstrates something that wasn't wasn't always obvious in the first 2 seasons, which is that Strand is a pathological liar. In seasons 1 and 2, he does lie to people, but he is only shown doing it when he deems it necessary. But in this interaction with Daniel, he continues to lie despite having absolutely no reason to. This is also the first major instance of Strand's lies getting him into worse trouble than he would have gotten into had he just told the truth. All he knows are lies because that's the one thing that hasn't failed him so far, but this time, it has failed him, permanently alienating somebody who could have easily been one of his greatest allies. Daniel and Strand aren't all that different in the grand scheme of things. They both hide who they truly are for their own safety, but Daniel does this for the sake of others, Strand does it for himself. This has been one hell of a season so far. There is so much nuance, the characters are more compelling than ever, and it is leagues better than the main show was at the time, which at the time of airing was on the Savior War. This is a fantastic season, but guess what? We're only halfway. 3B takes everything that made 3A great, cranks it all up to 11, and it gives us arguably the best season of any Walking Dead media to date. This half of the season is split into 2 arcs, the first of which details the inner conflict at the ranch and how it eventually falls. The Nation, which is apparently what they're calling Taka's group now, move into the ranch, and a lot of ranchers aren't particularly fond of that. Some of them have safety concerns because of what happened with the helicopter and Vernon's family, others are simply loyal to the Autos, and some of them are just plain racist. Jake and Taka each represent their respective people, with Madison serving as somewhat of a mediator. This does not go so smoothly though, as the continued tensions make Taka very uncomfortable, causing him to force Jake to give up his power and take full control of the armory, and starts by disarming the ranchers. This becomes a problem when Troy is unwilling to give up his guns and is even more unwilling to let the Nation stay at the ranch because, much like his father, he's stubborn and racist. After a shootout, Nick gets Troy to surrender, and as punishment, he is exiled from the ranch. Personally, I think this was a bit of a rushed concept, and I don't think it was very fair. Jake and Taka make the agreement that both of them need to be present to access the armory, which is completely fair. But then one incident happens, and now Taka thinks that the Nation should be armed, but not the ranchers. This is extremely irrational, and it clearly only made the situation worse. If people are scared that there is a group that hates them, but that group has guns and they don't, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Texans and guns are like peanut butter and jelly. They just go together like that. You can't separate them. Actually, these guys aren't even from Texas, I don't even think we're in Texas yet. I think we're on the California fucking border. I don't know, I'm fucking gay. The point is they're from the South, is my point. The Southerners love they fucking gas, bro. They blammers and shit. And it turns out that Jeremiah was very much right about his son, because Jake is such a massive pushover that he just allows Taka to do all of this with very little pushback. Jake is a terrible leader, which is further evidenced in the next main conflict. On top of the guns, a different problem arises. Madison discovers that Jeremiah has been charting the water levels of the reservoir from where they get their water, and they have been steadily declining, meaning that the entire ranch has only 6 weeks left of water. Madison and Taka go on a mission to secure more, but while they're away, shit gets even worse. Despite clear rules of rationing the remaining water, some people are caught taking more than their fair share, which leads to tensions between the 2 groups rising yet again. While it should be up to Jake to resolve this because he is the de facto leader, for whatever reason he is not present at all during this entire conflict. The responsibility of rationing the water and stopping the conflict falls on Alicia, Nick, Ophelia, and Crazy Dog, who, by the way, has the best name of all time. The latter 2 are clearly very biased in favor of the Nation. Nick starts leading the ranchers and starts feeding into their fears and desires to fight back, with Alicia being the only person with a sensible solution. The entire situation was vastly mishandled on both fronts, but Alicia demonstrates that this doesn't have to be a problem if they all just work together. While I do think it is a bit preachy, it is ultimately the only solution that could keep the ranch together, and it does a great job at further demonstrating that Alicia is one of the smartest characters on the show, but also that she has a certain drive about her that similar characters like Jake don't have. Like I mentioned, Alicia is willing and able to stand her ground, but Jake cannot. This also displays that Alicia is much like her mother in being a capable leader, and this is the first time this has really been shown. She is my goat for real. While all of this is going down, Madison and Taka wind up at a trading post called El Bazaar, where they plan to make a deal for water.
We're gonna bring the water back. We're gonna bring the water back.
This falls through, however, when Madison finds Strand is here, indebted to a group called the Proctors. He tells her about the dam, so instead of making their original deal, Madison uses their trading material to free Strand and make a deal with the dam instead. This was a pretty ballsy move that Madison would probably be the only person to have made. She thinks bigger picture, so it makes sense that she'd be the only one to see that Taka's plan would just be a temporary solution to a permanent problem. With Strand, they now have the solution on a silver platter. Taka does not trust Madison or Strand, but upon actually succeeding in making the deal with Daniel and Lola, this cements the 2 as friends. That being said, it bothers the absolute shit out of me that these 2 are now friends or at the very least allies, yet at no point is it acknowledged that it was Taka's people who killed Travis. This seems like something Madison wouldn't overlook, and I could understand if she had like directly forgiven him for it. There is no such indicator that this actually happened. Unless I'm just remembering something wrong because I'm fucking stupid. Like, they only join forces because they have a common goal, but then they just kind of become allies even though there's still this like unhealed rift between them that just kind of quietly fades into the background. It's a little weird, I don't know. And while you could view this as a negative criticism, I actually think it further emphasizes the nature of fear, which is that, yeah, these characters have all done terrible things, sometimes even against each other, but it's the fact that they are all like that that makes them allies. Madison and Taka both understand what's at stake, and though Madison still might have her qualms with what happened, she has accepted that she has done things that are just as bad. Things seem like they're going pretty well for Brokejaw Ranch. The nation and the ranchers are finally making peace to some degree, they now have a stable water supply, Ophelia and Daniel are slated to reunite, and most of the gang is now back together. But there's one loose end that they just couldn't tie up. Troy has returned, and with him is a massive herd that he plans to use to destroy the ranch. If he can't have it, nobody can. This leads into a great couple of episodes, which is very similar to the No Way Out arc from the main show, but with a few really interesting twists that make it worth it. The herd is heading straight for the ranch, but luckily Nick was able to give Alicia a heads up so that everybody can prepare. The ranchers and the nation are now fully united against this common enemy, and they devise a plan to let the dead pass because obviously their numbers are way too large. The plan unfortunately fails, with the survivors hiding in the pantry/bunker while Nick and Troy devise a plan to help them escape from the outside. But there is yet another problem. The bunker's vent is blocked, meaning that they only have a few hours left of air. While Ophelia and Crazy Dog go off to clear the vents, Alicia comes to the difficult decision that in order to save on air and buy more time, they need to put down anybody who has been bit. This is a massive burden for her to bear. She knew pretty much all of these people, but had to execute all of them as quickly as possible, and without enough time for them to properly say goodbye to their families. And the worst part is that it didn't even matter, because everybody except Alicia suffocates and dies anyways. This is a fantastic episode for Alicia's character, because this is the first time that she's really had to do anything morally gray, but also displays her leadership and ability to adapt to situations under immense pressure. It is a fantastic episode, of course, barring the obvious plot armor. Like why does she live but nobody else? It's very weird. On a somewhat unrelated note though, this episode seems like it has something to say about America, because all throughout the episode there are references to 9/11 and the Iraq War. Alicia talks to a woman named Christine who reveals that her first husband died on 9/11, and later Crazy Dog has a panic attack caused by his PTSD from his time in Iraq. 9/11 and the Iraq War that spawned from it seem like they're way too related for this to have been a coincidence. I think it's likely to show that both sides of the conflict, the ranchers and the nation, were both equally affected by these American tragedies, showing that they are more similar than they believe. Additionally, the title of the episode, This Land Is Your Land, is named after the song of the same name, which is part of a story that Alicia tells from her childhood, with the song even playing at the end of the episode. This is one of the most patriotic songs of all time, and I doubt that this was a coincidence either. My interpretation is that despite all the differences between the ranchers and the nation, they were all still from the same soil and were able to realize that in their final moments. The ranch was everybody's land. They just couldn't see it until it was lost. But I don't know, maybe I'm looking too deep into it because let's be honest, this episode is about Alicia through and through, and is probably the episode that solidified her as a character who is not to be trifled with.
Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God and anime on my side! Wait,
With the ranch now lost, our remaining survivors plan to head to the dam, except for Alicia, who, after her experience in the bunker, no longer wants to be around people because she's afraid of losing them, or some shit. This starts a bit of a trend for the Clarks, where they all have their own solo journeys at some point, where they discovered how to survive on their own. Don't know how much of that was intentional, and it's a trend I was kind of tired of by this point, but it's interesting nonetheless. Anyways, these last 3 episodes are absolutely stacked. The remaining group, consisting of Madison, Nick, Strand, Ophelia, Crazy Dog, Taka, and Troy, who they have all forgiven, more on that later, all head to El Bazaar to meet with Daniel. But there's yet another problem. While trying to open the vent and save the ranchers, Ophelia was bitten and is now slated to die. However, Madison's promise of reuniting her with Daniel still stands. This poses a lot of very valid concerns, chief among them being that they have no idea how Daniel's going to react to this news. He was told that Ophelia was alive and safe, so him seeing that that isn't the case could further diminish his trust in the others, specifically Strand and Madison, and possibly ruin their deal to live at the dam. They manage to keep her alive until Daniel gets there, but unfortunately, she dies just moments before he arrives. Her final words are an exchange with Madison, where she says,
"Tell him I was really looking forward to getting to know him."
To which Madison reassures her that she does know him. The tragedy of Ophelia's death is that she died knowing that her father has essentially been lying to her entire life about who he really is, and while she did know that he had been in war, she never truly knew the extent to which he was involved. If you remember from season 1, she knew all the stories, she just didn't know which man in them was her father. I think Madison's line adds a bit of a bittersweet coating to this.
You knew your father. Like for 1 second you didn't.
Ophelia may not have known her father's past, but the man who raised her with love and affection was still him. Ophelia seemingly accepts this before breathing her last breath. Daniel's reaction is about what you'd expect. He is sad and angry, and immediately jumps to the conclusion that somebody lied to him, even going as far as to pull a gun on Madison. This is by far the most tragic loss he's had to endure, as he reacts much more harshly to Ophelia's death than Griselda's. And I think the worst part is that he was not present for either of his family's deaths, with Griselda being put down by Liza at the military compound and never finding her remains, and Ophelia dying moments before they could reunite. I think it's an interesting parallel that Madison and Daniel are both out to protect their families, but one succeeds while the other fails, despite the two of them being rather similar. There's something Madison's doing right that Daniel's doing wrong, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Daniel is a glimpse into who Madison could become if she ever lost her kids. Someone who is vengeful, bitter, and constantly thinking about what they could have done differently.
Get away from us, or I kill you. I kill you!
While at the bazaar, Strand finds that the Proctors are planning to attack the dam and take the water for themselves, so he makes an underhanded deal with them to ensure his own safety. This plan would also ensure the safety of the Clarks, but not Daniel or any of the others who run the dam, who he needs to personally get rid of so that the Proctors can have an easy entrance. On top of this, Alicia's little solo adventure leads her right to Proctor John, the leader of the Proctors, who takes a liking to her. And I don't blame him, because Alicia is hot. Anyways though, Troy and Nick, who decided to stay at the bazaar to do drugs for a few days, overhear the Proctors discussing their plan, giving the dam group time to plan. But before that, there's something I haven't quite talked about yet. Something that is quickly established in the first half of the season is that Nick and Troy have quite a lot in common and can relate to each other in very specific ways. They absolutely hate each other at first, but in a weird way, they start to become friends. Both are unpredictable, with Nick's addiction leading him to some strange places to do some strange things, while Troy is just a straight up sociopath. They're both kind of the odd ones out of their families, which is partially why Nick seems to feel guilty about killing Jeremiah. His own father's death was part of why he's so fucked up, and he essentially just did the same thing to Troy, and that dude was already fucked up. Nick feels a sort of camaraderie with Troy because on some level, they're the only people who can truly understand each other. Again, the Autos are essentially just the worst case scenario versions of the Clarks, so Troy is who Nick could have been if he wasn't a good person at heart. I absolutely love a lot of their interactions too, because a lot of them feature Troy spouting off some pseudo-intellectual bullshit and Nick basically just tells him to shut the fuck up. Like for instance, there's this scene where Troy is mourning Jake's death that he inadvertently caused with the herd.
He was better than us. That's why he's gone. Good they don't survive this world, only killers.
Shut up, Troy. Your brother's dead because you brought a horde down on us. So why don't you quit jerking off about the tragedy of it and help me do what Jake would have done, or those people are gonna die.
It's such a great interaction because it's both funny and a complete deconstruction of Troy's actions.
Kill yourself.
Troy brought the herd because he wanted revenge, killed his own brother in the process, and now feels bad about it. Not because he actually feels bad about it, but because he thinks he's supposed to feel bad about it. Does that make any sense? I love that Nick tells him, this is your fault, now's your chance to fix it, seemingly keeping him from making the same mistakes that he has. Not that Nick has brought a herd down on people, but you get the idea. On the other hand though, the two hanging out at the bazaar also reveals that this dynamic can be completely flipped, where Nick is running around eating fucking brain stems to get high, and then Troy's the reasonable one saying like, hey, maybe let's like calm down and not do this. It's just fun to see them bro out for a bit, and it almost makes you forget about what Troy just did not even 2 episodes ago. Oh, by the way, this has nothing to do with anything, but can we acknowledge that Nick gives himself a haircut in the mid-season opener, but then his hair is completely back to the way it was in the very next episode? Like, I've never seen anybody talk about this, but it's weird, right? Also, how the fuck do they eat Walker brain stems and not get sick at the very least? Like, this is an insane lore revelation that just never gets addressed at all. It's so weird. But now, the final showdown begins. With our group now aware that the Proctors are coming, they begin to make a plan for how they can either defeat them or make it so they can't get what they want. They eventually decide on the plan to use the dam itself as leverage by rigging it with C4. Either the Proctors leave, or nobody gets the dam. In the meantime, Daniel is very suspicious of Troy. He doesn't believe the story about what happened to the ranch, knowing that somebody brought the herd there and got his daughter killed. His primary suspect is Troy, but Nick tries to get him off his scent by claiming that Troy was trying to stop the herd, instead blaming Jake. It's unclear if Daniel really buys this or not, but what I find more interesting is that I'm pretty sure this is the only substantial interaction that Daniel and Nick have had together. I don't think they've ever had a one-on-one conversation like this, and it really makes you wonder how these two would interact going forward after all they've been through. So anyways, Strand shoots Daniel in the fucking face. While these two never particularly liked each other, this is the moment that cements them as true enemies. It's a really fascinating scene in the sense that Strand clearly doesn't want to do it. You know, he doesn't want anybody to die in his plan, but also knows that Daniel won't believe him anyways, so the only thing he can do to ensure that his plan works is to shoot him. From Strand's perspective, he just killed his first person over something that could have been talked out, which is something that Madison told him was inevitable, while from Daniel's perspective, he just got shot by the one guy he didn't trust because he reluctantly decided to trust him. Their dynamic was clearly building to something like this, so this was basically inevitable. Keep this moment in the back of your mind for now because the show never shuts up about it in the future seasons, but that's a bridge we'll cross later. While rigging the explosives, it's revealed to Madison that it was Troy who brought the herd to the ranch. Now, I'm probably forgetting something, but this was apparently not common knowledge to her by this point, but sure. He thinks that she will understand and forgive him, but she doesn't and decides to kill him with a fucking hammer. And honestly, I think this was a long time coming. Madison loved that ranch and made it her goal to defend it, and Troy ruined that out of spite. The fact that he lived for as long as he did was already kinda crazy, since I don't think he's done one good thing since he's known Madison. She gave him second chance after second chance, but this was the straw that broke the camel's back. I think the fact that Troy was also so close with Nick and that the latter was present at this moment also carries some thematic weight, as Madison's relationships with Nick and Troy are not too different. When Nick was still on drugs, he did all kinds of dumb shit, but his mother always gave him a second chance. Troy has also made numerous mistakes, and Madison continued to give him second chances as well. Arguably, neither of them necessarily deserved those second chances, but Madison gave them to them anyways. But killing Troy shows to Nick that there is a line for Madison that she just hasn't crossed with him yet because he is her son. If Nick had admitted to destroying the ranch instead, would she have done the same thing? Put a pin in this for now, because this all leads into the season finale, Sleigh Ride, which is arguably the best episode of the entire series. Now, some people will argue that it's Wrath from season 2, and I get that, but personally, Sleigh Ride is the pinnacle of what this show should have always been in the first place. Now, I typically have not gone like episode by episode in this video, but I really want to emphasize how great this episode really is. We're gonna go hard in the paint on this one. Leg reveal. What are we doing? Strand helps Nick and Madison plan their escape, showing that he hasn't fully betrayed them and in fact always had them in mind. I think this shows a lot of growth on Strand's part because he isn't just out for himself this time. Well, he is, but he considers that his friends and other innocents are likely going to become collateral damage and doesn't want that on his conscience, especially after what he just did to Daniel, which he also claims to feel extremely bad about.
You shot Daniel?
I didn't kill him. It was the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
This is only reinforced when he finds Alicia with the Proctors, promising to get her away from the dam with everybody else. This is a really big Strand episode in the first half, and I feel that it often gets forgotten about with everything else going on in the episode. It really shows that Strand truly is trying to become a better person, but is forced to do worse and worse things for his own survival. His old ways worked back when he was just on his own, but now that he has friends that he cares about, he has to rethink how he goes about things. He has a relationship with the Clarks now that he didn't have back during seasons 1 and 2, so he can't just let them die. It's an interesting example of a character in the show who started off as an emotionless survivor, but becomes a somewhat better person as time goes on.
You said it would be easier. It wasn't. I couldn't do it.
Good. There's hope for you.
Further evidence for why he's the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. Listen, I'm Victor Strand, and I'm the GOAT. I have the cadence down, I do not have the voice. This is quickly followed by my favorite scene in the episode, and quite possibly the entire show, in which Nick and Madison have a rather dark conversation. First, Nick questions if his mother secretly wished that he had died throughout his days as an addict, as it would basically be like ripping off the band-aid and she'd no longer need to live and worry. She denies this, but Nick pushes things even further by bringing up what just happened with Troy. Madison responds that he needed to be put down for being a danger to the rest, and Nick seemingly agrees, but then he flips the question to see if Madison would kill him if it ever came to that. She again denies this, but Nick can tell that she's lying.
It's the world we live in.
You always lived in that world. Now it's okay for you to be who you really are.
Fuck you.
He knows that Madison has always had that villainy inside of her, but she's never been able to admit it. Nick foreshadows that there might come a point where she'll have to kill him before the two are interrupted and the scene ends. Now, the reason that this is my favorite scene in the entire show is that it plays with this idea that eventually these characters were going to be pitted against each other. Madison's defining trait of doing anything to protect her kids completely backfires when her kids don't agree with what she does to protect them. Nick lashes out that she shouldn't be able to make calls like that in his name, and he's right, especially because Madison is obviously lying about her true motives, even if she doesn't know it. Like, she didn't kill Troy to protect her kids, she did it because she was wronged by him. How far will Madison go to justify her actions when "I'm doing it for you" is no longer an option? She also never says that she wouldn't kill Nick, because deep down, she knows that she might not have a choice one day.
One day I'll have no choice. Because one day, Mom, you may have no choice
with me.
Eventually, Strand is caught trying to help the Clarks, and Proctor John is none too happy. And now, it's a standoff. The Clarks are set to be executed, Strand reveals the explosives, and Nick reveals that he has the detonator, which scares Proctor John enough that he lets him have his way. Nick arranges for Strand, Alicia, and Madison to escape on a boat, knowing that he can't go with them because if he does, he loses their leverage.
I'm not negotiating, John. This is my suicide note.
This right here shows the disparity between Nick and Madison. She does heinous things for reasons that she claims are benevolent but are actually very selfish, while Nick does those same things but is genuinely out for the greater good. Sacrifice is only sacrifice if you lose something when you do it, which is why Nick's sacrifice here is much different from the various things Madison has done. Nick is willing to sacrifice his morals and who he is to save Madison, but all she's doing is giving in to her urges that already existed. The tragedy and the irony is that he tries to prevent her from going on a dark path by taking on the emotional burden of all of those actions, but this just causes her to go further down that path because she hasn't faced those consequences. This happened with Jeremiah, and it happens again here with the detonator. The show began with Madison trying to save Nick, but this season ends with Nick saving Madison, and the entire dynamic has been changed. I also love this exchange with Nick and Proctor John, where he says that
civilization's born of violence.
This was also something that Jeremiah said earlier in the season, which Nick points out, but clearly disagrees with. While yes, this statement is objectively true, Nick believes that this doesn't need to be the case.
Harness the fury or get stampeded.
I'm looking for a third way.
There isn't one!
It reaffirms that he is a good-hearted person who doesn't wish to see more violence, but he will commit it if he needs to. He seems to know that Jeremiah and Proctor John are right, but aims for a world where they are wrong. This brief interaction is a great display of Nick's character, where even in the face of it all, he stays true to his own ideals, even if he doesn't always act on them. But despite Nick's best efforts and even some last-minute help from Daniel, Taka, and Crazy Dog, there isn't quite enough time for the rest to escape. In a last-ditch effort, Nick blows the dam, releasing the water to the people. The season ends with everybody's fates up in the air, with only Madison washing ashore. But I think one of the best parts of the episode that I'm still kinda struggling to unravel are the various dream sequences throughout it. Each of them show Madison preparing a Christmas dinner for her friends, family, and even enemies that she's made throughout the show. The first of these shows Madison approaching a graveyard with the names of the autos on them, until she comes across Nick, Luciana, and their fake dream baby standing over a grave with Alicia's name on it. The following dream shows the actual Christmas dinner itself, with the autos, Daniel, Strand, Taka, and Cooper for some reason. Y'all remember Cooper? Yeah, me neither. Oh! This quickly turns bloody, with each character taking on their real-life fate. Madison, Troy, and Strand are the only ones who seem disturbed by this, while Daniel and Cooper laugh about it all. The final one shows Madison being pulled into Jeremiah's grave, only to be rescued by Travis, but eventually falling back in. I think that all of these dream sequences put together depict everything that makes Madison's character great. The first one with Alicia's grave, followed by the absence of Nick and Lucy in the subsequent scenes, represents how the path that she's on now will only lead to her family dying and being pushed away. This is further exemplified by the next scene, where it's a table filled with all of the morally reprehensible people she's encountered thus far. Her family is nowhere to be seen because she has pushed them all away in favor of people who are just like her and encourage her worst instincts. The final moment of Travis pulling her from the grave represents how Travis and his humanity were the only things tying Madison down and keeping her a good person. Travis's death at the beginning of the season was what led her down the path of doing everything she's done since, and her actions have only gotten more and more detached from what Travis would have wanted. Travis failing to save Madison in this dream sequence represents how his presence was what kept her from becoming just as bad as somebody like Jeremiah, but because he isn't around, she does just that. There's a reason she falls into Jeremiah's grave, because if you recall, his final words were, "You're just like me." This is by far one of the best episodes of the entire season and probably the entire show. It'll absolutely rock your fucking cock off. Well, or your pussy if you have a pussy. If you don't have a cock, I don't know what you got going down there. You fucking, what do you got? You got a P-ginus down there? That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah. Bro fist. There is so much going on that not only gives a satisfying wrap up to many of the character arcs, but it also sets up a lot more of what's to come. Like I've just described, the episode features a lot of back and forth between Nick and Madison and plays with their relationship in a really interesting way. Of course, this is all setting up their eventual conflict that Dave Erickson had planned from the start. You know, it's all about how people become evil and how they turn against each other, and the seeds of that were planted right here in this season and most certainly began to sprout in this finale. Nick and Madison are still family, but if they keep keep heading down these different paths, things are not going to end well between them. Thematically, this is not only the best season of Fear, but it also takes themes that were presented in the main show and it gives them a completely new twist. So let's go Metroidvania mode for a second and backtrack a bit. In season 1, the characters are all completely normal people. Some more normal than others, but normal nonetheless. When the apocalypse hits, they are all struck by fear. They are afraid of dying or losing their families, so of course, they act in order to protect that. Like Travis says, it's about how not to die. In season 1, the characters fear death, and in a more literal sense, the dead themselves. Then we get to season 2, where the group are put into situations where they need to deal with other people doing the same thing that they are. Everybody's just trying to survive, but that also means that they will go against each other in order to do so, whether that be internally or externally, showing that the living can be just as, if not more dangerous than the dead. Whether it's Travis and Chris dealing with the frat dudes, Alicia dealing with Jack's group, the whole conflict at the hotel, and even Nick trying to avoid people by walking amongst the dead, season 2 is about fearing the living. But now we get to season 3, which features all sorts of complex moral dilemmas that put these characters into situations where they need to be the bad guy. Travis needed to be ruthless to get his family out of the military compound. Madison needed Jeremiah to die to make peace with Taka. Nick needed to be the one to kill Jeremiah to keep his mother from doing it herself. Alicia needed to put down all the people who had been bitten in order to keep everybody else from suffocating. Daniel needed to deny water to those who needed it so that the dam wouldn't be overwhelmed and therefore worthless. Every evil thing that these characters do in this season, whether they are for the greater good or not, needed to happen to ensure their survival, and all the people who committed those acts still need to live with them. Doing immoral things, regardless of intention, takes a toll on people, and if we don't want to be consumed and taken over by it, we need to fear who we become. Nick, Alicia, Ophelia, and others remained good-hearted people because no matter what they were forced to do, they remembered who they were deep down and didn't let the darkness consume them. They were afraid of becoming people that they were not. This is not the case with characters like Troy, Strand, Daniel, and Madison, who have all crossed various lines to various degrees, but continue to justify them in order to live with them. They were already consumed by this darkness before the apocalypse even began. They were not afraid of what this world would turn them into, so they continued to lean further and further into it. If season 1 is fear the dead and season 2 is fear the living, then season 3 is fear yourself. Rick Grimes once said that we are the Walking Dead, but Madison's group demonstrates that this can be something to fear. We must be afraid of what this world can turn us into, because if we don't, we might not be able to come back. We must fear the Walking Dead. So, we just had a fantastic season, a compelling cliffhanger ending, and some of the most intense drama in all of the Walking Dead franchise. How could they possibly top this? Well, that's the neat part. You don't. By this point, it is pretty much common knowledge within the Walking Dead fandom that Fear Season 4 was a massive drop in quality for the series in almost every respect. Now, there were a few major factors that caused this that we'll obviously be getting into, but the main source of all of these issues is that the creator and showrunner, Dave Erickson, had left the show, and was replaced by two new guys, Andrew Chambliss and Ian Goldberg, who are best known for writing on Once Upon a Time. Yeah, I'm sure the two guys who used to write on a fairy tale show are a great pick for the Walking Dead universe. Yikes. For the rest of this video, I will be abbreviating their names to Frick and Frack, by the way, just so we're all on the same page. But along with this change in showrunner came a lot of other changes to the show going forward, almost none of which were good, with many fans considering Season 4 and onward to be a reboot of sorts. Now, this is terminology that I will also be adopting throughout the rest of this video, so when I say the reboot, I'm referring to anything from Season 4 onward, and then the classic era or the Erickson era, I will be referring to 1 through 3. Just a little terminology for you, a little bit of lore, so we're on the same page. I'm gaming. But if you guys think that the rest of this video is just gonna be me shitting all over this new era of the show, you'd be correct. There's obviously a lot to discuss and criticize. but I've never seen anybody try to criticize the reboot in a way that wasn't incredibly superficial. I've been in the Fear the Walking Dead fandom for a very long time, and ever since the reboot happened, it's always been, lol, this sucks, or what were they thinking? But I have never seen anybody actually engage with the writing or even attempt to see what the writers were actually trying to accomplish. So what I'm going to be doing throughout the rest of this video is, instead of mindlessly shitting all over it with base level criticisms and memes like a lot of others tend to do, I'm going to treat it just like I did with The Walking Dead proper in the other video. I'm going to be analyzing this as in-depth as possible, as we've been doing, but the difference is going to be when I find something that I don't like, I'm going to give my thoughts on how I would make it better. Criticism without suggesting improvements is just complaining, and apparently that's a lot of what the Fear fandom likes to do, and we don't do that here. Well, I guess we do, but fuck you. With all that in mind, let's get right into Fear the Walking Dead Season 4. The reboot, the pre-boot, the deboot, the P-boot. I'm gay. Obama. So, Season 4 begins with... Wait, what the fuck? Is that Morgan? And Jesus? And Carol? And Ricky Dicky Doodah Grimes? What is this, a crossover episode? Yeah, part of the whole reboot aspect is that now Morgan is the main character of Fear, picking up from where the main show left him off back in Season 8. If you recall, Morgan has an arc throughout Season 7 and 8 of the main show where he goes back and forth between his all life is precious mode and his clear mode, where he is constantly conflicted about killing people. After the Savior War, Morgan comes to realize that he needs to be isolated for a while to figure his shit out, so he secludes himself in the scavenger's landfill. Eventually, he gets bored and he runs away. Literally. Like, the man literally runs into a different show. And I ran so far away. I am fucking gay. He somehow winds up in Texas, where he eventually meets the Fear crew as well as some new characters, and the story goes from there. Now, right off the bat, I already don't like this idea. I like the idea of there being crossover characters, but I don't like the characters that they chose to cross over. Sure, right? I like Morgan. He's a cool character, even if he's been a bit played out, but why him of all people? I can understand that with a morally complex show like Fear, that a conflicted character like Morgan might work, but like I mentioned in both this video and my other video, Morgan's arc had kind of been played out by this point, so to bring him to Fear would just be playing it out even more. And they do this at first, but they eventually stop doing it, not for any good reason though, but I'll get to that. Now, one of the cool things about Fear is that it was pretty standalone for the most part. You could watch it without ever having seen The Walking Dead and can get invested in it because nothing in it was reliant on a different show. This becomes a huge problem when they make Morgan the new main character, because to casual viewers who have never seen The Walking Dead, they have no context on this guy. To them, this completely new character just shows up for no reason and becomes the protagonist. Like, I was gonna try to make some kind of outrageous analogy, but like, this is like unprecedented, and I have never seen anything like this in my life. Now, to reiterate, I'm not against crossovers. I'm not even opposed to Morgan crossing over inherently. But if you're gonna do a crossover, don't put the rest of your show at risk to do it. Now, personally, if I were in the position where I was in charge of bringing a character from The Walking Dead over to Fear, I'd have it be Abraham.
Bitch nuts.
Since early Fear is set before he shows up in the main show, it would have made perfect sense timeline-wise for him to be kicking around with the Fear crew for a little while before eventually moving on to get Eugene to Washington. Fear Season 3 ends on the Texas-Mexico border, or at least I think it's Texas, so it only makes sense for them to go north to Texas, which is exactly where Abraham and Eugene started out. And because Abraham has somewhere to be, he will eventually have to exit the show, so it's not like a huge commitment to include him, because you'll have to write him out eventually anyways, which they've already done with characters like Taka, Alex, or even Tobias, my goat for real. This would be a very non-intrusive approach to a crossover character, because he's showing up, doing his thing, leaving, not confusing casual viewers, and being a fun thing for the more hardcore fans. Morgan being the crossover character doesn't work the same way, because he's not being brought in as a fun cameo or a brief one and done type thing. He's being brought in as the new main protagonist, which is a much taller order. If I had to do a crossover, I would have chosen Abraham, but if I was forced to include Morgan, I'd either have it take place much earlier in the Walking Dead timeline somehow, waited for a better lore opportunity, or just not have done a crossover at all like was originally intended from the show's inception. But okay, Morgan is the crossover character now. I've accepted that by this point. But this also raises a completely different issue: the timeline. Barry, what did you do about the timeline? The first 3 seasons of Fear take place over the course of the first few months of the outbreak, with the end of Season 3 happening around the same time as Season 1 of the main show. But Morgan leaves Virginia and joins the Fear group after the Savior War, which is about 2 or 3 years into the apocalypse. To account for this, they implement a time skip so that these events can line up, which makes sense on paper, but brings about a myriad of problems, which leads me to the story. Firstly, because we're fast forwarding like a year and a half, that means that we never actually get to see any of what happened after the dam blew up. Oh, but don't worry guys, the story of this season is told in 2 halves, with Morgan's present-day story interspersed with flashbacks that explain how the Fear Group ended up where they were when they first met him. Okay, perfect, right? We can at least get closure on the storyline before the show shifts direction, right? Right? Wrong! It turns out that despite the first half of season 4 being formatted to have a heavy emphasis on flashbacks, they don't actually flash back far enough. The flashbacks throughout 4A are all about Madison's group at a baseball stadium that they've converted into a community and how that community falls, with no mention of what happened after the dam exploded and how it led them there. This makes no fucking sense. Huh? Like, right, let's put ourselves in the writer's shoes for a minute here, right? You know, we've got to introduce a new main character from a different show that forces us to do a time skip, but we also need to pick up where the previous season left off and transition things tonally. It would only make sense to do this through a series of flashbacks to tell these stories simultaneously. So why the fuck aren't you flashing back to the shit that actually matters? None of the questions left by season 3's finale are answered in the slightest. You know, what happened to the Proctors, who claim to have members all over the southern US? How did all of these characters who were separated in the finale meet back up again? And more importantly, where are the rest of the characters who were present for the dam but not at the stadium? We learn none of this. We don't know what happened to the Proctors because even though Proctor John is still alive, he and his group are never mentioned again, even though they're stated to be all over the fucking place. Daniel eventually shows up again in a later season, but it's never explained how he escaped or anything like that. And reminder, he was with Nick while the dam was collapsing, implying that they escaped together, but this is never brought up. The explanations that they do offer for how these characters reunited are in super vague throwaway lines, like Madison saying, don't you guys remember? I saved you, which tells us basically nothing. On top of that, Luciana is somehow here now too, even though she left in the middle of season 3 to go back to Mexico, which is the exact opposite direction that everybody else went. The time skip is one of the worst things to have happened to Fear by completely undermining the impact that season 3's finale left. And personally, if I were in this position where I had to do a time skip, I would have had all the stuff at the baseball stadium happen during the present day, alongside Morgan meeting John and Al and all that stuff, while the flashbacks show us the conflict with the Proctors, building up to the Fear Group finding the stadium and lining us back up with the present. Obviously, you'd have to move a few other things around, but it would have made way more sense and would have been way more narratively engaging than the absolute clusterfuck that the show actually is. That was a bit of a tangent, and we haven't even gotten into the story yet. Jesus Christ. Like I've mentioned, the story of 4A is told in 2 halves. In the present day, we have Morgan coming across a man named John Dory, and later a woman named Althea, the latter two of whom team up to achieve their respective goals, while Morgan wants nothing to do with them, but is too injured to travel on his own, so he sticks with them for a bit. In their travels, they come across the Fear Crew with Alicia, Nick, Strand, and Luciana, but suspiciously, no Madison. The two groups don't trust each other at all due to a few misunderstandings, but quickly team up to hunt down the group that took down the stadium, until they un-team up and then team back up again. Sure. The other half of the story is told through these flashbacks, which has the Fear Group living in a baseball stadium until they are interrupted by a group called the Vultures. This group, led by a guy named Mel and his brother Ennis, believes that all communities are destined to fail, so they literally sit and wait for that to happen so that they could steal the remaining supplies. The conflict in the past bleeds over into the present, with the Fear Crew trying to hunt down the remaining Vultures to avenge their friends and family. The connecting thread between these two stories is Naomi/Laura/June, a woman who Madison brings into the stadium who is now in league with the Vultures, but she also just so happens to be who John is looking for. Now, if there's anything positive that I have to say about 4A, it's that they mostly do a pretty decent job at stringing all these different plot lines together in a way that actually feels like it matters. Keyword there is mostly, because there are a few things here and there that just kind of come out of fucking nowhere, and just wasn't the vibe. It's Morgan. I'm talking about Morgan. Huh? But just stay positive for a minute before I get mean again. There's a lot going on narratively, specifically centering around the apparent death of Madison. John goes out looking for June. She has 2 fake names, so I'm sticking with June. But June turns out to have joined the Vultures, thinking that the stadium group were all dead. Alicia and company don't like that, pitting the main group against each other. Al tries to remain neutral because she just wants the story, but finds herself at the forefront of the conflict in order to protect her story. There's a lot going on, is my point. The story itself is not the worst thing in the world here. I mean, it's not great, and there are some major things that I'd change around, but overall, it's coherent and gets us from point A to point B, which cannot always be said about the rest of the show. And holy shit, another tangent, but can we talk about the gray filter? Where the fuck is all the color, dude? Every single shot is so dark and bland and boring to look at. Like, if the story wasn't already putting me to sleep, the filter would certainly be next in line. This was seemingly an intentional choice because the flashbacks to the stadium are not like this. Honestly, straight up, part of why I don't mind the stadium flashbacks is because the color grading made it feel like pre-reboot Fear. I mean, it still sucks, but they almost got me with the vibes, you know what I'm saying? If I had to grasp for straws and try to extrapolate some kind of of meaning from it, it's probably that the present story is very depressing, where a lot of these characters are at their lowest points, so the borderline grayscale filter makes everything feel more dreary. If that was the intention, then sure, fine, but I think it's overdone and ugly. It also makes shots that would otherwise be pretty cool seem completely lifeless and flat. The show just feels so much less cinematic now, which is a huge downgrade considering that the first 3 seasons had such good cinematography that you sometimes forget that it's a relatively low-budget TV show on one of the greediest networks of all time. They obviously wanted it to be more homogenous with the main show for brand synergy or something like that, but in the process completely stripped away the original run's visual identity. Honestly though, I wouldn't have particularly cared too much about the shift in story or the shift in tone, so long as the characters were still as good as they were in the previous seasons. Can you tell where I'm going with this? Season 4 fucks with all of the old characters to such a degree that I genuinely wonder if these new writers even watched the first 3 seasons. Firstly, Madison is basically a completely different person. Her defining character trait in 1 through 3 was that she was willing to do literally anything to protect her kids, regardless of how morally good or bad those things were. She'd kill people, betray her old friends, take down entire communities, and all sorts of other bad shit if it meant that her kids would stay safe. This is accentuated by her stone-faced nature that shows that she was a survivor even before the world went to shit, and still has some kind of darkness within her just waiting to be unleashed. When we talk about how the original intention was for the characters to become the villains, we're talking about Madison, as this was an arc that was heavily set up throughout season 3. Her actions continue to get increasingly morally gray to the point where even her allies are telling her that she went too far. This is completely lost with her reintroduction, where they essentially turn her into a preachy, hopeful Rick Grimes knockoff. In season 4, she's very hopeful about the future of the stadium, believing that it's the best way to keep her kids safe. Now, this would have been completely fine provided that 1, she had character development that leads to her shift in mindset, and 2, that the show's tonal shift wasn't done so abruptly. On paper, I could totally buy that Madison might turn over a new leaf after what happened at the dam. Like, maybe she realizes that her actions ultimately led her to this point, that it was the wrong way to go about it. I mean, it's not the best reasoning, but it's at least something, right? She essentially went through what Rick went through during seasons 5 to 6 of The Walking Dead, which is not inherently a bad idea, but with nothing in the middle to actually explain that transformation. I think this displays a clear issue with how the reboot handles the time skip, which is that they have all of this character development that could have been really cool, but it all happens off screen and we don't actually get to see the change. So now what we have are a bunch of characters who are in a completely different place mentally than they were when they left off, which in this show specifically feels so abrupt. That being said, there are moments where she still feels like the Madison we once knew, with her goal to protect her kids still being her driving force behind all of her actions, as well as her refusal to concede to anyone who tries to challenge her. I don't mind reboot Madison here because the changes made to her aren't as bad as the other characters, which I would attribute to the fact that she's only in the season for the first 8 episodes, so they didn't really have much time to ruin her. She's a complete departure from what all of us would have liked to see her become, but she was one of the only things I kinda liked about 4A. Emphasis on kinda. Moving on, we all know Nick, right? He's a good-hearted kid who's also willing to do anything to live, and in fact thrives off of being in the apocalypse and feeling close to death. Upon his reintroduction in the flashbacks, Nick is now scared of the outside world, refusing to leave the safety of the stadium, which we later learn was partially caused by some kind of PTSD from the dam.
Don't you get bored in here?
I do, yeah. It's great.
Oh, it is. You want to just stare at a wall later?
Deal.
Yes.
I'll bring the jicama.
Now, of course, you can have the character come to this conclusion while keeping in line with the core of the character. The fact that he changes is obviously not the issue. That's literally the whole point of a character arc, right? The issue is that, much like Madison, he changes during the time skip, meaning we never actually see this arc, just the end result of it. If you wanted to do a story about Nick fearing the outside world, you could easily do that and have it be good. But that doesn't matter when it's skipped over completely and left extremely vague. Now, in fairness, they do offer an explanation, with Nick admitting to Madison that the reason he didn't want to leave was because, quote,
"That's why I stayed inside so long. It's not because of what's out here, it's because of what being out here does to you."
Which in the old show would have been a fantastic line. But in the reboot era, this doesn't fucking mean anything. If you recall, season 3 was all about fearing yourself. More specifically, the person that the apocalypse can turn you into. The new writers seemingly only half understand this, because the inclusion of this line implies that they got the point, but everything else they did with the character shows that they didn't, because so far we have seen no reason for why Nick would be afraid of this. If I were to give Nick this arc, I would have shown him going off the deep end in the flashbacks. Like, have him doing some unhinged, borderline evil shit, all before they find the stadium. And then while at the stadium, he has the time to reflect on what he's done, and then comes to the conclusion that he needs to be away from the outside world, which would put him into that farmer role that he ends up in. It's kind of like what happens with Rick in season 3 going into 4, right? The key addition here is that we need to actually see why Nick is so afraid of himself, and the dam doesn't count because we've already seen that. The show tries to do something like this, but they do it in the most shallow way possible by having him randomly flash back to the dam, but it doesn't work because it just doesn't fit the context. You know, usually when shows have like a PTSD type flashback type beat, it's to parallel something happening in the present. So why does Nick walking into the parking lot remind him of blowing up the dam? Like, there's just no correlation. They just included it to give him some excuse for why he's like this, because they either didn't have the time or budget to give him an actual reason, or that they just didn't care. There is one way in which Nick is consistent with his earlier portrayal, and that is in his relation to children. I love kids, Charlie. I love kids. Like was shown all throughout the first 3 seasons, Nick is very good with kids because in many ways, he's still very childlike himself. This is retained with the inclusion of Charlie, a little girl who the Clarks take into the stadium. Nick is seen hanging out with her a lot in the early episodes, likely because he feels bad for her and wants to cheer her up. It's very much in line with the character, right? But then it's revealed that Charlie was a spy sent by the Vultures to gather intel, which everybody is mad about. But Nick, being Nick, doesn't blame her because he knows that she's a good kid who's just being manipulated just like he used to be. Even after this revelation, Nick stops himself from killing Ennis in front of her because of how badly that would mess her up. But when she isn't around, this isn't the case. Now in the present, Nick murders Ennis in revenge for the stadium and for his mother, but this doesn't make him feel any better, prompting him to take Morgan's advice about peace. As he begins to accept this idea and turn over a new leaf, boom, he is shot by Charlie and dies with the others gathered around him. There is so much wrong with this that it's not even funny. If I'm being honest, they had a pretty decent thing going at the start with Nick and Charlie's whole dynamic, right? But this completely ruins that. The whole point of this in the flashback arc is that Nick is the only one to truly see the good in Charlie because he was once in her shoes at one point, albeit in a completely different way. A sensible writer would pay that off by having Charlie accept Nick in the end, seeing that the Vultures didn't really care about her. This is seemingly the case in almost every scene with Charlie. Like, they're clearly building up to something like this. So why, in the ever-loving, expectation-subverting fuck, would she kill him like that?
Why would you kill him like that?
Even if you wanted to view this as a more tragic tale where Charlie doesn't realize how Nick truly felt until after he's gone, the fact that she's conflicted at all should be enough for her to not have done this. It makes no fucking sense no matter which lens you view it through. On top of that, there's this whole setup where it's implied that Morgan would go on to teach Nick all about peace, Aikido, and the whole all life is precious thing, just like Eastman did to him. This is all over the episode, and they really bang you over the head with it. As soon as Nick accepts this idea, he is killed in a way that doesn't fucking mean anything. If I had to write this arc for Nick, I would not have him be killed by Charlie. My version would begin somewhat similarly, with Morgan trying to do his whole spiel and Nick not giving a shit and only being out for revenge. The differences begin when he kills Ennis. In the immediate aftermath, Charlie walks in and sees what happened and tries to kill Nick and runs away, but the bullet doesn't kill him. While unconscious, he reflects on the things that he's done to survive between the dam and the stadium, Morgan's words about peace, and what he just put Charlie through, and realizes that maybe he was right to be afraid of what the world would turn him into. So when he wakes up, he takes after Morgan by trying to avoid violence and killing. But unlike Morgan, he would still have no qualms with doing it if he really needed to. I think this would be an interesting, albeit not ideal way to have Morgan mentor Nick without falling into the same trap that the main show did, as well as keeping in line with what Fear was originally about. So my rewrite is that I basically wouldn't kill Nick, right? But if I had to kill Nick, I'd just have him swap places with Madison. Have him be the one to sacrifice himself for the stadium so that his mother doesn't have to. This would be a way to parallel earlier in season 3 where Nick kills Jeremiah so that Madison doesn't have to. I think the only problem with this rewrite is that we have to find another way to write Madison out for the time being, but that's neither here nor there. If we're rewriting shit, we might as well just fucking keep her in. Who gives a shit? But of course, this rewrite is only possible in a perfect world. The reason Nick was killed off so abruptly was because his actor, Frank Delane, wanted to leave the show after creative differences with the new showrunners. Sometimes actors just went out, I get that, but there are also ways to do this without killing them off with little regard to anything else going on in the show. Which is also really weird because they write Madison out without killing her in the same exact arc, so I don't know what was going on there. In the alternate reality where Dave Erickson stayed on as showrunner, we could have gotten what Nick was actually supposed to be, but in our reality, Nick is unceremoniously killed off, and the writing surrounding it is fucking heinous. Which, to reiterate, killing him off is not the problem, it's the fact that it was written so badly. I think this also establishes one of the worst parts of 4A, which is that it is paced fucking horribly. The first episode is all about Morgan. The second episode is all about the stadium, and it seems like they're gonna go back and forth like that. But then there are some episodes where they do both present day and flashbacks in the same episode, often with very little relation to each other, but then they go back to dedicated episodes, and it's like, dude, what the fuck is happening? Like, it's not that it's confusing, it's that it's fucking annoying. I think Nick's death is the most egregious event in this regard. He dies at the end of episode 3 in the present day story, but we still have 5 episodes of flashbacks left where he is still alive, so the events of the flashbacks have no stakes or purpose, since we know that these characters are safe and these ones are going to die anyways. Once Nick dies in the present, I have zero reason to care about what happens in the past. If it were up to me, again, I'd have everything taking place in the present with some stuff obviously moved around, and then have the flashbacks to the Proctors. Alternatively, you could also nix the flashbacks entirely and just replace the Vultures with the Proctors and tell the story linearly, so you can kill multiple birds with one stone. There's so many ways to do this that don't involve the worst pacing you've ever fucking seen. But okay, enough harping on Nick's death, because even though it was one of the worst written things I've ever seen on TV, and there's nothing we can really do to change it, his death does define how the other characters act going forward. Specifically, the rest of the pre-reboot characters, who are all out for revenge even more than they already were. So wait. Revenge was already their goal, and Nick's death is just like an additional reason on top of that. Dude, this is literally Fear's equivalent of Carl's death. This fucking sucks, dude. Anyways, though, something that I do appreciate to some degree is that Nick's death essentially pits the protagonists against each other. After they take out the Vultures, Morgan, Al, and June go to the stadium to get medical supplies for John, who was shot by Alicia after discovering his connection to June. The mid-season finale has Alicia, Luciana, and Strand going against the others by trying to kill June. This essentially makes them the villains of the episode, and this is actually pretty promising. When the pre-reboot characters are revealed at the end of episode 1, they trick Morgan's group and hold him at gunpoint and are ready to throw down. It shows that they are much harsher versions of these characters who are willing to do whatever it takes, and I appreciate how that is somewhat in line with who they were originally supposed to be before the reboot happened. This carries through for most of the first half, where Alicia's group and Morgan's group are constantly at odds with each other, which comes to a head in the mid-season, where they are straight up enemies. Remember, Fear was supposed to end with certain members of the original group becoming the villains for the other half, and this was pretty close to that idea. It was a really watered down and somewhat forced version of it, but at the very least it shows that the new writers at least somewhat understood what they were getting into, and that we at least got something vaguely resembling Erickson's original plans, though I'm very sure he would have definitely hated this version. But getting back into the original Fear characters, Alicia has a pretty clear revenge arc in the present day story. Much like her mother, she believed in the stadium, and now that she believes that she died trying to protect it, she's out for revenge. She wants the Vultures dead for bringing the hurt on them and inevitably getting Madison and Nick killed, and she wants June dead for betraying her. She is willing to kill anybody who gets in her way, including Al and Morgan, who she realistically has no beef with. We are officially in Doomer Alicia mode right now. However, she comes to her senses when she discovers that Al has met Madison and indirectly helped her and her family get to the stadium in the first place. Shout out Ramen Noodles Naruto moment. Morgan is able to calm her down from her vengeance, which, much like most Morgan scenes in the show, was incredibly preachy and cringe, but still very much in character for the both of them. Alicia's arc is pretty inoffensive here, and I think it's interesting to see that this is really the first time she's actually given in to her anger. However, something I don't like, which extends into the rest of the original group, is that she is very okay with killing people, which Alicia would not do, and neither would Strand or Luciana for that matter. In the first 3 seasons, it was a pretty big deal anytime one of our protagonists directly killed another living person. You know, Travis losing it over Chris's death, Nick killing Jeremiah, Madison killing Troy. These are all big moments that mattered significantly. While Alicia has killed people, it was only ever to protect herself or others from immediate life or death situations, and she is pretty shaken up by these moments immediately after the fact. Even at the ranch, when she was putting people down peacefully and willingly, she still felt extremely bad about it, emphasizing her humanity. The fact that she's just going full Rambo mode now completely ignores that, even if her reasoning is very much justified. Strand is much the same, where he's actually never killed anybody before, and the first time that he tried to, he immediately felt bad about it and is relieved when he finds out that he fucked up and didn't kill him. In this, he's just doming people without a second thought. I mean, it's fine if they wanted to bring these characters to the point where they will commit excessive violence, and it makes sense logically why they would, but much like Nick's arc, they only show us the end result instead of how they get there. In the old Fear, we would have seen how these characters come to the conclusion that they need to kill people from a moral perspective. They're just too comfortable with it too soon, and it just doesn't really work. So far, Nick and Alicia are pretty similar to their pre-reboot versions, but are still really botched. But I will say that the only one who even somewhat resembles the character he used to be is Strand. He has always lied, stolen, and conned his way out of every situation, and this remains true in Season 4. When the Vultures begin laying siege, or whatever you call it, Strand reveals that he has a car packed with supplies ready to go in case things went bad. This is 100% something that the original Strand would do, because at the end of the day, he is all about self-preservation. However, Strand's one weakness are his friends, and because he is so close with Madison, he brings his emergency supplies back to help the stadium instead of running away. It reinforces something from the pre-reboot, which is that he can and will go off the rails when left to his own devices, but is kept in check by those he respects, like the Clarks. He's the only character who is seemingly consistent with his original incarnation. Here's the problem though, he doesn't fucking do anything. Like, even in the flashback arc, he doesn't really grow or change in any major way. He's just kind of there. Like, he does things, but they don't really contribute a whole lot, right? So, like, he's consistent, but only because they barely did anything with him. But because he's so static, he's probably the only character where I actively looked forward to seeing him, yet I am also scared shitless whenever he does because I'm afraid the writers are going to ruin him. You know what I mean? He's not in this season enough to get mad about it, so I think it's pretty inoffensive, but at the same time, it sucks ass that one of the most interesting characters from the original Fear is just barely in the show anymore. But when it comes to characters who are completely out of left field, Luciana is almost nothing like her original version. Firstly, they never explain how or why she came back to Texas. When we last saw her in season 3, she left Brokejaw Ranch to go back to Mexicali to search for some old friends. But the Fear crew went north after the dam, so the chances that they'd reconnect are pretty slim. It's offhandedly mentioned that Nick went back to find her at some point, which I guess could make sense considering there's a 2-ish year gap they need to account for, but I would have preferred a proper explanation. But that is ultimately irrelevant because the problem with season 4 Lucy is that she's a complete departure from her original version, but is also significantly less relevant. She was never the most interesting or fleshed out character when she was first introduced in season 2, but she still had a clear purpose in the story by assisting in Nick's development. She was always a supporting character, which is why they wrote her out when she wasn't needed. But now that she's back, she serves no real narrative purpose. Like, she's literally just there for the entire season, and while she does have character moments here and there, they don't feel unique to her. At least with how different Alicia and Strand were, there were still moments where they did things that only they could do, right? You know, Luciana doesn't have anything like this. She literally just exists in the other character's presence and contributes nothing. I mean, I get why they kept Strand around, even if they didn't have anything to do with him quite yet, but why bring back Luciana just for her to not matter?
As long as I got my suit and tie, I can show you all the amazing guys.
And since Morgan is technically an old character, let's talk about him before we get into the new ones. Like I mentioned a bit earlier, Morgan basically picks up where he left off on the main show. During season 6, we see that Morgan is now very zen, where in order to keep himself mentally sane, he refuses to kill people even when he probably should. Boom. Then in 7 and 8, he starts to become conflicted about his pacifism again, where he suffers loss after loss because of his unwillingness to kill, which makes him even more insane because now he's out for revenge against those who have wronged him. By the end of the season, he ends up in a pretty interesting middle ground where he's now anti-killing again, but doesn't know if he can control himself, so he isolates himself in the landfill. This was definitely one of the weaker parts of the Savior War arc, and I think its biggest problems were certainly the dialogue surrounding it being a bit cringe, and it was a bit dragged out.
You know what it is.
But it's otherwise a decent character arc for him. But then we get to Fear, where we pick back up with Morgan in the landfill, where all of his friends try to talk him back into joining them. The first two are Jesus and Carol, who both urge Morgan to come back to the communities and be with people who can help him through whatever he's going through. I like that these were the two characters they chose, since they were both heavily involved in Morgan's arc during the war. But the third character to greet him is the man himself, Ricky Dicky Doodah Grimes, who also asks him to come back, but also leaves him with a certain piece of advice. No matter how hard he tries to run away or hide from the world, he will end up with people again.
You can hide, but you can't run.
This is essentially the basis of Morgan's arc for the season, where he tries to run away from his problems by avoiding other people, but realizes that it's impossible to not only avoid people, but to live a healthy life without them. You need other people to stay sane, and this is something that Morgan slowly accepts as the events of the season unfold. It's not the worst thing in the world, but much like his arc on the main show, it's bogged down by how preachy the writing is surrounding it and how bad the dialogue is. So I guess in other words, if you liked Morgan on the main show, you'll probably find some enjoyment in seeing him on this one, but if you hated him, you're probably gonna hate him even more. I've always been generally indifferent toward the character, but the writers are certainly not doing him any favors, I'll tell you that.
I lose people, and then I lose myself.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
I've been very negative throughout this section, and I will definitely continue to be. But let's take a bit of a reprieve from the negativity and talk about a character that I actually like. The first person that Morgan meets upon arriving in Texas is John Dory. Like the fish, but I.e. no why. This dude is the autistic representation I have been waiting for in The Walking Dead. He's such a wholesome dude, always giving people candy. He's just a very pleasant character. It's really hard to hate him. He's like Rick Grimes if he were goofy, you know what I'm saying? John's mission is to find a woman named Laura, who is revealed to also be Naomi from the flashbacks, but for simplicity, we'll stick with June. This leads to a different flashback episode depicting how the two meet, where June washes up on the shore of his cabin, so he nurses her back to health and they slowly fall in love. Not a great episode in the larger context of the season, and I'd say it's pretty boring, but if you can somehow find yourself invested in these characters, I can see how you might enjoy it. I'm a bit conflicted, because on one hand, I like John and want to see his wholesome ass win, but on the other hand, I find June so incredibly boring that I just cannot force myself to give a shit. Which leads me to June, a character that I really don't don't care for. June is the doctor of the group who at first has a pretty mysterious past. She first shows up in the flashbacks where Madison's group finds her and brings her to the stadium, but she later ends up as the source of conflict in 4A. I wouldn't call her a bad character per se, but she's just so basic that I cannot get invested. Even worse than that is that she's basically just a discount version of Carol from the main show. Like, you know how Carol has this whole thing where she constantly runs away from people to deal with their problems? June does the exact same thing, except it's written significantly worse. Her backstory is that her daughter got sick, and while she was out to find medicine for her, she died and turned, killing everybody in her community. She feels personally responsible for this, so she is fearful of getting too close to people. I see what they were going for with her, but two problems with this. One, we never actually see this happen. You know, she tells the story, like, verbally, but we have no emotional attachment to it. Like, if this season is so insistent on flashbacks, why not intersperse the episode with flashbacks showing June and her daughter to get the audience to care? And two, I am repeating myself, but she's literally just Carol, but worse. She also feels kind of redundant in the sense that part of her arc is accepting that she needs to be around people, which is also exactly what Morgan's arc is, but they never do anything with it. If I were to rewrite June, I'd have it so that she and Morgan's arc parallel each other a lot more directly. Both of them start their journeys by running away from people, but they start to change their tunes when they meet John. The difference would be that June comes around on things quicker than Morgan does because Morgan is still being haunted by all of his demons, but June has already figured them out. June ultimately accepts John's help, but Morgan takes a bit more convincing. It could be a way to show Morgan that accepting people can be beneficial, since if it worked for June, it can work for him too. Just spitballing though. It's just a shot in the dark. Take a shot in the dark to be where you are. But you know what's worse than a boring repeat character? Oh, I know. Two boring repeat characters. Like I mentioned earlier, also introduced in these stadium flashbacks is Charlie, a little girl who joins up with the Clark family but is secretly a spy for the Vultures. After she kills Nick, she goes missing for a bit until she pops back up again and essentially joins the main group. Literally, her entire character is that she feels bad for killing Nick. That's literally it. There is nothing deep about her. She's just another kid traumatized by the apocalypse that we've seen time and time again. I do not care about this character because the show gives you absolutely zero reason to. Now, to be entirely fair, my reasons for disliking the character are all about how she's written, because as has been proven by the main show, you can have characters like her, whether they be children or killers of other beloved characters, that can work, right? I'll lay those criticisms out shortly, but what I do want to point out real quick is how visceral the fan base is against her. I remember back when Nick's death episode first aired, I saw so many Reddit posts of people fuming about how much they hate Charlie and how they hope she gets killed. And it's like, bro, that's a child. No. A fictional child, sure, but I think it's really weird how grown adults will root for a child to brutally die. I don't know. That being said, Charlie ain't exactly a good character because while she did have potential to be something interesting, the writing just doesn't accommodate it. The bulk of her character moments are in 4B, but many of them feel like the writer's trying to force you to feel bad for her, which doesn't really work. If I had to rewrite Charlie, I would change the circumstances of how she killed Nick. In the actual show, she is clearly confused and scared, but still knowingly kills him of her own volition. In my version, I'd make it way more overt that she's doing this against her will. Like maybe after Nick kills Ennis, Mel comes in and wants revenge, but something happens that puts him in a position where he physically can't kill Nick, but Charlie is, so he makes her do it against her will. It would still ultimately be her choice, but it makes it much more clear that she's being manipulated and didn't actually want to do it. Better yet, put her in a position where she doesn't have a choice, so you can sympathize with her while not at all agreeing with what she did. And maybe this isn't the best idea, but maybe even have it be an accident that the other characters misinterpret as intentional. There are so many ways to write her so that the audience can feel sympathetic toward her, but they somehow chose the option that made the least sense. And hell, that's all assuming that they want to redeem her in the first place. Like maybe if they had her double down and become a straight up villain in some capacity, kind of like Lizzie from the main show, but even crazier. I don't know, man, I'll take anything other than this bullshit. Also introduced in episode 1 is Althea, or Al for short, a journalist who lives out of a big swamp van and travels around with a camera collecting people's stories from the apocalypse. Something that is instantly clear is that she is not loyal to anyone and will join up with anybody as long as she can get their story for her collection. This is a pretty interesting basis for a character and is certainly very unique in the Walking Dead universe, since there isn't really anybody quite like her. That being said, her actual character is basically non-existent. She's just kinda there for most of the season and is more or less a plot device. The closest she gets to any kind of character depth is in the finale, where she could be seen watching one of her tapes and crying, but it's unclear as to if these were people that she knew or if she's just sad at the idea of the stories being left behind. And while this next part isn't too egregious until the next season, the whole what's your story thing gets really old after a while. I mean, like I said, it's cool that she's trying to preserve people's stories. I think it's a cool idea, but at times her desire to do this gets in the way of what's arguably more important. I suppose that it's her character flaw that she's so obsessed with her profession, which on paper can be interesting, but in practice can be a bit frustrating to watch at times. Overall, I liked Al, but only because the writing hasn't done anything with her to make me hate her yet. The last of the new characters are introduced in the second half, with Morgan crossing paths with Sarah and Wendell, two truckers who abuse the various truck stops across the southern US to hoard supplies. These two twins were originally brought on as antagonists to Morgan, but he eventually convinces them to join up with him and use their trucks to help people. I absolutely love these two. They are comedic relief characters through and through, which in the original Fear I would have hated, but since we've long since established this is not the original Fear anymore, I'm just gonna embrace it.
Okay.
Their sense of humor is right up my alley, with Sarah's frequent vulgarities and Wendell's low-key roasts. They don't have much in terms of character growth and pretty much remain static throughout the rest of the show, but that doesn't really bother me. They are unironically some of the only things I enjoyed about this season. As you've probably noticed, I've gotten ahead of myself when discussing the characters, so let's get into the back half of the season. 4A ends with the group now all together with the promise of Morgan taking them all to Alexandria. So where does 4B start? Well, the group is now split apart and doing their own things. Why? 4A show that everybody's together now, but now we fast forward a week and they're all apart again for no reason. Why fucking end the first half this way if you're just gonna halfway undo it in the next episode? If I were to fix this, I'd simply just open with a scene where they explain why they plan to split up despite staying together, making the most logical sense. These new writers love to jump around and skip over shit like this, and while this is definitely one of the less egregious examples of it, this is all over the remainder of the series and it sucks wet ass. But anyways, the group is all split up, with John and June having taken custody of Charlie and plan to go back to the cabin. Alicia, Strand, and Lucy are moping around in a mansion, while Al agrees to drive Morgan back to Alexandria. While Morgan tries to get the others to come with him, they all have too many inner demons to fight, and they refuse. But then, Charlie goes missing, so the group splits up again into different groups to find her. But in the process, the area is hit by a massive hurricane that completely fucks shit up. Now, Alicia finds herself stuck with Charlie, June and Al are in the middle of nowhere without fuel, Strand and John are stuck on an island caused by the flash flooding, while Morgan accidentally stows away in a truck and ends up in Mississippi. The plot of the season, if you could even call it that, revolves around Morgan trying to gather all of his friends up again so they could all go to Alexandria, with the side goal of helping people along the way. And this brings me to a very annoying new trend for this show, which is what I like to call the anthology format. What I mean by this is that each episode, typically save for the finale, is pretty much a bottle episode, only focusing on one or two characters each. Now, this concept is not inherently a problem. The main show did it a few times to mix results, but again, much like a lot of things in the reboot, it's the execution. These episodes are bottle episodes in the purest sense. They are almost entirely self-contained and do not contribute to the overall narrative in a way that matters, but since they're all self-contained, that means that there is no overarching narrative, so the back half of the season just feels like the group meandering around Texas with no rhyme or reason. This is basically the exact formula that they use for the rest of the show, where some major event splits the group apart, only for the goal of the season to be to reunite again, and there's only so many times you could do that before it stops being interesting. Which is to say, you can do it once, and then the more you do that, the more annoying it becomes. There's also a suspension of disbelief issue here, where these characters always somehow keep finding each other no matter how coincidental that may be. Like, what are the odds that Alicia and Charlie just so happened to find John and Strand? It's a complete coincidence. In a better show, back-to-back bottle episodes like this could have worked really well as character studies by putting them into new situations and new character dynamics. But post-reboot Fear is not a better show, it's a bad show, so they do not use this format very well. And to explain why they don't do this well, that means that I have to talk about most of these episodes individually. Totally don't want to kill myself right now. Episode 10, Close Your Eyes, is the Alicia and Charlie episode. The purpose of it was to seemingly show us more of Alicia's grieving of Nick and Madison, and to humanize Charlie, neither of which are things that this episode does very well. Much of the episode is just Alicia being generally angry and taking that anger out on Charlie, who is still very shaken up by the whole situation and starts to deal with her own trauma. At first, Alicia tries to tell Charlie off by calling her a garbage human being and promising not to kill her so that she can live with her mistake, which is an insane thing to say to a literal child. But it shows that she is clearly still in the whole anger phase of grief and just so happens to have a very relevant target to take that anger out on. However, Charlie can constantly be seen collecting photos of the family who once lived in this house, showing that she still longs for that familial connection. The connecting thread between the two that causes them to bury the hatchet is that Alicia realizes that Charlie also lost her family and her future to the apocalypse just like she did, and while she doesn't forgive her for her actions, she does accept that she was just a kid who made a very bad mistake and is looking to atone. It's not the worst concept for an episode. The problem is that it's fucking boring as shit. Alicia trying to fortify the house throughout the episode by doing all these mundane tasks is so uninteresting to watch. Charlie is frequently just sitting there in complete silence, and of course, the gray filter makes everything so uninteresting to look at. A 40-minute episode felt like 2 hours, and not in a good way. I think the worst thing about this episode is that it's one of the only ones that has any actual character drama in it. Now you might be thinking, wait, that sounds like a good thing. And under normal circumstances, it would be. However, the fact that the only noticeable character drama in the entire season is this uninteresting is pretty telling for how bad this season truly is. I mean, not to keep comparing it to the first 3 runs, but 1 through 3 were character dramas first and foremost. It was a drama that just so happens to take place in the Walking Dead universe, which is why almost all of the original characters are praised so highly. Not only does the reboot almost completely do away with that in favor of characters having barely fleshed out inner struggles, but when there is some kind of interesting character dynamic that would prompt character growth, it's instead this boring, preachy bullshit that we've seen more than enough of on the main show by this point. When your deepest moments are this shallow, then I'd hate to see what would actually constitute shallow in this new era. And also, this is completely unrelated, but they give Alicia a signature weapon in this season, where she uses a broken gun barrel. Admittedly, this is kinda cool, but this also begs the question, why did they give her a new signature weapon when she already had one? Ever since season 2, it's been shown that she's pretty skilled with a butterfly knife. And while that's obviously not like this badass zombie killing weapon, it actually fits her character in the sense that she could do a lot of damage with just that little knife. I don't mind the gun barrel, but I will not stand for this butterfly knife erasure. In fact, Alicia isn't the only one to get a signature weapon, because it seems like every new character has one. Morgan has his bow staff, John has his custom-made revolvers, Al has these weird little knives, and even the MRAP if you want to count that. You could tell that this was their way of trying to make these characters as iconic as the main show, where the characters also have signature weapons, but they seemingly skipped the step where the main show characters were also good characters. I don't know. It's a minor thing, but it's always bugged me for reasons that are probably autism related. The next episode follows Morgan as he takes refuge in a truck during the storm, but wakes up in Mississippi. He discovers a gas station that is fully stocked with supplies, and shortly after meets Sarah and Wendell. At first, he thinks that they're the ones who have been leaving the supplies, but as it turns out, they're actually stealing them for themselves. However, somebody is leaving supplies around the area, and Morgan intends to find out who it is and to continue their mission. This episode does a lot of work in setting up the very lackluster main conflict of the season, as there are a lot of breadcrumbs and foreshadowing. Morgan hears a voice on the radio, who we later find out is Martha, and she asks about a man named Polar Bear, who is the real person in charge of the rest stops. It raises some potentially interesting questions, so I'd argue that it's really not that bad at setting stuff up. But what it is bad at is being good. Listen, right, I know everybody makes fun of the Morgan poop scene, but you know what? I think it's funny. Unironically. But the reason I bring this up is that this is the least of this episode's problems, or the show in general for that matter. So, Morgan asks Sarah and Wendell to give him a lift back to his friends in Texas, but they refuse. They do, however, tell him that he can still get back there if the bridge didn't get destroyed by the storm. Morgan gets to this bridge, but at the last minute decides to lie that it's been destroyed, likely to avoid accepting that he has gained connections with the rest of the Fear crew. It plays into his arc of the season about accepting that you can't be alone by showing that he still has apprehensions about being around people, but it's also so drawn out that I cannot force myself to care. Like, dude, why is this still a fucking debate at this point? You clearly care about these people. On his way back, Morgan rescues a man named Jim, not to be confused with Jim, from some unnamed kidnappers. Jim works at a brewery. Jim works at a brewery. Jim works at a brewery and apparently makes really good beer, so Morgan offers to take him to Alexandria so he could brew all the beer that he wants. But then it's revealed that it was Sarah and Wendell who kidnapped him for some unexplained reason, probably alcohol related, which now puts them at odds with Morgan and Jim. They try to force him to take them to Alexandria, but he refuses, prompting Jim to cut a deal with the truckers and leave Morgan for dead. A lot of this conflict just felt really forced, and it made no sense that Sarah, Wendell, and Jim have some change of heart so abruptly, whether that's them teaming up with each other or turning on Morgan. They only help Morgan find his friends because he gave them the wrong directions to Virginia, which is a really stupid reason, and I think displays the biggest problems with this episode and many others in this post-reboot era. The story is not about characters growing and changing. It's about events happening to get us from point A to point B, and even then, they aren't even very good at that either. While the episode is primarily about Morgan, they never really characterize the others beyond just being comedic relief. So we are often given no reason to care about why they would change their tune and team up with him, if that makes any sense. The only character moment in this episode is when Morgan turns around at the bridge, but this is just repetitive because he has already accepted that he's grown to care for the others. And while I personally find Sarah and Wendell to be fun and likable characters, they really don't contribute anything aside from the literal fact that they drive the trucks around. They have no meaningful relationships with any of the other characters, so their presence is solely for comedy. On top of that, Morgan's desire to continue the mission of leaving the supply boxes on the road to help people is based on some incredibly flimsy reasoning. All he knows is that somebody was leaving them, and though he did manage to make use of them and can see the value in it, we are given no reason for why he thinks this is something he should dedicate his time to. Whatever happened about getting your friends together and getting back to Alexandria, now we're gonna do this other fucking side quest? What is this? While I think the finale does make this much clearer, it should have been made clear from the jump. If the writers wanted the rest stops and helping people to be a major plot point, then make the audience care about why Morgan would want to do so in the first place. The following episode focuses on June and Al, who at first are just trying to survive, with the swamp van out of fuel in the middle of a desert area. Don't know why there's a random desert, but sure. This soon becomes a problem when Al gets sick and the MRAP is stolen. June's goal is to get Al some medicine and help her recover, but Al prioritizes getting the van back despite her condition. This episode definitely does a little more for Al's character than June's, but even then, it's not that great. June is a pretty static character in 4B, so nothing involving her is all that interesting, and at the very worst is extremely preachy, and Al's arc in the episode is just the same thing she's been doing the entire time, where she prioritizes her tapes over her own safety. Depending on who you are, this can either be interesting character development or boring and redundant. I'm a bit conflicted on it because on the one hand, this is the first time that Al sacrifices her own safety for her stories, when before she was always shifting her loyalties. But at the same time, I just don't give enough of a shit to see the same idea expressed again, granted it's done a bit differently. By the end of the episode, they meet back up with Morgan, yada yada, I don't care. And lastly for this stretch of episodes is the 13th episode titled Blackjack, which isn't quite a bottle episode because it has two concurrent stories. The A plot follows John and Strand trying to find a way across a newly formed river infested by alligators, while the B plot follows Luciana trying to help a dying man. I'll be honest, I actually liked the John and Strand dynamic. It's pretty generic because it's the whole like optimist versus pessimist type beat, but it works. I like that it starts with John as the optimist trying to get out of their situation and with Strand as the pessimist just drinking himself to death, but by the end their roles are essentially switched, with John having lost hope while Strand now appreciates John's tenacity. I may also be very biased, but I also just really like both of these characters, so it's just fun to see them interact, even if they're both pretty static and the writing is garbage. What I don't like is the Luciana plot, which is just further evidence to me that Luciana serves no purpose in this show anymore. Lucy comes across a man who is stuck in his car after a crash, and his dying wish is to have one last beer. Lucy takes this request and tries to find him a drink, which she eventually finds in one of the supply boxes that Morgan and friends are now leaving. In the end, it's revealed that this dying man is Polar Bear, the trucker who orchestrated the entire supply box thing to help people, which inspires Lucy to join up with Morgan and take up the Polar Bear mantle. This is a fine story, nothing inherently wrong with it, but why did this need to be Luciana? This could have been any character from the main cast and nothing would really change, and if you had taken Lucy out completely, nothing in the overall narrative changes either. Personally, if I had to rewrite this episode, I'd make it so that while Lucy is searching for beer, she comes across John and Strand and tries to help them. The solution is found with Polar Bear, who has a boat for them to use, but the only way to get to the boat is through a dock that's overrun by the dead. Polar Bear sacrifices himself to get Lucy to the boat and rescue John and Strand, which inspires all of them to continue his mission of helping people. I mean, it's not the best thing in the world. In all honesty, it kind of sucks actually, but I'd prefer if these two plotlines had anything to do with each other to justify them being in the same episode, and it would provide a more solid reason for these characters to even care about the whole helping people thing. The actual episode feels like they had two half-written stories that they just jammed together into one episode because they had nowhere else to put them. One positive thing that I can give this half of the season though is that despite the end result being pretty lackluster, again, the writers do an okay job at setting up all these interweaving plot threads. There's a lot of good foreshadowing. They do a decent job at building a sense that something is coming, even though the payoff sucks absolute balls. And I think a great example of this can be seen in the last of these new characters. The main villain of the season, if you could even really call her that since she's only in a few episodes in the very end, is the Filthy Woman, but we'll stick with her real name, Martha.
Why did you say that name?
Real threatening name, by the way. Oh, look out, everybody. Hide your valuables, hide your kids, hide your wife, fucking Martha's coming. Martha's goal is to ruin Morgan's plans, believing that it is pointless to help people and that receiving help makes you weak. This stems from the start of the apocalypse where she and her husband were ignored in the chaos and nobody stopped to help them, leading to her husband's death. So she now actively tries to stop people from helping each other. Do I really need to explain how stupid this is? Like, I'm going to anyways, but do I really need to? This is the type of motivation you'd write in a fucking children's movie. Oh, people don't help me, so I'm evil now. Like, what is this Pixar bullshit? But let it be known, right? It is entirely possible to have written this character in a way where she can be at odds with Morgan and his whole crusade in a way that isn't so cartoonish. The groundwork is there for an interesting character. She has clear motives and goals, but the problem is that she acts so overtly evil that it's impossible to sympathize with her. While sure, you don't always need to be sympathetic to the villain for them to work, we should at the very least give a shit to begin with. Like, perhaps if they had introduced her earlier in the season or something like that and built her up more, then maybe the audience would care, but she just kind of comes out of nowhere and is just now the main villain for some reason. On top of this, the fact that she made it as far as she did is so fucking baffling to me. Martha is put into countless positions where any member of the main cast could have easily killed her and ended all of this, but they don't because... like, okay, I get that Morgan wouldn't want to kill her because he's the whole no-killing guy right now, which is why he's often the one who gets the one-on-one scenes with her, but there are other times where Wendell or Al or Alicia or any of them could have very easily killed her, but they just don't for no reason. Like, if you're gonna write a character who is able to weasel their way into situations like this, then fine, but you need to actually accommodate for that in the story. This is one of the extremely rare times in this Walking Dead retrospective series, or even any of my videos in general, where I will ask this question unironically and mean it. Why didn't the characters just do this? Like, when you write yourselves into the situation where they can do it, but they don't, kill me. The thing that fucks me up the most about this Martha character, though, is that not only is she by far the lowest stakes villain in the series, but the fact that she is such a cartoonish villain completely ruins the original appeal of Fear. Like I've mentioned to death already, the original appeal of Fear was that every character was morally ambiguous enough that they could all be considered a villain depending on how you look at them. During the first 3 seasons, there aren't really any villains in the traditional sense. You know, there's no like Negans, right? No big bads, as it were, with the closest to that being the Proctors and maybe Jeremiah Otto. There were villainous characters, but you could never really put a face to any of the major conflicts because the major conflicts were never that cut and dry. This is completely ruined with Martha, and by extension, many of the future antagonists of the show, where their existence as black and white villains and the preachy and one-sided writing surrounding them completely ruin the show's appeal. But like we've mentioned, the show is obviously taking a new direction, so it's likely that they wanted to shift the antagonist to be more obvious and to be more in line with The Walking Dead proper, which is admittedly pretty upfront about putting a face to its villains. The problem with this is that none of these villains are as well written as those on the main Walking Dead, so none of them have the opportunity to be as iconic. Martha is by far the worst of the bunch though, since like I mentioned, her motivation is cartoonishly dumb, but her dialogue is also so fucking terrible, and that is putting it lightly. Now, if you saw my video on the main show, I pointed out how I thought that the dialogue in season 8 was pretty bad, but definitely not the worst thing in the world. I think that fans often exaggerate how bad it really is, with the term Gimple speak being coined to describe this style of writing. And for a while, I didn't really get what people meant by that. Like, I recognized that the dialogue was bad, but I didn't really notice like a pattern to it quite yet. But in Fear Season 4, oh, I got it alright. You see, Scott Gimpe's has this way of writing dialogue where he has characters respond to things in like 1 or 2 words. Do a supercut compilation right now.
It is. Back east. You walk, I ran.
You can. You did.
Scott Gimpe absolutely loves shit like this, but I guess what else did you really expect from the guy who created the Scavengers? And the cartoon Fillmore. That had nothing to do with the rest of the video. Anyways, this season of Fear is riddled with Gimple speak, especially in the few episodes that he personally wrote himself, but his DNA is still present even in the ones that he didn't write. It's especially obvious with Martha, though, who constantly speaks in cryptic sayings that make no sense even with context. They do tone down the Gimple speak in the future, but it's still a thing and you'll certainly catch it every so often. But back to the story, after most of the group is reunited, they continue to have run-ins with Martha, who has stolen the MRAP and is using it against them, seemingly always having some kind of trick up her sleeve. She chases them into a herd of walkers, which forces them to seek refuge in a hospital. Jim sacrifices himself to let them all escape, which brings us to the finale. Before that though, I want to mention how fucking stupid this whole Jimbo arc is and how generic the hospital stuff is. Genuine question for the writers. Did you really think that we would give even a modicum of a shit about Jimbo? This guy was a complete fucking asshole from the moment he appeared, continued to be an insufferable little bitch even after he got bit, but now we're supposed to like him because he decided to go out helping people. No, fuck this guy. If I were in that situation, I'd have thrown him off the roof myself. But I'd never be in that situation to begin with because I'm not a fucking cliche who gets stuck in hospitals in the zombie apocalypse. How many different pieces of media have done this concept before? Oh, all of them? Yeah, not a fan. This was just so unengaging when they could have very easily used a set piece more unique to Texas. Like, you know, take advantage of the setting and do something we haven't seen a million times before. That being said, I think Jimbo is a beer bows is pretty funny, and I will die on this hill. I know like all the hardcore Fear haters are gonna hate me for that, but Jimbo's beer bows is kind of funny. Like the joke is that it's so unfunny that it's funny. Like that's literally the bit.
Jimbo's beer bows.
Anyways, the season finale follows Morgan and his final showdown with Martha. The rest of the group have made it to the gas station in Mississippi and are waiting for him, but they quickly learn that their water supply has been poisoned. So Morgan tries to get Martha to tell him what the poison is so that he can help them. She obviously refuses to comply, but Morgan, being Morgan, believes that she can be redeemed if she would just allow him to help her. The two debate this for pretty much the entire runtime, with Martha eventually revealing that she's been bit and giving Morgan an ultimatum that one of them will have to kill the other for this to end. Morgan eventually does get the answer out of her somehow, still not sure why she changes her mind so quickly, but sure. And the poison is antifreeze, but Morgan is so far out of range that the radio doesn't work and he can't warn them, so he has to hoof it there on foot. And this brings me to one of my biggest gripes with the reboot in general. These writers are absolutely obsessed with walkie-talkies. Almost every major conflict is dependent on them in some way. The writing also relies on them very heavily, but because so many of their problems can be solved by simply communicating on the walkies, they have to write them out a lot of the time. This defeats the purpose of including them in the first place if you just write them out to make things inconvenient. Like, you guys know that whole thing where like a whole lot of movies could have had their conflicts solved very easily if the characters had a phone on them? They somehow make that a valid criticism in the Walking Dead universe where phones aren't even a fucking thing anymore. It's just so annoying when the walkies are a thing that they have access to, but they just so happen to be out of range or the battery dies at an inconvenient time. It's fucking annoying, and it's oftentimes very inconsistent. Sometimes they're just conveniently out of range, other times they're like arguably closer together, but the walkies just don't work for whatever reason. It's so fucking bizarre. On top of this, the writers go out of their way to point out how the characters know that their enemies are probably listening on the radio, yet they still continue to use them anyway despite giving them an advantage. It's fucking dumb. Either write the walkies consistently or just don't use them at all. The main show uses these very sparingly because it's a really annoying thing to write into a story because you often have to write it out of the story, so it defeats the purpose of being included. Anyways, the poison was antifreeze in their water supply, but June, being a doctor, knows that the antidote is ethanol. This is actually true, like scientifically, like in real life, but the way they handle it is just really sloppily written. Once Morgan gets the information to the rest, they realize, oh, perfect, there's just a tank of pure ethanol sitting outside the gas station. Except to get to it, they have to fight off walkers, which gives Al the bright idea to use the MRAP to take them out, but accidentally shoots holes in the ethanol tanker. And for some reason, they all just give up after this. Like, motherfucker, it doesn't matter how you get this shit, just put your fucking jugs under the hole and collect what you can. Why do we just accept that this is useless now because some of it's dripping? Like, you fucking serious? Why did they not do that when they very easily could because they were all right there? That being said, people heavily criticize this scene because it doesn't make sense how beer fixes the problem, when I actually disagree with that criticism. The scene is bad for a lot of reasons that I'll get into, but the solution being beer is not one of them. Realistically, you can't drink straight ethanol. Well, I guess technically you can, but it'd probably be just as bad as the poison, right? And I'm a really shitty chemist, so I only kind of know what I'm talking about. That's actually real, by the way. I have a degree in chemistry. The characters drinking beer to get that ethanol safely is entirely reasonable in my eyes. The amount that they drink is probably not realistic, but when has shit like this ever been realistic in The Walking Dead, or even Fear for that matter? Like, remember when the ranch was poisoned with anthrax and all the important characters just so happened to survive it? It's just something that happens in TV shows, so to criticize the reboot seasons for doing this when the good seasons have also done very similar things is a bit biased. Like, I really hate to defend the Fear reboot, but if you're gonna criticize it correctly. On a thematic note though, I kinda like that Jimbo's beer ended up being the thing that saved everybody from the poison. I can see what they were going for with this, and if they had made us care about Jimbo, then I think this would have worked as intended, but instead it's just kinda cringe and gay, and nobody likes it because it sucks. After all is said and done, Morgan gathers everybody together to finally make the trip to Alexandria, but at the last minute, he stops. They find an old textile factory and make that their new base of operations, with Morgan proclaiming that they will pick up where Polar Bear left off and will continue to help people and leave supply boxes. Everyone else agrees to this for some reason, and the season ends with Morgan beginning his new crusade. I fucking hate this. The whole helping people thing was already really forced, even with as little as it was mentioned in the season, but even if it weren't forced, this is still a really unsatisfying reason to not go back to Alexandria. One of my biggest gripes with season 4 in general, and even kind of the whole show in general, is how they constantly dangle Alexandria over our heads the entire time, yet do nothing with it, and in fact, actively write around the fact that this can't actually happen because of the main show's time skip in season 9. If you needed Morgan to stay in the Texas area, then give him a more valid and emotionally engaging reason. The reasoning they do give of making up for what we've done or honoring Polar Bear don't work because it's forced and preachy. Like, sure, right? I've accepted that the reboot is going to be nothing like the classic run in terms of tone, but even if this weren't the same show, I'd still think this was cringe and gay. But the whole helping people thing is much more annoying in season 5, so we'll leave it at that for now. Overall, Fear Season 4 was a massive disappointment, but not for the reasons you think. Well, yes, the writing is noticeably worse than previous seasons because of the new showrunners. I think that it only seems worse than it really is because what came before it was so good. Like, it's bad on its own, but it's even worse in comparison, if you catch my drift. That being said, there are a few things that this season does pretty well, and I think the hate for it is far too exaggerated. The first half has some interesting ideas. I didn't quite mind the stadium stuff. Some of the new characters are fun, and I thought the Hurricane in 4B was a cool concept. Those are cool ideas. They are not executed very well, but they're cool ideas nonetheless. The biggest problem, though, is that it just isn't Fear anymore. And granted, that was probably the point of 4A, which is to transition us from the old Fear style into the new Fear style, which I think is probably the only reason that this could even be slightly palatable to anybody. It is a different show with a different purpose now, and if you vibe with that, then cool. But for the people who liked 1 through 3, calling this season a downgrade would be the understatement of the century. With season 3's highs being so high, fans expected a lot more out of season 4, but even before its release, the writing was kinda already on the wall. With the original showrunner gone, the implementation of a time skip, the crossover, and the shift to a Walking Dead universe, in hindsight, I think we all probably should have expected this. I mentioned earlier that season 3 was peak Fear, and unfortunately that means that the show will never reach those heights ever again. If season 1 is Fear the Dead, and season 2 is Fear the Living, and season 3 is Fear Yourself, then season 4, and by extension the rest of the reboot, is to fear the writers. That all being said, season 4 is not the worst season of Fear. Oh no, it gets way worse. Boy, oh boy, that sure was an absolute doozy. Now let's do another intermission. So now that we've established the fact that season 4 was the reboot and it pretty much ruined the rest of the show, now let's talk about the fun stuff. Let's talk about the conspiracy theories. Ever since the reboot happened and the show devolved into absolute dog shit, fans have been speculating why exactly it was that Dave Erickson, the original showrunner, left the show and why they decided to replace him with these two schmucks who clearly didn't know what the fuck they were doing. This is a very contentious topic within the Fear fandom, and because of that, there is also so much misinformation going around about it that people just kind of repeat as fact as if it has any basis in reality. The primary theory is that Dave Erickson was actually fired from the show, with the reasoning depending on how malicious you think AMC or Scott Gimple was. There are multiple variations of this. Some people think that Scott Gimple just absolutely hated Dave Erickson, that he was jealous of Dave Erickson, so he fired him as soon as he became the chief content officer of the Walking Dead universe. Other people think that it was like, oh, AMC didn't like him, or AMC didn't like the ratings. Anyway, the point is, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, when in reality, Dave Erickson was not fired. At least, that's not been publicly stated to any degree whatsoever. In multiple interviews around the time of his departure, Dave Erickson simply stated that he had decided to leave the show. There's no mention of any kind of creative differences, or him being fired by AMC, or anything like that. He just decided, for one reason or another, to leave the show. Now, a lot of fans don't buy this whatsoever, because it does seem kind of suspicious how Dave Erickson was very upfront about the fact that he had a 7-season plan for Fear, yet decided to randomly leave as soon as it was getting good, and to the point where he wanted it to be. Some people think that he truly was fired and that this is just him saving face and not trying to discredit AMC or whatever. Maybe some kind of contractual thing, right? Again, there's no evidence for this at all. It's simply just speculation. The other big theory is that Chambliss and Goldberg, despite their qualifications, were only hired for Fear because they were friends with Scott Gimple. Now, while this may be true, while I'm sure they may have been friends before this, there's absolutely no evidence that they were like a nepotism hire. I know nepotism's not really the right word here, but you get the idea. They're the DEI Jews. I have to cut that. Editor me, cut that. I don't care how funny you think it is, you have to cut that. And while I'm sure that's probably true to some degree, I'm sure Scott Gimple and Andrew Chambliss and Ian Goldberg were all friends at some point before Walking Dead. But again, there's no evidence that that was the reason that they got the job. Now, unless I'm missing something and Gimple or somebody related to them has directly stated that they were only hired because they were their friends, then fuck me, I don't know. Now, how these guys got hired to begin with is beyond me, but I don't think it was the nepotism thing. Hello, I'm Scott Gimples. At the end of the day, I honestly think that a lot of these Fear reboot conspiracy theories are trying to apply malice where there genuinely is none. People think it's like, oh, Dave Erickson was fired because Scott Gimple hated that he was a better writer than him, and that he wanted to hire his friends to write the show, and then they purposely made it bad to spite him. And it's like, none of that happened. When the simplest explanation is probably that Dave Erickson was just kind of tired of constantly being away from his family for long periods of time while shooting the show. Maybe he felt creatively burnt out with the show by this point, despite his plan. And that AMC saw this as a great opportunity to reboot the show and kind of make it more homogenous with the main show. At the end of the day, I don't think that there's any bad blood, and I'm sure that Dave Erickson wants to finish this story in some way, shape, or form, but, you know, wrong place, wrong time, shit happens. And the show sucks now, that's the point. Anyways, let's move on to this, whatever, season 5. We're gonna go on to the worst one now. Hey guys, I'm dabbing Reddit. So, after a pretty steep decline, we can only go up from here, right? Right? Ha 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 ha! Wrong! Didn't I just do this joke? Now, if you thought Season 4 was bad, which it is, then you've got another thing coming with Season 5. While Season 4 was ultimately terrible, it did have a few redeeming qualities here and there. Season 5 has no such redeeming qualities. In fact, it takes almost everything that sucked about 4 and somehow makes it worse, which might genuinely make this the worst season of TV I have ever seen. And listen, I'm not the type to exaggerate on this bitch-ass channel, so you know I'm not fucking exaggerating. I'm chilling, I'm vibing, I'm gaying. I'm sucking off guys, gay style, homo mode. Season 5 picks up sometime after we left off in 4, where Morgan and friends are still trying to achieve their mission of helping people, but have apparently been very unsuccessful. We open with an admittedly very cool scene featuring most of the main Fear crew fighting off the dead in the immediate aftermath of their plane crashing in the middle of nowhere. It's then revealed that the reason for needing a plane in the first place is because they were asked for help by a guy named Logan, who claims to be in an area so far away and so inaccessible from their main location in Texas that they needed to fly over a literal mountain to get there.
Sure.
Okay, sure. I could buy that. Yeah. But while Morgan's group are out trying to help this guy, he reveals that it was all a trick to get them away from the denim factory. See, this guy Logan was Polar Bear's old trucking partner from before the world ended, and at first his motives are very unclear. Regardless, the Fear crew is trapped on the other side of the mountain, with all the roads in the area being either inaccessible or blocked off due to radiation from a nearby nuclear plant. Alongside all of this, they also come across a group of children surviving on their own who seemingly refuse their help at every opportunity. There's a lot going on, but the main plot of 5A revolves around the group trying to fix their broken airplane so they can get back to their base and continue their mission. Much like Season 4, there are a lot of really cool ideas here, but because the new Fear writers are so impatient and sloppy, none of them really get fleshed out to the degree that they could have been, making every plotline feel flat and boring. This is indicative of Fear's new problem with the reboot, which is that it has great ideas, but terrible execution. The new writers are admittedly very good at setting up potentially interesting storylines and weaving them all together, but they are terrible at paying them off in a way that feels satisfying or that makes sense, whether that be logically or in terms of character motivations. But like I said, the airplane idea is cool. I don't really mind it, but I could see how that would make sense, right? You know, they crash the plane to make for a fun set piece, and it puts the characters into an interesting situation with there being no escape from the area. That's genuinely pretty good setup. But then their solution is to just rebuild the plane, which in theory could make sense. When you consider that their workforce behind this is Al, Luciana, and a bunch of literal children, you start to lose me. How do any of these people know how to rebuild a literal fucking airplane? Okay, like sure, I get that Al has a bit of mechanical knowledge, but it's never established how deep that knowledge goes to justify her being able to know how a fucking plane works. On top of that, the solution of let's just do the plane again is straight up silly. This season has some of the more cartoonish moments in the reboot, and I think this one goes a bit under the radar. But I'm getting massively ahead of myself, so let's actually look at what happens between the airplanes, right? One thing that I can certainly appreciate about this half of the season is that for the most part, the group is all together. They do split off here and there, but there isn't any of this like, oh, we're split up and have to find each other again shit going on that they did last season or will do in future seasons. While the group reuniting is the goal of the first half, it's done in a much more believable and less annoying way, so I don't mind it. Like, the anthology format is definitely still a thing here, but it's much less egregious than it usually is. They also attempt to do a lot with this by pairing up characters that would have potentially interesting dynamics. The key word there is attempt, because a lot of this is just kinda not good, and by kinda not good, I mean straight up not good, because it sucks ball hole, the hole out of my ball. Hi guys, Big Ball Timmy here with Timothy Big Balls. The main dynamic they try to push in this half is between Morgan and Alicia. On paper, this makes total sense. After the events of Season 4, Alicia is still not in the best headspace, and in 5, she takes that anger out on the dead. Can you not? Morgan sees that she's going down a similar road that he did back during his Clear arc, where the only way that she knows how to deal with her problems is with anger and violence. The two are often paired up throughout the season, with Morgan trying to help her see that there is more to life than just surviving. It's very similar to how he was with Nick back in 4, but he's no longer as preachy about the whole all life is precious thing. It's mostly like kind of the back burner. The Nick parallel also works pretty well with Alicia because she is in a similar place as Nick was after the stadium. This is pretty decent character work in concept. In practice though, the whole thing becomes cringe the minute they start talking. Alicia's constantly talking about making up for what she did being her reason for joining up with Morgan, who started the whole helping people thing to atone for his own mistakes. Like, okay, I get why Morgan would want to atone because he did some pretty bad shit back in the day, but Alicia? What has Alicia actually done that is so morally reprehensible that she feels the need to make up for it? Like, sure, she's killed people pre and post reboot, but if the reboot has shown us anything, it's that Alicia seemingly no longer has any qualms with killing people. She purposefully guns down the vultures out of revenge, and she is not shown feeling bad about it at all, because quite frankly, they kind of deserved it. I mean, killing that one guy at the hotel back in season 2 was a pretty big deal, but it's never really lingered on past the scene that it happened in, and was in complete self-defense, so she should realistically have no reason to feel bad about it. That's not to say that she can't feel bad about it, but my point is that they keep it way too vague. What is Alicia so regretful of that she feels the need to atone for it? It's never specific, it's just her saying, I've got some things to make up for. There's a weak justification for why she's like this now. This is similarly the case with Luciana, who again has no reason to feel this way because she hasn't really done anything that bad so far. If you're gonna do this kind of arc for these characters, that's fine, but just write around that and actually write that fucking arc. You know, for example, maybe have a scene where Alicia is killing a bunch of walkers, and while she does so, we flash back to the moments in question that would cause her all of this regret, and end the scene with her realizing what she's done. Kind of like that one Michonne scene back in season 4 on the main show. This gives her an actual motivation that the audience can understand beyond just vague dialogue, and is also kind of a show don't tell type vibe. I don't have a problem with changing the character from her original portrayal by this point, but at the very least do something substantial with her. Back on the other side of the mountain though, we have Strand, Charlie, Sarah, and Wendell dealing with Logan, who basically just tells them to fuck off. They decide that he's not worth the effort for now, so they shift their focus to finding a way to get their friends back home. Before losing transmission on the radio, because we're still doing the radio thing, Al tells them about a tape that she has of a man who can help them. This man turns out to be none other than Daniel Salazar, who the audience and the characters haven't seen since the dam exploded. Daniel has a plane that could potentially be used to get to the other side, but of course, Daniel and Strand don't get along, so he refuses to help. But okay, before we talk about Daniel and Strand's whole thing, first I gotta complain about the Daniel reveal. So like I said, Al tells Strand about a tape labeled skid mark. So he watches the tape and he sees that it's Daniel. That's the reveal. I don't like this reveal. It's just like, oh, okay, it's Daniel. You know, and there's nothing big or extravagant. I just felt nothing seeing this. What I personally would have done is just skip the tape entirely. You know, have Al mention that she knows a guy with a plane and give Strand's group the coordinates, or just like a general location. Have this be the only information that they have to go off of. So now, when Strand gets to the gate, he's met with Daniel, which would be a complete shock to both them and the audience. Throw some dramatic music in there, have Daniel drop some cool ass line, you fucking golden. But anyways, Daniel and Strand are now put in a very awkward situation. Strand wants the plane to help his friends, but Daniel doesn't believe him because of all the lies he's told in the past and, you know, shooting him in the face. Though Strand does prove that his story is real, Daniel does not buy that he's really doing it for altruistic reasons and still views him as a selfish liar, so he refuses to give up the plane. And okay, I get it, right? There needs to be character drama and all that, right? But knowing Daniel, he should have absolutely zero reason to not shoot Strand dead right then and there. He hates this fucking guy, so I see no reason for him to even entertain the idea of helping him. But okay, this is reboot Daniel. It's been a few years in universe. I could maybe buy that he'd be a bit more forgiving of the people who have wronged him. But if this were the case, why would you not establish this new trait to the audience? Between the character's last appearance and this one, his personality hasn't actually changed very much, so why this sudden forgiveness now? He wasn't a forgiving guy before, so why wouldn't you give us anything to show us why he is this way now? I think the writer's intentions for Daniel leading Strand on just to kick him out and deny him help was to show that he wants to hurt Strand the same way that Strand hurt him by lying about something and then denying it. He makes explicit mention of the way Strand lied about Ophelia back in season 3, which, while a lie at the time, Strand did eventually prove that he was technically telling the truth. He just needed Madison to vouch for him. While he didn't actually know where Ophelia was, he still aimed to make good on his promise of reuniting the two after he actually did know where she was. While this is only one of many substantial lies that Strand has told Daniel, the fact that this is the one they cite in this episode, despite being probably the flimsiest to justify, was a pretty odd choice. Like, you could have chosen the whole betrayal at the dam, you know, that would have made perfect sense, but no, why would we do that? I mean, I also get that it was a matter of intention, but in the grand scheme of things, Strand didn't actually do anything to deny the Salazars from reuniting and played no part in the tragedy that prevented them from doing so. On top of that, these new writers seem to fundamentally misunderstand why Daniel hates Strand by simplifying it to the fact that he lies a lot.
You calling me a liar? I ain't calling you a truther.
While that is partially true, Daniel's hatred of Strand comes from the fact that he sees right through his lies because his past in El Salvador exposed him to countless men just like him, who will lie and betray you to get what they want. He never trusted Strand, even during the whole Ophelia thing that he is so offended by in the reboot. They oversimplify this by constantly having Daniel repeat things like, "I know you, Victor. I know what kind of man you are, Victor," and just generally pointing out that he's a liar. Like, yeah, we get it. He lies, and he doesn't like that. Could you be any more obvious? Can you be any more obvious? You know, I miss when the show had nuance. But aside from all of that, the big thing that I don't really buy about Daniel refusing to help isn't because of Strand, but because of Alicia. Daniel knows that Alicia is alive and needs help, so why wouldn't he do it for her sake? He respects Madison enough to at least give her that, even if he doesn't know how much of a badass Alicia has become since the dam. They also try to really push this thing between Daniel and Charlie, where he seemingly becomes like a parental figure to her, likely because of Ophelia and all that. I mean, I think it's fine, but I also think it's kind of weird that John and June were originally implied to have adopted her back in season 4, and that is seemingly completely dropped here in favor of whatever this is. I don't know, maybe if Charlie were a character worth giving a shit about, I would care, but she isn't, so I don't. Wait, was that Gimple speak? Fucking Christ, the writing is fucking breaking me. I just did Gimple speak. Kill me. But that is not all for the return of old characters, because in episode 3 of the season, John and June head to an old tourist trap and come across none other than Dwight. If you recall from the main show, there's a whole storyline throughout season 7 where it's explained that Dwight's wife, Sherry, left him to be with Negan for their own protection, and at a certain point, she escapes and is never seen again. After the Savior War, Dwight was banished from Alexandria by Daryl, who tells him that he needs to make it right with Sherry somehow, and that if he ever returns, he'll kill him. When we meet him again in Fear, Dwight has been looking for Sherry for about a year, implying that Morgan has also been out here for about a year or so, but for the past few months has been hitting nothing but dead ends, making him incredibly angry, depressed, and eventually suicidal. He comes across John and June first by shooting at them, but they eventually reconcile and team up, with John giving Dwight hope once again. Honestly, I can't say I hated this episode and the whole Dwight and John pairing, because I think it works really well. John's whole thing last season was about finding June, and now the two are madly in love, and that only happened because he didn't give up and always had a positive attitude. This inspires Dwight to keep looking for Sherry, and the two eventually go off on a side adventure to look for her. This has no relevance to the overall plot, but it's two characters that I kinda like teaming up and doing shit, and in a show this bad, I can't particularly complain. And honestly, I actually liked Dwight's characterization in Fear way more than on the main show. On The Walking Dead, he was a tragic and sympathetic character, but he wasn't always the most fun to watch, and his role in the story was also filled by several other characters. He was also just completely different from his comic counterpart, who is a significantly bigger character. In Fear, we have all of the context from the main show, so he retains a lot of the traits and backstory that makes him sympathetic, but he's also not bogged down by the dragged out pacing of the war arc, nor its clunky writing. But that's not to say Fear Season 5's writing is good or anything. It's not, but they do a decent job with Dwight. Granted, he's not in the season much after this, which begs the question of why even cross him over to begin with. This episode also contains one of the most hated moments in Fear the Walking Dead history, which in my opinion begins a trend of moments that are highly hated within the fandom that I think are hated for the wrong reasons. There needs to be a better word for that, but you get the vibe. The moment in question features John Dory showing off his skills as a sharpshooter by splitting a bullet with an axe in order to save Dwight. The common criticism of this scene is that it's cartoonishly unrealistic because of how difficult it is to split a bullet like this. If you ask me, that's not the problem with this scene. It's been well established that John is an expert marksman. I don't think he ever misses a shot unless it's convenient, and it's teased all throughout the episode that he used to do shit like this all the time. So if anybody would be able to do this, it would be him. And this is also far from the craziest low odds thing to have happened in the Walking Dead universe, so if you ask me, it's par for the course. The actual problem with this scene is that it makes no fucking sense for John to waste all of this time trying to split the bullet and kill these walkers instead of just running up to them and killing them normally. The framing of the scene doesn't justify the bullet split, and if they wanted to include that, then they should have just written around it. I think if they wanted this moment to be more relevant to the story and to generally less annoying, they should have had it play into John's character. While he is a rather static character, all things considered, this episode shows that he's not very proud of his past to some degree. There's a scene where June asks him about what it was like working at a place like this, and he just goes cold and doesn't answer, implying that there's something about it that he didn't like, or was maybe regretful of. I would have tied this into his self-confidence, where maybe he misses a shot and thinks that he doesn't have the sauce anymore, but then he splits the bullet to prove to himself that he still can, reinstilling his confidence in who he is. I think this would also do a great job at further mirroring Dwight, where both he and John regain their confidence by working together. It's simple changes like these that would have made the bullet split much more palatable to the "that doesn't make sense" crowd, which just goes to show that the reboot writers think of cool moments and set pieces first and then proceed to not write around them in any meaningful way. And this brings me to another hated moment: the balloon. While looking for a way to get plane parts to the rest of the group, Strand and Charlie appropriate a hot air balloon shaped like a beer bottle from Jimbo's brewery. I can't say brewery. Brewery. I got all this jewelry on. Shout out Kanye. It was a Jewish doctor. And use it to fly over the mountain to get to their friends. This is one of the most infamous moments in this show, and on one hand, I get it because it's really easy to make fun of, but at the same time, this is definitely the least of the season's problems. Like, sure, yeah, the green screen's really bad, and tonally, the scene is a complete departure from what the show used to be, but it's also not out of the realm of possibility, like logic-wise, so it doesn't personally bother me. There are way more pressing issues with the season, so I think if your argument for why it's bad is, lol, beer balloon, then I don't think you're watching the show with the clearest vision. That all being said, I think the reason this moment is as hated as it is, despite being relatively inoffensive on most fronts, is that it's treated as this big, holy shit, you guys gotta see this, what an absolute miracle type moment, when it's really not all that impressive or mesmerizing. It's just a fucking balloon. They're very in your face about how you should be amazed by this, when if the same thing were to have happened in the old Fear, it would have been played a lot differently. It's a very hopeful scene in a show that used to laugh at the idea of hope, so I think people see this as indicative of the contrast between pre and post reboot. People don't necessarily hate it because it's inherently bad, even though it kind of is. They hate it because it's like a representative of why these two eras are so different. It's definitely very cringe, but it is far from the reboot's biggest sin. Moving on, part of the reason that it takes so long for the Fear crew to get the plane working again is because of Al going missing. Shortly after the plane crash, Al spots a walker with strange armor and thinks that there might be a story there. That night, she goes to investigate, but is taken hostage by that walker's former partner. As you might have guessed, this is the CRM, and as far as I'm aware, this is our first extended look at literally anything about them. If you were watching these shows as they were airing at the time, you would have known about the CRM by now since they were the group that took Rick, so this is the first time we're really actually shown anything about them. The 5th episode of the season, The End of Everything, doubles as both an Al Bottle episode and as a soft introduction to the CRM before their proper introduction in World Beyond. This is some of the first character development that we really get for Al, which was one of my personal biggest gripes with season 4. She had the basis for an interesting character, they just didn't really do anything with her. Here, we get a glimpse at her past that explains why she's so anal about collecting stories. When the outbreak first began, she opted to go chasing stories instead of being with her brother, resulting in him dying and her living. She feels extremely guilty about this, so she continues to collect stories so that people like her brother don't die forgotten. While a bit contrived, I think it makes total sense as a motivation for why she prioritizes the story above all else. It's the first time the character has really made me feel anything, granted that it still stems from a rather generic story that we've seen time and time again in The Walking Dead. Oh, I lost a family member. Wow, how original. The rest of the episode features Al and the CRM soldier, who we later learn is named Isabel, constantly at odds with each other. Isabel wants to stay on mission and refuses to tell Al, and thereby the audience, anything about her community, even though she's technically already breaking protocol by letting her live, and though Al wants answers, she helps refuel her helicopter anyways. These two are essentially too stubborn to work together effectively, but are forced to in order to get what they want. Tale as old as time, right? The episode ends with Isabel attempting to complete her mission by destroying any evidence of CRM activity, which requires her to kill Al. But at the last second, she stops herself, and the two share a kiss. This felt like it came out of absolutely nowhere. Not because they're gay, but because the entire episode has them being reluctant allies. While they were able to find common ground and not be enemies for a moment, they ultimately showed zero attraction toward each other because most of the episode is just them bickering. I mean, I could maybe buy that they'd end up in this like weird kind of friends, kind of enemies situation where they're cool with each other but not like direct allies, and I could see how Isabel struggling with her humanity and the CRM's rules would lead her to break protocol and let Al live. But I think the romance part was just kind of out of the blue, like they kind of pushed it a little too far. As jarring as this scene was from a writing perspective though, I think that it is genuinely a really nice scene. The line,
"And I got to see the prettiest thing I've seen. It's the end of everything,"
is a bit pretentious considering it's coming from Frickin' Frack over here, who wrote this episode themselves, but it's still really cute, and had this premise been done in a show that wasn't Fear, or any Walking Dead show for that matter, it would have been truly great. I think this goes to show that a lot of the criticism toward the new showrunners is a bit unjustified in some regards, because the episodes that they do write themselves are often some of the better episodes of these two shitty seasons in 4 and 5, but it's episodes like this one that show how they can write good shit in very specific contexts. It's just that those contexts are not and should not be found in the Walking Dead universe. characters. Remember, these guys used to write a literal fairy tale show. Another of the new characters introduced this season is Grace, a woman who used to work at the nearby nuclear plant and has kept it running for years after the world ended. But unfortunately, she failed and one of the reactors melted down, resulting in all of her co-workers dying in the massive radiation zone in the area. When Morgan and Alicia first meet her, she warns them about the radiation and explains that she's trying to collect all the radiated walkers, aka her former co-workers, to prevent more people from getting radiation sickness. However, she has also been exposed to far more radiation than any person reasonably should, so she has an undetermined time left to live. Much like a lot of these new Fear characters, this is a fine basis. They just don't do anything with her. They try to tie her into Morgan and Alicia's whole thing about making up for what they've done, since these are the two characters she interacts with the most, and her backstory is certainly in service to that very shitty cliche message, but they don't take it very far. She's just kind of there for a lot of the season, so I couldn't really say that I gave a shit. While she does become a much bigger character in 5B, she's not around enough in 5A to justify me caring. Oh, and she keeps taking Morgan's stick away, and it kind of pisses me off. Like, at least let my guy have something, bro. Fuck. Well, lastly, for the new characters are the kids. Holy shit, the kids. The kids fucking suck. Why am I like... I look like that vine today. The majority of 5A involves the Fear group trying to convince a group of children who are completely on their own to come join them in whatever it is that they're trying to do. The kids refuse and want to be left alone, resulting in one of the most annoying back and forths in the entire franchise. I mean, I get it. They're kids. Their parents all died horrifically of radiation sickness right in front of them. There's a lot of trauma to unpack there. Except they never fucking unpack it. You can very easily have a story about a kid growing up in a fucked up world. Hell, that's the whole point of Carl on the main show. But when the extent of your characterization is, leave me alone, I don't want to live like an animal, then I can't force myself to care. Okay, so you've got Annie, right, who's essentially their leader and is keeping them away from the Fear crew. She does not want their help because they were fine before they showed up and is very adamant about this in every single scene. I'm not kidding. Every single scene. Alicia spends a lot of time trying to convince her to let them help, and even when the dead are right at their doorstep, she still continues to refuse. Shut the fuck up and let the adults handle things. Meanwhile, the youngest brother, Dylan, forms a friendship with Luciana, who shows him Charlie's book from last season, which inspires him to rebuild the plane with the other kids. Dude, I don't care about this literal fairy tale bullshit. Just shut the fuck up. I think I'm just gonna chalk this up to Luciana being on drugs. That's probably it.
This is the drugs talking, right?
But you want to know the worst part of all of this? These kids all completely disappear after the season and stop mattering completely. Like, why the fuck would you put so much emphasis on saving these kids if you're just going to ignore them after the season? I mean, I'm sure they probably received a lot of criticism about them and were told to get rid of them by the executives, but by doing so, they completely undermined a story that you're basically forced to watch for anything else in the season to make sense. If I were to rewrite this, I would cut the kids completely. But if I had to write the kids in, though, I would have just gone way too far with it and made them like fucking feral or something like that. Like, instead of being isolationist for no discernible reason, they're just so far gone that they can't even conceive of the idea that anybody would want to help them. This would keep Alicia's arc intact, where helping them is her way of making up for her mistakes, while also making the kids significantly less annoying and not having them incessantly whining or spewing pseudo-intellectual garbage from frickin' frack. Honestly, I don't care, just anything but what was actually in the show. There you go, it's gonna be... Put that in the video randomly. As the crew gets closer and closer to finishing the plane, the second nuclear reactor's cooling system fails, and while Grace tries to prolong the inevitable, eventually it will melt down, killing everybody in the area. This puts a bit of a timer on everybody, with Morgan trying to get the remaining plane parts from Sharon and Charlie, John and Dwight trying to make their way back, and with Alicia still trying to convince the kids to come with them. This is pretty par for the course considering last season's finale, but it also raises another very important issue. The radiated walkers are cool, but they don't actually end up fucking meaning anything. When they first meet Grace, she tells them that the radiated walkers are extremely dangerous and that you should not get close to them without protective gear. When Alicia is fighting off walkers while protecting the kids, she accidentally touches one of these walkers and gets its blood all over her and subsequently begins fearing for her life. It's like not subtle either, like she's genuinely mortified at the idea that she just did the one thing she was told not to do. A huge deal is made about this, and guess what? It's never brought up again. You know, she doesn't find any like Prussian blue tablets or any kind of like medicine or anything like that to get rid of the radiation. She just takes a shower, ignores it, and it goes away. It's not just Alicia who ignores it though, as the writers seem to completely ignore it as well, because again, it's never mentioned in any way ever again. Now, technically it is true that showering is the first thing you should do when exposed to radiation, but that's not an end-all be-all cure, and Alicia, Strand, and Charlie were in the radiation zone without protection for a lot longer than they reasonably should be. I'm not saying it's impossible, and I'm obviously not not like an expert or anything to have any like to make like an accurate judgment call or anything, but if the solution was that simple, then why even make a big deal about this? Like, why make a big deal about Alicia touching one irradiated walker if you knew it wasn't gonna matter? Clearly they weren't much of a threat to begin with since Morgan didn't have an issue, so why make a big deal out of it now? The writing around the radiation is very inconsistent, and it completely ruins an important character moment for Alicia. At least we got some implied nudity out of it. I'll take that. The mid-season finale ends with the Fear crew making it across the mountain on the plane, reuniting them all together. Alicia finally reunites with Daniel. I was gonna give more examples, but that's about it. But their celebration is cut somewhat short, as Logan shows back up after not having been seen since episode 1. Oh yeah, get this, right? They introduce a new villain, proceed to completely ignore his existence for 7 whole episodes. He has one interaction with Sarah where he explains that he was looking for something and didn't find it, and then disappears, only for him to show up at the last minute with a proposition. Yeah, great writing there, guys. Yeah, nice going. If it were up to me, I'd have Logan act as a much bigger threat to the group somehow, like maybe have him try to stop Strand's group from getting to the others, or just literally anything at all in the first half. But whatever. I digress. Logan explains that the Fear crew's use of a plane was indicative of a much larger problem, which is that transportation is getting harder and harder. The roads are all fucked because of infrastructure failing, and as Dwight explains in a brief throwaway line earlier in the season, the gas is starting to go bad, making cars harder to use. Logan explains that Polar Bear knew about a place where they can get infinite gas, but needs them to help him find it, and this leads into 5B, of which a central focal point is the oil field, where the group eventually starts refining their own gasoline. Despite being a relatively promising idea for a story, this is all settled completely off screen, with the oil field already having been established and Logan already having been dealt with. The disrespect this character gets is so fucking weird, man. Instead of any of that, 5B opts to show us the characters finally getting calls from people to help them, which results in them meandering around Texas in a convoy as they look for a place to call home. There is, and I do not exaggerate here, no plot whatsoever until the last couple episodes, and by God is it fucking boring. But the mid-season premiere, titled Channel 4, actually starts us off with something interesting. The entire episode is formatted as a documentary, where the characters are filming each other on their quest to help people, with Al eventually editing it down, somehow, and leaving copies at the various rest stops so that more people can learn about what they're all about. The episode that we see is also the video that the characters in-universe have created, and it ends up being a somewhat major yet underlying plot thread. This is actually a really cool idea for an episode, partially because it's one of the only episodes in the reboot era that has any level of artistry around it. It's just something we've never really seen in The Walking Dead before, and I could appreciate that they were able to try something new, have it mostly land, and have it make complete sense in universe. Plus, there's actually some fucking color in this thing when they switch to the handheld cameras, but then we switch back to the audience view and we're back to that old gray-blue filter, which indicates to me that they had the opportunity to not color grade the entire show like this, but did it anyways. That's frickin' frack for you. On top of that, and I never thought that I would praise Fear for this, but it's like genuinely funny sometimes. Some of these lines got a chuckle out of me, and I hate that I liked some of it. As cool as the premise is, though, the execution is where the problems begin. The majority of the episode is just the characters explaining shit. Characters like Alicia just directly explain their arcs and what they're currently going through, and I shouldn't have to explain why that sucks. I will now proceed to explain why that sucks. During 5A, they really try to push the idea of Morgan training Alicia to help her through her struggles. In 5B, this is dropped almost instantly. There is one scene where Morgan trains Alicia with the bow staff, and she is never seen using it ever again. Instead of actually paying off what they had promised, the writers opted to have Alicia deal with her problems in other ways. Her newfound aversion to violence makes her mentally unable to kill walkers, but this is never played with at all. The only thing that she does do is roam around with Strand doing the whole helping people thing, and then starts painting trees while parroting Morgan's helping people spiel. She's barely in this half of the season, and when she is, it's more preachy bullshit with no relevance to the overall story, which is already basically non-existent. And speaking of the original Fear cast, Daniel is almost exclusively used for comedy now, which fucking sucks. Like, sure, we're in the reboot era now, so at this point I don't really expect any of the old characters to act the same, but original Daniel was never funny. While he did have a few light-hearted moments where he was just kinda chill, he was always rather serious. He was a complex character with a lot weighing on him, and didn't often like tell jokes and shit like that, and the new writers completely ignore that.
I was hoping they'd have a Cinnabon. I really like those.
I didn't see one.
They have a Sin City?
Don't think so.
A Bonnery?
No.
They love to invoke Ophelia or his interactions with Strand, but they are almost always surface level and add nothing. While you could argue that other pre-reboot characters are still somewhat in character and can jury-rig some semblance of a natural progression, Daniel is the only one where he is just straight up not the same guy. Shout out Skidmark though, he's like unironically the GOAT. I mean, like, he's a cat, but, like, he's the GOAT. A transgender cat Siamese. Identifies as black, but acts Chinese. Strand is also barely in this half as well, since he shares most of his screen time with Alicia, so he contributes nothing of real value to the show. He only starts getting interesting again in the finale, where he's back to his old con man ways, but before that point, he doesn't do jack shit. Now, I don't use the term disrespect lightly or even very often, but it is borderline disrespectful to completely sideline the characters who were originally some of the most interesting and nuanced main cast members. There's really no winning here for fears of the original fear. Either the old characters are sidelined and do nothing, or they have a pivotal role in the story but are dumbed down and mischaracterized. If you were to ask me why I think this season is the worst, it wouldn't be because of the plot going nowhere, or the bottle episodes that I don't care about, or even the great filter. Because at the end of the day, you could make a decent justification for all that shit. No, it'd be the fact that we have all of these once fantastic characters and are either ignoring or ruining them. Fear's original appeal was its characters, and while this is still somewhat prevalent in season 4, this is just straight up not a thing in 5, and it sucks dick and balls and shaft. It fucking slurps the shaft sideways. Gay style, homo mode. But uh-oh, new character time, new character alert. Woo, 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 I'm gay. That's the gay guy alarm. It's a gay guy. Gay guy alert. Shout out Fish Tank. At the end of the documentary episode, we zoom out to see the guy watching it. A guy named Wes. He is formally introduced a few episodes later, where he asks Strand and Alicia for help after his motorcycle is totaled by Logan. At first, I love this guy. He is the first morally ambiguous character since the reboot, where throughout his introductory episode, he makes clear his pessimism about the Fear groups helping people crusade and the world at large. His mantra is people are people, which can mean a lot of different things depending on who you ask, but to him, it means that people are inherently selfish and will always harm each other. Throughout his episode, Alicia is trying to find out who's been painting inspirational messages on the trees nearby, and while incredibly predictable, it turns out that this person was Wes. I love the implication that he used to be extremely hopeful and optimistic, but went the complete opposite direction for whatever reason. This dude is so fucking cool. And then he changes on a whim for no reason. During the climax of episode 13, Wes comes to the aid of a girl in need of help, claiming that Alicia helped him to see the light, or some shit like that. This is fucking stupid. You had a great thing going with a character who was a genuine foil to the main cast and who wasn't cartoonish about it like Logan, and you ruined it by having him change with no actual character development. If he's gonna change overnight and off screen like this, then what was the fucking point of the character? And let's be real, it probably wasn't the best idea to introduce yet another new character when we don't even do anything with the countless characters that we already have, but at this point I think we know the writers we're dealing with now. Wait, are you guys telling me that you didn't want a pointless bottle episode about Father Gabriel if he was Jewish? It was a Jewish rabbi. Shout out Jewish rabbis. Shout out to the Jews. Free Palestine. Jewish Father Gabriel be like, this is the Torah's house. Yep, the anthology format returns yet again, which I hate, but luckily, it's only for a few episodes in early 5B. This includes an episode following Charlie and a rabbi, as well as the aforementioned Wes episode, which, like I mentioned, both end up meaning absolutely nothing, but before this is an episode focused on Morgan and Grace. As we know, Grace is slowly dying of radiation sickness, with an indeterminate time to live, so she aims to try and find joy in whatever way she can. She and Morgan are locked together in a mall, and throughout the episode learn about each other's past and begin to grow closer. However, it's also made clear that Morgan is having trouble moving on from his first wife and can't bring himself to accept that he is developing feelings for Grace. Personally, I can't really buy this relationship, mostly because I just don't feel like these two have any chemistry. Most of their interactions are them joking around with each other, which can certainly work, but it never feels like it goes any deeper than the surface level. Like, Candy Beansies is only just mildly amusing. It's not worth mentioning it as often as they do. Plus, it's kind of weird that a lot of their interactions involve Morgan talking about his old family, and I see why they did this and I kind of don't mind why they do it, but it doesn't really further the idea that they're romantically attracted to each other. Like, how do you expect me to buy that he's into her when all he can talk about is the other woman that he was with, right? On top of that, the whole episode is just really cheesy, like with the carousel and the star display thing. It's more of this thing that Reboot Fear does, where it's like the characters are finding glimmers of hope in a dying world, which is cringe as fuck almost any time it's done in the entire Walking Dead universe. And yes, this does include the main show, but Reboot Fear does it significantly worse. And just a reminder, Frickin' Frack used to write a literal fairy tale show. That all being said, I actually did really like the final scene of the episode. The convoy is getting ready to move out, and Grace is all excited about hanging out with Morgan on their trip. But at the last second, Morgan lets her down and tells her that he's leaving to go help Al, which he made up on the fly as an excuse to get away from her because he's afraid of getting too close. She is visibly really bummed, and he drives away crying. I don't know what it is, but this scene fucking got me, dude. It was one of the only times the reboot got me to feel anything at all, and while it is a pretty small scene all things considered, it just goes to show how far good acting can go to override mid or bad writing. Like, I had trouble buying their relationship throughout the whole episode, but Lenny James and Cara Davin's performances made me actually give a shit. Now, I hate that I gave a shit because the actual writing is fucking terrible.
Candy Beansies.
Candy beansies?
But the fact that I could even bring myself to give a shit at all is pretty telling. But we've gone a bit out of order, so let's get into the final 4 episodes of the season, which is where the plot really starts to kick into gear. Why we wasted a quarter of a season on tangentially relevant, half-baked bullshit, I will never know, but now we have an actual story to engage with instead of just meandering around Texas. Down here in Tejas, shout out to my Texans, shout out to my Tejayans, shout out Sandy Cheeks, more like Sandy Queefs. So you guys remember how I was complaining earlier about how they introduced Logan as this big new villain, but then did literally nothing with him? Though it does take a while, 5B finally gives him some depth and backstory. The early episodes of 5B have Logan trying to get intel on where the oil fields are, and eventually he finds them and holds Luciana and the rest hostage to make gas for him. I like that this attempted to make him somewhat threatening, where he's kind of like pre-reveal Negan, where he's somehow got the upper hand and is always outpacing the survivors, you know? It's not the worst thing in the world, right? Episode 13 opens with a flashback, showing Logan back when he was working with Polar Bear to leave supply boxes on the road. He gets a call from a girl in need of help, but Polar Bear isn't answering because this is around the same time that Sarah and Wendell stole his shit, so he has to go and save her himself. However, he runs out of gas and isn't able to get there fast enough and is forced to listen as she is torn apart. This destroys his faith in helping people, leading him down the road that he's on now, where he is actively against the idea. It's a little cartoonish, but it's not the worst backstory, and I think a few tweaks could have made it a bit better. While his disillusionment with helping people ultimately comes from Sarah and Wendell being selfish, I think they could have been much more overt about that, since this reveal is a bit under the radar and is only heavily implied. Like, maybe when he calls Polar Bear on the radio, Sarah and Wendell actually pick up and just tell him to eat shit and that girl's probably gonna die. This would make it much more obvious as to why Logan views people the way that he does, and would also play into Sarah's arc of the season, where she feels guilty about what she did to Polar Bear. By showing how truly selfish her and Wendell used to be before they met Morgan, which is never really shown before this, it establishes why she would actually feel bad about this in the first place. But as it stands, I think Logan's an okay character. Just okay. By virtue of being a villain, he's one of the few reboot characters who might have been able to work pre-reboot, but his character is too rushed to really be anything at all. Because just as soon as he gets interesting, boom, he gets fucking dead.
Oh, I got dead again.
This leads me into the other villain of the season, as well as the next, with the introduction? Skadoosh. This leads me into the other villain of the season, as well as the next, with the introduction of Virginia, or Ginny. She continues this really disappointing trend of cool ideas, bad execution. For starters, her existence, or at least the way she's included in the story, completely destroys all of the shit that we just built up with Logan. We find out that Logan wanted the oil field not because he's a selfish dick, which would have been genuinely interesting, but rather because he was working for Ginny and had a fire under his ass to secure the fields for his own safety. His motives completely change in the last 30 seconds of his arc, where he dies the very second he comes to this rushed and boring change of heart. But anyways, we have Ginny as our new main villain. As the leader of her group, the Pioneers, Ginny's mission is to rebuild society and has actually somewhat succeeded in that with her various settlements around the area. However, it's also made clear that she has a bit of a misguided view of how society should work, as it's established that she gets rid of people who no longer contribute to her communities, usually by outright killing those that she considers a liability. Now, after Wes and Logan, I'm gonna tread very carefully here, but finally, a character with actual nuance in the reboot era. A character who genuinely wishes to help people, just like our main group, but who also only views people by how useful they are to her. And on top of that, she gets some of the best post-reboot dialogue. I absolutely love her lighthearted snark that she has, even when discussing dark shit. It's great. Very fun character.
Spaghetti ain't simple, and it's usually messy one way or another.
That being said, the main conflict doesn't really make any sense. So Ginny wants to help Morgan's group help more people by taking them in and using everybody's skills to better society. They all have a common goal, right? But the only reason that the Fear Crew are against her is because she kills people sometimes, which is understandable the way that they explain it, but also not really. When Ginny's people kill Logan's group, John comments that,
"We just saw what you do to people who take your deals."
Which makes some sense, and later when Morgan meets Tom and finds out that Ginny was going to kill him for being a liability, it starts to make a little bit more sense. Like, yeah, it's probably not the best idea to side with the group that kills people that are deemed non-essential. But in a show about survival, where characters are constantly forced to make difficult decisions for the greater good, it's pretty stupid to deny the offer. While Morgan does eventually cave when he has no other option, his and the rest of the main crew's reasoning is that they're putting their ideals over the safe choice, which I get from a character perspective, but from a story perspective, it makes no sense, because aside from a few instances, Ginny has been more than reasonable. The writers try to use Dwight to compare the Pioneers to the Saviors, but this doesn't work at all. Negan literally literally enslaved people for his own personal gain under the guise of building a better world. But Ginny is genuinely trying to make a better world, but just does a few immoral things to do it. This would have been 10 times better before the reboot, where there could have been time to focus on this conflict and really flesh it out, much like the ranch arc, but this is the reboot, so it's dumbed down to an insane degree.
Sure thing.
Despite the fact that their reasoning is kinda dumb, this gives us the second documentary episode, where the goal is to expose Ginny and prevent people from joining her. Okay, I can buy apocalypse propaganda being done once in the way that they did it the first time, but now we have Ginny making a documentary, and now the Fear Crew is making a response to her documentary? This is like fucking YouTubers making exposed videos on each other, except the audience are a bunch of greasy Texans in a gas station. And therein lies the problem with trying to make the documentaries a recurring world-building detail. It's established that now the Fear Crew have no gas to be traveling and have clearly not been keeping up with the rest stops to even have an audience for this, which begs the question of why they're even bothering to make it in the first place. A lot of the new people that they come across claim to know them from the video, but now that there's supposedly 3 videos going around, it becomes a lot more contrived that this would be a common thing. Like, if I'm a survivor at a rest stop, my first thought is not to binge watch 3 random VHS tapes in order to get the Texas apocalypse lore. On top of that, the concept is just dropped halfway through, where it just becomes a normal episode after Tom falls to his death like a fucking moron. Not even Al would risk her life in this dumb of a way for the story. And she'd do anything for the story. I think it's implied that they never actually finished this episode, since it shows that Al lost power while editing it, and after this is where the episode goes back to normal. I can appreciate that there's an in-universe reason for it, and that they changed things up to justify doing this idea again, but I would have preferred if they just committed to it or didn't do it at all. After the second documentary episode, the season gets a lot more focused on the conflict with Ginny, and tonally takes itself a bit more seriously than the rest of the season. I'd argue that these are some genuinely decent episodes for reboot standards, which is to say that they feel like they have stakes but are deeply flawed in every other regard. If the entirety of Season 5 was as good as its last couple episodes, it'd still probably be the worst season because these episodes are not very good, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as bad as it actually is. So like I mentioned earlier, much of the plot revolves around the convoy driving around looking for a place to call home, which would have been a reasonable justification for putzing around Texas had they also not known exactly where Alexandria is. If Morgan is insistent on helping these people find a place to stay, then why does he not take them to the one place that he knows is safe? Now, to be fair, they do go out of their way to explain that getting gas for an entire convoy is not exactly a simple task, so I can understand that, but the fact that Alexandria isn't even mentioned even once is a bit bizarre to say the least. Like, they literally have an out, they just don't have the means to get to it, which I think would have made for a much more interesting conflict for 5B. Instead of having Tanktown established off screen, have the goal of the season be what was teased at the end of 5A. Logan says that he knows there's an oil field but doesn't know where it is, which implies that the conflict would be Morgan's group racing to find it before Logan's group does. This isn't what happens, but I think it's what should have happened, with Morgan trying to find the oil field so they can farm enough gas to get the whole convoy to Alexandria. This way, we have an external villain who the group needs to be genuinely wary of. Both groups are on relatively equal terms because they'd have the exact same problem. It would give us a genuine, valid reason for why they're driving around Texas so aimlessly, and the Fear Group's goal is founded on something Morgan promised in the last season. This could also lead perfectly into the standoff at Tanktown where Ginny is introduced, and the conflict with her, assuming it was kept the same, would be a valid reason for why they have to stay in the Texas area. Like, come on guys, the story literally writes itself here. Like, you have all the pieces for the story to make sense, and then you just don't put them together and then put half of them to the side for no reason. It's fucking weird. In an effort to get away from Ginny, Morgan leads the convoy to find a new place to stay, and John suggests they find the nearby Humbug's Gulch, which would theoretically have everything that they need to survive. After losing the convoy and trekking on foot, they eventually find the gulch, but it is completely overrun by the dead, which completely kills everybody's spirits. This makes sense, but the way it's handled bothers me to no end. So the gulch is overrun by walkers, right? But why is their immediate reaction not to just lead them away or kill them? Like, they literally just sit around for a while being angry and not actually doing anything, and it pisses me off. It's later confirmed that the convoy group has over 40 people, and with our main crew being very well versed in killing and corralling walkers, they should be more than capable of clearing the gulch even without guns or transportation. But they just don't, for the sake of building inner conflict to force Morgan to decide between his pride or joining up with Ginny. It's just clunky as hell, since there are ways to get him to this point without sacrificing how competent the characters are. I personally would have written in some stipulation for why they take so long to take action. Like, perhaps the easiest way to dispose of them would be by driving them into their water supply, so they can't do that, or they just don't have enough bullets even with the MRAP, or that everybody is just too damn tired and dehydrated from their journey in order to fight. Any explanation other than Oh shit, there's walkers in there. That being said, they do eventually try to lead the herd away with horses that Dwight found, with their plan being to guide the herd away and then sick them on the pioneers. This is already a bit strange considering Morgan is very against killing by this point, so I don't know why he'd go along with this, but whatever, sure. This plan eventually fails though, because though they do lead the dead away, they never use the herd because Luciana is among the pioneers, which also prompts Strand to give up the MRAP to save her and himself. Now what is this? What is this? Strand acting against his own group for his own selfish needs? Now that's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's go. On top of all of this, Al discovers that among the dead were a bunch of Ginny's rangers, meaning that the Gulch was once one of her settlements, or that she at the very least knew about it, but also had no qualms about killing people in order to protect it. The implication is that this was a thriving community that Ginny took out when it wasn't of use to her, or something like that. They seemingly try to use this as the smoking gun that Ginny is evil, when not only was this already established in her literal introduction scene, but it's also just complete conjecture on Al's part. The only evidence for this is the bodies, and you can't really jump to the conclusion that they were killing the people that lived here. Like, what if this place was already flooded with the dead and they were just trying to clear them? I'd say this is some pretty biased reporting on an open and shut story, wouldn't you say? Little journalism joke there. Fuck my bunghole. Right. But Morgan's plan ultimately fails, forcing him to begrudgingly accept Ginny's deal to join up with her for the safety of the group. I love that this is probably the only time a character has had to make a hard call on this season, because that's like, you know, a huge part of the whole survival thing that the reboot just kind of skips over. You know, one of the appeals of The Walking Dead is that problems cannot be solved with ideals, like what Morgan has been doing since he joined Fear, so I like that we're seemingly done with this preachy bullshit for now. Keyword is for now, because it's going to come back later. While they wait for Ginny to arrive, the convoy group gathers for John and June's wedding, which, all things considered, was pretty cute. I think it really does go to show the disparity between these two characters though, since John has all these like eloquent, wholesome vows showing how much he loves June. Meanwhile, she's just like, I do. Like, one of these characters clearly has a bit more character than the other, you know what I'm saying? The wedding is quickly cut short, with the pioneers showing up to take everybody away. Ginny, in an act of spite for Morgan's initial defiance of her, splits the group up among her different settlements to where she believes their talents would be the best utilized, but is also done in a way where the characters who love each other the most are separated the furthest. John and June are obviously the big one, but Sarah and Wendell are split up, Daniel and Charlie, which I still don't get, and most notably, Grace and Morgan. After confessing his feelings for her, Grace is the last to be taken away, and while getting an off-screen medical analysis for what everybody assumes is her radiation sickness, it's revealed that she is actually pregnant. 4 or 5 months pregnant to be exact. This was kind of predictable considering Grace has mentioned that she was with somebody at the nuclear plant, and it definitely recontextualizes all the moments that we thought were radiation sickness, but I wouldn't blame anybody for completely missing it in or out of universe. I'm also just like assuming that the timeline makes sense here. I don't really care enough to question it or check when she got knocked up because I really don't care. This is all revealed during a fight between Morgan and Ginny, culminating in her shooting him in the shoulder, blasting gunpowder in his eyes, and leaving him among a group of walkers inching toward him. The season ends on this note, leading the viewer to believe that Morgan is going to die, with all of his friends separated and alone. He sends out one last message on the walkies, telling everybody to make the best of the situation and to live. But of course, he's the main character, so he's gonna get out of this one. It was a surprisingly decent ending at the time it came out, but on a rewatch, it's definitely a little bit less impactful considering I knew he wasn't gonna die, but I still think it hits. That being said, Lenny James does not fucking miss, so this scene goes pretty fucking raw. Shout out Lenny James. He's the saving grace of this fucking character. But despite that pretty bleak ending, there are still some glimmers of hope for the Fear crew. During their send-off, Strand, who betrayed the group for his own safety, gives Alicia a parting message that they could do more damage from the inside. This seemingly sets up much of what's to come in Season 6, with the Fear crew taking down Ginny and the pioneers and finally building a place where they could be truly safe. However, the fact that all of these characters are now separated means we're gonna do the anthology thing again next season, aren't we? Oh well, problems for later. I'm just glad we're done with this fucking bullshit. So, that has been Fear the Walking Dead Season 5. And while I thought it was definitely much better on a rewatch than when it was first airing, it is still undoubtedly the worst season of Fear. It is one of the clunkiest, most sloppily written seasons of television I have ever seen. The pacing is horrendous. The story goes nowhere until the last, 4 episodes. They have way too many characters to give proper character arcs, so they're all given 2-sentence explanations in favor of Morgan getting all the deepest character stuff, which in and of itself is pretty damn shallow all things considered. But the worst part is that there are little nuggets of gold in this thing, but to get to them, you have to dig through the heaping mound of shit that is the rest of the season. To get cool shit like radiated walkers, you also gotta deal with the annoying kids and the pointless Grace storyline. Some of the romance moments are neat in a vacuum, but they aren't really believable because the characters have no chemistry, and because love stories, at least the way that Fear does them, don't belong in the Walking Walking Dead universe, yet the writers are so insistent on putting them front and center. Some of the set pieces are really cool and are relevant to the plot on top of that, but are either reused in the most contrived way possible, like the plane, or are used once and then never again despite being teased for 4 episodes, like Tanktown. The documentary episodes are a really cool concept, but it's an idea that only really works once before the charm wears off. Characters like Logan and Wes are some of the only morally ambiguous characters introduced post-reboot that feel like they would be right at home if they were in the pre-reboot style, but their moral ambiguity is stripped away either off-screen or where they talk no jutsu flashback. Once fantastic characters like Alicia, Strand, and Daniel are watered down and barely focused on, and in some cases changed completely in a way that ruins their previous characterization. And of course, the bottle episodes that contribute nothing to a story that already wasn't really going anywhere to begin with. This season is fucking horrendous. While I think season 4 was kinda just as bad near the end, the first half has its moments, enough to where it kind of like brings its average up, if you know what I mean. But season 5 does not have the benefits that 4 did with its transitional nature, and though it definitely has its moments as well, they are nowhere near enough to save it. Fuck this season. Fuck this season. Yeah, fuck this season. Remember that video of iDubbbz' wife on stream going just flipping off the camera? This is going to be a bit of a shorter intermission, specifically because I have learned some really stupid information that I would like to share with you all. So, you guys know John Dory. Obviously, we just established his character for 2 seasons. His name is John Dory, like the fish, but i.e. no Y. Now, a lot of you were thinking, much like myself, that this was referring to Dory from Finding Nemo, played by Ellen DeGeneres. However, this is not the case. The reason he says, like the fish, is because there is a species of fish called the John Dory. That's the bit. I want to die. If John Dory was gay, his name would be John Bussy. Instead of candy, he's just handing people cum. Come on now, it's tasty. Oh, John Horny would have made more sense. John Bussy is funnier, though. We're gonna go with John Bussy. Reddit.com/John Bussy. That's real. Everybody go tweet me right now. Tweet your greatest John Bussy memes. I want you guys to flood the Fear the Walking Dead subreddit with John Bussy memes. Go on r/OKBuddyCoral and post the best John Bussy memes. Shout out John Bussy. Shout out Sim Fuckus. I'm gay. Alright, let's move on.
Check that out. Thank you very much.
Okay, we just suffered through season 5, but now I can truly say that it's nowhere to go but up from here, as the rest of the show is much better than 5, though never quite reaches the same heights as the early days. Which is to say, the show still sucks massive dick, but it never sucks dick as hard as 5 did. And while I definitely don't want to jump the gun here, season 6 is like low-key kinda actually good? Question mark? At least in comparison to the rest of the reboot. Let's get into it. The season picks up a few weeks after we left off, where Morgan is somehow still alive, but is still suffering from his bullet wound. With the help of a man named Isaac, Morgan recovers from his injury, but is now being followed by a bounty hunter with a strange key. The end of the season premiere establishes that Isaac has the perfect place to build a community that Ginny can't find. But unfortunately, he dies, so Morgan takes it upon himself to build this gulch into a place where people can be safe. But first, he needs to gather up all of his friends and get them out of Ginny's hands. Which means the anthology format. Yay. Totally don't want to kill myself right now. Before I start complaining though, I gotta say, the season premiere was probably the only episode of the reboot so far that I could say was genuinely good. You know, there are like okay episodes in 4 and 5, but never anything that was like truly groundbreaking, right? This episode had to be engaged all the way through, and I cannot say that for much of the reboot. On top of that, the show finally has color again. After 2 seasons of this gray filter sucking all the life out of the show, I'm glad we finally get something worth looking at. Like, I I unironically think that this makes the show 10 times better. Not for any technical reason, but just the vibes. This episode introduces one of the best new characters in the reboot era, a bounty hunter named Emil. Dude, this guy is so fucking cool. He got a dog, got a big fucking axe, he spouts off intimidating intellectual quotes, and is a morally great character driven by nothing but how he can profit from a situation. Finally, a character reminiscent of the old Fear style. And they kill him off in the same episode. I don't know, man. I think you very easily could have done a lot of cool stuff with this guy, but in a show where there are already too many fucking characters and even they don't get adequate character depth, I'd say this was probably for the best. Shouts out Emil, he was real for that. He's kind of the GOAT, low-key. This premiere episode does wonders for Morgan's character, who quite frankly hasn't been very interesting since he joined Fear. They try to play around with the whole all life is precious thing in seasons 4 and 5, but they keep it very surface level and tend to focus on other aspects of his character. It's made immediately clear at the start of 6 that Morgan's philosophy on the situation has changed completely. He's become so angry at what Ginny did to him and his people that he has completely abandoned the helping people crusade and is now extremely vengeful. While he hasn't quite gone off the deep end into clear mode, this is a man on the verge of losing it. I really like his redesign too, with like the longer hair and the beard and then the fucking bloodshot eyes go crazy. All I see is red. You were supposed to.
I mean, you said you would turn on your radio every day at dawn. You said you would turn on your radio every day at dawn, but you were not there!
But what I think stands out the most about Morgan's reintroduction is that now he's back to killing people. Emil is the first person he has directly killed since his reintroduction in Fear, and unlike a lot of the murder in the reboot, they actually make a really big deal out of this. At first, Morgan just shoots him in the shoulder instead of killing him because part of him is still holding on to the all life is precious mantra. But during their fight at the end of the episode, he remembers what he told the group as they were taken away. Live. Just live. He realizes that if you're going to live by any means necessary, there are going to be times where you need to kill people. And this surprisingly doesn't send him back into a PTSD breakdown like it did back on the main show, resulting in a version of Morgan who still carries the ideals of this Zen version of the character, but with an edge that he didn't have before. It's a very balanced version of the character, to put it simply, and I think it might be my favorite version of him. And coinciding with this new version of the character, Morgan takes Emil's clothes, dog, and combines his axe with his bow staff and becomes a badass cowboy with grayer morals than he started with. Like Morgan tells Ginny,
Morgan Jones is dead. And you were dealing with somebody else now.
The end of Emil marks a new beginning for Morgan by showing him that sometimes to live, someone else needs to die. The end is the beginning. But okay, back to complaining. The anthology format is back in full force, and it really fucking sucks balls. And in fairness, most of these episodes are pretty decent for reboot standards, but because of the way they contribute to the overall seasonal narrative, the pacing is all sorts of fucked. Episode 2 focuses on Alicia and Strand, who are now working for Ginny on sanitation duty. That means they clean up poo-poo and pee-pee, as they try to form an escape plan. They are sent to a nearby molasses factory where they and a group of other prisoners, including Charlie and Janice, are tasked with clearing out the dead so they can get whatever's inside.
Alicia? Victor, Charlie.
Throughout the episode, Alicia and Strand disagree on how to get out of their situation, with Strand's plan being to kill the Rangers and take their guns, while Alicia believes that it's safer to bide their time. This creates a bit of a rift between the two, where Strand finds that the solutions that keep him alive are also the ones that lead him back to his old conman ways, but it's Alicia who keeps him from going off the deep end. This is demonstrated by how he sacrifices Sanjay to the dead as a distraction, something that the original Strand would totally do, but reboot Strand would probably not. By the end of the episode, Strand proves himself to Ginny and becomes one of her Rangers, and his first act in this position is relocating Alicia away from him because he realizes that she reminds him too much of the good person that he wants to be, which isn't the person that he needs to be right now. I like the premise of this, but it's handled very sloppily. Strand has never been a good dude, all things considered. Like, he's always lied and manipulated people to survive, always acting on instinct like he says, and oftentimes his instincts are rather selfish. He hasn't really become a particularly morally just person in the reboot, so I have no clue where this whole thing about Alicia making him remember who he is even coming from. If anything, this makes even less sense when you consider that Strand has actually been one of the only characters that is even remotely consistent with their pre-reboot characterization. He started as a lying cheater, and he still is that, just for slightly more altruistic reasons. The reboot hasn't done anything with him to justify the idea that he's been pacified to the point where he doesn't act, so this basically comes from nowhere. That being said, I still like this because we're getting old school Strand where he's making underhanded deals and keeping his own friends on a need-to-know basis, which while very watered down because the reboot's writing isn't good at all, it's great to see him back to his old antics after doing nothing for 2 seasons. The Strand and Alicia dynamic is one of the only consistently interesting things in the entire reboot era, partially because they're 2 of the only remaining original cast members, but also because it's actually kinda good. As convoluted as it is in the reboot, Strand's respect for Madison is what pushes him to grow closer with Alicia, and the 2 have undoubtedly gotten to know each other pretty well. Granted, it isn't shown very much because the reboot sucks dick, but that's neither here nor there. But anyway, Strand and Alicia bring out the best in each other, with Alicia causing Strand to act less selfishly, and with Strand helping Alicia to be the person that Madison would want her to be. Until the end of the episode, they keep each other on the straight and narrow, which I love. The show takes the time to establish that they are the closest things they have to family, which would not have made much sense pre-reboot. Assisting Alicia and Strand with all of this is a new character, Ginny's sister, Dakota. Oh hey, that's my dog's name. Wait. Virginia? Dakota? What's her mother's name? Carolina? Hey, this is my son, Connecticut. Oh, look, it's my daughter, Idaho. Look, it's my non-binary child, Missouri. It's quickly established that Dakota does not like her sister and wants to help the Fear Crew take her down, though her motives are left pretty unclear at first. And honestly, I think she's a likable enough character, but they don't really give the audience a reason to care about her. All we know about her is that she hates Ginny, which just so happens to align with our protagonist. That's kinda it. She's not a particularly bad character by any means, she just isn't really fleshed out yet, so her motives and everything else just feels a bit forced. The next episode focuses on Dwight and Al. After overhearing a radio conversation between Isabel and the CRM, they head into the city to find her. Then a bunch of irrelevant bullshit happens that I don't care about, but in between all of that irrelevant bullshit is that the dynamic between Dwight and Al had potential to be really good, but it felt like they didn't really explore it very well. Both of them are trying to reunite with the people that they love, but that's about all they have in common. Many of their interactions feature them arguing with each other, and the writers are seemingly trying to do something with it, but it's unclear what they were actually going for, so it all just feels really shallow. Like, there's a vague comment thrown in there about how Dwight reminds Al of her brother, but this is like never touched on again, so it kinda means nothing. I do think it's a great Dwight episode because his apprehension surrounding Isabel is also the reasonable apprehension that he should have about Sherry, but it's not the best Al episode out there because she doesn't feel like she really learns anything. The episode ends with Al pushing away her chance at seeing Isabel again, opting instead to be with her friends with a plan to ditch Virginia. But then, out of absolutely nowhere and for no reason at all, Sherry shows up, finally reuniting with Dwight after having been absent since before the Savior War. In terms of vibes, this scene goes hard. In terms of writing, what the fuck? Huh? Sherry literally just shows up with no explanation, and it doesn't feel earned whatsoever. The whole point of Dwight going out to find her was for him to become a better person, and while that certainly has happened since he joined Fear, it makes no sense to do this reunion now, where he has had very little character development, and in an episode where finding Sherry was not a major goal. If it were up to me, I'd have Dwight come to a big realization about who he is and what he's done to accept why Sherry left him, kinda like what he went through back in 5A, and only then does he find her. This is not what his arc entails in the episode. Instead, Al is given what should have been his moment of letting go and accepting things, and Sherry just appears for no reason and with no knowledge that Dwight was even there. They solve a seasons-long plot thread with a coincidence, and I don't really fuck with that. Like, they were clearly trying something with Al and Isabel paralleling Dwight and Sherry, but the writing is so clunky that it just doesn't feel right. However, the upside to this is that their relationship is explored much deeper a few episodes later. It turns out that Sherry is with a group, we'll call them the Maskers, I guess, made up of former citizens of Ginny's settlements who now want to take her down. Though Dwight also shares this goal, the two disagree on how to achieve it, with Sherry wanting to run in guns a-blazing, while Dwight thinks that they should wait for the right time to strike. We learn that Sherry's gung-ho attitude towards this stems from her trauma regarding Negan and her life with the Saviors. She doesn't want anybody to go through what she went through, and views Ginny as yet another Negan-type figure who exploits people for personal gain. While I have already criticized the Ginny-Negan comparison, I think this was a great way to call back to the main show and give this character more depth than she previously had. Saying Ginny and Negan back-to-back could get real dangerous real quick. That's gonna sound vaguely like the N-word. Sherry has a very valid motivation for wanting to do this, but doesn't have the attachments to the settlements that Dwight has, so she has no sympathy for the innocent people of these communities. The thing that brings her back is Dwight, who has completed his task that she sent him on of returning to who he used to be, but during their time apart, she realized that she isn't who she used to be. I'd say that's a pretty natural place to take things, but I also hate it because now it establishes a bunch of relationship drama between the two, which is really frustrating to watch.
What the fuck? Is this allowed? What the fuck? Is that allowed?
And then there's an episode about John Dory going detective mode, and that shit goes fucking hard. John has been appointed to be a ranger in the settlement of Lawton, and the episode shows us his daily life. It's relatively simple, but without June, he just can't stand it. Partway through the episode, a fellow ranger, Cameron, is found dead at the fence, which John finds to be very suspicious, but Ginny doesn't seem too concerned about. It's a classic detective story where he's got a hunch but he needs to prove it, yet his evidence is ignored and dismissed by everybody else. Eventually, Janice, a minor character from season 5, is framed for the murder, and though she didn't actually do it, she confesses in order to escape the hell of living under Ginny's rule. Though John does whatever it takes to prove her innocence, in the end, Ginny was one step ahead and Janice is executed, implying that Ginny has something she's eager to hide. This is a great episode because John is the fucking GOAT, but I have just one problem. I don't give a fuck about Janice. Listen, right, if you're gonna do a story like this where somebody's life is on the line, make it a character that we or the characters actually care about. This chick's had like, what, 5 minutes of screen time total? Why should I give a shit? And why does John give a shit for that matter, aside from obviously knowing that she's innocent? If I had to change this, I'd actually put Charlie in Janice's place. I'd obviously remove any of the relationship stuff because that'd be a little bit weird, but have Charlie be framed for Cameron's murder. While I'm sure the audience doesn't really care if Charlie lives or dies, we can at least understand why the characters would care. She's very close with Daniel and the rabbi, and John almost adopted her back in season 4, so they have pretty much every reason to want to help her. This would also be a great way at mirroring Dakota, who, spoilers, knows a little bit more about the situation than she lets on. Great episode otherwise though. Now if you recall, one of my biggest criticisms of the whole conflict with Ginny is that, at least in season 5, it seemed somewhat unreasonable that the main crew was so against her, despite her community probably being their best bet. Meanwhile, she had made very little effort to actually mask her true intentions. The 6th episode of the season, Bury Her Next to Jasper's Leg, is the first time the show really takes the time to explore why Ginny sucks, and was pretty much what sold me on this being the conflict. In the episode, an accident takes place at Tanktown, so June needs to go in and help the injured. Ginny goes in with her, but her motives differ from June's. She believes that somebody within Tanktown destroyed it on purpose in order to undermine her, which causes her to act very antithetical to June. This shows the disparity between Ginny and the Fear Crew, where the Fear Crew are more or less good people with good intentions, while Ginny only sees people as tools to serve her own needs. This was something that was always talked about in the previous episodes, but it was never really shown to the audience, so it wasn't really that believable. This episode shows us that Ginny will not only risk her own people's lives to protect her own ego, but that her desire to rebuild society is genuine and comes from the right place. She agrees with the Fear Crew to some extent, they just disagree on how she achieves it. Tale as old as time, but in this case, I think it works. At the climax of the episode, Virginia is bit, but luckily for her, June is in the room with her to properly amputate. She refuses to do this at first because without Ginny, she can properly reunite with John and the rest of her friends. But she saves her anyways, which at first made no fucking sense, but then she explains why. By saving Ginny's life, June just gave herself leverage to get what she wants. She played to Ginny's methods by proving that she has value to her settlements, essentially forcing her to not only keep her alive, but get her whatever she wants to provide that value. It also plays in this whole debate that the show's been hinting at back and forth, which is that there is a debate as to whether or not they should even kill Ginny. Characters like Morgan, June, and Strand feel that she should be allowed to live because they either don't want violence or can use her to make life better, while other characters like Alicia and Sherry think she deserves to die. They don't make the biggest deal about this being some complex moral dilemma, and while it does become that by the mid-season, it's seemingly purely logistical up until then. It's there, but they don't really beat you over the head with it right now. But the big stinger at the end of the episode is that John and June split up. John wants to run away with her back to the cabin because he just can't stand living in Lawton after everything that happened with Cameron. June refuses to go because she just got approval to build her hospital and be able to help more people. The two split up, which absolutely destroys John. Bro is on his doomer arc, and in being one of the only new characters I actually give a fuck about, you love to see it. I mean, you hate to see it, but you love to see it. Moving on, episode 7 is one of the worst of the season. Not because it's necessarily that bad, but because it's a bit misleading and generic. The episode is titled Damage from the Inside, which implies that it's going to be about Alicia and Strand finally enacting their plan that they discussed all the way at the start of this arc. The episode starts this way, with Strand asking Alicia to find Dakota in order to gain favor with Ginny. In the process, though, we get into the actual plot of the episode, where Alicia, Charlie, and Dakota are stuck in a house with some taxidermist. While there are a few important story revelations in this one, they are all revealed in the context of this boring generic bullshit about a guy the audience does not give a fuck about. We were promised one thing and given another, and it fucking sucks. The episode only gets good when Morgan shows up, which introduces another internal conflict within the Fear crew. Morgan offers Dakota to come with him to the Gulch, but is also very upfront about the fact that he is only using her as bait to draw Virginia out to finish this whole thing. It turns out that this whole ordeal was orchestrated by Morgan, who killed the Rangers to steal Dakota and use her as leverage. I like that this continues this new morally gray version version of Morgan, but it kind of makes no sense that he's now ready to fight Ginny, when just a few episodes ago he was explaining how he can't yet because he wants to build up the Gulch first. Like, the Gulch still isn't built, so why are you so eager now? The end of the episode reveals that Ginny has been holding Grace captive the entire time to use as a bargaining chip against Morgan. But personally, I think this should have been revealed much earlier. Instead of wasting our time with this fucking nobody taxidermist nobody cares about, we should have instead seen that Grace is alive and have Ginny try to use this to draw Morgan out just like he plans to do with Dakota. This would influence him to accelerate his plans, which makes much more sense than changing his tune out of nowhere. This episode also reaffirms something that I really liked about the early episodes of the season, which is that Strand is back on his bullshit. He appears to be officially on Virginia's side, agreeing to help her hunt down the rest of the Fear crew. Now this is what Fear is all about, pitting characters that we like against each other. Strand is absolutely a villain right now, and I am here for it. The mid-season finale is actually a really bad mid-season finale, but it's a really great John episode. We see that John feels extremely guilty and responsible for Janice's death, believing that he could have prevented it, and his separation from June only exacerbates this. He plans to kill himself, but is soon joined by Morgan and Dakota. The two see that John is very suicidal and they try to help him, but to no avail. He insists on helping them, but does not wish to go with them because he does not want to be a part of the conflict with Ginny or the world at large anymore. This is straight up heartbreaking, man. John has always been a hopeful, positive guy, so to see him so down on his luck like this really tugs on the heartstrings. He did not ask for all this conflict, he just wanted to live at his cabin with his family, but now he can't even have that. While it sucks to see him like this, it's one of the only times in the reboot era where we have a new character that the audience actually likes, has them go through a genuinely compelling character arc, with that arc being tonally dark and almost lining up with the classic era. When people say John is one of the only good things to come from the reboot, many say it because he's just so likable, but it's also for that very reason that makes this arc for him so good. John is the fucking goat. The trio have a classic walker-killing adventure throughout the climax of the episode, but in the aftermath, John notices that Dakota is using the same knife as the fragment he found on Cameron's body, revealing that it was Dakota who killed him the entire time. Personally, this reveal was pretty effective, at least for me. While it is kinda obvious in hindsight, I had completely forgotten how this actually went down the first time I watched it, so it was genuinely surprising on a rewatch. That being said, it also feels like a complete 180, and not in a good way. While this reveal in a vacuum is cool, Dakota's personality shifts extremely drastically in this scene in a way that felt like it came out of nowhere. As soon as John finds out the truth, she freaks out and pulls a gun on him, going on a diatribe explaining why she did what she did. This explanation makes sense and all, but it's also the exact same shit that we already knew about her. We already knew that she hated Ginny, but pointing this out again isn't very effective. The primary reason is, of course, we have been given zero actual reasoning for why Dakota hates Virginia. She just does, and we never see why. This reveal would have been significantly better if we were given an actual reason for this, if Dakota's willingness to do evil was established much earlier on in a way that doesn't give up the twist, and if the scene was just shot and edited in a more impactful way. And speaking of shot, this leads into one of the most infamous moments in this show. When faced with her secret getting out, Dakota shoots John in the chest and pushes him into the river. By the end of the episode, he washes up at his cabin as a walker, where June finds him and puts him down. Now, on paper, I don't have a problem with this at all. It makes total sense why she would kill him, whether it was to protect her secret or just in a moment of blind anger. The problem is that John's death itself is very manipulative. They make it seem like he's gonna live with this artsy underwater sequence where he's inspired by a photo of his dad. He makes it to some debris to float away, and given all the other shit characters have survived since the reboot, this is definitely far from the deadliest. But then he shows up dead at the cabin, and while the reveal is fine, I think it could have been handled with a bit more gravitas. Like maybe have a voiceover from John detailing his thoughts in that moment where he's thinking about June and that he's sorry things turned out this way. While this does take away a bit of the punch of his funeral later in the season, I think it's cringe that they gave us false hope like this. But that was just my reading of the underwater scenes. Maybe other people read it as an imminent death kind of thing, so interpret that as you will. Well, if I had a nickel for every time a little girl shoots and kills a beloved character for an ultimately menial reason, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. At the end of the day though, as much as I criticize this, I do think this was a great final episode for John. It seems like a lot of detractors of Fear were angry at the time that he gets killed by an ultimately pretty weak character, and it being one of the only well-liked additions to the show from the reboot, people were mad that they removed one of the only draws to the show. There were definitely a few of those like Glenn type people out there, right, where it's like, oh, likable character dies? That's bad writing, and what have you, but those people are dumb and we don't talk about them. Like I said earlier, this is a terrible mid-season finale, but it's a fantastic John episode. After everything that's happened, John just wants to die. He's too good of a person to live in a world that forces him to be a bad one, whether that be through his own actions or accepting the actions of others. Not even his friendship with Morgan or his love for June could bring him out of it. He saved Morgan's life in his darkest moment, and Morgan tries to do the same for him here. He returns to where his journey began so that it could be the place that his journey would end. He spends the episode looking for a door for his cabin so that he can die there, but that same door ends up being the first thing he grabs to save his life. As soon as he found his will to live again, he dies, only to be put down by June, who never got a proper goodbye. This episode brings him full circle and is one of the best handled stories in the reboot era. You might even say that the end is the beginning.
What?
Once Morgan discovers all of this, shit kicks into gear. The irony of Dakota killing John is that she was also the one who saved Morgan back in season 5. He kinda owes his life to her, but she's also the one who just killed his best friend, so now he's conflicted, but ultimately he tries to use her to get to Ginny, which brings us to the second half of the season. And in 6B, a trend starts to emerge. Fear loves to do this thing where they don't actually have a proper villain until the last 4 episodes, and the same is true here. While Ginny is the villain of the season, the conflict with her ends at episode 9, and after this the story shifts gear to introduce a new villain who isn't actually introduced until a few episodes later. They're doing this thing where they meander around an actual interesting storyline to do more anthology bottle episodes, and it's like, dude, come the fuck on, have we not learned our lesson by now? The mid-season premiere ties up the conflict with Ginny, where in a final push to get Morgan to give himself up, she plans to execute a bunch of his friends, including Grace. This was like a knockoff Negan lineup, because they had the chance to actually do something with stakes, and hell, if they were really ballsy, could have actually killed off a few characters. Because let's be honest, there's a few too many by this point. But of course, none of this ends up happening, and Morgan saves the day at the last minute. If this were classic Fear, or even the original show, we most certainly would have gotten at least one character death, but this is reboot Fear, so everything's gotta have a happy ending or some shit like that. I wanna fucking kill myself. I think the rest of the scene is a great example of how the reboot takes great ideas and executes them horribly. The setup is great, with everybody at gunpoint, with Morgan needing to sacrifice himself to save them. But when Morgan arrives, he has this whole speech where he tries to convince the Rangers to turn against Ginny by revealing all that she's done, specifically citing how she covered up the fact that Dakota was the one who killed Cameron. While you can argue the logistics of this all day, like how the Rangers probably don't actually care about this, at the end of the day, he delegitimizes Ginny with words, which is quite possibly the least climactic way to handle it. Like, not to keep comparing this to the Negan lineup, because they are very different scenes with very different tones, but there was nothing the group could have done to talk Negan down in that moment to prevent people from dying. This scene, with its very similar setup, should not have been resolved this way, because if Ginny truly meant business, she'd have actually pulled the trigger instead of hearing Morgan out and letting him say all this shit about her. If they wanted to show the Rangers that she's a bad leader not worth following, then they should have actually established that in a way that matters, instead of Morgan saying things that, for all they knew, could have been completely made up. But then, in a surprise twist, it turns out that Strand, despite being quite antagonistic toward the Fear crew after becoming a Ranger, was actually on their side all along, kinda. He convinced a bunch of the Rangers to side with him against Ginny, providing him and Morgan with enough manpower to take Ginny out. My biggest gripe with this was that Strand's rise to power within the Rangers was pretty much all off-screen for the sake of this twist, so it doesn't really feel earned. I feel like we should have established what Strand was actually doing with the Rangers, because his whole mission was to do more damage from the inside, which we never actually see him do. Like, how does he convince all these people to join up if none of them know about the Cameron cover-up, or any of the real damning evidence against Ginny? Like, gee, maybe instead of fucking with a random one-off character for 30 minutes a few episodes ago, we could have actually shown Strand doing literally any of this. The scene ends with Morgan refusing to give up Virginia to Strand, because he needs her alive in order to trade for his people. This pisses off Strand, as well as Sherry's group, who both want her dead as soon as possible, which creates yet another annoying internal conflict. Morgan needs her alive, the others don't care, resulting in a standoff at the Gulch. This begs the question, why not just fucking talk this out? The whole conflict is predicated on the fact that Strand and Sherry don't know why Morgan needs her alive, but if he had just told them this, then they very easily could have worked something out. It eventually does work itself out, but all of this tension could have been easily avoided with a fucking conversation. Given the show's current tendency to solve problems with conversations, why did they not do this in the way in which it would have made the most sense? Does that make sense? Are you following me? Anyways though, Morgan is tasked with executing Virginia in order to appease Strand and Sherry. But of course, at the last minute, his preachy all life is precious stuff comes back into the fold, where he refuses to kill her, instead offering to let her stay at the Gulch. His rationale is that doing this would make him just as bad as her, and it's like, would it? Would it really though? Like, dude, you've killed people for far less in this very same season, so I really don't see the issue. But he further explains that killing her would just continue a cycle of violence, and by invoking the final will of John, claims that he wants the killing to stop. He symbolically sticks his axe into the ground as a symbol of this newfound non-violence policy, praying that he never needs to use it again. He offers everybody to stay at the Gulch, to which they refuse, and all go their separate ways. Again, this is more of Morgan solving problems with words, which fucking sucks. Like, okay, sure, if he didn't want to kill Ginny need to prove a point, that's fine. But doing so while giving a big speech about wanting to stop the violence should not have convinced Strand or Sherry. Well, I guess it doesn't convince Sherry, she is still very much outspoken about it, but Strand just kind of goes along with it, which doesn't really add up, and then he somehow convinces Sherry, and then they all go their separate ways. Like, that was all it took to convince her? Like, that's it? Okay, sure, yeah. Plus, Morgan eventually decides that Virginia and Dakota are not actually going to stay at the Gulch, but are going to be banished instead. Like, dude, make up your fucking mind. What are you doing? On top of all of this, there's also another major revelation regarding Virginia. After the shootout at Lawton, she reveals to Morgan that Dakota is not her sister, but her daughter. Actually, did I ever establish that Dakota and Virginia are supposed to be sisters? Did I ever point that out? I don't think I pointed that out. Whatever, pretend I pointed that out. Well, this certainly does recontextualize a lot about how she treats her. At the end of the day, this doesn't fucking mean anything. The two being family should be enough to establish their dynamic, so the specifics don't particularly matter, or at least they shouldn't. Their relationship works exactly the same regardless of if they're sisters or mother and daughter. It would have been fine if they included this twist for a specific reason, but even upon this revelation, Dakota's view still hasn't changed, so what's even the point? There is confirmation about why Dakota hates Virginia, the reason being that Ginny apparently killed their parents, which I think was mentioned briefly before, but was so under the radar that it just didn't register, so too little too late, in my opinion. There was a great opportunity here to flesh out the backstory of these characters, which could have made them significantly more nuanced and interesting, but they don't do any of that. There is no explanation for why either of them are the way that they are, so again, I reiterate, what's the fucking point? Overall, the resolution to the Pioneers arc was really clunky. Like, it's fine that this is the road that they wanted to go down, like, thematically, but they don't really write around that very well. Granted, I do think it's handled leagues better than anything similar throughout seasons 4 and 5, so that's a plus, I guess. But I think what brings this all down is that this was essentially just a really watered down version of the Savior War from the main show. And I've been making a lot of comparisons to it throughout this section, but that's only because the show itself also does this a lot. You know, Morgan often talks about how he's seen war and that it's not good. Dwight and Sherry often mention Negan, but on top of that, the story beats are almost beat for beat the same as the Savior War, especially during this resolution. We have a shitty leader being depowered with the chance to kill them, but they don't at the last minute to make them live with their heinous actions. Like, come on, at least change it up a little bit. And in fairness, they actually do. After all is said and done, June has a final conversation with Ginny, where she talks about how she also had a daughter, then asks her if she knew that Dakota was a killer when she protected her. She more or less says yes, prompting June to kill her in revenge for John's death. After all that bullshit to keep her alive to atone for her mistakes, Virginia is killed by the one person who has arguably been the most affected by her actions, or lack thereof. While I do think her rationale was a bit misguided, June was probably in the right for doing this, but this also puts her at odds with Morgan. This scene sold me on June, because with John dead, she now has the opportunity to be an actually interesting character. Does she become that? Oh, not at all. But this scene was a good start and was a great subversion of the trope established by Maggie and Negan from the main show. However, this also leads me into another major criticism of 6B, which is that despite John being the first major character to die since the reboot, they don't really linger on his death for too long. It's mentioned from time to time, sometimes even quite impactfully, but aside from June and occasionally Morgan, it never seems like the other characters even care at all. This was a huge moment for the mid-season finale, but the characters most affected by it don't get to digest it until like 5 episodes later. I think this only served to display many of the reboot's major issues, which is that the seasons are paced like shit and they have too many characters to give even the dead ones the focus they deserve. But now we're on to the next arc, which at first brings back the anthology format that we love to hate so much. I want to kill myself. This wasn't in the script, I want to fucking die. Throughout the entire season, there have been mentions and teases of another group in the area. They have been spray painting the phrase, "The end is the beginning," all over Texas. They were responsible for the destruction of Tanktown, and their leader was even hinted at by John in the early episodes. While the different groups don't agree with how the Virginia situation was handled, they do realize that she was clearly building something to combat this unknown group, so they all come together to discuss their next course of action. Strand, Sherry, and their lieutenants come to the Gulch to compare notes and figure out who these people are and how to deal with them, but in the process, the Gulch is attacked, implying that there is a mole in the group. This mole steals their guns and lets the dead inside, with Daniel at the forefront of sussing them out. Now, I didn't mention this earlier, but back in episode 2, it's revealed that Daniel has some kind of memory loss and doesn't seem to remember anybody from the Fear crew or any of their past escapades. At the very end of that episode, he reveals to Morgan that it was all an act to blend in and collect intel, or something like that. I don't know. They aren't very clear as to why he does this, but whatever. Strategic advantage, Sure. But fast forward to the Gulch, where now Daniel has actual memory loss. It turns out that despite being in charge of the guns and protecting Grace, that Daniel was the one behind all of it. He fed Grace and Charlie wrong information and moved the guns on his own, but either has false memories of what he said or doesn't remember doing things at all. This presents a potentially interesting storyline for him, because now that his memory can't be trusted, he's now often put into the very same situations that he put Strand into by saying things that he believes to be true but having nobody believe him. They play with this a bit in this episode, where Daniel accuses Strand of stealing the guns, which could have worked if it weren't so fucking generic. It's just more of Daniel ranting about Strand being a liar. He's still obsessed with getting shot in the face when he literally already forgave Strand for that. It's the standard bullshit. But this could have been a really interesting way to not only revitalize the character, but bring him back to his roots in a new way. The idea that Daniel, with his skills, could somehow have been a mole for the enemy without even knowing it is super fucking cool, and being put into Strand's shoes for once could be a different spin on their dynamic. But they don't play with it in any interesting way at all. Daniel is barely in the season, and the mole plotline is completely forgotten about until the finale, which begs the question, why even introduce it in the first place if it's not going to affect the story? Like, it's overall not a bad episode, especially for reboot standards, but it could have been way better. After this, we get an episode dedicated to properly introducing the cult. Alicia, Al, Luciana, and Wes head into the city to find out where their base is rumored to be. Off screen, of course, because why the fuck would it be? They're welcomed into their underground compound, which is close to becoming self-sustaining enough to the point where they plan to close the elevator for good and never return to the surface. It's here that we get some background on the cult and what they really believe, mostly done through the eyes of Wes. If you recall, except maybe you don't because I don't know if I mentioned this, but Wes claims that his brother Derek is dead, but it turns out that he's been living here as a member of the cult the entire time. This leads him to believe that if his brother is here, then maybe these people aren't all that bad and can be reasoned with. This is quickly proven to not be the case, as Derek is just as brainwashed as the rest of them, which also leads Wes to go a bit doomer mode. He does some pretty fucked shit in this episode, which is great because this is what the character always should have been. This is very much a Wes episode, but I would argue that he wasn't a major enough character to really warrant this, though they do handle it pretty well, I'd say. Anyways, these cultists have a test to see if people are worthy of joining them. In their compound is a walker strapped to a tree with foliage growing around it. With their whole mantra being, the end is the beginning, it's pretty obvious that these people subscribe to the idea that death brings new life and that there's a natural cycle and all that shit. Low-key, kind of fucking base, kind of fire, not gonna lie. However, it's also hinted at that their leader, Teddy, has something big planned for the surface, which at first is unclear, but it clearly has something to do with the attack on Tanktown and the plans to attack the other communities. Though their plans are still unclear, their intentions most certainly are, cementing the cultists as a threat, which our crew plans to bring down. Part of the cult's belief is that by dying, you are returning to the earth to start a new beginning. They believe this to be an honorable thing. However, they also deny people this honor by embalming people before they turn so that they won't return to the earth and be part of that new beginning. Dude, the embalmed walkers are freaky as shit, dude. You know, I mean, Fear has been very insistent on introducing new types of walkers with the radiated ones, and the embalmed walkers are certainly this season's addition. They are so fucking creepy, dude, and all the embalming equipment in the compound really activates any medical anxiety that you might have. It is so fucking gross, but it is so fucking cool. In an attempt to take the cult out, Alicia starts a fire with the embalming fluid, but is left behind with the cult. I like that this very directly mirrors Madison at the stadium, showing that Alicia is very much like her mother, but also proves the cult right in a way. Riley mentions that Madison died so that she could live, and Alicia does the same thing here, seemingly reinforcing their cyclical beliefs. But finally, we meet their leader, Teddy Maddox. Before the apocalypse, Teddy was a cult leader and convicted serial killer. After years on death row, the world ended, allowing him to escape prison and start preaching his ideology and starting his cult all over again. His main philosophy is, like we established, that the world is cyclic, and that the end of the world is just the start of a new one. However, he takes this to a much more extreme degree, believing that the whole zombie apocalypse thing didn't quite go far enough. I think that Teddy is probably the second best villain of Fear's reboot era. I personally thought Ginny was a bit more nuanced and interesting, but this dude is just pure creepy, and that's arguably way more effective. Unlike the other reboot villains whose motivations are fuzzy at best, Teddy is great because he makes his motivations very clear. They stem from a genuinely compelling ideology, but his insanity, murderous intent, and generally creepy vibe make him just the right kind of off-putting. You love to hate him type beat, you know what I'm saying? His actions stem almost exclusively from the fact that he is batshit crazy and has gone unchecked for so long that he doesn't even think he's crazy. I think it works really well. The one problem with Teddy's character is that he's just a bit too cartoonishly evil to be taken seriously, while the rest of his group actually come across as somewhat reasonable people at first. You know, the cultists aren't bad, they've just been brainwashed, and I think this should have been established in a larger way beyond Wes's brother. But yeah, Teddy's a fucking freak, and he's goated for that. But now that all that's established, Who Wants a Bottle episode? Episode 12 of the season, In Dreams, is a Grey-centric episode where, while she is going into labor in the real world, is stuck inside of a dream where she meets future versions of the Fear Crew, including Athena, her daughter that is about to be born. This episode sucks, and I hate it. While it is admittedly pretty cool to see hypothetical future versions of the characters, and there's some level of visual artistry here, it's done through the most generic dream storyline you could possibly imagine. I have always fucking despised the trope where a character is stuck in a dream and they have to do something very specific to get out, because it's almost always done in the most direct and unfun way possible. Episodes like these always have the same cliche dialogue as well, where the character is always like, "Where am I? Dead character? You're here," and shit like that, you know? It's a trope that I've just never liked, and I especially don't like it when it's put in the universe of the Walking Fucking Dead. As you could have guessed, this episode was written by frickin' Frack themselves. Reminder, they used to write a literal fairy tale show. In being a Grace episode, most of the dream sequence deals with her past trauma, and it's kind of the first time the show has really cared to do this. We see flashes of her backstory at the nuclear plant and learn about Athena's biological father, but it's just that, flashes. They are literal glimpses into what happened, but the audience has no investment in it since the actual details are just verbally explained. It would have been better to see this as a proper scene back in season 5 when it was most relevant, perhaps as the introduction to Grace and the whole nuclear plant plotline. For example, in the episode where she's introduced, have the cold open of the episode be her backstory and show the nuclear plant going down. I mean, it's not fucking rocket science, guys. Part of why this episode is so bad is because the audience has been given no reason to care about Grace as a character. Like, sure, she's pregnant and is Morgan's love interest, but those are not actual character traits that would make us give a fuck. People don't actually care about Grace, they care about either Morgan or the baby. People don't care about Grace because she's a good character, they care because if anything bad happened to her, Morgan would be sad, which would be fine if she weren't intended to be a central character. Which leads me to the one thing that I actually liked about the episode. After all of the dream shit is over and done with, Grace finally gives birth, but unfortunately, the baby is stillborn. I thought this was a pretty fucking ballsy move and was something I was definitely not expecting from the reboot era or frickin' Frack. The fact that the more light-hearted spinoff did something that the main show deemed too dark is kinda crazy and was a twist that I was certainly not expecting. That being said, the baby dying has almost no lasting effect on these characters beyond a few specific moments and is essentially forgotten about. One step forward and two steps back with the show, I guess. But after that shitty episode, we get an actual good episode. Dare I say, even a great episode, for reboot standards. Episode 13, titled JD, follows June, who feels guilty about not being there for Grace and the baby, so she seeks revenge by tracking down the cult. She is joined by Dwight and Sherry, who are busy having a bunch of relationship drama that at this point, I don't give a fuck about. Like, guys, either stay together or don't, just figure it the fuck out. Anyways, June comes across an old man who seems to know a lot about this cult, and it turns out that this man is none other than John Dory. John Dory Sr., that is, our John's father who abandoned him as a kid. It's revealed that Senior left his son's life after he put Teddy in prison, which was only possible by fabricating evidence in order to get him convicted. This fills him with guilt, believing that his son would be better off without him. Now that Teddy is back on his bullshit, Senior comes back to finish what he started. Now, looking past the fact that Senior was just conveniently in the exact same area that his son was, and he never crossed paths with him or any of the other main group before this is actually a really great episode. June and Senior are able to bond over John's death and find a way to come to peace with it in their own ways, but only because they are able to help each other. Dwight and Sherry's presence is also quite meaningful because without John, they would have never reunited. John's funeral, where June reads his final letter to her, was the closest I've come to crying in the reboot. And I'm a fucking man! I don't cry at TV shows like a little bitch! It's a genuinely great episode and a great send-off for John, whose death was mostly an afterthought since it happened. Even better, it contributes to the conflict with Teddy because it was basically his fault that John's family is so messed up, giving the audience a more personal investment in whether or not he goes down. So, we just had a good episode, and now we're right back to a bad one. Well, I mean, I guess it's not the worst, but it's really frustrating to watch. You'll see what I mean. The third to last episode focuses on Alicia, who, since we left off, is now stuck with Teddy and now Dakota, who snuck out on her own to gain more intel about the cult. Dakota almost instantly buys into Teddy's bullshit, and throughout the episode, Alicia tries to figure out what his true motives are. In the process, they come across the remaining group from the stadium back in season 4, who have been living like marauders ever since. I think this episode does a decent job at deconstructing Alicia. While the journey that she went on in seasons 4 and 5 was a bit lackluster and she hasn't really gotten much screen time in 6, this episode brings us to the place where she naturally would have been after season 3, if that makes sense. Alicia has always been a character who has hope for the world, but has to suppress that hope in order to survive. In seasons 4 and 5, this was simultaneously forgotten about and and taken way too far, if that makes any sense, by having her be way too prone to violence, with her regret over that violence being very inconsistent. In reuniting with Cole and the rest of the Stadium group, she has some level of hope that Madison's actions truly did save these people. However, when she is forced to kill Cole because he was too far gone, her hope takes a backseat and she does what she needs to do. Alicia has always been quick to adapt to her situation, and while that does not always manifest itself through violence like it does here, I can appreciate that season 6 seems to kinda get this aspect of her character. Kinda. See, keyword there is kinda. Teddy, there's a fucking part I love this episode. Teddy kisses his mother's corpse on the lips. Like that video of that fucking deaf guy. You guys ever see that video of the deaf guy kissing his grandma's corpse? He just gives her a big old fucking wet smooch on her fucking dead lips. Mother! Yeah. But like I said, this episode is also really frustrating to watch. There's some great character work here, but there's so much other shit that doesn't work. For instance, Alicia has so many opportunities to kill Teddy, and I know why she doesn't. You know, she still needs information out of him, but it is still frustrating to watch. Like, sure, his plan is designed to work even if he's dead, so killing him would be kind of redundant, but the fact that he only weasels his way out of it because of Dakota is extra frustrating. The whole episode is just him manipulating and indoctrinating her, and sure, it's interesting and it makes sense why she'd buy into it, but the fact that she does it so quickly without really questioning it just kinda irks me. My suggestion would be to include a scene or two where Teddy kinda proves his ideology to her and plays more into her trauma. The episode is titled Mother, which has an obvious double meaning referring to both Teddy's mother and to Madison. But it's weird that they never really mention Dakota's mother, so perhaps they include a scene where Virginia is mentioned or even a flashback to further characterize her. Anything to make this less of a pain to watch, because I really want to stick a knife through my skull. But the episode ends with a very important revelation that sets up our two-part finale. Teddy reveals that he plans to use the keys seen all throughout the season to activate a bunch of nuclear missiles, with the intent of fully destroying everything so that the new world can truly begin. He keeps Alicia alive in a secret bunker so that she can be the one to usher in this new beginning. This plan is absolutely fucking insane, but just insane enough that it's also entirely within the realm of possibility that I'm surprised it wasn't attempted earlier in the Walking Dead universe.
What are you talking about?
In Season 6, a man named Teddy sends off nukes in a plan to kill everyone but himself and turns the area surrounding them.
The stakes are higher than they have ever been, with the entire US and quite possibly the entire world in danger. The season finale is essentially a two-part episode. Well, not officially, but it basically is, with episode 15 being where everything goes down, with the final episode showing us the immediate consequences. Most of episode 15 features a lot of inner conflict between Strand and Morgan. Morgan feels responsible for letting things get this far and for giving his followers false hope, while Strand is acting so that Alicia can see that he's still a good person. Morgan acts selflessly to a fault, and Strand sees that and even agrees with the goal, but he is doing it all for the glory. We have two men who are trying to make up for their past mistakes, but with entirely different motives. And honestly, I think this is a decent way to deconstruct Morgan, and I guess Strand to a lesser degree, but I'll get to him. Ever since he joined Fear, he's been on a virtuous crusade about helping people and preaching non-violence, but this episode displays that these are traits that always come back to bite him. Helping people was what brought Virginia to him, and his inaction in dealing with her at the Gulch put him at odds with most of the other members of the group, specifically Strand, Sherry, and June. The metaphorical and literal distance between him and June was part of why Grace's baby died and how he was put in the position where he had to give up the key, so his inaction created a rift that caused this whole thing. All he can do now is stop what he feels that he has caused. On the flip side, Strand is entirely out for himself, and we love him for that. We love when Strand is entirely out for himself. I'm Donald Trump, and I'm gay. Alicia told him to remember who he was, and he tried that for a while, but he quickly realized that who he was, at least during seasons 4 and 5, wasn't who he needed to be right now. To take down Teddy and get Alicia back on his side, he needed to go back to being the cheating, lying con man that he was at the very start, because not only has that been what's kept him alive, but also because those are traits that Morgan currently lacks. Morgan has lines that he won't cross, but Strand will do almost anything in order to win. The big twist bro moment of the episode between these two is that Strand betrays Morgan by pushing him into a pack of walkers and leaving him for dead in order to give himself an advantage. And while this turned out to be a blessing in disguise by allowing Morgan to get the keycard, it was certainly not the nicest move. While Strand has always done villainous things that put him at odds with his friends, this time he went just a bit too far, especially considering what was at stake, which cements him as an enemy to Morgan, until that's kind of flipped on its head in season 7, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But of course, Morgan and Strand are too late, and Teddy is able to shoot off one of the nukes. While they did stop him from firing any more, they cannot stop the warhead that has already been launched. Not knowing where the bombs will land, the finale shows all of the characters finding a safe place to escape the blast, all done in a vignette mini-sode format. And firstly, a minor nitpick. So the first of these vignettes in the finale features an homage to the short film Cargo, where the character Rachel uses a very similar method as shown in that film to get her baby to Morgan. Before she turns, she sets up this whole fucking process to keep the baby safe so that she doesn't eat her to death when she turns. Pretty resourceful. This is fine, you know, nice homage and everything, doesn't really bother me, but I have one question. Why is the baby black? Like, no racist or anything, but logically, this makes no sense. Isaac and Rachel were both white, or at the very least white passing. Baby Mo is shown as white earlier in the season, but now she's just black for some reason. And I see why they did it, to make her seem closer to Morgan and Grace, so it's not like a huge deal, just kind of weird that the race of the baby changes by the end. Shout out Black Baby. Black Baby the GOAT. The second story follows Daniel's group, consisting of him, Luciana, Sarah, Wes, the rabbi, and Raleigh, who, if you don't remember, was one of Logan's guys from last season, who also ended up being Sherry's second in command. Yeah, I don't know either. They're able to get information out of Riley, Teddy's lackey, as to where the cult's bunker is where Alicia's being held. Before they leave to find it, Daniel overhears a set of coordinates on the radio, but given his earlier memory problems, nobody believes him. As they head to the bunker, Raleigh makes a comment that Daniel recognizes as a saying of the cult, so he shoots him dead, exposing that he was the mole all along and was leading them into a trap. Yeah, remember that thing from 7 episodes ago that went absolutely nowhere? Well, here's the resolution, done in the least offensive way possible by having the mole be a character that nobody gave a shit about to begin with. That being said, I love this moment because sussing out Raleigh was the closest to classic Daniel that we've gotten in a while. Classic Daniel would totally do something like this with Just Cause, because he's just the fucking goat like that. After this, the group decides to head to Daniel's coordinates since they have no better options. Then it turns out that Al has sent them some help. Oh yeah, remember Al? She just kind of like disappeared this season and it seems like nobody fucking cared at all. Nice going, writers. Skip it toilet. The next story raises a few important questions though. So this one follows Dwight and Sherry as they come across a family with a basement to use as a bunker. You know, they do more relationship drama bullshit where they finally accept each other after debating about external bullshit. It's fine, I don't really care though. But this story also begs the question, why the fuck are Dwight and Sherry separated from everybody else if they were in the sub when the missile launched? Like, okay, I get why Strand would leave because Morgan literally told him to get lost, and I get why John and June would go after Teddy. So why were Morgan and Grace seemingly the only ones who stayed at the sub when it was arguably the safest place to be? If Sherry is so insistent on forgetting the past and starting a new life with Dwight, why would they run off to God knows where and risk being incinerated? I mean, it would have been fine if they had an actual reason for them to leave, but the way they do handle it is just contrived. Probably the best of the stories in this episode was with Senior and Teddy. June and Senior follow Teddy and Dakota to a cliffside where they'll have a great view of the bomb, but discover that there's also a bunker that Teddy was intending on using to survive. Because only one of the bombs went off, he needed to finish what he started, so he planned to bring Dakota to the bunker so they could come back and set off more bombs. However, it's brought to light that the reason that Teddy wanted Dakota alive is not because he actually cares about her like he claims, but rather because he needs a second person to turn the key for the nukes. It's a bit unclear as to if he truly does care about her or not, but this causes Dakota to become conflicted, as now she doesn't like Teddy, but is also unwilling to be forgiven by June and Senior. The final interaction with Dakota is one of the best in the episode. While in a standoff, Senior forgives Dakota for killing his son, and claims that she still has a chance to overcome her past actions. He has a line where he says,
"You can still make his life, your life, mean something. You just have to believe the people are better than the way they act at their worst."
Which unironically goes kinda raw. If only it were in a better show. I think this is handled way better than, say, Alicia forgiving Charlie, because it's been established that these characters are much more forgiving people, or have at least been made that way in wake of John's death. Unlike Alicia, who was on a mission for revenge and then just decided not to at the last minute. Like, they better have switched it up if they were gonna do this shit twice, and I'm very glad that they did, even if it is a bit preachy. Ultimately, this just confuses Dakota even more, so she refuses to enter the bunker and ends up killing Teddy dead. The penultimate vignette follows Strand as he makes his escape, finding himself in a tower filled with historical artifacts. He meets a man named Howard, to whom he recounts the story of the previous episode. Realizing that he was the asshole in that situation, he tells him that he was actually the virtuous one in that story, claiming to be Morgan Jones. I think this is a pretty good Strand scene in the sense that because he thinks he's gonna die, he'd rather have at least one person believe that he was a good person, even if it was a complete lie. I also like how this seemingly mirrors something about Daniel from the early seasons. If you recall, he told Ophelia all about his time in El Salvador except for which man in the stories was him. Strand employs a similar tactic here with Howard, where he tells him everything that happened, but leaves out that he was the bad guy. I want to say the writers did this intentionally, but considering they barely paid attention to the first 3 seasons, I'm doubtful, so I'm taking what I can get. After the bomb drops and he ends up surviving the blast, more on that later, Strand instead opts to tell the truth, that he was the guy who was in it all for the glory, and goes on to state all of his classic character traits.
I'm a man who has thrown men to the wolves when necessary. who's not been afraid to cut the cord if I had to. I'm a backroom dealer, a grifter, a shark. Hell, I've cheated at chess when the back was turned. Again and again and again, without fail.
Listen, I know this season has overall been much better written than the past two, but like, come on, frickin' frack. Are we really just gonna have him list out character traits like this? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? But this does show that not only do the new writers kinda understand the character, but it also sets him up to be much more of an antagonist next season. After 2 seasons of this pacified version of the character and a whole season of him trying to be that person for Alicia's sake, now Strand is back to his roots. Cannot wait to see how they botch this one. The final story of the episode follows Morgan and Grace back at the sub, as the two mourn the stillborn Athena, confess their love for each other, and plan to kill themselves before the bomb drops. At the last second, they are interrupted by a crying baby, who at first they think is Athena, fucking Kanye meme type beat, but is actually baby Mo. This inspires the two to keep living for her sake just before the nuke finally detonates. Overall, I thought this was fine, but like I mentioned back in season 5, I just didn't really care much for the Grace and Morgan romance, so this did nothing for me. Plus, the dream episode was so bad that it made me more ambivalent to Grace than I was before, which is saying something because I already didn't care, so I like extra didn't care when this scene happened. I hear her. I'm gay. But ultimately, all of these different vignettes all come together as the nuke finally goes off. Daniel's group are carried away by a CRM helicopter sent by Al. Dwight and Sherry take refuge in some random family's basement. June and Senior hide in Teddy's bunker. Alicia is still tucked away underground somewhere. And the two most egregious, Strand survives by just so happening to be right outside the blast radius, while Morgan and Grace hide underneath a truck. Fucking Mew style, Mew in Gen 1. Now, I'm no nuclear weapons expert or anything, but this shockwave should have at the very least severely burned them. Like, yeah, sure, they were underneath something, but they were still exposed to the fucking radioactive air, so they realistically should not have come out of this one unscathed. On top of that, Dakota is the only somewhat major character to be killed by the bomb, which in my opinion is a fitting end for the character, but at the same time made it feel significantly less impactful than it could have been. I feel like at least one major character should have died in the blast to make us give a fuck, but Reboot Fear has this weird aversion to killing off characters in a way that matters. But to nitpick the nuke logic once again, Dakota is left as a skeleton, or some shit like that, looking like a fucking Fallout ghoul, when in actuality she would be a literal pile of dust. Additionally, I get why Strand coincidentally making it out of range is important for his character, because it shows that his luck and selfishness have paid off, but the fact that he did so on horseback is a little far-fetched if you ask me. Like, I think that illustrates a larger problem, which is that there's no sense of scale to the bomb. Like, where the hell is everybody in relation to the blast zone? Like, I know this would probably be like bad storytelling, but like at least show us a map or something so we have some concept of how affected everybody is. Kind of like what One Piece does during like the major battles and shit. Like, I know it sucks and nobody likes to see that, but like it would be helpful at the very least. Strand also looks at the explosion directly with his eyes, which would definitely cause him to go blind, at least temporarily. Now, these are admittedly nitpicks and they don't affect the story at all, and in Strand's case they actually enhances the story, but if you know anything about nukes or radiation, this episode and the entire next season are gonna piss you off. But you know the worst part of all of this? With the characters all being separated again, that means the anthology format will return in season 7. Yippee! I want to fucking blow my brains out with a fucking... I want somebody to nuke my fucking skull with a fucking weapon of mass destruction. A weapon of ass destruction. At the end of the day, Fear Season 6 is actually kind of good. I mean, it's still a bad season of television overall, but like, as far as the Fear reboots going, definitely above par there. Definitely not terrible. It was written much better than the previous 2 seasons. It has morally nuanced characters like the show was always intended to have. The story is engaging, and it presents a lot of fantastic ideas. However, it also suffers from being post-reboot, so it shares a lot of its issues with 4 and 5, just to a much lesser degree. There's too many characters, too many episodes, and somehow not enough time to flesh any of them out, resulting in some awkward pacing from the anthology bullshit. Additionally, it also suffers from being the first season of Fear to air during AMC's push for the Walking Dead universe, so things that would have been a lot better if left to their own devices have been homogenized for the sake of brand synergy. But I guess in the case of these writers, that may have been a blessing. The problems with Fear Season 6 are ultimately macro problems that affect the show on a wider scale, but on a micro level, you know, looking at individual episodes and characters on their own, it makes for a much better season of TV than whatever the fuck they were shitting out before. It's certainly better than All Out War, I'll give it that. There are a lot of fans that seem to place this season on par with or even better than Season 2, and while I do think they're rather close, I do think that it is still ultimately worse than what came before. Like, it is a reboot season, there is absolutely no way that it's coming even remotely close to anything in the classic era. But it is also the best season of Fear post-reboot, and for that alone, I think it's worth checking out.
We have had so many diverse relationships within the span of 4 episodes that honestly, it weirds me out. I feel so uncomfortable looking at all these mixed children.
Yo. Alexa, play that back.
Relationships within the span of 4 episodes that honestly, it weirds me out. I feel so uncomfortable looking at all these mixed children.
That is the most, like, you can't get any more mask off than that. I don't know if this is what you were talking about. Most black characters are immoral and the white people drop like flies. Look at gay black Victor Strand in Fear of the Walking Dead, who is a terrible person but just won't die. Oh my god, that's fucking funny. Whoa, we're back with another intermission segment. And on this one, I got another contentious topic for you. So around season 4 or 5 of Fear, I'm not sure which one specifically, but it was somewhere in that ballpark, there were talks of there being a musical episode of Fear. Like we've established, frickin' Frack used to write in a literal fucking fairy tale show, and considering the low-T individuals that they are, I'm fairly certain that they probably have an immense love for musicals. And with a lot of the actors on Fear the Walking Dead being experienced singers like Ruben Blades, Karen David, a lot of them have some sort of musical background or can sing at the very least. There were talks of doing a musical episode. Now, if this had happened, it would have absolutely been the nail in the coffin for Fear, and I'm very glad that it didn't. However, I think that there is a way to make a musical work in the Walking Dead universe. Now, obviously, it's not going to be like fucking, Grease or Wicked or whatever. They just burst out in a song for no reason. Like, oh, there's walkers. They're over there. Daryl, I feel a song coming on. Sha-la, ooh la la. I see why people hate the idea. I also hate the idea. It should not be in Fear, but... Now, granted, it would be the absolute gayest episode of any Walking Dead show whatsoever, but it'd be a cool idea if they implemented it right. Knowing these writers, they would not implement it right. It would be like a bunch of hallucinations where they break out into a fucking dance number or whatever the fuck. I'm not defending the idea. I'm just saying there's a way to do it well. Anyways, let's move on to whatever we're doing next. I don't know. I'm white. After a somewhat decent season and a crazy cliffhanger ending that completely changes the game, Season 7 had the potential to be one of the coolest things in the entire Walking Dead universe. Season 6 established that the new showrunners were capable of writing decent stories, and the post-nuclear setting was one of the freshest ideas we've seen from The Walking Dead in a long time. This season was perfectly set up to be great, but as I'm sure you figured out by now, it's not. And it's arguably one of the worst seasons of the show to date. I mean, you really can't get worse than Season 5, but it's pretty bad. You get the gist. That wasn't foreshadowing either. Like, that, it legitimately cannot be worse than Season 5, but here we go. On with the video. Season 7, here we go. Fear the Walking Dead. More like, I want to get fucking bread. You know what I'm talking about? The season picks up a few months after the blast, where all of our main characters have been surviving in their own ways, but of course, say it with me now, they're all separated across the nuclear wasteland, with their goal being to find each other and subsequently a new place to stay outside of the radiation zone. Luckily for them, one member of our group has a place just like that, Strand. But unluckily for them, he's gone off the deep end and is denying people entry for frivolous reasons and generally going mad with power. The majority of the season has Strand as as an antagonist of sorts, with him and Morgan constantly at odds with each other. And despite only featuring one of our series regulars, the season premiere is actually pretty good. The reboot has a pretty decent track record of having good premiere episodes, but I've been burned like 3 times now, so I'm not getting my hopes up. Much of the episode is told through the eyes of a new character, Will, a new friend of Alicia who crosses paths with Strand. In the time between seasons, Strand has established the tower as a new safe haven, but in his first interaction with Will explains that he is acting on pure instinct. This is a man who no longer questions himself for any reason because his instincts are the only things that have kept him alive so far. However, there's also one thing holding him back. Strand is looking for Alicia, with his reason being that he wants to prove to her that following your instincts is the best course of action. By the end of the episode, he comes to the conclusion that this was stupid, and Alicia trying to instill his positivity was holding him back, so he now aims to keep her away to prevent himself from going soft. In an effort to let go of the past, he goes full isolationist mode, and more than just physically. He also expresses that being a leader means emotionally distancing yourself from your people, which after killing Will, cements him as the season's villain. And as far as Strand episodes go, this is honestly pretty good. For reboot standards. I feel like I have to add that caveat every time because the reboot is gay. Strand has always been a very morally ambiguous guy, and while the writing of the season is nowhere near as good as the classic era, they still get that vibe across with him. While the season and the reboot at large is overall not good, Coleman Domingo's performance absolutely makes it for me. He is just a treat to watch anytime he's on screen and somehow makes the worst dialogue seem fun. I feel like this man does not get his flowers enough because this dude made Victor Strand. The premiere also sets up a few notable plot points for the season that we need to establish. Firstly, there's a group called the Stalkers, who have been running around the wasteland stripping the clothes off of the dead for unknown reasons. They pop up every now and again before being fully explained in the mid-season, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Which is to say, they suck, but we'll talk about it later. More importantly, though, is the introduction of Padre. See, Will used to work for a local senator before the world went to shit, and when the world ended, he apparently had plans to reach a place known as Padre, which is supposedly a place where civilization can start over. They're never clear about what this actually means, but it's clearly some sort of government facility set up before the apocalypse. However, the senator is the only person who knows where it is, and now he's fucking dead. And now with rumors of Padre floating all around the radiation zone, everybody is out to find it and escape, with many believing that it doesn't even exist. This is mostly an underlying plot thread for a while, serving as a vague motivation for many of our characters, but it does become very important towards the mid-season, so just keep it in the back of your mind. But if the premiere didn't make it obvious enough, we're doing the anthology thing again. Every episode this season, save from a few premieres and finales, focus solely on one or two characters on an isolated adventure. Grace and Morgan, June and Senior, Dwight and Sherry, and even Sarah and Al get their own dedicated episodes. However, it is 7A specifically that really displays why I hate the way that Fear uses this format. Like I mentioned way back in Season 4, it is entirely possible to do an anthology style like this in a way that enriches the characters and adds something meaningful to the overall story. Season 4B of the main show is a great example, because while each episode is somewhat self-contained, the way that the various plot threads intertwined is very well done, and the characters are still very interesting on top of that. But not only are 7A's self-contained stories not good in their own right, but they are ultimately completely meaningless. So let's go through each one very briefly and see if you notice a pattern. I'm not going to spend too much time on each of these because I really don't have that much to say about them, but this video is already several hours long. You guys have made it this far, so I don't think you need any more fear injected into your fucking veins. Episode 2 follows Morgan and Grace as they head on a road trip to get baby Mo out of the radiation zone. Character-wise, the episode mostly focuses on Grace, who is depressed and suicidal in the aftermath of her own dead baby. Not only do I not care, but we literally fucking did this already. Was it not baby Mo who inspired Grace to keep living when everything seemed hopeless? Was that not the point of the end of Season 6? Why are we backtracking this? Huh? On top of that, the overall writing is noticeably worse than it was in 6. Characters literally describe their feelings and motivations. They might as well just be explaining the show directly into the camera. That's how upfront it is this time. Guys, some subtlety wouldn't fucking kill you. Did they really do tin can wire phones completely unironically? Y'all are so fucking corny, dude. I'm so tired of you motherfuckers. Anyways, by the end of the episode, Grace is offered to stay at the tower, but she refuses because Strand bad, even though it's their best chance to keep the baby safe. Okay, if the point of the episode was to show that Grace now accepts Mo as her own, why would she not do the one thing that would keep her safe? I mean, I get it, right? Morgan has been established to be a morals over practicality type of guy, right? It's dumb, but it's canonically how the character is, and that's obviously rubbed off on the others at this point. But if they really cared about the baby, they'd send her to the one place they know is safe. Like, even within the context of the shitty writing, this is still contrived. Now, granted, you could argue that maybe Strand having the baby would have some leverage over Morgan and the rest, which is, I guess, fair, but they never really address that. They're just like, no, it's not safe for the baby there. I don't know why I did a southern draw. They're not from the South. Well, I guess Morgan's from the South, but he doesn't have an accent. What am I doing? I'm ranting. I'm gay. The next episode focuses on John Sr. and June surviving in Teddy's bunker. And honestly, it's one of the better episodes of the season for me. They discover a secret room in the bunker that contains all of Teddy's embalming equipment, and Sr. determines that this was the place where he killed all of those women all those years ago, setting him down the path that he's on now. This drives him insane because he has the chance to find answers to these 40-year-old questions, but every time June tries to calm him down, he is haunted by the one victim that he could never find. And he's also dealing with alcohol withdrawal and insomnia on top of that. This motherfucker got too many goddamn problems. But like I said, I really like this episode. It is a full-on John Sr. character study, and I like seeing more of this guy. You know, you really get a sense of why he's so anal about finding Teddy, and it gives us context on why the toll that search took on him drove him away from his family. He knows that it's not healthy, but he needs to do it anyways. Much like his alcoholism, he needs the mystery and the answers to stay sane, even if it is detrimental to him and the people around him.
It's not too late. It's never too late.
So all that stuff is really great. The rest of the episode? Not so much. After all is said and done, Strand's Rangers find the Dory duo and take them to the tower, where the two agree to stay for lack of better options. Morgan shows up to the bunker a little too late, has an exchange with Strand on the radio, and the episode ends. This whole thing felt so tacked on that it really detracted from the episode. But it also shows something interesting. Morgan has every reason to hate Strand because of everything that's happened last season, but Strand has pretty much no reason to hate Morgan, so a lot of his actions against him just feel petty. They should have given us an actual concrete reason for this because as it stands, it's too vague. After this, we have an episode following Sarah as she looks for Wendell. And do you guys remember Emil the bounty hunter last season? Well, apparently he has a twin brother named Josiah, played by the exact same actor, and the two agree to help each other. Sarah wants to find her brother, while Josiah wants revenge on Morgan for killing his brother. They do some bullshit, kill some walkers, this standard stuff. Morgan comes in at the end to solve everybody's problems, and they get turned away by Strand. Cool, sure. Whatever. This episode would have been a lot better had the audience been given any reason to actually care about Sarah. I mean, I personally like Sarah and Wendell, but only because they're funny, haha, comic relief characters. They try to give them, like, depth this season, and I just don't really fuck with it, because the show hasn't really given me a reason to care, you know what I mean? And they also completely squander the opportunity to have a character like Emil around again, with his brother being more or less the same, but they do nothing with the idea, and this character is never seen again in any meaningful way. It's so bizarre how they're like, oh, new character, guys, except it's the same character basically as the other guy, except not really, and then also we're not going to do anything cool with them. What's the fucking point of introducing these cool ass characters if you're just not going to do anything with them? Like, what the fuck are you doing? But the big lore revelation of the episode is that one of the nukes was a dud and is now leaking radiation anywhere it goes. The warhead is taken by the stalkers, and this goes nowhere for several episodes. Also, R.I.P. Rufus. He was a fucking real one. Shout out Rufus. Rufus gang. Hashtag pray for Rufus. Literally the deepest character on the show, and I am only half joking. Also, I had this in my notes for this episode, but I don't remember what the fuck I meant by it, but Howard fucking sucks. I don't remember what specifically made me say this, but I had it in my notes and I'm gonna include it anyways because I really don't fucking care anymore. Whatever, that sucked. Next episode. Dwight and Sherry are now desperados called the Dark Horses. They're still living with this random family who are later referred to as the Larsons, and they go around doing good deeds in the wasteland or some shit like that, I don't know. They all plan to find Padre together, but before that, Strand contacts the couple for a job. He orders them to track down a woman named Mickey, who escaped the tower, with the reason being that she is the only one who figured out how to escape, which Strand doesn't really like. You know, you don't want your citizens knowing how to escape the fucking place you make unescapable, you know what I mean? It turns out that Mickey is actually pretty chill, and is just looking for her husband, which of course parallels Dwight and Sherry. Guys, how many times are we gonna fucking do this? Like, it worked with John and June because they were like main characters and their love actually mattered to the story, but this doesn't work because this is a one-off character who we don't give a shit about. Inspiring couples to reunite is way less interesting the second time around, that's all I'm gonna say. Strand ripped off golfing into the dead from the governor. Bro thinks he's him. Anyways, this episode is more boring, generic slop that we've seen time and time again. The only scene that I liked in the episode is the climax, where they're all killing walkers with wrestling moves while fucking Rastafarian music plays in the background. Like, that unironically went really fucking hard. hard. In the end though, Dwight and Sherry are contacted by what appear to be the Stalkers, who want their help in finding Padre. Again, this goes nowhere for several episodes. And lastly, for the bottle episodes, we get another Al-centric story where she goes off to find Isabel. By helping the group escape the nuke last season, Isabel defied protocol, and now the CRM are after her so that no evidence will be left behind. A bunch of shenanigans go down with Morgan and Grace trying to help Al, but she is adamant about her plan of saving Isabel. I like that the episode focuses on Al symbolically giving up the camera. She's been so focused on getting the story that she's forgotten to make her own, but at the same time, she's gotten a bit too invested in this particular story, which is what makes it hard for her to leave. In the end, they manage to take out the CRM reclamation team, and Al and Isabel go off to live happily ever after, or some shit like that, I don't know. This episode serves as Al's send-off. She like leaves the show after this, and while it's not a terrible way to do this, it kind of feels like it means nothing. Like, her leaving has no impact on the story whatsoever. Now, this could have been forgiven if she went on to be involved in the CRM storyline throughout the entire Walking Dead universe or something like that, but it never comes up again. The characters don't really seem to care that she's gone either because it's also never brought up. And I think the worst part is that she has like 12 emotional goodbye scenes with Morgan. It's like, dude, holy shit, wrap it the fuck up. We get it. They were homies. How many times do we need to see this? Like, this episode is also really shitty from a cinematic universe lore perspective, too. Like, the CRM have been built up for years as this really powerful group who should not be fucked with. Highly trained military dudes, all that shit, right? So it kind of demeans that a bit to have Morgan beat them so easily with all of the consequences being completely off screen. Why include the CRM at all if they aren't going to fucking matter? This is going to be a much bigger criticism when we get to the ones who live, but we'll get to that in a day. That's for a different video. That's a different story altogether. So, have you noticed a pattern yet? If you haven't, let me lay it out for you. Each episode follows one or two characters from the main group. They go on a self-contained adventure that has nothing to do with the overall seasonal conflict. Morgan shows up in the last 10 minutes to bring the group together or talk about Strand or whatever, and the episode ends with nothing really progressing the story forward. The season feels like it has plot points that it wants to get to, but because most episodes are completely irrelevant to those plot points, they force Morgan in so that he can bring them into it, which doesn't matter because the same thing just happens again in the next episode. It also doesn't help that the individual stories themselves are boring as shit most of the time. You know, it's literally the same thing every single time. Okay, oh, we have X goal. We need to get to X place or whatever. There's a problem. Oh, there's walkers or something, right? Morgan comes in and saves the day. Please fucking kill me. Again, it'd be one thing if these episodes were actually contributing anything substantial to the story beyond the last 10 minutes, and another thing if the characters went on interesting personal journeys and had deeper personal growth, but neither of those things are the case. Every episode is boring, repetitive, and it feels like nothing happens until episode 7. It certainly does not help that all of the Wasteland sets look cheap as shit. Everything is yellow because radiation apparently makes us Mexican, and they don't take advantage of the Fallout setting whatsoever. Again, this is more good idea, bad execution type shit, where the idea of the Fear Crew being forced to run around a zombie-infested nuclear wasteland is the coolest shit of all time, yet they never do anything cool with it. We've already done radiated walkers, so that idea falls flat the second time around, and it doesn't feel like the radiation even matters half the time since the characters are constantly taking their masks off. All the levels are safe here. Shut the fuck up. We all know you just didn't want to pay for the ADR, which isn't even that good anyways. And considering it's established that they can somewhat easily travel to areas outside of the radiation zone, it makes even less sense why they even stick around. Like, it kinda breaks the whole premise when entire episodes involve characters outside of the radiation making their way back into it for no good reason. There is so much fun stuff that can be done with this concept, but it's used as a glorified roadblock a lot of the time, which fucking sucks. Do you have any idea how hard it is to fuck up an idea this cool? This stretch of episodes also does one of my least favorite things in the Walking Dead universe, which is that almost every episode introduces a new one-off character that you don't care about, and they either die or disappear by the end of the episode. Will, the crazy ghoul couple, and the Larsons all die by the end of their introductory episodes, and characters like Josiah and Mickey just completely disappear after their episodes. Mickey is the weirdest one to me because the whole episode has Dwight and Sherry trying to inspire her, and in the end she ends up actually joining them. She's later implied to still be part of the group, but since the actress didn't want to come back for whatever reason, they keep adding in lines explaining why she's around, but just not right now. Like, dude, just write her out of the fucking show somehow. Could be a throwaway line, anything. You know, I don't care. Don't introduce a character like this if you don't intend to use use them later, you know what I mean? But that's enough pitching, let's move on. Anyways, nothing important happens plot-wise until episode 7, where Morgan finally enters the tower. Baby Mo is sick, so he brings her to the tower in hopes that he can get medical attention from June. Strand accepts this, but during their stay, the tower is attacked by the Stalkers, who have built a catapult and are launching walkers at them, some with explosives inside, with the biggest threat of launching walkers filled with radioactive material from one of the bombs, which would render the tower unlivable. In order to save their respective people, Morgan and Strand need to put their differences aside and work together. While this is a bit generic, I think this is overall a really great premise for an episode. Fear has always dealt with moral ambiguity, where characters' allegiances change based on who can benefit them, and I like how they kinda realize that concept here. Morgan and Strand don't like each other, but they still work together for the greater good. It's pretty predictable and cliche, but it does some cool character stuff that I'll get into now. I was gonna say shortly, but I meant now. I'm fucking dumb. Partway through the episode, it's revealed that Strand has been poisoned. At first, June tells him that it was likely a mistake, but it's then revealed that it was all Morgan's doing. While I don't mind this and have no real strong feelings on it, I kinda think it would have been better if it actually was an accident. The fact that Strand's immediate assumption upon getting sick is that somebody is trying to kill him really shows his hubris. In an episode all about Strand's leadership, it would make sense that his biggest threat would be his own paranoia. Having it be Morgan makes total sense and I don't particularly mind it, but there could have been more interesting ways to handle it. There's also a moment where the tower is being attacked where Strand says to protect the artifacts, and the fact that he cares more about protecting objects than his own people reaffirms something that he pointed out in episode 1, which is that he is emotionally detached from his people in order to better lead. But this also shows a fundamental flaw because he has no drive to actually protect these people. Above all, I just really like how the episode is essentially a big Strand character study. Ever since the nukes went off, Strand has gone back to his old ways, and though this has proven to be a huge strategic advantage, it has also caused him a lot of personal strife. The portrait, after which this episode is named, is great symbolism, displaying how Strand wants to be seen versus how he actually is. He tells the painter to show things exactly as they are, but he doesn't like what he sees because she paints an uncaring dictator. He cannot stand being seen this way, so he throws the painting off the roof, which has become his go-to method of dealing with his problems. At the end of the episode, he recovers the painting and likes it a lot better now that it's been trampled and covered in blood. I think this symbolizes how Strand now accepts being seen as a messy, flawed leader, because those dark traits are also the things that have made him effective. He embraces his emotional unavailability. As for the rest of the episode, I fucking hate it. So the main threat are the Stalkers and their leader Arno, right? They show up every so often throughout the season and their motives are kept pretty mysterious. They finally debut as proper villains in this episode, where they want to take the tower for themselves. They attempt this, setting off the story of the episode, but after Morgan makes it to the radio, the conflict is all handled off screen. Why in the actual fuck would you build up this group as a big threat with access to a literal nuke, have them not actually use it in any meaningful way, and then deal with that all off screen? Like, I don't know if there were budget issues with this season or if they were still dealing with COVID restrictions since this was filmed during the pandemic, but like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this sucks. It sucks even harder when you consider that the dud never actually ends up meaning anything. In theory, this should be a huge deal and should be taken way more seriously, but instead the dud is dismantled and stuffed inside random walkers that surround the tower, which only happened by complete accident off screen. If you're going to include the dud as a plot point, have it actually affect the plot and have your villains use it in some way. This would be like if they introduced Negan, then introduced Lucille 3 episodes later, and then 3 more episodes later somebody else uses Lucille to kill somebody unrelated off screen. Like, it's fucking stupid. It makes no sense. Now, granted, the whole situation does end up giving Grace something to do and makes her relevant for once. Because she's the radiation expert, she offers to get rid of the radiated walkers in exchange for refuge in the tower, which is a pretty smart move. I can kind of vibe with that. Gives her something to do? Sure. I don't know, I'm not even going to include this. As Morgan walks away defeated, he comes across more of the Stalkers, with Dwight and Sherry among them. They bring him to their leader, who, boom, big reveal, is Alicia. This raises a very important question though. Was it not just established that Arno was their leader? Now, Alicia does say something along the lines of like, oh, we weren't with them, but like, why introduce 2 groups with the same name for the sake of this reveal that ends up meaning nothing? Either call them something else or don't include this at all. You know what I mean? This episode is so good with all the Strand stuff, yet everything else is just a sloppily written fucking mess, which I guess is par for the course at this point. But then we get to the most substantial episode so far, the mid-season finale titled Padre. The fact that it took us this long to get anything related to the plot or central characters is fucking appalling, but okay. Sure. The episode mostly focuses on Alicia, with half of the story taking place in the present, with her and Morgan trying to find Padre, and the other half being told in flashbacks, explaining how Alicia escaped Teddy's bunker and got to where she is now, tying all the way back into the season premiere. After making her way deeper into the bunker, she comes across a bunch of Teddy's cult members, who welcome her with open arms and even revere her as their new leader, yet she wants no part of it. She later meets Will, who has lived in this bunker since the very start of the apocalypse and has been hiding ever since the cult took over. He explains to her everything about Padre, and that the only person who knows where it is is the senator, who is now a walker strapped to a tree. The two make their escape, which leads us back to the present. Back in the present, alongside Morgan, Alicia plans to follow the senator's walker until they reach Padre, believing that the dead can somehow remember things. This is the dumbest fucking thing that this show has done yet. Like, okay, I get it, right? I highly doubt they meant that Alicia actually thinks that walkers have memory. It's clearly meant to be more of like a symbolic thing in universe, right? Like, she doesn't actually believe that, but she wants to believe in the symbol of it, you know what I mean? The problem is, of course, what the fuck are they symbolizing? Like, if you want to establish that Alicia is so ideologically driven now, there are ways to do that without having her do dumb things that make no fucking sense. It's shown that Alicia doesn't actually believe in the senator leading them to Padre. She just goes along with it because she's just clinging for something to believe in. But I don't think it's handled very well. It just comes across as really fucking cringe, for lack of a better term. That all being said, though, Morgan has a great line here where he says this.
There's an echo of who they once were.
No, there's not.
Yes, there has to be.
No, they don't.
Yes,
I thought that, and then my son died because of it.
I love that Morgan has personal experience with this type of thing, so he's the perfect person to talk Alicia down. You know, he lost people because he saw walkers as the people they were before, displaying why what Alicia is doing is dangerous. I think this could have been a bit better if it wasn't handled so literally, because again, Alicia doesn't actually believe this shit. It's such a weird plot point because it could have been done interestingly, but they handle it so shallowly. Is that a word, shallowly? I mean, fucking Google Docs isn't giving me like a red line, so I'm assuming that's a word, but sure. But that's not all. The big reveal of the episode is that Alicia has lost an arm, but not through entirely normal means. In the flashback, Alicia is bit by the senator, but she doesn't amputate fast enough and thinks that she's going to die. But somehow, she miraculously survives the infection when most people would have died, doesn't turn, and keeps on living with the virus clearly still affecting her. It's left kind of ambiguous as to what's actually causing her sickness. It's mentioned that it could be like sepsis or something else from the sewer, but it's pretty clearly meant to be the infection from the walker bite. Surviving a walker bite like this is unprecedented in the Walking Dead universe, and while the show does offer an explanation later in season 8, this is still kind of fucking insane. As for character stuff, I think this could have been a great moment to display Alicia's character growth. Like we established back in the classic era, and even a bit in the reboot, Alicia is a character who holds onto the idea that the world can come back, but she isn't really holding her breath. She has hope for the world, but suppresses it because that kind of thinking can be dangerous. This was originally symbolized by the heart tattoo that she gave herself, serving as a reminder of who she is. I think it could have been a great idea to show Alicia cutting off her arm right at the tattoo, which would symbolize her losing who she is, which more or less drives her arc throughout the rest of the season. This is admittedly a bit of a nitpick, but I think it would have been a cool idea because I find it weird that they just kind of don't address it, despite that being like one of the biggest symbols in the first couple seasons. But then again, new writers don't really seem to care, so... Sure. The mid-season finale ends with Alicia discovering that Strand was the one who killed Will. This is seemingly the straw that broke the camel's back, prompting her to declare war on Strand and threaten to take the tower for herself. Now, on paper, I absolutely love this. Dave Erickson's original plan for Fear was pitting two main characters against each other, having once good people turn evil against their own friends. Alicia versus Strand, two of the last OGs. This is the closest we will ever get to classic Fear. In practice, though, this sucks major dong, because now we move on to 7B, and despite being promised a war, we get more bullshit bottle episodes. The mid-season premiere is all about Alicia and a deaf guy. I'm not kidding. They really put the mid in mid-season, you get my vibe? The conflict of the episode centers around Arno trying to kidnap or kill Alicia, still very unclear about that, which raises an important question. Why the fuck are these guys still here if only 2 episodes ago it was mentioned that Grace and Sarah dealt with them off screen? I mean, I guess they don't ever say they were outright killed, but since it was all off screen, we just have to take their word for it. Their return could have been fine if they had done something interesting with them to justify it, but they don't really do that either. Their motivation is that Arno blames Alicia for a bunch of the cultists dying, causing them to split off and explaining why there's 2 groups called the Stalkers, which again, all happens off screen. Like, it's not a bad or dumb motivation on its own, but it is so mind-numbingly generic and is never shown to the audience in a meaningful way that it comes off as straight up fucking boring. But even worse than that is that even though we were promised a war between Strand and Alicia, the 2 groups barely interact, meaning that Arno and the Stalkers are more or less the main villains of the season, and to reiterate, they suck and I don't care about them. You could have done so much cool shit with this war idea, but instead it's left on the back burner for more generic garbage. Fuck! But what I will say is that much of the episode sets up Alicia's arc for the remainder of the season, where it's established that she has been struggling to find the will to go on and believes that she isn't capable of being a leader. This was actually somewhat promising in that this concept kind of mirrors Strand. Both are the leaders of their respective groups. Strand wants to be the leader, but is shown to not be a very effective one, while Alicia is apprehensive about it, which is exactly what makes her a good one. By the end of the episode, she comes to the realization that, in order to become this new version of herself, she needs to be a leader who inspires people the same way that Madison and others in her life have inspired her. her. Believing that Padre doesn't actually exist, her goal is to become Padre by getting people to join her and live at the tower. While this is still all bogged down by Frick and Frack's horrendous writing and dialogue, this is a pretty interesting place to take Alicia, making her the central main character that she always should have been since Madison and Nick's departures. So what do we do now? Oh yeah, we write her out of the show for 4 episodes and do more filler bullshit. The episode after this is a Charlie-focused episode, where she enters the tower under guidance from Morgan with the intent to take it down from the inside, but ends up finding love instead. Listen, I have never been unironically suicidal before, but this episode genuinely made me consider it. I think this episode illustrates the biggest problem with 7B, which is that it takes all of the worst things about 7A and cranks them up to 11. The one-off characters are now even more unlikable. Nothing happens to advance the story. We're stuck watching boring side characters who already weren't that interesting to begin with. The rules behind their radiation are even more inconsistent, and they even evoke some season 5 bullshit here with characters finding glimmers of hope and all that gay shit. I get a silver lining for all the weird freaks out there, though. Charlie gets radiation sickness and is gonna die. So if you're one of those weird freaks out there who still wants revenge for Nick or whatever the fuck, you can sleep soundly. For now, I am the fucking vampire. Oh yes, pussy. Moving on. Daniel's amnesia is back. I guess the writers also have amnesia, because apparently they forgot that this dude existed for half the fucking season. They must have amnesia. They forgot that I'm him. Episode 11 follows Daniel, Luciana, and Wes as they are captured by Arno, who wants to know where their weapons cache is. But during all of this, Daniel's memory is still all fucked, leading him to believe that Ophelia is still alive, which drives him to take down Arno. This is honestly one of the better episodes of the season, which, mind you, is still pretty bad, but there are a few interesting things going on here. For example, even with his memory loss, Daniel is still a fucking badass. He pulls out all the stops like he would have back in the old days to get his daughter back, and it's good to see him in action again. Additionally, this is the first time in seasons where Luciana has been relevant in any capacity, as it is her newfound friendship with Daniel that creates a few interesting dynamics. While Daniel sees a bit of his daughter in Lucy, she also actively takes advantage of him by lying that Ophelia is still alive, manipulating him to do what she wants. This is some genuinely interesting stuff, because fear is at its best when it deals with moral ambiguity. Luciana knows that this is wrong, but she does it anyway to get what she wants. Meanwhile, Wes sees what she's doing and is completely put off by it, which prompts him to switch sides and join Strand. There's a lot of great ideas here, but of course, this isn't fear at its best, because aside from these relatively minor positives, the rest of the episode is just a fucking mess. Like, okay, Daniel is back to his roots, cool, fucking fire, bars. Except, not really, because all of the nuance is completely lost by the shitty writing, where he fully explains his plans out loud instead of letting his actions do the talking. Like, Daniel should never out loud say that he worked for the CIA and then use that as like a threat. You know what I mean? That defeats the purpose of that aspect of his character, because while he does mention his military training from time to time, he would never gloat about it or flex it as a scare tactic. He's a reserved guy who only reveals things like that when he needs to. He's even like this post-reboot, so this is just completely out of fucking character. On top of that, you can tell that the writers of this episode only half paid attention to seasons 1 through 3, because there are so many basic factual inaccuracies in it that rub me the wrong way. For instance, Daniel remembers that the last time he saw Ophelia was on a boat, which literally isn't true. The last time he saw her, excluding her death scene, which he obviously doesn't remember since that's like the premise of the episode, was right before he burned down the vineyard. While it's possible that this was yet another memory that just hasn't come back yet, why is it so selective? He remembers some things from the classic era, but not others, so where does this stop and end? He forgets Ophelia's death, but he also remembers things that happened around that same time. If it's intentionally inconsistent, then have somebody point that out so the audience isn't screeching that you forgot something so obvious. The writers seemingly chose the boat so they could use this set piece effectively, but even then, why is it only his memory of Ophelia that's affected? Why not his memories of Alicia or Strand, who were also there at the beginning, or any of the other characters who we met after Ophelia died? Maybe this is scientifically accurate or something, and I'm just fucking nitpicking, but like, fucking Christ, dude. Maybe it's just me, but does anybody else think it's low-key a little bit racist to suggest that the reason that Luciana is the character they chose as the quote-unquote replacement for Ophelia is because she's the only other Hispanic? Like, these two characters have never interacted before this, but Daniel's all like, you remind me of my daughter. When he has never said that to, say, like, Charlie, for example. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm racist for thinking this at all. I don't know. Shout out Hispanics, though, low-key. It's also a little bit redundant that, like, you know, now Daniel has, like, two characters who he's like, oh, I view you as my daughter. It's like, you already did this. Why are we doing this again? And remember how Arno was apparently the villain of the past season instead of Strand? Well, actually not anymore, because it turns out that Arno is a pussy-ass bitch who gets killed by Daniel incredibly easily. Honestly, I'm glad we nipped this in the bud here, because because if I had to suffer with this guy instead of seeing the Strand versus Alicia stuff, I'd be fucking pissed. I mean, we still don't get that, but the stalkers are no more, and I'm down with that. But apparently, Arno was the only one keeping these people together because as soon as he dies, the stalkers join the main group with zero fucking pushback. What was even the fucking point then? This episode is so fucking mid, it's insane. The big lore takeaway that'll be important later is that there's a radioactive herd roaming around inside of the nuclear crater. I'm genuinely surprised the writers actually successfully Chekhov's gun something, honestly. Low fucking bar, apparently. The actual best episode of the season, though, is the next one, episode 12, titled Sonny Boy, which focuses mostly on John Sr. As you guys know by now, I just like this character, so I'm totally down to see more of him. Since the last conflict at the tower, Strand has gone even more paranoid, and after discovering walkies hidden on his citizens, he starts killing them without hesitation, suspecting that they are all working with Morgan. One of these dissenters is Howard, who has absolutely no reason to go against Strand, but still has a hidden walkie anyways. John Sr. investigates the walkies in an effort to get on Strand's good side, with his real goal being to influence him to make the tower better. If it wasn't obvious, John Sr. was the one planting these walkies and framing people to create fucking dissent between the Strand's people. I don't know if I made that clear. The quote-unquotes were not, fuck my butt. This creates a rift between Senior and June, where Senior is insistent on Strand being the best option, while June sides with Morgan and continues to try to undermine Strand. And this was a bit of a forced conflict in my opinion. These two have the exact same goal of getting rid of Strand, they just have different methods of achieving it which directly pit them against each other. For Senior's plan to work, he needs to suss out June and the rest of their friends, which would thereby ruin their plans. While I see what they were going for with this whole thing, this is a situation where they can very easily have their cake and eat it too. Like, Senior has already framed people as dissenters of Strand, so what is stopping him from doing it some more to keep June safe and keep Strand off of her scent? Well, the answer to that is the death of Howard. Hell yeah, because that dude fucking sucked. After Senior comes clean about planting the evidence, Strand miraculously still trusts him, resulting in Howard being killed anyways, even though he did nothing wrong. This takes a toll on Senior, causing him to fall off the wagon and start drinking again. I think that this symbolizes that he has relapsed in more ways than one. He got himself into the whole Teddy situation by planting evidence and doing the wrong thing for the right reasons, but this just drove him even more crazy. He recovers from this earlier in the season, symbolized by his newfound sobriety. By having him start drinking again, it's shown that he has done it again. He did the wrong thing for the right reasons and has to live with that choice yet again. Just goes to show that this show has potential to be good if only they gave a fuck. To atone for his mistakes and show June that he's sorry, Senior sacrifices himself to get Mo out of the tower. This was ultimately a nice moment, and while it wasn't how I wish the character would have gone out, it's not terrible. Gotta respect him for dying in this goofy-ass fit, though. I can't deny. Okay, minor nitpick, though. There's a moment right before Senior takes the baby where Wendell suggests, hey, why don't we do the guts thing? Twitchy responds, oh no, there's no time. Yet immediately after this, they record a song for Mo on the tape recorder so she doesn't freak out and draw the herd or whatever. So there's enough time to sing a song, but not enough time to do the guts thing that probably would have saved your life. Okay. Sure. Yeah. So far, this war is entirely internal, and if this is the war that they promised, then I fucking want my money back. I pirated the show, by the way. But the next episode is the build-up to the actual war, where Morgan and Alicia are trying to lead away the walkers in Strand's moat and take them to the crater. However, it turns out that somebody, it's never explained who by the way, let the radioactive walkers out of the crater, so now they have to finish things with Strand before nightfall so he doesn't bring the dead back with his beacon. I like the premise of this. You know, there's stakes, there's a sense of urgency, and they actually pay off things that they brought up earlier. These are extremely basic storytelling skills, and I probably shouldn't praise them for that, but we know the writers we're dealing with here, so I'm taking what I can fucking get, alright? On top of this, we also get to see Evil Wes in action, and honestly, this goes fucking hard. This is what the character should have been from the beginning. Now, this might be a bit of a bold hot take, but this version of Wes is probably the only character introduced post-reboot who is straight up a classic Fear character. He's a good dude at heart, and he tried his hardest to be a good person and do things the right way, but every time he tried, something bad happened to kill his faith in humanity. He had to kill his own brother and watch Luciana manipulate an old man just for a tactical advantage. I'd be disillusioned too if I were him. He tried things the nice guy way, but by joining Strand, he's now doing them the more practical way, creating a version of Wes who puts survival first. See, new Wes is who Strand thinks he is at the tower, and a glimpse at who he could have been if he didn't have his connection to Alicia. Shame they don't do anything with this after the fact, but you know, that's Fear. I want to die. And then there's more Dwight and Sherry bullshit. Great. Like, guys, we did this already. That's what's so fucked up. Sherry's preggers, Dwight promises not to become a bad guy again, even though he's been a good guy for like years at this point. Fuck. Oh, and Alicia is back too. They never explain where she was. She just shows up randomly because the plot needed her to be there, but not for anything else. I tell you, man, it's one step forward and two steps back with this fucking show. I mean, you got a great idea and some okay writing that is then bogged down by more boring or terribly written shit. Before the final battle, Morgan leaves the radiation zone with Mo on a raft, making the actual war much more focused on Alicia, which I am totally down for. But then the war actually begins, and it ain't much of a war. Alicia pulls up with her army to fight Strand, but he de-escalates the situation and invites just her inside to talk things out. Now listen, I'm not saying that I want action and death all the time, but what was the fucking point in building up this whole army throughout 7B just for them to never be used at all? All that bullshit with Arno and his boring squad of fucks? Meaningless, because the story never uses them. So the actual war was a wash, but at least we get an episode that deconstructs the relationship between these two characters. Strand has a line here that I think completely fixes all of the confusion surrounding his character in the past 2 seasons.
Although I'd argue that I didn't forget who I was, I embraced it.
The whole remember who I was thing from season 6 never really made much sense to me because Strand was never really shown to be that virtuous of a person, even in the preachy seasons 4 and 5, where he could definitely be interpreted as just kind of putting his real self aside for the time being for a tactical advantage. His best chance at survival during that era was with Morgan's group, which is why he ends up turning on him the second he gets a better option. He pushes Alicia away to forget who he was, which just brings him back to who he originally was pre-reboot, if that makes any sense. Now this line implies what I always thought, which is that he's always been an arrogant con man because, that's just who he is, and he never truly did forget who he was. This is a solution to a problem that only existed because of the show's shitty writing, but at least we're on the same page now that Strand is not a good person, and him embracing that is what has kept him alive. Granted, that's what a lot of this season has established, but the previous season did not establish that, so, his character growth's a little bit iffy, but I'll explain later. I'll do a big overview later, but for now, alright, sure, I like it. Anyways though, Alicia goes verbal sicko mode on Strand, criticizing him for all that he's done, and for a minute, it almost felt like classic Fear. Almost. Because at the last minute, Strand changes sides and joins Alicia, with Wes now being the villain of the episode. What the fuck? So let me get this straight, right? We have the opportunity to do something that the show was originally created for, right? 2 characters who were once friends and are now enemies having an ideological conflict between their methods of survival. Strand is a character who was always built for the apocalypse and was destined to give into that darkness, while Alicia is the hopeful character who believes in not letting that darkness consume you. This has been the case since season 1, was lost in the reboot transition, but now we're back to it, albeit with significantly less nuanced writing and with characters that were not originally intended to be the subjects of this arc, because it was obviously originally meant to be Nick and Madison. The natural conclusion of this conflict would be one killing the other, which simultaneously proves one side right, but with a ton of extra baggage attached to it. If Alicia wins, she also loses, because she gave into the darkness that she promised not to give into. But if Strand wins, he proves that his methods were always right, but also has to live with the fact that he killed the closest person that he has to a family. This was the reboot's chance to prove that they could have done exactly what Dave Erickson set out to do. And they don't fucking do any of it. This conflict boils down to Strand flip-flopping around at a moment's notice because the audience likes these characters and we can't have them fight each other because that would be too mean, right? Instead, we have Wes, who, as much as I appreciated his villainous side, was not at all the threat that they made him out to be, and was not even remotely close to what was built up throughout the entire fucking season. And despite the praise that I just gave for Strand's character, this episode completely broke it when his arc has been pretty clear thus far. There are so many great classic Strand lines throughout the season where he justifies his actions, right?
I know you must think I'm a monster, but I'm the same man I've always been. I've just stopped apologizing for it.
And others that are kinda hard as fuck, right? But then his actions don't match what he says. Next, he's doing virtuous shit to help Alicia, like agreeing to shut off the beacon, but then he does more villainous shit like killing Wes, even though he and Alicia are seemingly on the same page about that now. There's so much room for nuance, but this isn't nuance, this is just straight up confusing, convoluted, garbage fucking writing. Moreover, Alicia isn't particularly well written either, since she is just as inconsistent as Strand is. For example, she gets mad at Strand for killing Wes when she was literally trying to kill both of them not too long ago. There was just so much potential here. How do you possibly fuck this up this bad? And if that wasn't bad enough, Daniel's also here. It's a big classic Fear reunion, right? Except all of Daniel's interactions with Strand is just more bullshit about him lying. This is the same fucking thing we've been doing since season 5, referencing scenes from the classic era that the writers don't understand. Daniel's hatred for Strand for lying is also so forced at this point because everybody lies to him now. Luciana, Morgan, even Alicia all lied to him at some point, but you don't see him holding a grudge against them. If there's one piece of gold in this shit stack episode, it's the scene with Daniel and Charlie. They were established to be very close, which I still don't really get because the show never actually shows it, but now that Charlie is dying, Daniel has the chance to make things right. He wasn't there for Ophelia's final moments, but he can be for Charlie's, even if she isn't his blood daughter. It was a sweet moment, and it was one of the only times they actually invoked the Ophelia character without being borderline disrespectful to the classic era. And this cures his dementia or some shit. I don't fucking know anymore. I want to kill myself. The episode ends with even more flip-flopping bullshit. Even though Strand agreed to turn off the beacon, he now refuses. For no reason. Like, dude, you want to fucking redeem yourself to Alicia or not? Like, what are you doing? This results in the tower catching on fire, which leads us into the final episode of this post-nuclear arc. Or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The Fallout arc. I don't know. Kill me. The radiated walkers from the crater are headed straight for the tower, which, since it is now on fire, will release radiation into the air, making the entire area inhospitable. Well, more inhospitable than it already is, but sure. The Fear crew are attempting to escape on the river, but Alicia needs to go back to the tower. For context, ever since episode 9, Alicia has been seeing a mysterious little girl in a mask running around the wasteland. She wants to help her, but she always seems to disappear, and this time, she chases her back to the tower under the pretense that she is helping the girl's friend. If it wasn't obvious enough though, this girl is a hallucination, which leads her right back to Strand. But even crazier than that is that this hallucination girl is actually a young version of Alicia, meaning that the friend that she was trying to rescue was Strand the entire time. I will now be calling her Hallucalicia because I think that's fucking funny. This was an extremely predictable twist, but I don't have a but here, actually. I just really fucking hate hallucinations. I think they suck. Anyways, but you know what? Despite the last episode being really messy, I think this one does a pretty good job at encapsulating Alicia's character. From the very start in the Erickson era, Alicia was always meant to be the character that doesn't let the darkness consume her, and that is essentially the lesson that she learns throughout this episode. When she sees Strand, she becomes angry because of the events of the previous episode, but Hallucalicia mentioned that he's family, but more than that.
It's not about Strand. It's about you.
Saving Strand isn't about saving the man who betrayed her and did all this terrible shit. It's about Alicia not forgetting who she is. She has always been a good person at heart, but she wouldn't leave her family behind even if they had wronged her. Leaving Strand behind to die would probably be the most sensible decision, but it's not the Alicia decision, because that would cause her to give in to evil. The title of the episode, Amina, is in reference to the tape that Al made of Madison, where she recounts the story of Nick and Alicia as kids saving the life of a baby bird. Like Madison says, the bird lived because Alicia didn't give up on her, and in this situation, Strand is the bird. The Clark kids have always been good kids at heart, and it would not be in their nature to give up on their friend in his darkest moment. As preachy as it is, especially given the reboot's general nature, I thought this was great. On paper. Because the actual execution of this is the most boring shit I have ever fucking seen. The entire episode has Alicia going in and out of consciousness, which is so fucking annoying. I hate hallucinations. The way they handle Hallucalicia is also so fucking cringe, especially considering how simple the message really is, which is additionally bogged down by the reboot's preachy writing. The acting is cringe as hell on top of that, and there are moments that don't even make sense.
He took everything from me.
Bitch, what? He didn't take anything from you. What the fuck are you talking about? After all is said and done though, Alicia wakes up on a raft ready to leave, not knowing if she saved Strand or not. Everybody gets an emotional goodbye with her, telling her about all that she's done and being sad that she's probably gonna die.
I will see you again.
So that was a fucking lie.
But in the end, it turns out that she really did save Strand, as the two switch places, with Alicia staying behind to stop people from going into the tower. For context, apparently this was what she was doing off screen earlier, which was calling people to come to the tower. Sure, I guess, why not? The two admit that they love each other, platonically of course, and Alicia passes out once more. Now, listen, right? I know that these characters are supposed to be complex and that their feelings aren't supposed to make sense, but Alicia should have zero reason to reciprocate Strand's love for her. Like, sure, they've been through a lot together and have a deeper bond than any of the other pre-reboot characters left, but how can she say that after all that he's done? The writers had a good thing going with Alicia sparing him for her own sake, but they seemingly went too far in that direction. I think that she should accept Strand, but not outright love him, because I don't think that the reboot has done enough with their relationship to really justify that strong of an emotion. Alicia finally wakes up, but mysteriously, she has no fever. The fever was clearly a metaphor for her conflicted feelings, where it goes away when she has finally accepted Strand and all of her own baggage. I'm cool with it on that front, but waking up without the fever makes no logical sense. Granted, there is an explanation later on in Season 8, but that is ultimately a retcon that they clearly thought of later. Regardless though, Alicia heads back into the wasteland, with this being the last that we see of her. This is Alicia's send-off, and honestly, it's not the worst thing ever. I mean, it's definitely handled with much more respect for the character than Nick's death for comparison, but respect doesn't mean well written. The resolution to this whole war arc was so sloppy and all over the place, and when it does do something right, it completely ruins itself through being either preachy or boring. This again exemplifies the worst aspect of Fear, taking good ideas and executing them terribly. But that is not the season finale, as there is one more episode for Season 7. The real season finale, titled Gone, follows Morgan surviving with Mo on an undisclosed beach. Mo is abducted by some strange characters, but is saved by none other than Madison Clark. The GOAT is back, baby. Except not really, because the writing really sucks, but that's a discussion for season 8. After saving Morgan's life, she abducts Mo for herself, delivering her to an unknown organization that turns out to be Padre. What an absolute fucking twist, right? We think that Padre doesn't even exist for the longest time, and it turns out that Madison was working for them the whole time. Honestly, great twist. Credit where it's due. Once the two figure out who each other are, they team up and aim to get Mo back, with Morgan promising to tell Madison the fate of her kids. But then, in another twist, Madison doesn't even want to find her kids for their own safety. This kinda makes sense, because while she did attempt to sacrifice her life for them, with her current occupation, it's probably for the better that they stay away, right? The writers are certainly trying to do something ironic with Madison's relationship to motherhood here, where by taking kids away from their parents, she's becoming a shell of who she used to be, where she would do anything for her own kids. She's been on both sides of the situation, which would be the perfect opportunity for nuance, which they never take advantage of. If I wanted to be generous, I'd say this is all intentionally vague for the purpose of setting up season 8, but we all know that frickin' Frack aren't the smartest duo around, and they probably didn't think that far ahead. Through a series of events, Morgan eventually lets out the truth about the Clark kids, that Nick is dead and Alicia is presumed dead. Upon learning this, Madison teams up with Morgan for real now, and plans to take Padre down. The thing that pushes Madison away from Padre is learning that her own kids died because she wasn't there for them, the exact thing that she's been doing while working for Padre. Again, great opportunity for nuance. Shame they don't do anything with it. I'd say that the only truly great thing about this episode is the title. Gone obviously refers to Madison's old saying from season 4, no one's gone till they're gone, which essentially just means that people can come back and atone for their mistakes as long as they're still living. In fact, I think it pairs quite well with Morgan's I lose people. And then I lose myself. Because they're essentially opposites in this episode. Morgan is the one who believes in people becoming better, that no one's gone until they're gone, while Madison has lost everybody she ever cared for and has subsequently lost herself. Madison is in a very similar position to Morgan, where after they've lost everything, they become shells of who they used to be. But because Morgan has found his way out of that hole, it's fitting that he's the one to bring Madison out of hers. And there's a line in this episode that I actually originally hated, but the more I think about it, the more I appreciate it. Morgan is buried alive by the parents of the kids that Madison took, but at the last minute, Madison comes back to save him. When asked why she changed her mind, she replies,
I'm gone, Morgan. I'm gone, but you're not.
My first thought was, what the fuck does this mean? This is obviously just more pretentious frickin' frack gimple bullshit. And yeah, it kinda is. But it's also extremely accurate. Morgan helped her realize that she has lost who she was. She is no longer the person who would do whatever it takes to keep her kids safe and who had hope for a better tomorrow. Two things that have always been true about the character, even though the reboot cartoonified it a bit. She realizes that she is gone, but that she still has the chance to make things right. So she helps Morgan for real altruistic reasons this time, and goes back to being the person that she used to be. While this is certainly bogged down by the frickin' frackisms, the episode was certainly a lot better than I remember it being. The season proper ends on a cliffhanger, with Morgan being taken to Padre. But apparently, its location is so secret that even Madison doesn't know where it is, and the two sail off into the distance. While I thought the finale was a breath of fresh air, Season 7 as a whole is without a doubt one of the worst seasons of the show. Is it worse than Season 5? Definitely not, but it's still really fucking bad. Like I mentioned earlier, it features all of the worst aspects of the Fear reboot seasons. The anthology format leads to boring, bloated, and often unimportant bottle episodes. The characters are just as weakly written as they have been. They do nothing interesting with the setting. The dialogue sucks, the whole 9 yards. But worst of all, they tried to take Fear to its original conclusion that Dave Erickson had planned. They tried to take two characters that could be considered family that we have followed from the start and watch them become enemies. Strand versus Alicia was the big conflict of the season, and the showrunners had the opportunity to make the classic fans happy by paying off this concept. But they didn't just drop the ball, they dropped the biggest fucking balls you could ever possibly imagine. The war is basically a war. Strand's motivations change on a dime for no discernible reason. Alicia is barely in the season at all, despite being one of the key players, and the resolution is the preachiest bullshit I've ever fucking seen. And listen, right, I do like the note that they end on with Alicia realizing that she is better than that, and there is something to be said about how this was also a huge part of classic Fear that nobody seems to bring up. But this was never how this was supposed to go down. They're trying to do a classic Fear storyline, but with reboot-style writing, and you just end up with doo-doo, poo-poo, shit, garbage, doo-doo in a cup. Fuck this. I'm on to the fucking next one. I'm gay. Fuck this. I'm on Blog TV with my fucking hands up. I'm not starting my fucking self. You fucking stupid bitch. This fuck... Well, that's all I had on my notes for intermission stuff. So I'm just gonna give you guys a little ramble. We're doing a little rambly-bambly about future projects on the MattCMG channel. Whoa, crazy. So after this video's done, I'm going to take like a brief break from Walking Dead stuff just because I've been working on this video for like 6 months uninterrupted. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break from Walking Dead stuff for a little while, but then we're going to get into we're going to do the World Beyond video. World Beyond is going to happen. I have to actually rewatch the show because, again, much like Fear, I have not watched it since it came out. So I'm going to have to rewatch that at some point. And considering that show is only 20 episodes, I don't think I'm going to have as much to say as this or the main show. So that video is probably not going to be very long, or at least as long as these. The wait between this video and the World Beyond video is not going to be nearly as long as the wait between the other video and this one. That's all I'm going to say. The shorter these shows get, the easier these things become. So this is probably the longest one you'll get for a while. Walking Dead-wise, the plan is to do World Beyond, then The Ones Who Live, and then that's it for now. I'm going to wait until the Dead City and the Daryl spinoff end before I do videos on them because I want like the full picture. I don't want to do like a season 1 and 2 review and then season 3 comes out and then it's like, oh well, that's gonna be just separate from the other one. I want to keep it all in one video, so I'm gonna wait for those shows to end like officially before I do anything with them, before I even touch them in a video. Tales of the Walking Dead, I haven't seen it. I haven't watched it all. I know it's only 6 episodes, but I'm pretty sure it's been canceled already. I don't know. The second I hit upload on that video, they're gonna be like, "Oh, we're renewed for more seasons. More Tales of the Walking Dead is coming." It's like, all right, let's relax. All right. I don't know if you guys want to see Tales of the Walking Dead. I'm sure if you're watching this far in the video, you probably do. Let me know down below. Maybe I can make it happen. I don't know. I'm going to wait for it to be officially canceled before I do anything with it. But as for other content, the next video is going to be the Fish Tank Season 3 video. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a long one, maybe. It's going to be a long boy. I've got a lot of ideas for a lot of other very long videos, not Fish Tank related, but just generally very long videos. I have a lot of ideas for those things. I'm going to spit on that thing. Hawk Tua. I'm a schizophrenic, I think. As for other videos, I got a Korra video in the works. I have 2 Korra videos in the works. I have some other general Avatar videos in the works. I'm trying to upload shorts every few days just to keep the channel alive, to keep it on life support while I'm not uploading main videos. I got a bunch of videos. I got some fun green screen stuff like this in the works. I'm delving a little bit into more music-related content. I'm working on some music-related videos that I'm sure could be something. I don't know, we'll see. I got one recorded. We'll see how that one goes. Haha. I got this done quicker than I thought I would. And I have AIDS. That's crazy. That's a crazy concept. Hey guys, I'm doing stand-up right now. I'm doing stand-up comedy. Welcome to standupcomedy.com. I'm your host, Stand Up Penis. Now, I know some of you guys are probably a little disappointed that I'm not doing the cool AMVs at the end of each segment. That's only because I want this video to make money. I want this video monetized, so I really don't want to take the risk. I am going to do one. There's going to be one music video at the very end. It's at the very end. I'm Donald J. Trump, and I really love it. I really love when he does the AMVs in the videos. It's really great. He's gay. It's the greatest AMVs you've ever seen. I don't know why they're called AMVs, because it's not anime. Big anime, that's what they call it. They call it big anime. And 2, it's really hard to pick songs from this show. Because unlike the main show where there's a lot of like cool, iconic insert songs throughout the entire show's run, Fear isn't exactly like that. Fear's a little different. Fear kind of, they take it a little easier on the music. And with the reboot in particular, it's really hard to make these seasons seem cool, because they're just so bad. I mean, maybe that could be a fun challenge, is like make the Fear reboot seasons actually seem cool. Edit them together to like a cool little music video that makes them actually seem like they're worth watching. But I don't have time for that, quite frankly. This video took long enough to make as it is. I don't got time for that. Crack out! Ain't nobody got time for that! Because I'm a Redditor. Hey guys, welcome to Reddit.com! I'm on Reddit! I love 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 going on Reddit.com! I love Reddit.com! I love Reddit.com! Reddit.com is my favorite website! Hello, I love Reddit.com! Hello, I love going on Reddit.com! I love the Reddit.com! What do we...
I love this subreddit. I love the Fear the Walking Dead subreddit. I love r/OKBuddyCoral. I love it. It's my favorite subreddit.
So, we have made it to the final season. Thank fucking Christ. And unlike the rest of the show, I actually remember a decent chunk of this one. If you recall, I watched the show as episodes were coming out, and because this season is the most recent, a lot of it is still pretty fresh in my mind. However, I also remember scrolling through social media at the time and seeing people absolutely despise this season, even claiming that it is the worst one yet, when I didn't think it was quite that bad. Upon revisiting it, yeah, it is that bad. Maybe not the worst season, but it is still pretty bad. Let's get into it.
Oh yeah?
Season 8 is split into two halves. The first half implements a time skip where 7 years have passed since the end of the last season, where the group has found the fabled Padre, but it isn't at all what they thought it was. Like was established at the end of Season 7, Padre is an organization who takes children away from their parents and raises them to be future soldiers, while the parents are only allowed to stay if they agree to never interact with their kids. When we last saw Morgan and Madison, they had joined up with Padre, and things were left pretty ambiguous. Then after the time skip, it's revealed that Morgan has taken Madison's old job as a collector that steals kids, while Madison has been kept prisoner for many years. The story kicks off as Mo, the adopted daughter of Morgan and Grace, who has been living at Padre for the duration of the time skip, discovers Madison and learns the truth about what happened 7 years ago. And this gives Madison the hope to escape Padre, meet up with Morgan, take the community back, and reunite the kids with their parents. Most of the rest of the Fear crew is, say it with me now, separated, having been scattered around the Louisiana Bayou, with many of them having joined up with Padre in one way or another. Grace works the radio, Dwight trains the kids, Sherry works in the nursery, Morgan is a collector, and June is the doctor. Shocking, I know. On the other side, though, we have Daniel leading a group of parents on a mission to get their kids back, as they are later joined by Madison and Morgan. As you might have noticed, a few characters are missing here, namely Luciana, Charlie, Sarah, Wendell, and most notably Strand. And honestly, I don't have a problem with that. These characters have really nothing to do with this Padre storyline, nothing about their characters really contribute to it in any meaningful way, so there's no way to really fit them in or reason for them to be relevant, so they aren't included, which I respect. Frickin' Frack are showing restraint this time around, I can respect it. That being said, the characters they do include could use some work. Of course, the big return is Madison, but honestly, she doesn't really feel like much of a presence in 8A. She is the primary focus in 8B, so I'm not too mad about it, but her presence in the first half doesn't feel justified by the story. On top of that, her character is all over the place now, and while her personality is very much in line with how she was characterized after the reboot, she also does some things that no version of her would ever do. For example, her motivations change drastically between seasons for seemingly no reason. In Season 7, she works for Padre because family isn't the answer, it's the problem, claiming that she doesn't want to know what happened to Nick and Alicia because they'd be better off without her. But then in Season 8, she states that Padre lied to her and told her that Nick and Alicia were alive to get her to cooperate, which she clearly did not know back in Season 7. So, which is it? Is she doing this to save her kids, or does she not want to endanger them? While Season 8 does seemingly bring her back to her roots in that she is doing everything for her kids again, why does Season 7 complicate things like this? Another example, after being locked up for years, she makes several attempts to kill herself. While you could make an argument that classic Madison might do this under a very certain context, reboot Madison definitely would not. She has been very hopeful since the reboot, so why does she give up hope so easily like this? Granted, it has been 7 years, so if I was held in a cage for 7 years, yeah, maybe I would want to kill myself too, but this is a fictional character who's supposed to have exaggerated traits, and I feel like her exaggerated hope would not have allowed her, or would not have brought her to such a point of depression. The only reason they include this is seemingly so that Mo can give her that hope again, which is fine, but it's inconsistent. And I'm gonna nitpick like logical shit here for a minute, but Madison's imprisonment and the story surrounding it also makes no fucking sense. It's explained that immediately after the events of Season 7, Madison helps Morgan take Mo and get out, which causes her to be captured. Morgan tries to escape, but he gives Mo back to Padre for her own safety when he realizes that he really can't keep her safe. So they succeeded, but only failed because Morgan gave up too easily. Is this not the exact same man who has consistently put his ideals over tough choices like this? Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, the point is, the outcome here makes no fucking sense. Why is it that Madison is captured and kept alive despite being described as a liability to the settlement? Like, why keep her alive if she serves no purpose to you? They establish that they apparently take her blood once a week, but this never goes anywhere. Like, guys, the answer is right there. Like, oh, they need her blood for some things that we don't know about yet, so they keep her alive, but it's just like never explained or mentioned ever again. On top of that, why is it that despite doing equally damaging things in Padre's eyes, Madison gets thrown in prison, yet Morgan gets to take her old job? Like, yeah, sure, sure, Madison did betray Padre, but Morgan was equally as defiant to the community. Even if he agreed to their rules to have no interaction with Mo, they still have no real reason to trust him because their first interaction with him was him trying to take their fucking entire community down. It's all very convoluted for seemingly no reason when they could have easily just written this very simply. And I think a big part of why it's so convoluted is because of the time skip. Like I mentioned, there has been a 7-year time jump from the end of season 7, meaning a lot has changed, which on paper is fine, but in practice makes the entire season a lot harder to believe. My biggest personal gripe with the time skip is that I personally just cannot buy the fact that characters like Morgan just kind of sat on their asses for literal years doing fucking nothing. It bothered me on the main show after Rick left, and it bothers me here too. Like, why wait this long if you've had the exact same goal for even longer than that? Barely anything the characters do during the time skip feels like they actually justify the time skip, if that makes any sense. As an actual example of why I don't like the time skip, in the present, we see that Morgan is trying to get Mo back to Padre in the houseboat, which is apparently the second time that this has happened. Apparently, this is where Morgan originally gave up 7 years ago, and he's doing this again, but the opposite this time, where he doesn't give up. I feel like this didn't need to be in the present. I think if they wanted to show how Morgan became so hopeless and defeated, this episode should have been set in the past immediately after season 7. I think it would have been significantly more interesting to see Morgan's original escape attempt rather than being shown a recapped version of it with a character we don't care about. Which leads me to Mo, who is probably the primary reason they added the time skip to begin with, alongside lining up with the rest of the Walking Dead universe. Of course, Mo was a baby, so she couldn't really have much of a character back then. Aging her up now allows her to have a character and to be able to interact with the other characters. But if you ask me, this doesn't really justify the time skip, because even looking past the fact that she's literally 8 years old and looks older than that, mind you, her character is just not that interesting. Her opinion on Morgan and Grace changes in an instant, she should really have no reason to want to leave Padre, and her dialogue is just more shit ripped from Carl on the main show. You know, it's like an I have to do this type beat, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can kind of see what they were going for with her, but they dropped the ball pretty hard. So there's this like pretty obvious symbolism where all the kids at Padre wear orange jumpsuits, clearly symbolizing that they are prisoners to the community and don't know it yet. Mo becomes the first kid to figure out what they're doing wrong and tries to break free, which leads into the plot of the season. Now, this is a good premise on paper, but in practice, it's so boring and I don't fucking care. They don't give you a reason to care about Mo aside from being Morgan's daughter, and the jumpsuit thing was clearly not intentional with how they never do anything with it. If I had to write Mo this way, I would include a scene that shows that she's curious about the world outside the island and wonders about her biological parents. They try to do this through her conversations with Dove, but because they're just talking back and forth in the most unengaging way possible, there's no reason to be emotionally invested in it. The jumpsuit symbolism is pretty easy to implement too. Like, okay, Mo feels like a prisoner at Padre, and when she breaks free of their indoctrination, she changes clothes to show that she's not their prisoner anymore. Like, come on guys, the shit fucking writes itself. Like, what are we doing? On a semi-related note, there's a scene where Mo remembers the original escape attempt from like when she was a baby, but it's like, how does an infant remember that shit? I don't know, whatever. Minor nitpick, but like, you know. On an actually unrelated note though, the show is now in this like really weird aspect ratio, which I fucking hate, but for whatever reason, the show actually looks visually good now. The reboot cinematography was always so flat and uninteresting to look at, but something about the lighting and camera angles makes this season feel a lot more cinematic, which is a shame, because they never take advantage of this at all. The villain of 8A is obviously Padre the community, but there's also Padre the person. Shrike is the main villain of the first half, and she sucks. There is absolutely nothing new or interesting about this character. She's yet another fear villain with motivations that make no sense even to a fucking crazy person, right? But I think what makes her worse in the bigger picture is that we already know all we need to know about her because her beliefs and motivation are also that of the entire community, which was pretty clearly explained back in season 7 and is repeated over and over again in season 8. The purpose of Padre stealing kids is to save them from their parents because the parents will inevitably get their kids killed by trying to save them. This is the core thing that makes Padre as an entity unique, but because that's really all there is to it, nothing that Shrike does feels unique to her. She's literally just a stand-in for the community at large, if that makes any sense. But put a pin in this for now because I want to go more in depth with her later. Also, everybody at Padre is named after birds, so like statistically speaking, there's gotta be somebody named Booby. Shout out to boobies. Moving on, episode 2 follows June, Dwight, and Sherry in their acts against Padre. During the time skip, June worked for Padre for a while, but left after her job started taking a mental toll on her. At first, we are unsure as to what this is, but it's clear that it wasn't anything good. Meanwhile, Dwight and Sherry have been working for Padre in an effort to watch over their son Finch from the shadows. The two parties meet back up when Finch is suffering from appendicitis, so they need June to help him. This leads them to a train car where, boom, big reveal, we find out why June is so traumatized now. Off-screen during the time time skip, Padre forced June to experiment on people who have been bit to try and find a cure. After witnessing Alicia survive for so long in the nuclear fallout, she tries radiation, and it apparently works in stopping the infection, but the side effects are so brutal that the patients died anyways. She tried to put a stop to all of this, but Padre made her continue, which prompted her to run away. I think as far as June's character is concerned, this is a cool idea. You know, we've seen doctors conducting experiments on walkers and all that shit before in The Walking Dead, but I don't think we've ever seen it in this context before, where they're being like forced to do it against their will, right? It gives June the opportunity to have some much needed character growth by overcoming all that she's done, right? Does the show actually do that? Of course not. But at this point, it's the fucking heart that counts or something. Whatever, I fucking hate this shit. I will say, though, there is actually a really nice scene near the end of the episode where Dwight has a whole speech about family and offers June to come with them as they escape Padre. She and John were the people who originally saved Dwight, so they have a bond that the other characters don't. It's a cute scene, wholesome. I like it. But of course, the elephant in the room here is that June's plotline also introduces a new concept never done before in The Walking Dead: the development of a cure. Kinda. The concept of a cure has been explored in the Walking Dead world beyond, but they never really make any actual progress with that, and it never really goes anywhere. In Fear, I actually appreciate that they kind of just go all in with it by making it a plot point. When they are caught by Shrike, she has a walker bite Finch as punishment for Dwight and Sherry, but also to serve as June's first new patient. Throughout the season, it's shown that the radiation does actually work, and whatever June's doing is the only thing giving Finch the time he has with his parents. And later, when Grace is bit, the tension of the episode is based entirely on if they can get to the train car fast enough. Even if you want to claim that their whole radiation thing is dumb and stupid and doesn't make any sense, I can at least appreciate that they make it like a major plot point instead of just including it for the sake of including it, which Fear is known to do. That all being said, I fucking hate the concept of a cure in the Walking Dead universe. You know, finding a cure is just something that's never really worked in this universe, in my opinion, and the only time it was ever interesting was when Eugene lied about it. Like back on the main show, you thought they were going to go the generic, oh, we're going to find a cure route. It just ended up being a complete lie, and then they just kind of gave up on the idea of there being a cure. It was a good subversion of the trope that every other zombie movie seemed to have. But when Fear and World Beyond try to do this same trope unironically, it just feels kind of fucking lame. Part of the appeal of the Walking Dead universe, at least to me, is that there is no cure and the characters have all accepted that, which fits the darker, more realistic vibe that the universe was originally known for. This is kind of antithetical to that, so I'm not too big on it, but again, I can appreciate that they at least just went all in with it instead of just kind of half doing it. However, getting back into the episode at hand, I think the introduction of Finch introduces one of the core issues with Padre and why, logistically speaking, it wouldn't really work. So Dwight and Sherry know that Finch is their kid. This completely fucking defeats the purpose of Padre, where the whole point was complete separation of parent and child. And they only figured out that Finch was their kid because he just so happens to look like Dwight. Like, no matter how hard you try to keep parents from interacting with their kids by being completely anonymous, eventually the truth is going to come out because the parents who played by their rules are going to notice that some of these kids look exactly like them. Again, a bit of a nitpick, but this is somewhat of a major plot point for setting up the whole Finch character, and it isn't really acknowledged beyond that, so I felt the need to bring it up. But here's a little mini intermission before I move on, but like, dude, these actors are really fucking phoning it in. Like, there are so many awkward line reads. Many characters just don't even, like, emote at all. It's fucking weird, dude. I mean, like, I don't blame them for phoning it in because the writing fucking sucks, but even the great actors can't save it. The dialogue is fucking horrendous. Every explanation is so vague. It's fucking terrible. It sucks, even by the reboot standards. Even seasons 4 and 5 had, like, competent dialogue beyond, like, whatever the fuck this is. But whatever, let's go see what Madison's up to. After escaping Padre, her new goal is to use Padre's files to prove that they're a fraud and reunite the kids with their parents. To do this, she enlists the help of Daniel, who is leading a group of parents who had their kids taken by Padre. I like that Daniel is back, but he doesn't fucking do anything, so like, why? I do like the reason that he's opposed to Padre and helps these parents is because he feels bad about not being there for Charlie when she was dying off screen. But again, they don't really do anything with it, so I reiterate, why? Madison and the parents eventually cross paths with the prefects, or the older kids at Padre, who are basically their soldiers, and they begrudgingly team up. Speaking for the group is Dove, Mo's friend from earlier, and oh my god, is she fucking annoying. Literally all she does is complain and get mad. That's it. Remember the girl from season 5? Same exact shit here. That's literally the extent of her character. It's horrendous. But anyways, Madison strikes up a deal with Dove and Shrike to get the files and prove to everybody that she's telling the truth. She succeeds and discovers that Dove is actually Odessa, the daughter of this woman that she and Morgan tried to help back when they first met. Of course, she's fucking dead, so she has to break this news to Dove. Despite wanting the truth, this somehow turns her entirely against Madison and makes her even more pro-Padre, despite Padre being the reason her parents are dead. Fucking what? So you just found out that Padre has been lying lying to you for more than half your life and are directly responsible for your mother's death. So how could you possibly still think that they're the good guys? Like, they're really stretching the idea that Madison caused this, which straight up was not her fault. Madison did not make Ava fight Padre. That was her own choice. And while sure, the characters don't know the context, that is still a huge jump in logic, even for somebody indoctrinated by Padre. This is just more convoluted motivation that makes no fucking sense. Shrike goes on to explain that the reason this was all kept a secret was because if they told the kids that their parents were dead, it would break them. But if they told them that they were abandoned, then they'd be fine. I reiterate, fucking what? Let me ask you. What do you guys think is worse? Your parents dying trying to save your life because they care about you, or them abandoning you? I don't know about you, but I know the narrative that I'd pick if I wanted to manipulate kids.
Hey, yo!
I think this just further goes to show that on paper, Padre is a cool idea, but frickin' Frack are so fucking bad at their jobs that they can't make it work beyond a surface level. Every time they try to add depth, it just makes everything more confusing and frustrating to watch. But this all transitions into backstory, specifically backstory on Shrike and the foundation of Padre. Shrike and her brother took the community over from her father, who sacrificed himself to the dead to save them. That's it. That's the reason. Could you possibly get any more generic? But if their dad is dead, then who's Padre? Well, boom, big plot twist, it's Shrike's brother, Crane.
Oh shit, it's a white guy!
This twist does not feel like it matters, even though it probably was intended to. Like, the identity of Padre should be a big deal with how little we actually know about the guy, but this was just lame as shit and predictable on top of that. This reveal would have made a lot more sense if it were a character that we already knew, but that wouldn't really make any sense, so it had to be somebody else, and they somehow found a character I care about less than Shrike. While I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I think this was probably originally meant to be Troy, but the actor probably just had scheduling conflicts or something, so they couldn't work it out. The reveal that Padre was Shrike's brother all along means absolutely nothing to the audience, so why should I give a fuck? And listen, right, I know I'm usually not the why don't the characters just do this kind of guy. I think that's a very lazy criticism, but there is like zero reason for them to not kill Shrike by like episode 3. If you're gonna do a villain that constantly avoids their inevitable fate, then don't put them into situations where the protagonists have nothing to lose and everything to gain by killing them. It is admittedly a nitpick, but it bothered the fuck out of me. Anyways, after the events of this episode, the parents now know where the island is, therefore compromising it, so Shrike plans to clear out the shipyard from the flashback and do something. They never quite explain what her plan actually is. All we know is that the shipping containers contain enough supplies to start over, so I'm guessing that the plan was to relocate the community. They aren't very clear on that, but this type of bullshit is par for the course by this point. So this conflict is now kicking into gear, but we put pause on all of that for a Morgan episode. And honestly, I think it's pretty good. I know, a rare good reboot episode, but like it actually unironically goes kind of hard. Episode 4 of this season, King County, has Morgan returning to his original home in Georgia with the goal of finally putting his son Dwayne to rest. For those that don't remember, Dwayne was killed off screen between seasons 1 and 3 of the main show and was the primary thing that caused Morgan to go insane. Personally, I think this is a great premise for an episode, and while I do think it is pretty good for reboot standards, it kind of comes out of nowhere. Like, we just established where the plot is going, but we hit pause on that for a Morgan episode. Now, why did that sound familiar? Grace and Mo tag along to help Morgan, but they are pursued by Dwight and Sherry, who are back to working with Padre in order to keep Finch safe. They wind up at the house from The Walking Dead episode 1, where Morgan first met Rick, and I actually like that it's used as more than a mere cameo type beat. The house represents everything from Morgan's old life holding him back, while the rifle that Rick gave him represents how he can move forward.
Rick, he gave you this gun for a reason. Use it.
It's not as deep as I'd like it to be, but we know what kind of writers we're dealing with by now. Overall, though, I thought this was a great Morgan episode because it takes everything that works about the character, almost all of which was from the main show, by the way, and uses it to show genuine growth and give him closure for a lot of his most traumatizing mistakes. That being said, anything not related to Morgan in this episode is fucking annoying. Partway through the episode, we find out that Grace's radiation sickness has magically returned, even though it hasn't been an issue for 8 years. But who cares, because she gets bit anyways. I don't know, I feel like it's kind of redundant to put Grace on a timer, have her acknowledge that she's going to make every moment count, only for her to get bit at the end anyways and put her on an additional timer. Like, you have two things that achieve the exact same goal, so just take one of these out. Either have her die of the radiation sickness or have her get bit. It's not why you gotta do that. However, Grace getting bit leads into the plot of the next episode, where the group try to make their way to the train car so that June can use her radiation therapy to save her. In exchange for using the train car, Shrike wants Morgan to take out the herd at the shipyard with the caveat that they can't use guns. The group splits off, with Mo taking Grace to the train car, who is met by Dove and the prefects. This demonstrates the worst part of this episode in my opinion, which is that it's literally just people talking, but they aren't saying anything worth listening to. It's just more generic dialogue where Mo tries to convince the other kids to do what's right, and then Grace spouting off generic generic final words, I'm gonna die bullshit. Like, I legit almost fell asleep because there's like a 5-minute scene of June and Mo arguing about how to save Grace, and they just repeat themselves over and over again, Goofy style. Boring dialogue and shot reverse shot for like 10 fucking minutes. It sucks. But anyways, Grace fucking dies. I couldn't care less. This pushes Mo to lead the other kids to take out the herd, while Morgan goes back to clear mode. He goes crazy psycho clear mode again. Bro, did we not just establish that he's over this shit? I mean, I get what they're going for. You know, he's experiencing the same loss again, so he spirals. But like, dude, we just established how he can overcome his like clear mode shit. So why are we doing this? That being said, I like seeing Clear Morgan back in action. Seeing him fight his violent blackouts is very interesting, and I like how they handle it in the mid-season finale. I just don't like the context of its inclusion. All I see is red. The mid-season finale ties up the majority of the Padre arc, except not really, and serves as a send-off to Morgan. The plot follows him as he reunites with Madison and Daniel to deal with the herd, but he is periodically losing his grip and blacking out into clear mode. Mo and the prefects are leading the herd away, which all happened off-screen because the writers suck, but now the goal has changed. They don't need to take out the entire herd. They just need one walker, Shrike's father, who has a set of coordinates on him for Padre to rebuild. Kind of fucking stupid that they just changed the goal like that between episodes, but I really don't even fucking care anymore, dude. So there's a moment in this episode that really bothers me regarding Morgan's character. When back on the houseboat, Morgan explains that the reason he originally gave Mo up to Padre was because he saw red again and didn't want to potentially hurt her in his blind rage. This is fine in a vacuum, but the timing doesn't fucking work. This character moment, which is entirely off-screen mind you, makes complete sense in the present because we literally see Morgan slipping back into clear mode. But it's established that he only started seeing red again after Grace's death. The entire crux of his character is that I lose people and then I lose myself, which makes sense in the present, but not in the past. He didn't lose Mo and was, in fact, actively trying to keep her safe and chose to give her up. So why would this turn his PTSD back on? Now, you could argue that being apart from her could trigger him the same way that it did for Dwayne, but if that were the case, why didn't this happen with Grace's baby? You know, he cared about that baby just as much as Dwayne and Mo, so why didn't that trigger his clear mode? It's just so inconsistent. Keep in mind, I like that they're bringing back this version of the character and giving him more nuance. In fact, I think it's probably the only thing I like about 8A, but it only works when it's contained to this season. In the grand scheme of things, like the entire context of Morgan's entire character, it just doesn't make any sense. So some shit goes down, Morgan has the coordinates, and Shrike has him at gunpoint. Despite going into this situation knowing that it was her father's walker that she'd have to kill, she cannot bring herself to do it. So she gets bit and eventually dies later off screen. Now, if this were like, you know, a random one-off character, I'd understand a death like this. But this is your main fucking villain! Or whatever the hell passes for a villain on this fucking show anymore. It's not a grandiose or satisfying death for a character meant to be this important. I guess June gets her revenge though, so that's goated, that's cool, that's fire, bars. However, what I hate the most about Shrike's death isn't that it was dumb, which it is, but rather how they use it to tie up this whole conflict. So Daniel and the parents are in a standoff with Crane and the prefects. And slight tangent, but the standoff already has zero fucking stakes. Like, the adults can't kill the kids because they're just kids and might be killing their own children, but the kids also can't kill the adults because they're just kids who don't have that dog in them. You just know going into it that nothing substantial is gonna go down. Daniel does have a nice line though, where he talks about how he feels bad for these kids because they're being put into the same situation that he was when he was a kid.
When I was young, I was in the exact same position you're in right now. I wish someone would have stopped me then. You do this, it will haunt you for the rest of your life. You will never be able to back away from it.
Now what's this? Actually bringing up Daniel's past in a meaningful way? Is this the right show? Is this the pre-reboot? What the freaking hell? But anyways, back to the point. The reason I hate this scene is because, much like the conflict with Virginia, Morgan comes in at the last minute and talks everybody down with an emotional speech. It's so fucking cringe, so fucking underwhelming, and worst of all, so fucking forced. Madison tells Crane that Shrike died because she remembered what their father stood for, when none of that was established even remotely. The scene is not played that way at all. It plays like a person seeing their father's corpse and then getting bit by it because they couldn't bring themselves to kill him. There's nothing that even somewhat indicates that this was what was going through Shrike's mind, nor was her character ever really implied to have these kinds of feelings. If anything, the opposite is probably true, since she and Crane literally reject the idea of parental figures. And I could maybe see what they were going for here, right? Where Shrike and Crane are so determined to keep these kids from their parents for their own good, because losing their own parents was what broke them, but also allowed them to become stronger, yet are also completely hypocritical when they need to confront that. I see exactly what the writers were getting at. The problem is that it's written like shit, and the nuance is never directly put on display. Like, the showrunners have all the pieces pieces for a nuanced story about parenthood here, but they are incapable of putting those pieces together properly. Shit like this is all over the season, and I guess the reboot as a whole, and is yet another example of good idea, bad execution. But anyways, yeah, Crane just literally runs away. That's how they solve this conflict. He runs away. Nice going, guys. Real fucking great there. Yeah, really. Fuck. Anyways, Finch is fucking dead, which for some reason causes Dwight and Sherry to go Splitsville again. Do you give a shit? I don't give a shit. And no amount of Negan name drops are going to make me give a shit, because their relationship has been so played out it's fucking insane. Now listen, right, if you wanted me to care about this entire situation, the first thing you should have done is make me care about Finch. He has no fucking character. He's just a kid with no personality outside of being Dwight and Sherry's kid.
Finch was the name Padre gave him.
Yeah, but he made it his own.
Bitch, what? What do you mean he made the name his own? He hasn't done anything besides exist in your presence. Why should I care that he's dead if I didn't even care about him in the first place? Like, you're supposed to care because Dwight and Sherry care, but them caring doesn't make me care. Have I lost you yet? Dwight states that the reason for their breakup is that all they seem to do when they're together is hurt each other, which makes no sense considering how much the show prior to this point has demonstrated the exact opposite. Back in season 6 when they first met up again, they had their arguments, but they kept each other from becoming worse people, and in the end accepted that they need each other to work through their issues. As sloppily as it was handled, that was just how it is. That was like an established thing. In season 7, this continues, and the revelation that Sherry is pregnant makes their relationship stronger than ever. But now, one bad thing happens, and it's suddenly, oh, bad things happen because we're together. Like, what is bro on? I mean, I get that what a character believes doesn't always line up with reality, but why would either of them, after all that they've been through on Fear, ever come to this conclusion? It does, like, why? It just comes out of nowhere. Whatever. This fucking sucks. Let's move on. You know, at least Austin Emilio, who plays Dwight, is given a good performance. He's the GOAT. He's kind of the GOAT, low-key. But now that Padre has been dealt with, there still remains the question of where do we go from here? While Morgan plans to leave the group, Madison wants to turn Padre into what it was originally supposed to be, whatever that means, and her first step is to use Padre's files to reunite all the kids with their parents. Nothing ever comes of this at all. Granted, I do think it would have been boring to see this, but Madison's general goal of turning Padre into what it was originally supposed to be is so vague that it basically means nothing. Pretty much all of the dialogue is just vague bullshit like this. I fucking hate it. Now that all is said and done, Morgan takes Mo and heads back to Virginia, and honestly, I think it's a nice scene. They give Grace a proper burial at Eastman Cemetery, who you might remember from Morgan's flashback episode on the main show, and Morgan has some final words for Eastman. He explains that
all life is precious, but that is not about killing or not killing. It's about what you do with the time that you have.
And personally, I think this is a great evolution of the whole all life is precious thing, which while it has been on the back burner for a few seasons now, has been pretty played out and annoying. Giving it this new spin shows that Morgan has undergone a great deal of personal growth that the main show kind of struggled to do. He has finally achieved the inner peace that he's been trying to find for so long, and I can't say I didn't feel something when his little leitmotif played. Now, if only it was handled by better writers. Before the two leave, Morgan picks up his walkie and leaves a message for Rick Grimes, claiming that he is going to find him. Now, a few problems here, right? Firstly, how does Morgan know that Rick is even missing? He hasn't been to Alexandria in over 8 years, so unless he stopped by Alexandria off screen before this point, then this doesn't make any sense. But this doesn't seem likely though, considering that Morgan directly says that he doesn't know if Rick is even at Alexandria, so why even ask this question in the first place? I think they were probably trying to keep things as vague as possible with this line for cinematic universe purposes in case they wanted to bring Morgan back and like The Ones Who Live or something like that, but they ended up just making shit that makes no sense. And given the timeline, what the hell even happened to Morgan that he isn't around during the aftermath of the Commonwealth stuff? Like, I'm pretty sure timeline-wise, Fear Season 8 lines up with Season 11 of the main show, so if Morgan goes back to Alexandria, then why is he not in, like, the flashback at the end of the main series, which was finished by this point, so they had no reason to not include him? I don't know, it's a little weird. Maybe he is at Alexandria, or they just didn't show him. Who fucking knows? But anyways, we finish on a post-credit scene showing that somebody has Alicia's prosthetic arm, but no Alicia, which leads us into 8B. Overall, 8A fucking sucked ass. It's just as messily written as the rest of the reboot has been. They barely take advantage of any of the great characters that they now have access to. The Padre storyline is convoluted as fuck, and the villains are absolutely terrible. But above all, it's fucking boring. You're boring! You're so fucking boring! Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! I almost fell asleep several times when watching this, and I'm typically pretty attentive when I'm watching shows. The only saving grace of this season has been Morgan. You know, everything involving him and his character growth was handled pretty well for the most part, but when the show isn't about that, it makes me want to screech like a fucking orc. I'm gonna hit him with one of these. Let me hit him with a... Oh! Sorry, I went monkey mode for a second there. But this leads me into 8B, the final stretch, thank fucking God. After Morgan's send-off, the second half focuses mostly on Madison again, as she takes on an old enemy. This enemy is none other than Troy Otto, who the characters and audience alike presumed was dead since the dam back in season 3. Troy is out for revenge for what happened all those years ago, and he aims to do this by taking Padre for himself. To take him down and keep Padre safe, Madison employs the help of Strand, who struggles with going back to his old ways. So okay, elephant in the room, let's talk about Troy. I've seen a lot of people really mad about Troy being brought back, but honestly, I don't really mind it. At least like the concept of it, right? You know, people like to pretend that his death scene back in season 3 was all cut and dry, but if you watch it again, it's actually pretty ambiguous. His body is intact, his wound isn't really all that severe in comparison to other injuries we've seen. We never actually see him turn or anything like that. It's just like this one shot of him lying on the ground as the water rushes in, and then it just cuts and that's it. It was very much an implied death, but if you know anything about this show, this universe, or TV in general, nobody is dead unless we see a body. We never saw Troy actually die, we saw him get knocked out. It just appeared that he died. And it's entirely possible that the water rushing in from the dam explosion just carried him out to the river and carried him to safety. Troy being alive is not the thing I dislike here. It's a little bit of a stretch, but it's far from the craziest thing that's happened in the Walking Dead universe, right? The thing I dislike is that he's written like absolute shit, but we'll cross that bridge shortly. To get to said bridge, we first need to pick back up with Strand, who over the time skip has been living at a hotel with a bunch of Germans. He now has a husband and adopted son, Frank and Klaus, the two most generic German names fucking imaginable, and is seemingly living a pretty happy life. And guys, I'm sorry, but they gave my man the Killmonger fade. Why do you have to do him like that? Why do you have to give him the Killmonger fade? Fuck! Anyways, to forget about his old life and start a new one, Strand has adopted the new identity of Anton, but is forced to confront his true identity once again when Madison shows up at the hotel. Now, something that I really appreciated about post-time skip Strand is that because of the events of season 7, he now believes in second chances. Alicia could have let him die, but chose not to because she thought he deserved a second chance. And this is something that Strand has taken to heart. This is further symbolized by the fact that he and his new family nurse birds back to health after they crash into the windows, which is obviously meant to parallel Amina from Alicia's childhood. Strand has truly become the person that Alicia thought he could be, and unlike in season 6 and 7 where it felt too convoluted, it actually makes sense here. He's a mellowed out version of the character, which I could appreciate. But anyways, Madison shows up to the hotel, injured after an encounter with a currently unknown group who are out to get her for whatever reason. It's later revealed that they think that Madison is still trying to steal kids for Padre, except this ends up going absolutely nowhere, so I don't know why they bothered to mention it. Like, I think it actually would have been a decent idea to have a group that despises Madison and Padre in general because they don't believe that their new mission of not separating kids from their parents is even real. They know from their earlier experiences with Padre's previous management that all they do is steal kids, and they don't think that Madison is telling the truth. That would be like a decent premise, right? Like, it's not the best idea out there, but it's like an okay one, I'd think. However, I think this also displays something that really bugged me about the end of 8A, which is that Madison promised to turn Padre into what it was originally supposed to be, but we never actually see any of that. In fact, we only go to the island like 3 times total. We never see the outcome of Madison reuniting the kids with their parents. From what little we do see of the island, it seems like life hasn't really changed that much there, and they kind of gloss over the fact that Shrike and Crane likely weren't the only people who believed in stealing kids, so why did everybody else just change their tune so quickly? It's all off-screen and it's never really addressed, and while I don't think that it should have been like a big plot point for the whole season, or even like a whole episode, even a brief montage would have done a better job at establishing all that Madison's done with the place. Think like the opening scene of Walking Dead Season 9 where we see how much Alexandria has changed since the war. You know, something like that, but for Padre, showing that Madison has like improved the place or something like that. Like, it's not difficult to do that. Like, what are you doing? Anyways, this group shows up to the hotel looking for Madison, and Strand rats her out for his family's safety, but more so to prevent his old self from coming back. Madison mentions to Strand's family how he's been lying about who he is, to which he obviously denies. He does not want to confront his past, but his insistence on this just makes Frank more curious about if he really is this Victor Strand guy. But the person that Strand has become would not let Madison be taken away by these strangers, so he goes off to help her, which officially brings him back into the fold. I like that the two bond over Alicia, with both of them seemingly believing in each other to keep her memory alive. Not too shabby, not the worst thing in the world. But in the end, Madison and Strand are taken by this still yet unknown group. They are brought back to the hotel with all of its citizens held at gunpoint. Yet another knockoff Negan lineup, but Morgan ain't here to save the day this time. But then boom, big reveal, except not really because they spoiled it in the promos, but the leader of this group is Troy Otto. And honestly, I think this reveal was kind of fucking lame. Looking past the fact that it was spoiled in the promos when the show was first airing, the actual framing of the scene is just super underwhelming. underwhelming. The first time we see him in this new era, the static shot of the back of Madison's head with him on the left. I don't know what it is with the reboot writers, but they have no clue how to write a big character return. Remember how they botched Daniel's return back in season 5? Like, they basically just did the same thing here with Troy. There's nothing extravagant or appealing about it. It's not even shot well. It's just, okay, boom, there he is. He just appears in this shot, and then he's just there now. Madison's like, oh, Troy, in case the audience couldn't fucking tell who it was, and the scene goes on as normal. This should be a big moment, but it's all bogged down by horrible direction. But now let's actually talk about Troy, who in this first scene is actually somewhat promising. If you recall back in season 3, Troy was pretty unhinged, but was also extremely emotionally vulnerable and unstable, meaning that he can act irrationally or be manipulated himself. Put simply, Troy used to be crazy. But since it's been 12 years in universe since we've last seen him, he is somewhat sensible now, explaining his motivation about why he's targeting Madison specifically. Aside from the obvious murder attempt, Troy blames Madison for destroying the ranch and killing his family, even though most of that was his fault. While the framing of the scene does make it clear that he's probably lying to manipulate the Germans, from his perspective, this makes a lot of sense. While it was Troy's actions that ultimately led to the ranch being destroyed, he was only pushed to that point because of Madison's actions, so it makes sense that somebody so mentally unstable would be so willing to blame anybody but himself. Personally, I don't think the scene is that bad aside from the shitty reveal, and though there are a few inconsistencies, like Troy taking credit for killing Ophelia, I felt that it was a good foundation for why Troy is back. He's a less intense and less insane version of the character who just wants a place to call home, and just so happens to have the perfect opportunity to do that and get revenge at the same time, and I felt that could have worked really well. The problem is that every further interaction with him just makes things more and more convoluted. But we'll get to that as we go. After Troy makes his big speech, he holds a hammer to Strand's head, threatening to kill him, the same way that Madison tried to kill him, mind you, if she doesn't tell him where Padre is. In what he thinks could be his final moments, Strand finally reveals his true identity to his family, that Anton was never who he really was. I think this is a potentially great moment for the character, and honestly, could have been a really good death scene. While I obviously don't think that Madison would let Strand die like this, I think that Strand revealing his true identity in his final moments could have shown that, while he was lying about his name, he still loved his family and truly did become who Alicia thought he could be. Alternatively, this could have been a perfect opportunity to show that Strand needs to go back to his old self, who can weasel his way out of situations like this and make it out alive. You know, he can survive as Victor Strand, but not as Anton. So accepting this part of himself is what gets him out, even if it's not what Alicia or his family would have wanted. Instead, there are no consequences. Strand is saved at the last minute by Daniel and the rest of the Fear crew, and Strand's identity is never brought up between him and his family ever again. Like, they just found out that the man that they've called family for 7 years has been lying to them about his true identity, and it's just never mentioned. It's weird. As much as I dislike relationship drama in this show, this could have been a perfect opportunity for that, while also simultaneously reiterating that Strand has actually become the person that Alicia believed in, and therefore the person that Klaus and Frank called family. But no, the Fear writers need to rush through everything to get to more bullshit nobody cares about. Overall, Troy's introduction scene had a lot of potential to be a fantastic return for the character. You know, all of the elements are there, but they ended up being lackluster and boring, much like everything else the reboot has tried to do thus far. Like I said, there are no consequences, and if anything, the resolution to this scene makes Troy and his group seem significantly less threatening. Looking past the fact that earlier in the episode they literally just ran away after just seeing Daniel, the fact that the Fear crew was able to subdue Troy's group so easily was not satisfying in the slightest. On top of this, why did they just let Troy and his people go? They literally had them at gunpoint, and I'm not saying they need to like execute them all or anything, but at least like take Troy captive or anything like that. Like they have no reason to just let them go. Like they have them dead to fucking rights and can have them do whatever they want, can just force them to go away, make a deal, anything like that, but they just let them go. It's actually straight up retarded. All we get out of this scene is information, so it feels like something that could have been established on a walkie like these writers love to fucking do. As we've seen for 5 seasons now, the new Fear showrunners have plot points they want to get to, but they don't frame any scene in a way that leads to those plot points, and this scene is a prime example of it. But wait! There's more! While on his way out, Troy reveals that he is in possession of Alicia's prosthetic arm, claiming that the reason he has it is because he killed her. Now obviously, we are not meant to take this at face value, since Troy has lied about stuff like this in this very same scene, so I think the criticism of like, oh, the writers really killed Alicia off screen was pretty insane back when this was first airing. The problem is more so with how obvious of a lie this was to the audience, and how they constantly dangle Alicia's fate in front of the audience to manipulate them into caring. When the entire premise of Madison's character arc is predicated on an obvious lie, it makes it all frustrating to watch because the characters never question it. On top of that, it's just annoying because this is revisited numerous times throughout the season and they give a different answer each time, and it's like, dude, fucking pick one. What are we doing? But this is more of a thing later in the season and is heavily involved with Troy's character, so put a pin in that for now. We'll come back to it later. The next episode starts in the middle of a mission with no context, but we learn that Madison, Strand, and Daniel are out looking for gasoline for their impending fight with Troy. In doing so, they come across Luciana. She's back, and I feel nothing. And apparently neither do the characters, because aside from Daniel, nobody really seems to give a shit. She explains that she has been the one making gas for Padre over the years, alongside building a system of roads and rest stops across the southern US. Now that Padre is gone, you'd think that she'd be willing to help Madison, but instead she says fuck you, as she'd rather not risk her entire operation in a conflict with Troy. But more than that, the reason she tries to distance herself from Madison is because of a certain someone. So, Charlie is still alive. Somehow. If you recall, back in season 7, Charlie was diagnosed with severe radiation sickness, and a huge emphasis was put on the fact that she isn't gonna make it. They keep it pretty vague as to why they can't treat her, but the point is, the storytelling itself was leading toward her death, specifically in regards to Daniel's arc during season 7. But now, 7 years later, and she's still kicking, explaining that Padre had the medical technology necessary to save her. And you know what? I can buy that, especially considering that they were doing literal research on radiation with June's experiment. It isn't about the logic of it. It's about the fact that they made a point to show that she is dying and is going to die, but changed their mind at the last minute when another story opportunity raised its head. That story opportunity is obviously now the fact that Madison is back in the picture, and considering what Charlie did, it only makes sense to have the two interact. Charlie revealing to Madison that she killed Nick is the only interesting thing the reboot has done so far with this character, and the only time I ever thought she was a worthwhile addition. Madison's entire drive from the start has been keeping her kids alive, and since the reboot has been keeping the stadium alive, and now she is faced with the reason that neither of those things are around anymore. As we've seen throughout the show, Charlie is very regretful of her actions, and depending on who you ask, has made up for them. But Madison doesn't care and acts exactly as you'd expect her to. I mean, hey, Charlie ain't a kid no more. She's an adult now. She's fair game to kill now. It's cool. She immediately tries to kill Charlie out of revenge, but this is really hard to get invested in because despite the audience likely fully agreeing with Madison, the acting makes it so fucking cringe. I mean, I kind of already bitched about this earlier, but this goes for most of season 8, but how do they drain the acting ability from Kim Dickens? It is actually impressive how badly she's phoning it in, and the same goes for the rest of the cast to varying degrees, but it's especially obvious with Madison and Troy since they've been absent for a few years, so you don't get the gradual decline in the actors giving a shit, right? Does that mean the actors didn't actually give a shit? Not necessarily. I'm sure they actually probably care about what they're doing, but the direction and the writing is just so bad that they just were not able to give convincing performances. It's not necessarily the acting. I think it's probably more so a problem with direction because we know that a lot of these actors can act. So it's very weird. Anyways, to atone for her mistakes and prove to Madison that she's on her side, Charlie offers to infiltrate Troy's group and take him out. Why she thinks this is a good idea when they had the perfect opportunity to kill him in the last episode, I will never know, but we know how frickin' frack roll by this point, I guess. Madison accepts this offer, while everybody else who knows Charlie more deeply thinks that she's a bit out of line. But Madison sees that Charlie and Luciana are in possession of Nick's ashes, and this somehow brings her around on Charlie completely on a dime. I am a bit mixed on this, because on the one hand, the explanation presented works pretty well, where Madison realizes that Charlie cared about Nick too by wanting to give him a better final resting place. But on the other hand, the fact that this revelation comes secondhand from Luciana just doesn't really sit right with me. I feel like it would have been more impactful to have this come directly from Charlie, though I guess the tragedy is that she never did get to truly express this herself. In theory it works, but in practice I kind of struggle to vibe with it. However, the rest of the episode has a lot more mixed opportunities. When Charlie's mission fails, she is taken hostage by Troy, who tries to exchange her for the location of Padre. In the end, Charlie kills herself to remove Troy's bargaining chip, which I'm honestly pretty neutral on. I think if this were a character the audience cared about, this would have the emotional impact it was likely intended to have, but nobody likes Charlie, so nobody really cares. Plus, it happens off screen, so it doesn't really have the same impact as it would have had we actually seen this happen. Plus, the other characters don't really seem to give a shit aside from Daniel, whose fatherly relationship with Charlie still doesn't really work because we hardly see them interact, but is still a core part of this new version of the character, so he definitely takes this to heart going forward. However, it's the interaction between Troy and Charlie that could have been really interesting. Now, looking past the fact that Troy should have no reason to know that Charlie killed Nick, the fact that they interact could be a great way to parallel Madison. While Nick was obviously Madison's son, he was also Troy's only friend, so he should have a very similar reaction to Charlie's presence. If they're so insistent on the whole "you took everything from me" motivation for Troy, then Charlie should probably be next on his hit list because she killed his friend. I can't think of anything that could have done more than that, but anything other than their incredibly generic interaction that completely ignores Troy and Nick's friendship. But yet another reason for Troy's crusade against Madison is revealed, where he claims,
"No one gave any of us a second chance."
And it's like, bro, Madison literally did give you a second chance, which you then squandered by bringing the herd to the ranch. On top of this, Troy keeps claiming that Madison took everything from him, which apparently is not referring to anything that happened in season 3.
Is this about Jeremiah?
You really think I give a shit about my old man?
Then what the hell's it about? What did I take from you?
It doesn't matter.
It's not about Jeremiah, it's not about Jake, it's not about the ranch, it's not about any of that, but rather a completely different thing that they refuse to explain yet. Now, aside from the fact that this completely defeats the purpose of bringing back an old character if they aren't going to reverence their past in any meaningful way, this is also just a really shitty way to establish a villain. The motivation of the villain shouldn't be like a mystery to be revealed later unless it's done for like a very good reason. The problem is, Fear doesn't have a good reason because, again, they want to dangle Alicia's fate in front of us some more without any regard to advancing the Troy character. The big reveal of the episode is that Troy has a daughter named Tracy, which explains why he is so dead set on Padre specifically. He doesn't want a safe place for himself or his people, he wants one for his kid, which would have been the perfect opportunity to parallel Madison yet again, since that has also been her goal throughout the entire show. But as you might have guessed, the writers never take advantage of this and are just left as another motivation that, while completely reasonable, is also very out of character. Put a pin back in that, as we'll discuss further later. Tracy, who by the way we haven't met yet, goes missing, so Madison teams up with Troy to save the kid because fuck me, right? I know, I cannot begin to describe how frustrating it is for Madison to not kill this guy when she has every opportunity and every reason to, but doesn't because of inconsistent reasons. Like, okay, she doesn't kill him here because she knows about Tracy, so killing him would go against the current morals of Padre, which is fair enough, but they keep doing shit like this and it's just so fucking unfun to watch. After all is said and done though, Daniel blames Madison for Charlie's death as well as Ophelia's, even though that wasn't even remotely close to her fault, and refuses to help her any further. Madison takes this to heart and goes off on her own, leaving Strand in charge of Padre. Now this sets up a potentially interesting dynamic between Madison and Strand that kind of mirrors Strand and Alicia, but we put pause on that for a bottle episode. Wouldn't be fair if we didn't do that, right? Episode 9, titled Sanctuary, follows Dwight as he goes back to his home in Virginia, where he is in absolute shambles following the loss of Finch and his split from Sherry. He has a depressive episode, but is interrupted by Sherry, June, and Dove, who followed him to get him to come back and lead the troops at Padre against Troy's army. Personally, I think this is a pretty flimsy reason to come all the way out here, especially considering that Padre already has people like Strand who can lead. On top of this, Padre is apparently in Georgia now, even though it was implied to be in Louisiana, which already is weird. And if you recall from the main show, the trip from Georgia to Virginia was not that simple. Coming all the way out here so easily is pretty insane, but it's especially crazy to go back just for one guy. Anyways, Dwight crosses paths with a bunch of nameless marauders in the remains of Sanctuary, which if you recall from the main show, was deemed unsustainable and was abandoned. You can tell that they really wanted these nameless villains to be ex-saviors, but like forgot that they're all dead or integrated into the other communities, which leads me to one of my biggest and admittedly pettiest gripes with this episode. The episode really likes to dangle Daryl in front of you. During Dwight's breakdown, he screams for Daryl to come back and just kill him because he technically failed his mission of making things right with Sherry. They try to make you think that that's going to happen when the headlights come in, but it's just like Sherry and company coming back. I mean, I can't imagine falling for this, but it is manipulative to act like you're going to do something and then not do it for no good reason. In a similar vein, because the episode takes place at Sanctuary, it also establishes that these characters are aware of and more than capable of getting to Alexandria, but don't for no reason. We know that they're within driving distance of each other, and apparently the Fear crew can travel across multiple state lines without issue, so getting to the other communities shouldn't really be a problem. For instance, there's a scene where June is trying to treat Dove, who's been shot, and she asks,
"You need to get her help now. Is there anywhere around here? With medical supplies, equipment."
Yeah, at least 3 different places actually. But Dwight decides to take them to Sanctuary instead, even though Hilltop or Alexandria would be way safer. Why would you set the episode in this location and then give them obvious answers to their physical problems only to avoid it? Now, the obvious answer is that they just didn't have access to any of the sets from the main show anymore, because the main show had wrapped filming before season 8 even began filming, so all of the sets were likely torn down by that point. However, the set for Sanctuary sometimes looks exactly like it does on the main show. They did a really great job at recreating it. Like, they recreate entire rooms almost exactly, which is like impressive. But story-wise, there is no lore reason for why they don't even address the other communities in the area. It's just fucking bizarre and frustrating to watch, right? Anyways, the actual purpose of the episode is for Dwight and Sherry to get back together, and I really don't care. It's more arguing about making Finch's death mean something or some gay bullshit like that. It's literally just their final interaction of 8A stretched out over the course of an entire episode. And their new mantra of something good can come from something bad is just more pretentious, preachy bullshit that's par for the course for Fear at this point. There's also this whole thing where June kind of blames herself for not being able to save Finch when his death wasn't even her fault. The radiation worked, Strike just prevented everybody from getting to the train car, so she should really have no reason to feel upset about this. Whatever, Sanctuary cartoonishly collapses, Dwight agrees to come back to Padre, Dove is now going by her birth name Odessa now, and I just don't give a fuck about any of it. But it's the last bottle episode, So I think it's worthy of a fucking let's light our lighters up, boys, and smoke a doobie. I don't know why we would smoke a doobie for that, but let's light one up and get crazy. But back to the main story. The last 3 episodes are all essentially one long story. So basically they're like one episode, but not really. I'm so fucking glad we're done with this anthology bullshit because I really don't think I could take another bottle episode. Things kick off when Strand captures Tracy, completely off screen by the way, and honestly, this is pretty promising. You know, keep in mind that every time I've said that throughout this video, I have immediately followed it up with why it sucks. So Strand steals Tracy to get leverage on Troy, which is honestly pretty smart plan. Classic Strand, right? However, everyone disagrees with him. Not because he's wrong, but because he's Strand. And everybody except Madison still hates him after the events of Season 7. Nobody trusting Strand is actually very much classic Fear, and this episode is probably some of the only classic Strand we'll get this season.
So you can change, but he can't.
He's a sociopath on a revenge tour. I have issues. There's a difference.
Strand is always spitting, bro. He's always got the best fucking lines, dude. After disputes with the rest of the group, Strand takes Tracy for himself and goes off to find Madison. We discover that Tracy has Alicia's necklace, meaning that she or Troy have likely met her at some point, but this is never really given the emotional weight that it should. Then upon meeting Madison, Tracy reveals that she believes that Madison killed her mother. This is supposed to be shocking, but it isn't, because we as the audience still have no clue who Tracy's mother actually is. This is also news to Madison, because this is the first time that she has seen Troy in years, so how could she have killed his wife without the 2 meeting before this? While it's all obviously a lie, why are they keeping this so vague? If Tracy knows something, specifically something that Madison would have been there for, even if it is one of Troy's lies, why wouldn't she just tell the truth instead of keeping everything vague? Like, if she thinks that Madison already knows, then why continue to be secretive? Like, if I have a secret and you know that same secret and we're talking one-on-one, we have no reason to hide that secret. The actions of these characters make no sense, and all of these lies are just making everything more confusing. Madison and Strand later meet up with Daniel, and the trio plan to use Tracy to find out where Alicia's walker is so they can put her to rest. An argument breaks out between the group though, where Daniel explains that Troy led the herd to the ranch and indirectly killed Ophelia, which was not what he said earlier in the season, meaning that the writers knew exactly what happened, yet seemed to selectively ignore it in favor of more cryptic bullshit. Anyways though, it becomes clear that Daniel is out for revenge too, and wants to use Tracy to hurt Troy, but Strand sees this and tries to take her back, but is kicked out and left on his own. This kinda comes out of nowhere, and it really makes no sense for this to somehow be seen as Strand's fault when Madison clearly sided with him and thought that Daniel was out of line. Madison's whole thing is that she trusts Strand, but this is seemingly ignored at the slightest bit of conflict. Why? For no actual reason, they just needed a reason for Strand to be on his own, but cannot write a scene that's consistent with the rest of the show to save their fucking lives. While on his own, Strand comes across a trio of women driving around in the MRAP. It turns out that these 3 women are disciples of Alicia, who were inspired by her off-screen actions after Season 7 and want to carry on her legacy, believing that she is currently dead. Oh, by the way, did I establish, that everybody by this point thinks that Alicia's dead? I don't know if I established that or not. Maybe I did. I don't remember. I'm gay. It's never explained why they think she's dead. They just do. Alicia's angels, as we'll call them for the rest of this, contribute literally, and I mean literally, nothing to the story, and quite frankly, aren't even worth mentioning. So I don't know why I mentioned them, but I did. Just so we're aware. Like, dude, the fucking MRAP is more of a character than them. It's fucking insane. It's actually, I was more excited to see the MRAP than pretty much any other character return in this entire fucking season. It's actually wild. Shout out to the MRAP. It's low-key kind of the GOAT of Fear. Picking back up with Madison's crew, Tracy leads them to what we are told is Alicia's walker, but it's immediately made clear that it's not her, but rather Tracy's mother, Serena. Madison understandably asks, who the fuck is that? And Tracy explains that she didn't literally kill her, but rather her mantra of no one's gone until they're gone killed her. At first, this is still really vague and makes no sense, but Troy elaborates a bit more in the following episode. He explains that Alicia helped him and his wife when they were in a bind, which inspired Serena to also go out and help people. But one of these calls turned fatal and she was killed by a robber, which somehow caused Troy to believe that it was Alicia's thinking, and thereby Madison's thinking, that got Serena killed. By putting that idea into her head, the Clarks caused Troy's wife to put herself in danger, which got her killed. This is fucking stupid.
You stupid.
Like, okay, right? I can buy that he would be mad at Madison for putting the idea into her head, right? While extremely convoluted, it does make sense how somebody like Troy, who is already very biased against the Clarks, would do all kinds of mental gymnastics to place the blame on them. The explanation kind of makes sense in that respect. The problem is literally everything else. Firstly, the fact that Troy even has a wife in the first place is really out of character in my opinion. He never really seemed like the type of guy who would would ever be tied down like that, and they never really established the extent of their relationship to make us care. Like, we don't know anything about this Serena woman. All we know is that she was Troy's wife. Like, that's it. For example, there could have been a flashback to post-damn Troy, all angry and mentally unstable, until this Serena woman comes in and saves him, which would also explain why he's a lot less unhinged now. But I don't know. They don't give me a reason to believe this relationship because we don't even know this fucking character. So not only do we not even know who this character even is, but they don't even give us a reason to believe that their relationship would even exist in the first place. Secondly, simply from a writing perspective, this is the most unengaging way to establish something like this. Troy hates the Clarks for something that we never see them do. In fact, they didn't actually do anything aside from Alicia, who in fact helped Troy despite having every reason not to. He also explains this entire story verbally, which is the most boring way to do this. Like, okay, obviously they didn't have access to all of the actors, but there are ways to get around that. This is also a case of why show don't tell is such an important piece of storytelling, because these writers are trying to get us to believe that a philosophy is the culprit without showing why it's dangerous. Troy's gripe isn't really with the Clarks themselves, it's with their philosophy, but your enemy can't be a fucking idea. Characters represent ideas, but ideas do not represent characters. This is part of what made seasons 4 and 5 so bad, which is that their villain was that people didn't agree with their ideas. Even worse is the fact that the whole blame game is so many degrees removed from who should actually be to blame. Instead of blaming the guy who actually killed his wife, Troy blames the person who inspired her for putting ideas into her head that led her to that situation, and then blames her mother for inspiring her. It'd be like if Batman blamed his parents' deaths on Joe Chill's cousin calling him a loser 20 years ago. It's contrived as fuck and has no basis in reality. But worst of all is that Troy already has a reason to hate Madison. Ever since she came into his life, it's been nothing but tragedy after tragedy for him. Her presence was what escalated the conflict with Taka, leading to Jeremiah's death. Her banning him from the ranch made him angry enough to lose the herd to destroy his own home, and oh yeah, she tried to fucking kill him! There are so many things you could have cited for why Troy wants revenge, right? But instead, it's all based on nothing the audience has seen or has any context on. How in the fuck do you fuck up your final season conflict this fucking badly? Chambliss and Goldberg, I'm using your actual names here because if you're watching this, I really want you to internalize this. You should be fucking embarrassed. So anyways, the primary conflict is that Troy plans to use a herd to take out Padre. While this is not only a literal rehash of what he already did at the ranch, this plan still doesn't really make much sense. Why would he use a herd if the plan is to take Padre for himself? You'd be destroying the community at that point. Now, unless he's really good at guiding herds, which I guess is probably true, then why not establish that his plan is to use the herd to kill everybody and then dispose of it? Like, his plan doesn't seem all that thought out at a surface level, and it's like, you know, you could have explained that a little bit better, I think. It makes even less sense considering that Padre is an island. How are you gonna get a herd to an island? Whatever, I just have to stop questioning this shit at this point because it's only gonna make everything fucking worse, alright? It's only gonna make me angry. And slight tangent, but while preparing for battle, Madison and Dwight have what I'm pretty sure is their only interaction in the entire series. It's this.
How many people do we have left?
I don't know. We'll get a head count.
This has nothing to do with anything. I just think it's kind of weird that these two are supposed to be part of like the main group, but they just don't have any meaningful interaction whatsoever. It's kind of weird. Madison heads out on a suicide mission to kill Troy once and for all before the dead get to the island, and she gets the opportunity to. But guess what? She doesn't. I would have thought. So she went there with the intent to kill Troy, has him in the position to kill him, and is about to kill him. But Troy objects at the last minute with more obvious bullshit that for some reason she still buys. Instead, she tries to use him as leverage to find out where the herd is. But before any of that can happen, boom! Crane is back. Remember Crane, the leader of Padre who pussied out and literally ran away at the end of 8A? Yeah, I wouldn't blame you if you forgot. With Crane back in the picture, Madison and Troy now have a common enemy who threatens both of their plans, which forces them to work together. And I should also mention that they are literally handcuffed together. Literal fucking cartoon premise. Through this little adventure, we find that it was Padre that saved Madison from the stadium, exposing how she wound up there in the first place. This is fine, but it would have been interesting to use this idea earlier when it was like actually relevant, not 4 seasons later where I don't give a shit. But then it turns out that this whole conflict doesn't even matter because Crane gets bit by a random walker and dies like a nameless schmuck. Completely fucking useless. Think of it this way, right? Imagine if this happened to a character like Simon on the main show, right? Like this secondary villain. It'd be an underwhelming way for a secondary villain to die, and that's an understatement. But, you know, Crane sucks. Fuck him. So I'm glad he's dead, but how do you possibly write a villain death this bad, you fucking morons? I'm gay.
We're really not that different, you and I.
Fuck you. After all is said and done though, Troy has a bit of a change of heart. Whether or not he's being genuine is unclear, but he claims that he finally understands Alicia's philosophy and wants to join Madison, agreeing to call off the herd. At first, Madison goes along with this, agreeing that Alicia believed in second chances, even though this is technically his third chance, but okay, sure. But then, at the last minute, Madison uses Alicia's prosthetic arm and stabs Troy in the stomach, killing him in cold blood. Dang. Why she waited until right now to do this is beyond me, but sure. Yeah, why not? But before he dies, Troy tells Madison one last thing, that Tracy is not his daughter, but Alicia's. This causes Tracy to run away and Madison to become very distraught about what she just did because now she can't get answers. The fact that she even believes this to begin with is a bit absurd, but Madison believing that Tracy is her granddaughter does set up the premise of the series finale. Originally, I started working on this video right after watching the finale, where I had this whole segment planned about it, and I apparently actually liked some of it. That is not the case the second time around, and I basically rewrote this entire section because holy shit, this is a contender for one of the worst episodes of Fear ever. So far, the only positive that I can give is that the title card is actually pretty cool. It has every major character from the show on it, showing that it's the finale, you know? It's kind of weird seeing some of these classic characters in the reboot style that were never actually in the reboot, but sure. Yeah, I liked it. It was cute. That's probably one of the only positives I'll be giving it, so you're in luck, fellas. Haha. And lady fellas. The actual episode, titled The Road Ahead, picks up in the woods, with Madison having found Tracy, now planning to take care of her because she thinks that they're family. This is pretty basic and generic, but otherwise, Madison has no real goal in the finale. She gets Tracy within the first few minutes, and the rest of the episode is just her running around for no rhyme or reason. It kinda comes off as her being antagonistic for no reason, since she turns on her friends on a dime and doesn't want to save Padre, even though that's like literally her place that she helped build. If her goal is to take Tracy to go find Alicia, then why not stop and help Padre first and then go find her? Like, the conflict is just predicated on like, we need to do this now when you really do not have to do this now. Even Morgan had the foresight to do that, right? But do you guys remember how Padre's people broke up the herd? Maybe you don't remember because I don't think I established that, but that happened. Padre's people break up the herd. Well, guess what? Not really, because even though they broke up the herd in the previous episode, the remainder of Troy's group just regathered the herd anyways. Like, did you guys really think it was a good idea to split up the herd and then just let the people go who gathered it in the first place? Like, guys, do you realize that there's nothing stopping them from just doing it again if you let them go, right? Whatever. Anyways, now there is a boat filled with the dead headed for the island, which the residents of Padre are going to have to fight off. My problem with this isn't really the premise, it's more so the scale of it. Like, they show that there's a boat with a bunch of the dead on it heading to the island, but it doesn't really look like there's that many of them for it to be like a massive problem. Like, that seems like enough for the Padre citizens to be able to deal with. Like, if you wanted to show that this is a bigger problem, then just use CGI and make a bigger boat with more walkers on it. Like, this fucking dinky little barge doesn't look like it's actually gonna pose much of a threat to Padre. And plus, the whole thing of them being on a boat in the first place is pretty dumb, because that just gives the Padre people advance notice of what's gonna happen. But despite having advance notice, everybody from Padre just stays on the island prepared to defend it, instead of just leaving and figuring out a solution later. But the place is already pretty fortified, like it's clearly like an abandoned military base or something like that, so like they should really not have any problem defending it. So I don't know why they make this out to be like a huge deal. The main finale conflict was just so poorly thought out. Granted, dealing with walkers is more of the B plot in this one, when compared to like, you know, the main show's finale, for example, but I digress. That all being said though, I really liked that Dwight was the one leading Padre against the herd. Like, this was low-key some comic Dwight shining through. Like, he was kind of the GOAT in this episode, I'm not gonna lie. Moving on though, we get a pretty important revelation. While interrogating Troy's right-hand man, Russell, he explains that Alicia and Troy did fight each other and left each other wounded, but she escaped. Russell was sent to finish Alicia off, but he never actually found her and then lied to Troy about her death. This means that Troy genuinely believed that he killed Alicia, so it technically wasn't a lie when he said it, and that Alicia is probably still alive. However, we're at the point where it doesn't actually matter if Troy killed her or not, because Troy is fucking dead. On top of that, this kind of spoils the surprise at the end of the episode. Like, the whole season we were told over and over again that Alicia is dead, but now at the last minute we're told, oh, actually she might possibly, maybe, perhaps, maybe in a different universe or in this one possibly be alive, maybe? Which ultimately just feels pointless. While I am getting majorly ahead of myself, if they wanted the Alicia reveal to be more impactful, then they should have just kept this part out. They just added more confusion for no reason. It's fucking, why do you do this? We then get a scene where all of the remaining classic characters, plus Thus, Tracy and Alicia's angels are surrounded by walkers while locked in a garage. They all have an argument with each other about ruining each other's lives. Daniel still hates Strand for obvious reasons. Strand is upset with Madison for going off the deep end the way that she has. Daniel hates Madison now and now blames her for his wife and daughter dying, and Madison is just yelling because everybody else is yelling. Daniel claims that he regrets saving Travis back in LA, believing that that was the decision that changed the trajectory of his life for the worse. This is pretty harsh, but it comes completely out of nowhere. Now, keep in mind that Daniel and Madison were two of the only characters who truly understood each other and have never really had a problem with each other, so it's really weird that he just now starts taking issue with her. And what's even sadder is that this is their last interaction in the entire show. They never meet again after this, so I think it kinda sucks they just randomly decided to end things with them antagonistically when they were completely fine before. I don't like the way these two left things, however, I do like Madison and Strand's final interaction. Strand leaves to go back to Padre while Madison stays to take Tracy. On his way out, he asks that if she finds Alicia,
tell her I tried.
I think it's a nice note to leave them on, but it also begs the question, why wouldn't he have anything else to say to Madison? Their relationship is just as deep as Strand and Alicia's, yet they never really comment on it. It's weird that their last interaction is about a different character. Like, I don't know how else to put it, it's just weird to me. I do like the scene though, it's a nice emotional type vibe beat moment. Right after this scene, Madison tells Tracy the story of killing her father, something she also told back in season 3. However, she tells the most on-the-nose version of it with no tension whatsoever, which I think really shows the disparity between the classic and reboot eras. They can tell the exact same story, but the classic version manages to be engaging, intense, and bone-chilling, while the reboot version is literally a recounting of events. It's just so literal, and it lacks all of the emotion present in the original version. Oh, and then Tracy shoots Madison for no fucking reason. Like, literally no actual reason at all. Like, there's no canonical character reason for why she does this. She just fucking does it for some reason. Now, if I had a nickel for every time a little girl shoots and kills a beloved character, I'd have 2.5 nickels? Madison actually survives this gunshot because of the magazine with Alicia's necklace in it. So for context, Tracy gave this to Madison and claiming that it was supposed to protect her, but clearly hasn't worked, so Madison takes it, and apparently this time it did work. More preachy reboot bullshit. You love to hate it. While all of this is going down, Padre falls almost completely off screen. Dwight and the rest are becoming overwhelmed with the dead, with Strand lamenting how badly things have ended.
No, it can't end like this. It can't end like this.
Don't I know it, bro? But randomly, the island explodes, which takes out the dead, but also destroys the community. It is later revealed that this was all the work of Madison, who, reminder, was not killed by Tracy. In the aftermath of this, she leads the dead inside the main building and down into her former prison cell, lets all of the oxygen out into the air, and ignites it, blowing the whole place sky high, which was a sacrifice clearly meant to mirror the stadium. Symbolically, I think it's a good idea. She makes the exact same sacrifice, but for entirely different reasons, showing how she has changed as a character. Now, how has she actually changed? Well, the writers aren't exactly too good at that part, but it's the fucking spirit that counts, I guess. I don't fucking know. Kill me, please. I want to die. However, I despise the fact that Padre falls in the end. The whole point of the past season has been Morgan and Madison trying to turn it into what it should have been in the first place. Whatever that means. Madison destroying it to take out the herd is completely antithetical to that, and was seemingly only done to be a parallel to her initial departure, and for like a cool finale set piece or whatever. Padre is meant to be a safe haven where kids can grow up, with their secondary goal being to reunite these stolen kids with their families, which again, we never see on screen. Destroying this place completely removes all of that, since now, there is no safe place for these kids or any of these people anymore, so did you really care that much in the first place? But backtracking just a little bit, after she shoots Madison, Tracy bumps into Strand, who tells her about how Madison saved them from the herd and all that, clearly believing that she died doing so. For whatever reason, this completely changes her opinion on Madison. Now, hating her in the first place didn't really add up to begin with, but now her tune changes over something that she had zero stake in. I think that a better way to have handled this would be to have Tracy more involved with the herd attacking Padre. What I mean by this is that when Madison does her thing and leads the herd in, she has some kind of exchange with Tracy, maybe over the walkies or something like that, about how she's doing this for her, which would simultaneously enhance the parallel between this moment and the stadium. Madison is sacrificing herself so that her family can live, and at this point, she still thinks that Tracy is family, so Tracy would take this to heart and realize that Madison is just trying to help her. I mean, it's not the best idea out there, but it's better than whatever the fuck frickin' frack thinks passes for a good story. But this leads me to one of my biggest gripes with the finale, which is that so much of it is centered around Tracy, and I just don't care. Now, kids in the Walking Dead universe are always a bit hit or miss, depending on how they're written, right? Now, for example, Carl up to like season 4 was really fucking annoying, but Judith is handled pretty well after the time skip. As for Tracy, she is very much the former. Every writing decision regarding her just makes her incredibly annoying. She lies, whines, and complains about pseudo-intellectual bullshit, and she has no real character outside of being Troy's daughter, meaning that she also adopts a lot of his traits. Which could have been interesting had Troy been even remotely similar to his season 3 version, but he isn't, so Tracy comes off as just as bad as other pre-reboot villains, and has the added detriment of being a literal child. And if you know anything about Walking Dead fans, it's that they hate kids. And speaking of Troy, there's a brief scene where Tracy comes across as Walker. Now, again, much like a lot of things in the season, this would have been fine if it were set up in an interesting way, but it isn't. She just walks by and happens to find him tangled in some vines, which was nowhere close to where Madison originally killed him. Like, did nobody put him down after that? They just let him turn, they just left him there? Like, it's a scene that in theory should have a ton of emotional weight, at least in the hypothetical scenario where Tracy was an interesting character, but it just feels tacked on after the fact. Like, this moment is placed right between two somewhat important scenes, but both of them take place at night, but this one takes place during the day, which is weird, and it makes it feel like it was just added in later. It's just so fucking bizarre. Okay, but now we're in the final stretch. It turns out that Madison survived the explosion and has been nursed back to health by Tracy. Now, I've seen a lot of people claim that this doesn't make any sense, but I actually disagree. They go out of their way to explain that Madison only survived because of her oxygen tank, and considering that she was basically locked in a metal box underground, I can totally believe that she would survive this. What doesn't make sense to me is why nobody else even tries to go after her. Like, at this point, she's established a bit of a trend of surviving this exact type of situation, so why wouldn't Strand or Daniel try to see if she's still alive? The only person who actually does try is Tracy, which is a bit harder to believe considering she's like fucking 8, tearing through tons of rubble and then dragging a grown woman out of it, but whatever. Crazier things have happened in the Walking Dead universe, I guess. I'll fucking, sure, why not? Anyways, Madison wakes up and asks what happened, but is interrupted when they hear a voice. It turns out that this voice belongs to, boom, big reveal, Alicia, who is still alive and well, reuniting the Clarks after almost a decade. You know, it was teased since the beginning of 8B that Alicia is likely dead, but with how much Troy lies and manipulates, it lets the audience know that her fate likely wasn't so cut and dry, with Russell basically confirming that earlier in the finale that she's probably alive. I liked that they paid that off here. In the lead up to this episode coming out, there was a lot of doubt within the fandom of if Alicia would return somehow, or if this would be another Rick Grimes type situation, but I liked that the writers weren't completely insane and didn't give her some off-screen death or a throwaway line of dialogue to explain her fate. And honestly, shout out to Alicia Debnam Carey for coming back for this episode after initially leaving the show because she was, quote, done with zombie stuff for a while. She didn't have to do that, but she did that for us. Madison and Alicia take the time to catch up a bit, and it's revealed that Tracy really was Troy's daughter the entire time, and that he lied about pretty much everything he said regarding Alicia, as if that wasn't obvious enough already. They interpret that the reason he lied about this was because Troy knew how much Madison cares for her family, so if she believed that Tracy was family, she'd keep her safe in his stead. I'm still kind of torn on whether or not I buy this explanation or not, because on the one hand, Troy's whole thing is manipulating people to defend his lineage, but on the other hand, it seems like too benevolent of a thing for him to do, right? Well, this leads into the final main scene of the show, where Alicia, Madison, and Tracy watch from afar as the rest of the Fear group go their separate ways. They all believe that Madison is dead, but continue to honor her by taking the second chance that she gave them. I gotta be honest, Madre is really fucking cringe, but I get it. Madison chooses not to reveal herself to everybody and instead let her memory inspire them to keep going, which is the same thing that Alicia did with her group off screen. I think this is pretty dumb, but it is pretty consistent with the way Madison and Alicia have been characterized since the reboot. These characters have been all about representing ideas bigger than themselves, like giving people second chances, no one's gone till they're gone type shit. And while I think that's dumb, stupid, and cringe in the Walking Dead universe, and would have much preferred to see something more akin to how they were characterized pre-reboot, there's at least some level of consistency. It's then that we get some final goodbyes between these characters. Firstly, June plans to return to John's cabin back in Texas, with Odessa offering to tag along, showing interest in becoming a doctor like her. I have absolutely zero opinion on this, but I need to mention it for the next thing to make sense. Next, Dwight and Sherry plan to go back to Virginia and rebuild Sanctuary into, quote, something worthy of the name. Now, reminder in case you've forgotten, when we last saw it, Sanctuary was literally fucking collapsing because it is an old piece of shit building, and as we've seen from the main show, it was never capable of sustaining itself in the first place. Why would Dwight want to purposefully go back there given that A, it's literally crumbling to pieces, B, there is no doubt some emotional baggage there that was literally touched on in that episode, and C, that Alexandria and Hilltop are literally right fucking there. I've bitched about this before, but I'm gonna bitch about it again, but this has been something that has bothered the absolute fuck out of me since Morgan crossed over back in season 4. If Morgan or Dwight really wanted to help these people, they'd lead them all back to Alexandria. So the fact that Dwight not only doesn't do that, but intends sense to somehow rebuild a useless shithole building is fucking stupid. You know, I get why he might not want to go back to Alexandria, since Daryl did promise that he'd kill him if he did, but recall that Daryl also told him to make things right with Sherry, which he most certainly has done. Now, I'm sure there is some behind-the-scenes reasons for why they can't mention Alexandria or anything else from the main show, but it logistically makes no sense why they wouldn't bring the Fear Crew to the one place that they know is safe. If they wanted to leave Dwight and Sherry in the place that they leave them, like, you know, emotionally speaking, then they could have easily done that without mentioning Sanctuary. On top of that, Season 8 has made a very big deal about Dwight and Sherry considering June and now Odessa to be family. It sets up this theme of found family that could be an interesting way of paralleling the Clarks. You know, June is not blood related to Dwight and Sherry, but they helped each other through some of their darkest times, hence why Dwight considers them family. I think that them going their separate ways like this is very much antithetical to that, and the finale just kind of ignores it. I think it would have been better if either June and Odessa go with Dwight back to Sanctuary and help rebuild it, or if Dwight and Sherry went back to the cabin with them. You know, they had this whole nice moment at the end of episode 9 that just isn't paid off in this episode when it probably should have been. The next dynamic that we focus on is Daniel and Strand, who have hated each other since pretty much day one. Now, granted, Daniel hates Strand way more than Strand hates Daniel, so it's a little one-sided. Now listen, I love Daniel, but he's got some real hater energy that you low-key gotta respect. Anyways, Daniel finally admits to Strand that the reason that he hated him for so long was because he reminded him of all of the worst parts of himself, which, if you ask me, makes total sense. They are both very complex men who have committed various atrocities in the name of survival and protecting others, and some of those atrocities ended up being pretty big mistakes. And Daniel realizes that Strand has been doing nothing but atoning for those mistakes ever since he returned in 8B. My only problem with this is that they never really establish why he comes to this conclusion, aside from just generally being around him for most of the season, but sure. The two end on good terms, with Daniel now respecting the man that Strand has become. While I do think it was a decent resolution to these two characters, I think it happened way too late for its own good. By this point, it's been 5 straight seasons of the same old shit where Daniel hates Strand for lying or just straight up doesn't believe him for no reason, and the fact that it was so simplified made it super boring anytime it was mentioned. Their relationship was a lot more complex in the classic era because a lot of it was simply unspoken. This final scene gets a bit of that nuance across, but also just outright explains the whole arc, which I guess for reboot standards is par for the course. I don't dislike this exchange, but it's a bit too on the nose, and much like most things in the reboot, is bogged down by all the preaching about changing for the better and whatnot. That being said, I could totally see the two reconciling just as well as I could see them killing each other, so I think I probably would have been okay with any ending for these two. And completely unrelated, but when the fuck did Daniel learn German? But more importantly than that, why does he know German? Like, was he fucking with the Argentinians back in El Salvador, bros fighting like Nazis and shit? Like, what is my guy doing? But hey, forget the Alicia and Madison reunion, because now we have Daniel and Skidmark, baby! Is it weird that I unironically cared more about Skidmark coming back than literally anything else in the past 2 seasons? The answer to that rhetorical question is no, it's not weird. These characters fucking suck, and Skidmark is the fucking GOAT. But then we get back to Strand, and honestly, this is probably my favorite scene in the whole episode, possibly even the entire last 2 seasons. Before driving off to God knows where, Strand catches a quick glimpse of Madison and Alicia, and knowing that they're still alive fills him with emotion, inspiring him to continue being the man they believed he could be. I love this scene because as much as I've criticized the reboot seasons throughout this video, I will die on the hill that Victor Strand was the only character that was kept 100% consistent throughout its entire run. Back in seasons 1 through 3, he was manipulative, morally confused, and just generally a bit of a dick. But he slowly starts to come around in the Clarks and realizes that having friends might make that a bit of a problem. He starts to grow a conscience by the end of season 3. Now comes season 4, and he seems to have been at least somewhat reformed, but quickly falls back into a dark place after the stadium. However, it's his friendship with Alicia and respect for Madison that keeps him from spiraling back into straight up evil throughout season 5, as little as it was focused on, but it's also that very same friendship that caused him to relapse in season 6. He goes right back into his old ways because he realizes that cruelty has been reliable at keeping him alive. But Alicia is able to bring him back by believing that he can become a good person again like he tried to back in 5, and this time it truly sticks and he does become a better man, and Madison returning in his life only serves to reinforce this. Throughout season 8, Strand only ever fights for the greater good, never his own self-preservation, showing that this change of heart wasn't just a fluke. Low-key, Strand has one of the best redemption arcs in the Walking Dead universe, and while the writing surrounding it isn't always the best because, you know, It's Fear. I truly do appreciate how the character really kept the show afloat during all of its low points. Even at its absolute worst, I was still down to see whatever Strand was up to, because for one reason or another, he was the only character that they didn't completely ruin. Getting back into the scene though, I wonder if Madison and Alicia knew that Strand could see them in this moment. Perhaps they were there on purpose to show him that they're still out there believing in him, or maybe it was an accident and Strand wasn't supposed to know, but either way, I like that this moment lets him relish in how far that he's come. So that was the nice diamond in the rough that is this finale, so let's get back into the rough, shall we? The final scene of Fear the Walking Dead has Madison, Alicia, and Tracy staring into the horizon, as Madison declares that her plan is to go back to LA to help people in need. The trio drive off into the distance, and the show ends. I don't like this scene.
I don't like it.
Firstly, I think the rationale of going back to LA is really dumb. Like, are we really back on the whole helping people spiel? Did we not establish like 3 seasons ago that that was a waste of time and energy? Secondly, I think it's really fucking cringe, albeit a little funny, how Nick's ashes are just like standing there with them. It's like he's a fucking force ghost or some shit. It's so cartoonish, dude. As for things I do like about this scene, I like that the Clarks are all back together, and I like that they end on the song Mama Tried by Merle Haggard, which was also used back in season 4 during the stadium flashbacks. It's a little on the nose why they use it, but I think it fits. Granted, I would have preferred something that calls back to season 1, since the showrunners seem to only like referencing stuff that they worked on. Personally, I would have preferred if they would have had a proper meeting with Strand. In fact, I think all of the remaining original Fear characters from pre-reboot should have all reunited at some point, especially when you consider how Alicia left things with Strand and how Daniel and Luciana left things with Madison. There's no real closure with them not meeting again, and I don't think the whole let them think we're dead so our actions can inspire them theme that the writers present really justifies such a thing. On top of that, I'm also not too big on open-ended departures, because while this ending does open up the idea of these characters returning at some point in the Walking Dead universe, it doesn't feel like many of them have proper conclusions. Madison and Alicia going off to help people has potential for more stories, and while I don't think we should be seeing those stories, at least under these writers, they don't really have an actual ending. While Strand's ending is more character-focused, he doesn't really end up anywhere concrete that would prevent him from coming back later. I think if they had just kept Padre intact and had everybody stay there, maybe with some characters going off on their own by their own choice, I think it would have been a bit better, but the way they handle it just kind of feels aimless. So far, we are 2 for 2 with Walking Dead series finales that aren't actually finales, so yikes. But that has been the final season of Fear the Walking Dead, and yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. While I thought the finale had some nice moments, and I liked Morgan's arc in 8A, the rest of the season is fucking horrendous. It suffers from every problem that the reboot has already had, but manages to be even worse by being generally boring. On top of that, I don't think that it can be understated how utterly botched Troy's return was, yet he still wasn't even the worst villain of the season, with Strike and Crane, if you could even consider him a character, being somehow on par with the Filthy Woman for bad antagonists. Any callbacks to the first 3 seasons are handled so unbelievably poorly that it is borderline disrespectful. The whole Padre arc that was teased for the entirety of the previous season ended up amounting to nothing that matters, and was basically just the stadium again, and in terms of the larger Walking Dead universe, nothing really comes out of this one. Worst of all is that the original Fear cast from the classic era are not given any real proper endings, and the ending as a whole just felt jumbled, unsatisfying, and unearned. While I don't think this is the worst season of Fear, I think that 5 is still far worse. I can certainly see why some people would think that, because it is genuinely fucking heinous, and the showrunners should be fucking ashamed of what they've done.
Psst, I see dead people.
So, that has been an exceedingly long review and analysis of Fear the Walking Dead, and I can say without a doubt that it is one of the worst shows that I have ever seen. While the first 3 seasons are fantastic, literally fucking peak, everything that followed was jarringly bad even for Walking Dead standards. This show is a prime case study in how changing the creative minds behind the show can make or break it, and I think this makes a pretty good case for it being pretty much impossible to replicate another writer's style. I mean, not like frickin' Frack over here actually tried very hard, but my point stands nonetheless. If you recall, the main thesis of my Walking Dead video was that it didn't go out in the most ideal way, but the writers clearly tried to make do with what they had and try to make the show as good as they can. It felt like the Fear writers writers didn't try at all. In all seriousness though, I don't want this to be like a huge bashing session for the reboot showrunners. As much as I don't like what they did with the show, I think the popular sentiment of fuck these guys for ruining it is very much misplaced anger. I mean, you can and should criticize the writing, but at the end of the day, they simply just weren't the guys for the job. You know, these guys were not experienced with writing dark, edgy dramas like The Walking Dead. They used to write on a literal fucking fairy tale show, so of course they'd write what they know. I mean, it's not their fault that they got hired to write a show that they had no business writing. Or maybe it is, I don't know. I don't know how the fuck it works back there. My point is, we shouldn't just blame the showrunners, because contrary to what many in the Fear community will tell you, they didn't make the show bad on purpose. They were just doing their fucking job. And I'll be honest, I do like some of what Chambliss and Goldberg bring to the table. Very little, but I do like some of it. They are admittedly very good at setting up interesting stories and have a lot of cool ideas, but their ability to execute those ideas was just really fucking bad. I'm sure there was also a ton of corporate mandates that forced them to write in certain things or add in new characters when they didn't need or want to, so I don't think the finger should be pointed entirely at them. The finger should instead be pointed at AMC or Scott Gimpe's, who were the ones actually at the forefront of the reboot and were responsible for the show changing direction. On a macro scale, blame AMC or Scott Gimpe's. On a micro scale, blame frickin' Frack.
Well, if it isn't Scott Gimple, he ruined Fear the Walking Dead. It's his fault. Andrew Chambliss and Ian Goldberg. Sounds a little Jewish to me.
Now, to be fair, I do think that a large part of this is also due to the fan base who, I'll be honest, have zero clue how to actually criticize this show. Now, obviously, Reddit is not the end-all be-all, but I've been lurking the Fear the Walking Dead subreddit for years now, probably since the reboot started, and the amount of insane criticisms that I've seen over the years is simply baffling. Like, disregarding all the conspiracy theories about why the reboot happened to begin with, so much of the actual criticism of the show is either surface-level observations like, wow, this dialogue is really bad, or remember how good the show used to be? Or just rage posting and screaming like, man, fuck Scott Gimple, I would get fucking stabbed in the balls! Man, fuck Gimple, I'm tired of this motherfucker! Man, fuck Gimple, Scott Gimple fucking raped my kids! Which, while entirely fair, is not the way to actually criticize it. You know, nobody actually engages with the writing or even attempts to see what they were going for, and are sometimes really selective with the examples that they choose. Which is in large part why I even made this video to begin with. Outside of Reddit, the whole fear sucks sentiment has spread all throughout the Walking Dead fandom, and rightfully so, but I've never actually seen a review of the show that explains why it's bad. It's just more like surface level observations. So many of the top reviews out there, at least the ones that I've seen, just repeat the same points over and over again. Like, beer balloon, Morgan helping people is cringe, this is stupid. And while those points are not inherently wrong, you're certainly not helping by just repeating those points blindly. For this video, my aim was to actually engage with the reboot's writing to show how bad it really is, instead of just the lazy surface level bullshit that everybody else has already done. Like, it's one thing to just see some bad writing and be like, that's bad writing. It's another thing entirely to explain in depth why it's bad writing, you know what I'm saying? But much like the main show, it seems like nobody really knows how to appreciate the good seasons either, because I've never seen a genuine in-depth analysis of seasons 1 through 3. Like, you know, there's all this praise in the Walking Dead fandom, like, oh, the classic era of Fear is the best era, the Dave Erickson era is goated, but I've never seen anybody actually be able to explain why, aside from like, the writing is good and the characters are good. Like, it's so surface. This entire show is just filled with surface level bullshit. Above all though, I don't think that Fear would have the bad reputation that it has in the fandom if it wasn't Fear. After the reboot, it basically becomes a completely different show, and I think if they had actually made it a different show instead of just continuing on as Fear, people wouldn't have been as upset. You know, if season 4 onward were like The Walking Dead Frontiers or something like that, and then they marketed it as having characters from both shows coming together, then it would still be fucking terrible, but at least it wouldn't be tarnishing Fear's legacy. But if you ask me, the fact that Fear post-reboot is so bad is exactly what makes it so interesting to me. There is just something so intriguing about witnessing a show go from insanely good to insanely bad within one episode, and in a way, it serves as a meta companion piece to The Walking Dead proper. You know, people often criticize the main show for having a slow decline into mediocrity, but Fear was anything but a slow decline. man. It was a straight up fucking nosedive. Now, I love a classic too bad it's good type beat, but to me, Fear isn't funny bad, it's like, how far are we gonna take this bad? Like, it's not so bad it's good, it's like so bad it's bizarre, you know what I mean? Like, just when you think the writers are gonna do something sensible or take things in an interesting direction, they somehow find a way to fuck it up every single time without fail. And to me, that is just straight up fascinating to watch. Listen, I know this is a wild take, but I will die on the hill that the best shows out there are not always the most critically acclaimed. It's the ones with like 1 million episodes and half of them are like the worst thing you've ever seen. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it is way more fun to watch a mid show than it is to watch an actual good one. But to get serious for a minute, to get a little sappy, emotional, and gay on you for a minute. But to get serious for a minute, I think the worst thing about the way Fear turned out is that we didn't know what we had until it was gone. The first 3 seasons were fantastic. You know, they're unique, interesting, and at times even better than the main show was at its best. But at the time they were airing, they were heavily criticized, and there were a lot of people who just straight up didn't like it. You know, if you go back and look, you'll find all kinds of angry tweets and Reddit posts about the first 2 seasons from when they were airing, and a lot of that was, in large part, due to the way that AMC marketed the show as more Walking Dead when it was anything but that. While Fear was still popular enough to keep getting renewed for additional seasons, the fan base had a lot to criticize because much of that fan base was made up of pre-existing Walking Dead fans who didn't get what they were expecting. Come season 3 and people finally loved it, but by then it was already too late. During that season's production, Dave Erickson was out and AMC used this as an opportunity to homogenize the show and try to make it the Walking Dead 2.0 that it was originally advertised as, resulting in the reboot that we all love to hate. But then the reboot was so bad that it got people to go back and be able to appreciate the original seasons a lot more. Now, I'm not saying that I'm glad that the reboot was bad or anything, in fact, I fully resent it for that, but without the reboot, we probably wouldn't have acknowledged how great of a show this used to be. We didn't know that we had something special until it was completely and utterly destroyed. But if the reboot has taught me anything, it's that no one's gone until they're gone. Yes, Fear may have been butchered beyond recognition in season 4 onward, but even though the show is now over, I think there is still a chance that we can fix it.
But Matt, how are you going to fix a show that has already been completed? Haha, I am very intelligent.
Well, that's the neat part. You don't. What we need to do is start over. As we all know, The Walking Dead TV show is an adaptation of the comic series, so to fix Fear, I think we need to do things the other way around. I would absolutely love to see a comic adaptation of Fear the Walking Dead that tells the story that Dave Erickson always wanted to tell. You know, it can incorporate all of the cool ideas presented in the reboot, make them work in the old Fear style, and because it's a comic book, you don't have to deal with actor availability or holding back on violence or really anything for that matter. And much like what the main show did for the comic, the Fear comic could fix and improve on what didn't work as well in the show, even the good parts of it. Dave Erickson's Fear was truly something special, and I think his story deserves to be finished in one way or another. Now, will that happen considering AMC probably owns the exclusive rights to the Fear characters so that Skybound can't use them? Probably not, but Robert Kirkman has stated that there is a non-zero chance of a Fear comic happening, but that is a chance that I am willing to take. While dedicated fans have attempted to make fan fiction continuing the story from season 3, none of them that I've seen have really been able to capture the vibe that Dave Erickson was able to create. I know I keep repeating this, but the first 3 seasons of Fear were truly something special, and it's a shame that things pan out the way that they did, but I will always be down to go back and revisit them, even if that story is incomplete. And I know I'm not really like the whole like, yeah, positive vibes kind of guy, but like, you know, I think if there's anything you guys take away from this video, I think it should be that, you know, yeah, sometimes shows take a turn for the worse, and some shows just get bad seasons, they just become bad, right? It happens from time to time. But I think it's because of that we should really appreciate when they do things well and when they have good seasons, you know what I mean? Fear the Walking Dead is going to be remembered as an absolute clusterfuck shit show of a television program, right? But it's only because of those final 5 seasons. But if you were to watch the first 3, you'd sing a different tune, is all I'm saying. Listen, I think we have all collectively done enough shitting on the bad seasons to just we've come to a consensus that they are bad, but I think it's for that very reason that we really need to go back and start lifting up the first 3 to show the entertainment industry that we want more shit like Fear seasons 1 through 3. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like we should stop beating a literal dead horse and start, you know, maybe feeding the living one that we have right here. I don't know. I'm gay and retarded. If you managed to make it this far in the video, I want to reward you with a little bit of a teaser, because next time on the Walking Dead Retrospective series, we'll be going into a world beyond. The wait between this video and the World Beyond video is definitely going to be way shorter than the wait between the main show and this one, just so you guys know. But that has been Fear the Walking Dead, and I have been MattCMG. And I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
I feel strange.
Good people are the first ones to die.
When civilization ends, it ends fast.
You don't have to like what it is you need to survive. You exploit it, you turn it to your advantage.
The man with the blade and the man in the chair, they're not different. They both suffer.
Oh, people are getting sick. They get sick and they get violent.
It's like I've been living this for a long time.
See, man versus nature. London's trying to teach us how not to die.
The only way to survive in that world is to embrace the madness.
This is how it works now. Look around. There is no more good. There is no more bad, right or wrong. It's us or them, kill or be killed. And
Nature always wins.
And now, everyone is catching up with me.
I never hurt you.
Unless you had to. Unless it's necessary.
Stop.
Say all civilizations are born of violence.
No one's gone until they're gone.
I lose people, and then I lose myself.
She died so that the part of you that didn't give up on people would live.
Death is not to be feared, but it shouldn't be pursued. There's a difference.
Maybe we spent a lot of time trying to convince ourselves the laws of nature didn't apply.
And you get to make that call.
Yeah, I get to make that call for your sister. For you, it's
Not for me.
Come on, Nick. Civilization's born of violence.
I heard someone else say that.
It's a great truth.
I killed the last man who spoke that truth.
So you do understand this world, like Mother likes to harness the fury or get stampeded.
I'm looking for a third way.
There isn't one!
You're what's dangerous.
Let's get some pussy tonight.